while others are still struggling with how to awaken an S-level talent. I can easily stumble upon an S-level talent just by stepping on a bubble. I can even synthesize and awaken to obtain a higher level SSS talent. All because I crossed over to a world where martial arts lead the way. Not only did I awaken the system of infinite talent acquisition, but I can also merge and upgrade the talents I acquire. Little did I know that when I first crossed over, I was just a 3-year-old child, but I was tied to a strange pillar, and my chest was forcibly cut open by an unknown force, taking away a dazzling golden bone. Luckily, I was rescued by my foster parents from the mouths of wild beasts in the wilderness. At that moment, I was abruptly awakened by the pain in my chest. It's been over 10 years. Still feeling the pain from that dazzling golden bone. It must be some extraordinary fivefold talent. Tomorrow will be the awakening of the fivefold talent. I have no idea what talent will awaken. Soon, I arrived at the top 10 shelters of Xingxia, where the fivefold talent awakens. On the awakening platform stood a pillar engraved with patterns, with the letters SSS carved on it. The next moment, a boy stepped onto the awakening platform and placed his right hand on the imprint of the Heavenly Father's pillar. The sacred pillar pattern of the Heavenly Father instantly lights up, converging at the letter E, representing the martial arts talent of this young man, which is a first-level awakening. Martial arts talent only requires a few seconds of cultivation. Then one can break through to become a true warrior. Suddenly, I noticed a white bubble on the ground where the awakened young man stood. Da fan, did you see a bubble next to that person? This party stared wide-eyed, didn't see anything. I treat you as a brother, you just want to play with me. Where did the bubble come from? I walked over, pretending not to notice. I stepped on the white bubble, and the host picked up a first-level talent, thick and heavy. Could this be the talent of that young man? Generally, during the awakening ceremony, one can only know the level of the 5 talents awakened, without revealing the specific talents. Wait, what was that sound just now? Could it be the system? As the second classmate stepped forward, he also awakened to a first-level talent, with a yellow bubble appearing under his feet. I really envy you, classmate, you are truly amazing. While praising you, I stepped on that bubble. Another voice came to mind, host, pick up martial skills, experience points +5. Check carefully with the system panel. I was overjoyed instantly. No hallucinations appeared, I really awakened, picking up the system. After the third classmate successfully awakened, I once again picked up a primary talent. The host of Jinfu Ding already possesses 2 billion level talents, which can be synthesized into Earth-level talents. As my words fell, another crisp prompt sounded in my ear. Synthesizing Earth-level talents caused a stir. At this moment, I was once again deeply shocked. This cheat now seems incredibly heaven-defying, allowing one to casually pick up others' attributes to possess them, and it can still be infinitely synthesized. In order not to attract too much attention, I stood directly in front of the crowd. Every time someone awakened, I would join in the fun, but my strange actions attracted a lot of attention. Jiang Fan looked puzzled. When did you become so awesome? Is it for the sake of a big joke? I don't know what Jiang Fan is thinking, because the champion candidate, School Grass Jiesher, is about to awaken. I looked at Jiesher with an intense desire. The other party glanced at me inadvertently, their eyes clearly meeting mine, and their pace quickened. Jiang Fan saw my expression, his face darkening. My goodness, you're not laughing at a big joke, you're interested in the former School Grass. After all these years, I never realized you were this kind of person. As Jiesher placed his hand on the Father of Heaven's pillar, the patterns on the Father of Heaven's pillar instantly burst forth with a dazzling golden light, converging together, from D rank to S rank, only stopping at SS rank. However, the Boundary Master remained calm, his deep eyes gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The way I looked at the Boundary Master made my eyes feel strained, because the bubble under the Boundary Master's feet was golden, large, and round. My heart kept shouting, come down quickly, come down quickly. The Boundary Master descended with the stride of a king, passing by me with noticeably faster steps. Dude, you're amazing. Taking advantage of the situation, his expression changed, his smile fading. Thank you for the compliment. Host Ding acquired an SS-level talent, extraordinary insight, and I immediately felt relieved. However, my creepy expression didn't end there, because the next one was the stunning school beauty Yitong. She is a talent that is no less inferior to the Boundary Master. As soon as she placed her hand on it, the talent master once again emitted a dazzling golden light, the letters gathering upwards and finally stopping at her eyes. At the same time, her body emitted a faint red flame. Although it was unclear what martial talent it was definitely related to the flame. My eyes felt strained once more. Yitong, you and Jia are truly a natural pair. Upon hearing my words, she blushed at my words, happily running back to the team. Host Ding has obtained a golden aura, gaining an S-level talent, offering words of praise. Soon, all the students in Class 1 awakened. In just 20 minutes, my attribute panel was drastically different from before. Next up is Class 2. It seems Tawu 3rd Middle School's good luck has run out. The best talent that appeared was only C grade. I also only picked up one C grade talent block. The rest were martial arts experience points or basic martial arts. Soon, it was Class 3's turn. The first one to step up was Jiang Fan. As Jiang Fan placed his hand on the talent pillar, the talent pillar instantly shimmered with a golden light, converging along the lines towards the letters, until it stopped at S. Simultaneously, a faint thunder appeared on his body's surface. Another S-grade talent. Principal Zhang Rulin's face was filled with excitement, not knowing what to say anymore. This kid is pretty good. I am genuinely happy for Jiang Fan. However, with such a conspicuous golden bubble, I naturally didn't hesitate to pocket it. Ding, the host, picked up the golden bubble, obtaining the S-grade talent, Optimal Thunder. Ding's S-grade talent, Jade Phoenix Rock, can be combined with the S-grade talent, Optimal Thunder, to form the SS-grade talent, 9 Dark Thunder Rock. A tingling and scorching sensation spread throughout my body, stronger than the feeling of obtaining the revealed SS-grade talent. Ding, the host, possesses the SS-grade talent, Extraordinary Insight, and the SS-grade talent, 9 Dark Thunder Eyes. Should they be combined? Without hesitation, I directly chose to merge them. An SSS-grade talent is definitely better than 2 SS-grade talents. Ding, as the host, merged into the SSS-grade talent, Thunderous Insight. In the upcoming awakening ceremony, I have been shuttling among my classmates. As time flew by and afternoon arrived, the only one left to awaken is me. I checked the results of my martial arts talent. The system for picking up golden finger attributes indicates that the host's primary talent has not awakened. SSS talent, Extreme Thunderflame, SS-level talent, Hundredfold Vibration, S-level talent, Great Sun Buddha. Body martial arts, Strong Bow, Perfect Basic Boxing, Complete Basic Palm Techniques, Complete Basic Leg Techniques, Complete Basic Spear Techniques. Martial arts experience points, 2,505. I don't know either. Can my original talent be detected? Can the system do it? Don't let my SSS talent be detected. Ding thought the host had my only concern, which was relieved, and then I stepped onto the stage. Placing my hand on the awakening pillar, it remained silent for about 10 seconds without any response. Everyone, including myself, was stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that there is no talent? However, the next moment, the awakening pillar burst forth with an extremely bright golden light, which converged along the patterns and ultimately gathered on the S-level. Another S-level talent. The entire school, both teachers and students, were no longer calm. In the past, the entire Peach Grove Sanctuary had at most 2 or 3 S-level talents. Among the 5 awakened talents, just 3 of them already had 3. However, the changes in the awakening pillar did not stop there. A purple light converged on the SS-level subtitle. What does this signify? Everyone present knew that this was a dual talent as rare as an SSS-level talent. One is S-level, and the other is SS-level. I rely on Chen Gu, who is truly amazing. The ordinary guardsman's eyes revealed confusion. Little did they know, my heart was also full of questions. That S-level talent was not the one I synthesized, but an innate talent. Wasn't it taken away back then? Didn't they seize the S-level talent completely? The soul escape bone seems quite good. After the awakening ceremony, I, along with the guardsman and Tong Jiangfan, went to the principal's office. Zhang Rulin smiled and looked at all of us students. You have all awakened S-level or higher talents. During this time, you must practice diligently and become warriors as soon as possible. With your talents, you can easily enter prestigious academies. However, if you neglect your performance, it may affect the allocation of resources in the future. On behalf of the school, I will give Baro Tungchen 10 blood pills each, and Yitong and Jiangfan 6 blood pills each. To Yitong, a few 5 blood pills might not be much, but for the 3 of us, it's not a small amount. One 5 blood pill costs 10,000 yuan, the rest in coins. Enough to sustain many ordinary families for half a year. After briefly explaining some matters, Zhang Rulin let us go back. Mu, your talent is very strong. If you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me. I looked at the guardsman with a smile on his lips, feeling that he had more to say. Thank you, brother guard. If I have any questions, I will definitely come to you. The guardsman nodded, considering him a potential asset. If nurtured well, it would be beneficial to Xingxia and could also become my helper. When I got home, my parents were preparing dinner, while my sister was reading manga. How did your awakening go today? Guess what talent your brother awakened? I touched his delicate nose. It must be a B-level talent, because you seem smarter than Dad. Ha, wrong guess. Your brother has a dual talent. Mewling suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Mom, Dad, my brother awakened in SS-level talent, come out quickly. Mom and Dad came out of the kitchen and called me over again. After confirming, they also had a hint of surprise on their faces. After dinner, Dad told me a lot about cultivation, reminding me not to rush and to progress step by step. Later, when I returned to my room, I closed the doors and windows. I now have 4 talents above S-level. S-level Chaos Valley Martial Talent, S-level Great Sun Buddha Body Talent, S-level Hundredfold Vibration Talent, and SSS-Level Extreme Thunderflame Talent. I might be the first warrior in human history to possess 4 S-level talents. The stronger the talent, the better one can refine various cultivation resources, absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and even surpass others in comprehension. With increased strength, one can better unleash the power of martial talents. In the future, I will hold thunder in one hand and flames in the other. Just imagining that scene feels domineering. However, what I am most concerned about is chaos. I can see a small golden bone on my chest, with many ancient patterns engraved on it, but I can't understand them. First, let's test the power of the 4 major S-level talents. The martial arts elixirs contain the blood essence of fierce beasts and some herbs, which can strengthen the body of warriors, enhance their chi and blood. After all, the foundation of a warrior is their chi and blood. I swallowed a 5 blood pill, focusing on the star condensation, quiet chi, extreme chen, and thunder rock as the main talents, with the other 3 talents as secondary. Absorbing the energy of the 5 blood pill, then transporting it to all parts of my body, strengthening my chi and blood. Soon, a 5 blood pill was completely absorbed, increasing my chi and blood by 1 unit. In other words, after absorbing all the martial blood pills, I can become a true warrior. On average, refining 1 pill per minute, it will only take 10 minutes for me to become a warrior. In the early stages, warriors generally do not cultivate techniques because techniques are related to later progress and require careful selection and consideration. After completely absorbing 10 martial blood pills, a roar erupted from within me. I felt that my body was in an incredibly good condition, filled with energy that seemed inexhaustible. First-level warriors are divided into 3 stages, just breaking through 11 clips, then it's the first level plus 1 level. After breaking through the first plus level, you can enter the next stage, the first clip. A warrior's chi and blood must reach 10 units, the first level must reach 40 units, and the first plus level must reach 100 units. Breaking through to the next realm will double, triple, and quintuple the previous chi and blood values. 1 unit of chi and blood can represent 10 kilograms of strength. I can now easily exert 100 kilograms of strength. In the past, apart from the boxing champion, I would be invincible. As I pondered, I realized a problem. The talent Chaos Valley, which used to nurture low-level talents, is now devouring them. If I concentrate, I can stop the Chaos Valley from swallowing. Let it devour them. After all, with the current 4 S-level talents and those online, I have enough to use. There will be more talents in the future, no need to rush. The next morning, after a quick wash, I headed to school. Jiang Fan was waiting for me at the school gate. At first glance, I noticed a red bubble on Jiang Fan. Ding, the host picked up a health card, and I felt a slight increase in my own blood. Now I feel even more that the attribute picking through the fingers is extraordinary. Even blood can be picked up. My cultivation speed is not slow to begin with, and now with the ability to pick up, I feel invincible. On the way, I saw many classmates who awakened yesterday. They all had bubbles under their feet. In just a few minutes, my blood value increased by 1 card again. I instantly had a crazy idea. After they awaken the 5 talents, there will naturally be more practical classes. That means more opportunities for me to benefit. At this moment, I should target my classmates in this class. Most of the students are already in the classroom, looking at the dozens of bubbles on the ground. I leisurely walked past them, going back and forth. The sound of ding 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 echoed in my head, like celestial music. 40 classmates in Jiangfan provided me with 8 cards of blood and energy. Perhaps due to just awakening to cultivation, the bubbles I picked up are almost all blood and energy values. But what I lack the most now is blood and energy values. I turn my gaze towards Jiesher, Yu, and even the senior students of Tao Wu Sanzhong. The homeroom teacher Jiyu arrived at the classroom with a smile. Everyone, try to familiarize yourselves with your abilities recently. In 2 weeks, I will take you into the wilderness to witness the real culprits, martial artists. You will eventually have to face the ferocious beasts. Let's start the class now. Open up the detailed explanation of the ferocious beasts' diagrams and weaknesses. Enduring until the end of class, I hurried to the restroom without stopping. The hallway and restroom were filled with bubbles, which can only last for a few minutes. I was so anxious. During the 10-minute break, I picked up another 9 card equipment. At this rate, I can become a first-level martial artist in at most 2 days. On my way back, I happened to meet Jiesher going to the restroom. My eyes emitted a wolf-like gaze. Long time no see, Jie classmate. I held Jiesher's hands and took the opportunity to pick up the golden sparkling bubble on him. Ding! The host has picked up successfully and obtained the top-tier celestial technique, Starry Sky Auxiliary Attack Technique. The Starry Sky Auxiliary Attack Technique infuses the body with starlight energy, tempering the meridians in physique, reaching the peak, allowing one to be as majestic as the stars. My expression remained lewd, but a storm was brewing in my heart. I seemed to have discovered a big secret. See you tomorrow, classmates. I suppressed the idea of the star assist attack, returned to the classroom, and classified the 5 chainist methods and 5 martial skills from low to high as ordinary, mortal, imperial, mysterious, earthly, heavenly. Not to mention the Tianji sect, even the Xuanji sect's martial skills are invaluable. Even the powerful forces of the parabolic shelter may not be able to find the earthly or mysterious, let alone the heavenly. This is definitely a certain gain, with an SS-level talent, the Tianji sect. Whichever kind of opportunity, it all shows that he is extraordinary, possibly the kind of a son of destiny mentioned in ancient novels. This big thigh must be held firmly, not for anything else, but to benefit from it. We must milk it dry. Jiang Chen returned to the classroom, looking nervous and lost. Dao Ge, it seems like having an S-level talent is not popular anymore. Why? Do you remember the first guy who awakened yesterday? I just heard the boys in his class saying that his talent is E-level. E-level might not be important, but the key is that his talent is impressive. It's said that a rich lady has already contacted him. Mu Chen? Why is someone so outstanding? He's young and already has such business opportunities. No, how did the rich lady know about his talent? He mentioned it online himself and also in class, saying that his talent is not suitable for becoming a powerful warrior, so he might as well enjoy the wealth early on. Oh, my Mu Chen suddenly felt that his talent was not so appealing either. Young and unaware of the allure of rich ladies, mistaking young girls for treasures. Outside the Taowu shelter, a warship slowly came to a stop, and a girl walked out of it. She was about 1.75 meters tall, with twin ponytails, a refined and cool demeanor, wearing a baseball uniform that revealed her smooth, straight thighs, and white sneakers. She said to the people on the warship, "You can go back. I can handle this myself, it's no trouble for me." She entered the Taowu shelter, showing great interest in everything on the street, bouncing around and attracting the attention of many people. Finally, no one is bothering me now, but I still have to go to school. It's really annoying. I'll go find Yutong first, and then report to Sanzhong tomorrow. It's been so many years since I last saw Yutong. I wonder if she has grown up. Haha. In the evening, Mu Chen returned to his room and started to look through the records of the Star Foundation building method. The Star Foundation building method uses the power of the stars to strengthen one's foundation, allowing warriors to have flawless bodies and perfectly harmonize with spiritual energy. Should I practice this or not? I can collect bubbles. If I pick up several methods and merge them together, surpassing the heavenly level is not impossible. Anyway, the methods are here with me, so I won't practice for now. Wait, can I practice multiple methods at the same time? I'll ask the teacher tomorrow and then decide whether to practice the Star Foundation building method. He then tapped on the stepping stake technique interface, gaining a new insight in his mind, reducing his martial arts experience points by 100, and achieving perfection in the stepping stake technique. Without the blood pill, the increase in qi and blood can only rely on ingested food. However, food contains little energy, making it impossible to extract much qi and blood. Either eat the meat of fierce beasts, take pills, or practice methods. The next day, Mu Chen repeated his old tricks, leisurely walking at the school gate. Where there were bubbles, there was his figure. Yesterday, he collected nearly 20 qi and blood cards, and today he only needed to collect 10 more to become an E-level warrior. His worries were unnecessary, as bubbles dropped almost every day. However, today's qi and blood bubbles were a bit fewer, with more martial arts experience points and ordinary method bubbles. Perhaps because everyone had just awakened on the first day and was all practicing, many students made slow progress on the second day, with almost no increase in qi and blood, thus unable to drop qi and blood bubbles. I wonder what conditions are needed to collect the bubbles dropped by the teachers. Their bubbles must be much better than the students. Dao Ge, look, when did such a beauty appear in our school again? Mu Chen followed Jiang Chen's direction and saw Yutong accompanied by a beautiful girl, whose looks were not inferior to Yutong's, and she was also his type. I haven't collected the Yutong school flower yet. I can't miss this opportunity. Daphne, let's go and check it out. Mu Chen stepped towards them. Oh my, when did Daogu become so social? Doesn't he always say that wise men don't fall in love? Hypocrite, a big hypocrite. Yutong School Flower, good morning. Mu, Jian, good morning. Ding, host picks up +5 vitality. After picking up the bubble dropped by a Yutong, he found a dazzling bubble at the feet of the girl next to a Yutong, extremely bright. Who is this beauty? Muchen, she is my childhood friend, Xia Yunjing, who has now transferred to our school. Ding, host picks up the heavenly grade Dao, the Phoenix Flame Foundation Law. Wow, what is this? Is the heavenly grade Dao such a big deal? What is the identity of this girl? He stared blankly at the girl, perhaps his gaze was too aggressive, and the girl frowned. Hey, it's not good to stare at a girl like that. Muchen came back to his senses. Ahem, I didn't mean to. It's because you are too beautiful. The girl pouted, Yutong covered her mouth and laughed beside her. Jiangchen gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Yutong, who was that boy just now? Muchen, he is a dual-talented student, 1 S-class, 1 SS class, what's up? Did he touch your heart? No way, how is that possible? I just think he's quite special, although flirtatious, but there's no sense of disgust in his eyes. Dao, are you really not righteous? When did you learn how to pick up girls? Won't you teach me? Daphne, there are some things you can't learn, such as being handsome. After saying that, he left, leaving Jiangchen in a mess in the air. Really shameless. Muchen. In the classroom, GUS spoke to them. Classmates, we have a new student in our class, let's welcome her with applause. Is it her? Xia Yunjing walked into the classroom, her image instantly attracted the favor of most people, coupled with her current sweet and obedient appearance, smiling sweetly, making people mistakenly think she's a sweet girl. Hello everyone, I'm Xia Yunjing, from now on we are classmates, please take care of me. Teacher, I want to sit in that seat. She naturally pointed in Muchen's direction. Okay. Xiao is new here and not familiar with many things, I'll leave her to you in the future, you must take care of the new student. Teacher, I understand. Xia Yunjing walked down with long strides, passing by Muchen, a very pleasant virgin fragrance wafted, making Muchen's heart flutter for a moment. After class, Muchen went to the restroom first thing, business matters cannot be forgotten, and he also wanted to see if he could encounter Jieshir, who was his #1 target for wool gathering. Mu pervert, wait for me, where are you going? Xiao pervert, I'm going to the restroom, are you going to follow me to the restroom too? TCH, I also need to go to the restroom, can't I? The women's restroom is over there, the men's restroom is here. Oh, Muchen was speechless, why is this girl so angry with him? Could it be because of that incident? There were a bunch of bubbles in the restroom, with vitality occupying the majority. Anyway, today he would definitely become an E-level warrior. Didn't see Jieshir, should I try at the classroom door? Just as he was pondering for a moment, Jieshir happened to come to the restroom. Muchen smiled. Jia, long time no see. Ding, host picks up +10 vitality. With the infusion of 10 vitality points, Muchen's body's aura became stronger, vitality surged. Jieshir's face changed. Mu, you broke through to become an E-level warrior? Muchen awkwardly smiled. Yeah, I don't know what happened, I just broke through to become an E-level warrior, is this speed okay? Jieshir almost sprayed out old blood. If this was considered okay, then what about him, with SS-level talent, heavenly grade Dao, and the cultivation experience from his past life, he still hasn't broken through to become an E-level warrior. Okay, Jie, can I ask a question, can we cultivate 2 different Dao at the same time? Jieshir was delighted, in his view, Muchen asking questions meant that Muchen still had some understanding. Ha, Mu, you can. But it's not recommended, because mastering a single technique is already very difficult, and it's not worth it to practice multiple techniques at the same time. Except for one situation, for example, if you start practicing a common level technique and later encounter a yellow level or earth level technique, you can switch to a higher level technique. However, this may cause your cultivation level to decrease because the higher level techniques condense chi and blood more solidly and have higher quality. I understand, thank you, Jie. After speaking, Nukin grabbed Jieshir's hand to express his gratitude. Jieshir's expression changed suddenly, leaving Nukin a bit puzzled. Your expression changes so easily, it seems like you're not in good health, Jie. A bit weak. Jie, take care of yourself. Young people should pay more attention to their health. Jieshir was speechless. Damn, are you doubting my abilities? This kid is too scary. Why did you take so long in the bathroom? Xiao Yunjing stared at Nukin with a puffed up look. What's it to you? Do you have to monitor even when I'm using the toilet? Humph. Disgusting. You're the one being disgusting and still asking me. Nukin wouldn't indulge this tsundere girl. The banter between the two was seen by Jiang Chen as flirting. He winked at Nukin and gave him a thumbs up. In the afternoon, there was a martial arts class, mainly focusing on how to better utilize one's martial arts talent, practicing basic stances to enhance chi and blood. Mukin was surprised to see that the one teaching the class was Jiyu, who was a teacher for academic subjects. He wondered, a martial arts teacher who was physically weak and often ill. Students, are you surprised to see me? Actually, you guessed wrong. I'm not here to teach martial arts, but to introduce a new student to you. A new student? Didn't we have one this morning? Why another one in the afternoon? Mukin noticed that behind Jiyu was indeed a boy, handsome in a rogue way, almost more handsome than him, but his eyes didn't seem trustworthy. Xiao Yunjing's expression changed slightly, showing that she was not welcoming towards this boy. Do you know him? Know him, he's like a sticky candy, can't get rid of him. Mukin pondered, he must be Xiao Yunjing's suitor, with a good family background, another target for taking advantage of, can't miss out on this opportunity. This student, introduce yourself to everyone. The handsome boy stepped forward, indifferent, I'm Huang Chen, from the honored family. I'm here for Xiao Yunjing, she belongs to me. Also, I want to say that everyone here is. He raised a middle finger, a gesture everyone understood. Many dared not speak up against him, as the honored family was powerful enough to act recklessly. What does honored family mean? It's a title only held by SS-level martial artists. Below S-level, there are no titles, but once you reach S-level, you're known as a martial emperor. SS-level is honored, and SSS-level is called a saint, beyond which he couldn't know. Jiyu's expression wasn't good either. He brought this person here, but unfortunately, even if he was unruly, there was nothing he could do. This was the advantage of a powerful status. You could be unruly and no one would dare to do anything to you. Daoge, I can't help it. I really want to beat him up. Me too. In the afternoon, it's a martial arts class. Those of us who awakened at the same time, let the strongest among you come out and spar with me. Xiao Yunjing stepped forward. Huang Chen, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Go back if you want to cause trouble. Huang Chen didn't care. Yunjing, I really don't know why you're here. It's of no help to you. Mukin pulled Xiao Yunjing's hand, signaling her not to act impulsively. In Huang Chen's eyes, this scene between Mukin and Xiao Yunjing was unusual. His expression turned cold. Who are you? What's your relationship with Yunjing? Huang Chen, I forgot to introduce him. He's Mukin, my boyfriend. After speaking, she kissed Mukin directly. Mukin? Jian Yun? Ji other classmates? Huang Chen, his face turned pale. Mu Chen was speechless. When did he become her boyfriend? He had to explain. Wait. Mu Chen, right. I advise you to leave Yunjing, leave on your own, otherwise your family will pay the price. Mu Chen's face changed suddenly. He didn't want to get involved, but he hated it when someone threatened his parents. He was determined about this. Huang Chen, right. You wanted to spar, didn't you? I also want to see what's different about the descendants of the big families. How dare you be so arrogant? Mu Chen? Teacher Jiyu, I request a battle with him. Xiao Yunjing seemed to realize that she had messed things up and looked nervous. Mu Chen, don't fight him. Mu Chen smiled slightly at Xiao Yunjing, then hugged her waist and whispered in her ear, don't worry, I'll take care of him for you. There was a wide space left on the playground. Mu Chen and Huang Chen stood facing each other. Mu Chen didn't mind teaching Huang Chen a lesson. He had to pay the price for threatening him. The golden bubble under Huang Chen's feet had to be taken. Huang Chen's momentum suddenly became fierce, a faint golden light appeared on him, and he charged straight at Mu Chen. Mu Chen dodged to the side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-level technique, Golden Emperor Foundation Building Technique. With the acquisition of this heaven-level technique, Mu Chen realized that this world was no different from his previous life. The most powerful resources were controlled by the major families. In this world, they held the most powerful cultivation techniques, ensuring their everlasting strength. Mu Chen also roughly assessed Huang Chen's strength. Just an E-level warrior, nothing to be arrogant about. He subtly improved his basic boxing, palm, and leg techniques, perfecting them instantly. The opponent couldn't use powerful techniques now, just need to watch out for his finishing move. However, Mu Chen wouldn't give him a chance to use his trump card. With 300 kilograms more strength than the E-level warrior, Huang Chen stood no chance without defense. Mu Chen clenched his fist, a faint blood light appearing on it. He threw a punch, and Huang Chen retaliated. Bang! A crisp sound of bones cracking. Huang Chen flew backward, his hand broken. This was still Mu Chen holding back. With modern medical technology, this injury could be quickly healed, but it would make him pause for a while. Jiyu suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of Huang Chen in the next moment. Some classmates, carry him to the infirmary. Several boys came out, carrying the pale-faced Huang Chen towards the infirmary. Huang Chen's eyes were full of killing intent as he looked at Mu Chen. Mu Chen blared back fiercely. He had never killed anyone, but that didn't mean he wouldn't dare. Right now, he was concerned about the large red bubble under Ji-Yu's feet. He immediately walked over. "Teacher, I stopped, otherwise he would have been more seriously injured." Ding, successful acquisition by the host, gaining plus 20 health points. Mu Chen's aura suddenly intensified, his vitality much richer. Mu Chen, you're really good, keep it up. The rest of you, your martial arts teacher will be here soon, wait for him. Dao Gu, are you okay? That kid couldn't help but fight. He's a warrior, you better hurry up and break through as a warrior. Got it, Dao Gu, I might break through as a warrior tonight. Dao Gu, you're amazing, knocking down the genius of a big family at the same level. He was careless this time. If he had used his trump card, the outcome would have been uncertain. What? The trump card is useless. Xiao Yunjing stepped forward and said, Mu Chen is right, he still has a trump card that's useless now. If he uses it, the outcome will be hard to predict. Humph. Anyway, he's no match for Dao Gu. By the way, Xiao, you just arrived. When are you going to take down my Dao Gu? Dude, you're really something. Such amazing skills in picking up girls, just one morning, impressive. I said I got her in my dreams, do you believe that? You're using me as a shield, come on. What reward are you giving me? During the break, Nukin had to collect interest from Xiao Yunjing. A kiss from you isn't enough? I kissed you back, so it's a fair deal, I'm still a young man. Alright then. If you have nothing to offer, then offer yourself. Xiao Yunjing laughed, a smile that was a bit out of line. Nukin admitted he was tempted just now, but not in a lewd way. Okay. Pfft, Nukin spat out blood, not what he had in mind. He couldn't back down now. You little brat, trying to take advantage of me, you're dreaming too big. TSK, you deceitful little brat. Nukin's words caught Xiao Yunjing off guard. Nukin, you're such a jerk. Dude, you're truly a role model for us. If it were me, I would have agreed. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch, and wise men don't fall in love. With no women in their hearts, their swords naturally divine. Understood. My lady, who made you so angry? That Nukin, he's just despicable. What's wrong? I find him quite polite. Itong had a curious look on her face, like a gossip. Humph, he's just despicable, that's all. They were still at the school gate when Jiesher happened to walk out. Itong blushed a little, then composed herself. Jiesher, good afternoon. Itong, good afternoon. Jiesher looked at the slightly shy Itong, feeling emotional inside. Itong, I let you down in our past life, let me make it up to you in this one. Now it was Xiao Yunjing's turn to be intrigued. Itong, who is he? Yunjing, he's Jiesher, my good friend. Hello, I'm Xiao Yunjing. Hello, I'm Jiesher. Jiesher looked at Xiao Yunjing with a hint of sadness in his eyes. The female war god of the previous life, never had true love, sadly perished in the invasion of another realm in the end. Nukin returned home, his parents had retired from the team hunting fierce beasts in the wilderness, running a small shop and coming home late. His younger sister, Muling, finished school earlier in the afternoon and returned home sooner. Bro, why are you laughing like that? It's so creepy. Nukin playfully hit her with a bun, leaving her puzzled. What are you talking about? Your brother is just happy, okay? Bro, are you in love? How is that possible? Your brother is so outstanding, how could he let those ugly girls get him? Bro, I see you're becoming more shameless and self-absorbed. Back in his room, Nukin smiled knowingly, sometimes he preferred this ordinary life. But beneath this pleasant life, he needed strength to protect it. I now have 3 celestial level techniques, the Star Foundation technique, the Phoenix Flame Foundation technique, and the Golden Emperor Foundation technique. Can the 3 celestial level techniques be combined? Ding, yes. Time passed by, about 10 minutes later. Ding, a new technique has been formed, of cosmic level, please name the new technique, host. Nukin was surprised to learn that above celestial level was cosmic level. Then let's call it the Tao Scripture. He could integrate more techniques in the future, so naming it the Tao Scripture seemed fitting. Cosmic level, I'll start cultivating it now. The technique formed by the Golden Finger could be mastered directly by Nukin, although it was just the beginning, it was enough. His mind was vast and profound, even with the SS-level talent of Jiesher, extraordinary insight. If he relied solely on himself, it would take a long time to comprehend, or even be impossible. Now, he could use it directly. As he circulated the Tao Scripture, his body emitted a faint starlight, flames, and golden light. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth around him entered his body one after another. His body was like a small water pipe, but the spiritual energy absorbed by the Tao Scripture flowed in like water through a bucket-sized pipeline. Generally, there wouldn't be such a problem because no one with low strength could comprehend such a powerful technique. Powerful techniques require a certain level of strength to master. He skipped the initial steps and went straight to the second stage. His 4 major martial talents, with Extreme Tao Thunderflame as the main one, Extraordinary Comprehension, Chaos Bone, and Great Sun Buddha Body as secondary, crazily absorbed these energies. He only felt relief as his torn body absorbed and transformed the energy into blood and chi. His blood and chi were growing at an extremely fast rate. However, what he didn't notice was the strange changes in the sky in a certain direction, with starlight falling as if celebrating something. At the same time, many strong individuals on the Blue Star also noticed this issue. To receive the blessings of the Blue Star, one must comprehend something beyond what the Blue Star can naturally produce. This is an opportunity for growth for the Blue Star, as humans, and it complement each other. After some time, Mu Chen stopped. His body was saturated, and the effects of the first cultivation were optimal. Subsequent ones might decrease in speed. I have broken through to the E+ level warrior. Golden Finger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Mu Chen, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Tao Thunderflame, SS-Level Talent, Hundredfold Vibration, S-Level Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S-Level Talent, Chaos Bone. Martial Arts Technique, Tao Scripture, Introductory, Cosmic Level, Martial Arts Realm, E+, Blood and Chi 105 cards, Martial Skills, Steadfast Technique, Perfect, Basic Boxing, Perfect, Basic Palm Technique, Perfect, Basic Leg Technique, Perfect, Basic Spear Technique, Perfect, Martial Skill Experience Points, 2435. 105 cards of Blood and Chi. At this rate, I can break through to the D-level warrior in a few days at most. The speed of breakthrough in the early stages is indeed not slow, but I currently have no trump cards. The ones who might have them are Jieshir, Yutan, Sheo Yanjing, and that courtier. Their wool, especially the courtiers, I must ruthlessly fleece. Until I fleece them clean, I won't be called Mubapi. He, his laughter grew louder. Mu Ling saw that her parents hadn't returned yet and wanted to play with Mu Chen, but as soon as she entered his room, she heard Mu Chen's wicked voice. What's wrong with my brother? I heard from the sisters that boys especially like to do naughty things after reaching adulthood. My brother won't be influenced, right? She kicked the door open, looking serious. Coincidentally, Mu Chen was holding a tissue, and they stared at each other. Little sister, why did you kick my door? Big brother, what unhealthy things are you looking at sneakily and furtively? I heard from classmates that you'll regret it in the future if you're not restrained. Mu Chen rubbed his forehead. Little sister, can you be a bit more innocent? Is your brother that thirsty? Don't overthink it. I'm going to take a bath and sleep. With a bang, she closed the door, and Mu Chen went to take a shower. Today, his little sister seemed to be acting strangely, suspecting him of watching unhealthy things. Those things all looked the same after seeing them multiple times, nothing interesting. Beep. Mu Chen's communicator rang, and when he picked it up, it was a message from the class teacher Jiyu. Attention, everyone. According to the message from the Town Marshal Bureau, a fugitive has infiltrated our sanctuary. He is a D-level warrior, with a certain appearance and physique. D-level, no need to panic. Jieshir lived in a relatively remote place. His body emitted a shimmering white light, his skin translucent. SS-level talent is still too weak, unable to absorb the spiritual energy above the celestial level that the celestial level techniques absorb. However, based on the memories of the previous life, there was a fugitive carrying a heavenly foundation fragment, which can be used to enhance talent. It's just unclear when they will arrive here. I didn't pay much attention to it in my past life, so I don't remember well. The fragment was very ordinary, unnoticed by anyone. After the fugitive was captured, it passed through various hands and ended up with a martial artist with an S-level talent who found a way to use it, becoming a warrior with an SS-level talent. This kind of treasure to enhance talent is rare, even after leaving the Blue Star and entering the starry sky. Bang, 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 is anyone there? I've come to ask for water to drink, Jieshir exclaimed. Ha ha, this must be fate. He pushed open the door to find a middle-aged man, looking very ordinary and honest. Uncle, do you want some water? Come in then. The middle-aged man entered the house, wearing a grateful smile, following Jieshir like a well-behaved person. Young man, are you the only one in your family? Yes. My parents have passed away, leaving just me. Poor child. Jieshir handed him a glass of water, getting closer to the middle-aged man. As the man took the water, a flash of ice-blue light passed, causing him to step back, clutching his neck in horror. Blood trickled from his fingers. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you can die now. The middle-aged man choked, then fell to the ground, lifeless. Jieshir approached, taking a necklace with a rectangular, 5 cm stone from the man's neck. Heavenly foundation fragment, you're the one. He casually placed the man's body somewhere, thinking he could exchange it for something at the town marshal bureau. As time passed, an ice blue light emanated from Jieshiri's body, with a blue light flickering at his brow. His whole being emitted a pleasant aura. SSS-level talent, extreme enlightenment. Now I can cultivate cosmic level techniques. If I can't even defeat Mu Chen, it would be embarrassing. The next day, Mu Chen woke up early, full of enthusiasm. At the school gate, Jiang Chen had not arrived yet, so he waited. Instead of Jiang Chen, he was met by Yu Tong and Xiao Yunjing. Yu Tong greeted him with a smile, while Xiao Yunjing looked displeased. Mu Chen, you fool. Silly girl. You're the fool, okay. Mu Chen was also annoyed with Xiao Yunjing. They had only known each other for 2 days, and he already found him so disagreeable. He casually stepped on their feet. Ding, the host gains plus 5 HP card. Ding, the host gains plus 6 HP card. 11 HP cards, perfect. Beep, beep, the car horn sounded, and a luxurious car stopped in front of them. Huang Chen got out with his arrogant face. Yunjing, I see you again. Seeing Yu Tong, a glint appeared in his eyes. Interesting, to find such a beauty in this small place. Beauty, would you like to have a drink with me tonight? Yu Tong frowned, showing her disgust towards Huang Chen. Ugly freak, do you want to get beaten up again? Huang Chen looked at Mu Chen with a hint of killing intent. Mu Chen also had his own plans, looking for an opportunity to kill him. Kid, you were lucky to win against me, don't get too cocky. You have no business here, so get lost. He then turned to Yu Tong, wanting to touch her face. If you take another step, your hand will be separated from you. A cold voice rang out as Jieshiri walked over slowly. Who the hell are you? You don't deserve to know who I am. I'm informing you, not giving you advice, he said, grabbing Yu Tong's hand and walking straight into the school. Bastard, who do you think you are? The furious imperial courtier attempted a sneak attack, his fist brimming with blood and energy. Jieshir, be careful, Mu Chen warned. But in the next moment, Jieshir turned his head to glance at the courtier, instantly defusing his attack and landing a punch on his arm. A crack sounded. The courtier fell to the ground, lips turning white, letting out a wail of pain, his broken arm the same one previously fractured by Mu Chen. Ding, host picks up Tianji energy. Ding, host picks up plus 5 blood and energy. Tianji energy was precisely the bubble dropped by Jieshir. Sounds like a good thing. Jieshir is indeed a big shot, just cling to him. Later, the school security guards emerged, escorting the courtier to the infirmary with a few others. In the world of warriors, as long as both parties agreed and no lives were involved, injuring someone on school grounds would not be punished because that's what warriors were, and incidents like these were insignificant. Jiang Chen arrived shortly after, missing out on this exciting event. Yu Tong walked with Jieshir. Mu Chen and Xiao Yunjing walked together. Jiang Chen walked alone behind them, his gaze seemingly capable of killing, making Mu Chen and Jieshir wonder how many times they would have died. Damn it, they all say wise men don't fall in love, but what's the result? One is more diligent than the other. Mu Chen, if I trust you again in the future, I'll. Tianji energy, originating from the unique energy of the universe, can promote talent evolution, a rare sacred item. Promoting talent evolution, my 2S level talents can elevate one to SS level, but for me, enhancing talent is just a matter of time. As for Jiang Chen, although he is S level, his future potential is limited. Why not just give it to him directly? How to use Tianji energy? Ding, it can be directly infused into the body and will autonomously complete the transformation of talent within 3 days. Defan, come here. Ding, host picks up plus 10 blood and energy. Inject the Tianji energy into him. Jiang Chen shivered. Daogood, did you feel that the air suddenly dropped just now? No, definitely just feeling a bit dizzy lately, misperception. How is that possible? I only broke through to E-level warrior last night, how could I be dizzy? Kid, what do you know, warriors can also feel dizzy, maybe the heavens want to bless you, maybe your talent will suddenly become SS level. What are you two talking about again? Xiao Yunjing interrupted their conversation. Jiang Chen returned to his seat, giving a sly smile to Mu Chen. Nothing much, just talking about what men should talk about. What's a girl like you doing here? After a boring martial arts culture class, Mu Chen picked up the bubbles available in his class. The blood and energy bubbles were a bit scarce. He also noticed a pattern. Whoever had made the most progress recently was most likely to pick up what kind of bubble. A visit to the restroom, a stroll around the playground, and another 4 to 5 blood and energy points added to his account. Walking could also increase blood and energy, which was quite something. Dear students, as I mentioned before, I will take you into the wilderness to witness real ferocious beasts, 2 weeks from now. But there's been a temporary notice from the school, the wilderness training will be postponed by a week. 2 weeks from now, there will be a school-wide martial arts competition. To save time, there will be a class versus class competition first, selecting 4 individuals to participate in the school's martial arts competition. For fairness, our class will hold the martial arts competition in a week, so everyone should strive to improve their strength. The final rewards are very generous. Jingdao Martial Arts Hall was the largest martial arts hall in the entire Taotua shelter. The owner of Jingdao Martial Arts Hall, Idao, was Yi Yuton's father. Just sitting there, one could feel an overwhelming sense of sword intent emanating, captivating the soul. Translation: How is the investigation going on the boy who was close to Tonger? Master, that young man is named Jisher. His parents died in a wilderness trial when he was young. He has always been the top student in the school. During the recent martial arts talent awakening ceremony, he awakened an SS-level talent. He hasn't done anything wrong. Humph. Just having talent is not enough to approach Tonger, his conduct must also pass. For someone with this kind of talent, if he has aspirations, he will definitely come to the martial arts hall in a while. When he comes, don't make a fuss, just inform me in time. Silly girl, where are you from? That arrogant prince, are you from the same place as him? Does your family also have an SS-level venerable? Xiao Yunjing rolled her eyes. It's true that I come from the same place as him, but he doesn't attract people of the same age. Besides, I won't easily tell anyone my address. Unless what? I'll tell you after I've thought about it. Okay, then let me ask you another question. What is your talent? As long as it's not weaker than yours, it's fine. If I say I have an SSS-level talent, would you believe me? Xiao Yunjing stared at Mukin intently. Mukin felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. I don't believe it. SSS-level talent is extremely rare. I knew you wouldn't believe me, but my talent is special and cannot be easily used. Also, I can't fall in love. Once I do, I'll be in trouble. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mukin looked at his attribute panel somewhat speechless. According to his estimation, he should have enough to break through to become a D-level warrior. However, now it was difficult to find health bubbles. They were mostly martial arts experience values or attributes of ordinary martial skills. His basic martial skills were already perfect, so picking up more didn't have much effect. Do I have to go to the martial arts hall to try? Last time when Jiyu helped, he picked up 20 health points at once. There should be more martial artists competing and practicing in places like the martial arts hall, leading to more health bubbles dropping. I should find a time to try it out. There should be more people on Saturdays and Sundays. The next day, as soon as Mukin arrived at school, he saw Jiang Chen standing at the school gate, looking anxious. When he saw Mukin, he immediately rushed over. Dao Good, you're so amazing, my talent has really become SS level. How did you do it? I'm so touched. So what did you say? How could I possibly be responsible for your talent upgrade? There's no record of such a thing happening, you just say it like that. Aren't you afraid of others hearing? Mukin would never admit that Jiang Chen's talent became SS level because of him. Jiang Chen looked puzzled, and Mukin didn't seem like he was pretending. Dao Gu, it really wasn't because of you? No, if it was me, I would have long become an SSS level talent. Ding, host picks up 15 health points. With the injection of these 15 health points, Mukin's health instantly broke through the 200-point mark. He shivered suddenly, and his health appeared on the surface of his body, then slowly dissipated. Dao Gu, what's wrong with you? I feel like you've gotten stronger again. I couldn't hold back just now, so I broke through again. Jiang Chen? Then, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he understood something. Dao Gu, I get it now. You must have long been an SSS level talent, that's why you broke through so quickly. I have nothing to repay you with, except to offer myself. My butt, I can leave it to you. Dao Gu. Pft, Mukin spat out a mouthful of old blood. Get lost, I'm not interested in being a stick in the mud. With that, he immediately distanced himself from Jiang Chen. This kid's orientation was unpredictable and too scary. TSK, Mukin, you've broken through again, right? The speed of breaking through to SS level talent is not like this. You definitely aren't an SS level talent, are you? What do you think? The talent pillar detected that I have an SS level talent. Unless the talent pillar is wrong, but the probability of that is even more difficult than winning the lottery. Xiao Yunjing touched his delicate chin. Well, it seems like you have an opportunity. By the way, bring me a cup of warm water later when you go out. I'm feeling a bit special today. Damn, could this girl really be interested in me? I have to be careful, being taken down by her would be a huge embarrassment. He went to the restroom without encountering Jisher. Could it be that she won't come to the restroom today? He walked towards the playground, where the school's supermarket had hot water. To his surprise, Jisher and Yutong were also in the supermarket. Ah, little sister, Jia, you're here too? What a coincidence. Yutong blushed. Mukin, don't say nonsense. Jesher smiled without retorting. Mukin, I'm older than you should call me brother. No, my realm is higher than yours, you should call me brother. Jesher was surprised. Mukin's strength was indeed stronger than his. This kid must have had some good stuff. Breaking through so quickly, I can't fall behind, or he'll surpass me, and that would be a disgrace. Mukin took the opportunity to step on both of their feet. Ding! Host picks up a profound level martial skill, Shocking Strike. Ding! Host gains plus 20 HP. His aura instantly increased, his face slightly flushed. Sorry, I just took 2 blood martial pills, so I'm feeling energetic now. You two take your time, I'll go ahead. He took a cup of hot water and then left. Phew, Jesher's gaze just now was too intimidating, it's like he could see right through me. He's only in his teens, but his gaze is scarier than those old monsters. But this is also a problem. If I pick up more HP in the future and something unusual happens, I won't be able to explain it to the strong. System, is there a solution? Ding, currently there isn't. Jesher watched Mukin walk away, lost in thought. Could my rebirth really have caused so many changes? The Mukin from my previous life was ordinary, but this Mukin in this life is even more extraordinary than me. Could it be that he also reincarnated and changed? Jia, what's wrong? Jesher snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at Yutong. Yutong, nothing's wrong. By the way, Yutong, I might come to your martial arts gym this Saturday and Sunday for training. Okay, I'll let them know and open a VIP channel for you. No, Yutong, there's no need, I don't want to trouble you. Back in the classroom, Xiao Yunjing drank her warm water with a satisfied expression. Beautiful lady, I have a question for you. Ask away. Today, I'm in a good mood, I'm known as the Little Oracle. I know everything that happened 500 years ago, from heaven to earth, forwards and backwards. Alright, you're amazing, that's enough. There's a pattern, chaotic and strange, with various bizarre patterns, but all converging towards a central eye, cold and indifferent to life, human power unable to resist. Xiao Yunjing furrowed her brow. Mukin, where did you see this? Nowhere, I just saw it in a book, so I wanted to ask. Mukin, I do know about this. That pattern is called Abyss Prison, a symbol of an evil organization worshipping a sinister god. The origin of this power is unknown, and it has never directly appeared in front of humans, so our understanding of them is limited. But you should be careful. If you encounter this organization, don't hesitate, run as far as you can. Do you know why there are no awakeners with SSS-level talents among human martial artists? It's not that there aren't any, but they have been hidden by the higher-ups. It's to prevent such evil forces from targeting these geniuses. Their methods are beyond ordinary people's imagination. Mu Chan remained silent. It seemed that he was not just trying to understand those people casually. Even someone like Xiao Yunjing, whose family background had little record, was indeed not simple. Hey, beautiful, is it tasty? Warm water, what taste could it have? Oh, but it's filled with my love, lots of love. Xiao Yunjing sprayed water on Mu Chen's face. Get lost, shameless. A shockwave strike can concentrate a warrior's power at one point, causing a shockwave. Mysterious level martial skill should serve as a trump card. My martial skill experience is not gained in vain. This mysterious level martial skill was what he had picked up from Jesher this morning. After picking it up so many times, Jesher would produce gold each time, making Mu Chen completely believe that Jesher was the son of destiny in this world. Recruiting the son of destiny as a little brother should be good. Golden Finger, upgrade Shockwave Strike. Ding, 500 martial arts experience points spent, Shockwave Strike upgraded to entry level. Ding, 1500 martial arts experience points spent, Shockwave Strike upgraded to intermediate. Ding, 6000 martial arts experience points spent, Shockwave Strike upgraded to advanced. Ding, insufficient martial arts experience points, unable to continue upgrading. A majestic memory surged in Mu Chen's mind, his body already possessing muscle memory as if he had been practicing for many years. He clenched his fist, striking the air, concentrating all his strength at one point, not hitting anything physical, but the explosive sound proved its formidable power. Golden Finger, Attribute Acquisition System, Host, Mu Chen, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Thunderfire, SS-Level Talent, Hundredfold Shockwave, S-Level Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S-Level Talent, Chaos Bone. Martial Arts, Tao Scripture, Entry Level, Cosmic Level, Martial Arts Realm, D, 225 HP, Martial Skills, Shockwave Strike, Advanced, Stance Training, Perfect, Basic Boxing, Perfect, Basic Palm Techniques, Perfect, Basic Leg Techniques, Perfect, Basic Spear Techniques, Perfect, Martial Skill Experience Points, 355 points. I've only awakened for 5 or 6 days, and I've already reached D level. This speed should be quite impressive. Others either hadn't broken through to warriors yet or were only E-level warriors. Bang bang bro, what was that sound in your room just now? It sounded like thunder. Cough, I was just practicing boxing. Nothing's wrong. On Saturday, Mu-Ling pestered Mu Chen to go shopping. Thinking of the fear of being dominated by shopping in his past life, Mu Chen initially wanted to refuse. But his sister was so cute and pretty, what if she attracted trouble outside? Little sister, big brother can accompany you shopping, but there's a condition. Mu Chen wiped his finger. Big brother, why are you so shameless? That's my pocket money. 100 for an hour, or we won't shop, you choose. Hoof. 50, deal? Deal. The mall they went to was relatively large. Mu-Ling wasn't buying clothes but food. She wanted to taste everything and handed over the uneaten portion to Mu Chen. It was a bittersweet experience for Mu Chen. Bro, this sausage tastes good. Want some? At this moment, about a kilometer away from Mu Chen and the others, Jisher sat on a cool chair resting. This Saturday, many people came to play, and many girls from years ago gathered around Jisher, some wanting to exchange contacts, some wanting to take photos. Jisher didn't refuse but was rather happy. When more onlookers gathered, he stood up. Everyone, follow me. After walking about a kilometer, Jisher stopped. Ladies, wait here for me, I'll give you a surprise later. If you can't wait, don't go back, got it? After saying that, Jisher walked back. In the past life, a Class D ferocious beast would appear here, causing great casualties, with nearly 100 people dead, the biggest loss in a short period of time. There shouldn't be any casualties in this lifetime. Musin ate another third of his meal. Mu-Ling's belly was full, holding her stomach. So full. I won't eat this much next time. The two continued walking. After a few hundred meters, Musin noticed something strange. The number of people had decreased abnormally, far less than the usual flow on a Saturday. He grabbed Mu-Ling's hand. Little sister, let's go back. Big brother, why? Suddenly, a loud noise came from about 100 meters ahead of them. The ground quickly cracked and sank. A ferocious beast, 5 meters in size, emerged from the underground. With a tiger head and lizard body, covered in scales like carvings, thick and heavy, eyes filled with blood, mouth wide open, roaring to the sky. Musin's face changed. This is a Class D mutated ferocious beast. Mu-Ling was already panicking. Big brother, run quickly, remember to tell mom and dad, in my next life, I'll still be their daughter. Musin smiled, ruffled Mu-Ling's head. Silly little sister, don't worry, your big brother has everything under control. Brother, you. Musin fell silent. This was his first encounter with a ferocious beast. Not only was he unafraid, but he was filled with fighting spirit. The tiger lizard beast also noticed Musin and the others. In its eyes, humans were food. With its over 5-meter body, it moved its limbs swiftly, its sharp claws shattering the ground. Musin smirked and charged out. Big brother, be careful. The ferocious beast had the advantage in strength over humans, its size being both an advantage and a disadvantage, as it lacked agility. Musin was cautious, focusing all his attention on dodging the tiger lizard's attacks. Jisher had just arrived and saw Musin already in battle with the beast. He didn't rush to help, but stood not far away, watching Musin's fight. If he can't handle it, it won't be too late for me to step in. But what he didn't expect was, Musin's punch hit the beast's abdomen, blood and energy concentrated at one point. The beast's belly exploded, blood splattered, intestines spilled out, emitting a painful howl. How is this so much like a shockwave strike? No, although shockwave strike is of the profound level, this degree is definitely more than just a minor achievement. Musin, I'm becoming more interested in you. Humph. Still not dead. Musin had already delivered 2 fatal blows to the beast. Its vitality was truly tenacious. Then see if you can withstand this punch. Stepping on the beast's front paw, leveraging the force, he jumped high and landed a punch on the beast's head, unleashing a full-force shockwave strike, draining his energy instantly. The punch hit the beast's head, shattering it like tofu hit by a truck. A huge bubble appeared under the beast's legs. Musin was overjoyed. Ignoring the disgust, he reached out his hand. Ding! Host picks up plus 60 energy points. His fatigued energy instantly replenished, feeling much stronger. However, this bizarre scene was observed by Jisher, his mouth twitching. Damn, this kid is so twisted, not even letting go of ferocious beasts. He must be really hungry. Musin didn't notice Jisher nearby. Instead, he was thinking about what rewards he might receive. In case of a ferocious beast invasion, it's usually the people from the Town Marshal Bureau who handle the situation. The Town Marshal Bureau is equivalent to the police station in the past, maintaining all security issues within the shelter, with most of its members being martial artists. Mu-Ling immediately ran up and threw herself into Musin's arms. Brother, are you okay? I thought we were going to die. It's okay, with me here, nothing unexpected will happen. Musen kept comforting Muling. Not long after, a series of dripping sounds could be heard, and the people from the town marshal office rushed to the scene. A bald, angry man descended from above. He was the deputy head of the town marshal office, known as Mad Drought. Upon learning that a D-level ferocious beast had invaded the sanctuary, he immediately arrived with his men, hoping to minimize the losses. However, upon reaching the scene, he was dumbfounded to find only the corpse of the ferocious beast and a young couple. He approached Mu Chen. "Young man, may I ask what happened here?" Mu Chen pointed to the corpse of the tiger lizard. "The tiger lizard invaded, and I killed it." Mad Drought and the other members of the town marshal office were puzzled. "Young man, this is a D-level ferocious beast. How old are you?" "It was indeed me who killed it. A D-level ferocious beast isn't that strong, right?" Mad Drought didn't immediately question him. "Young man, I trust your strength, but we need to make sure. How about this? Use your full strength to attack me. If it's true, my town marshal office will reward you handsomely." "That doesn't sound good. If I injure you, I can't afford to compensate." Mad Drought and the other town marshal office members laughed together. "Young man, let me introduce myself. I am Mad Drought, the deputy head of the town marshal office. How about this? If you can make me take a step back, the reward doubles. 2 steps back, the reward triples." All right. Mu Chen wanted to hear this. The reward was fake, what mattered was the aura. He also wanted to verify his own idea, which he had been meaning to test with Jiyu but never had the time. With his S-level talent, the Great Sun Buddha's body was activated, his whole body emanating a faint golden glow. With his SSS-level talent, Extreme Thunder Flame, there were faint electric arcs and flames appearing on his body, making him look more intimidating. Mad Drought furrowed his brows. With his B-level talent, he wasn't worried about being pushed back by Mu Chen, he just wanted to test him. However, things didn't go as he had expected. Could this be the recently awakened dual talent individual who has been making waves? But to push me back, it's not enough. Shockwave Strike. Mu Chen displayed a complete profound level martial skill without holding back. His fist struck Mad Drought, whose expression changed slightly, but he made no move. With a loud bang, Mu Chen's fist hit his chest, only to be repelled by a powerful force. Damn, what kind of strength is this? Mu Chen was astonished. What level of warrior possessed such power? Mad Drought was equally shocked. He could sense Mu Chen's extraordinary abilities. At least D-level strength, with at least a small mastery of profound level martial skills. Mu Chen stared at Mad Drought, who began to exude a large blood-red bubble beneath his feet. Mad Drought, you are truly formidable. Ding, host successfully picks up, gaining plus 100 health points. Mu Chen was somewhat dissatisfied. For such a powerful warrior, picking up something else would have been more beneficial than just a few health points. Young man, come to my town marshal office in person another day. The reward will double, unchanged. How about it? All right. Mu Chen left with Mu Ling. Although he hadn't received the reward yet, the town marshal office shouldn't go back on their word for such a small reward. If they did, he could only express his disappointment. Bringing Mu Ling home, the little girl was a bit scared. Mu Chen asked her to go rest first. Mu Chang and Su Shui asked what had happened, and to avoid worrying them, Mu Chen told a lie. It was then that he noticed that Mu Chang and Su Shui had a lot of white hair. As warriors aged, many people's health points would decline. I hope to pick up something soon that can extend life. He practiced diligently, not wanting to follow the path of ruthlessness. A person's journey, no matter how invincible, was not as good as being with family. In the afternoon, he arrived at a place called the awe-inspiring Blade Martial Hall, one of the largest martial halls in the Taowu Sanctuary. The hall master, Yi Dao, had a B-level talent and was currently a B-level warrior. The Jingdao Martial Arts Hall was quite spacious, with a slightly nostalgic style. At the entrance stood a towering giant sword, exuding a majestic aura. As he entered, a cute young girl approached him. "Hello, sir. Is this your first visit? How can I assist you?" "Yes, it's my first time here. I'd like to take a look around for now." "Alright, if you need any help, just find me." Mu Chen nodded and proceeded inside. The first floor resembled a typical gym, equipped with various training machines fancier than any he had seen before. The place was bustling with around 300 to 400 people, yet it didn't feel crowded. Instead, it seemed spacious. Surveying the diverse colored bubbles on the floor, Mu Chen knew he was in the right place. These people were of similar strength to him, so he could pick up from them. Excitement filled his heart, his hands trembling. A floor covered in riches, a feeling of exclusivity. Who could understand it? "Let's start with you." The young man who had overdone his workout had the largest bubble under his feet. Mu Chen approached the burly young man who was training his arms with iron plates weighing 400 caddies. As Mu Chen got closer, the young man put down the plates, his veins bulging, towering over Mu Chen by a head. A muscular devil of over 2 meters. Kid, what do you want? Ahem, big brother, I admire your physique and wanted to ask if you have any secrets. The young man's expression softened. Finally, someone with insight. Eat, train, and abstain from lust. Remember, once you break the abstinence, it takes 10 days to 2 weeks to recover. You look too frail, where's the spirit of a man? Ding, host successfully picks up, plus 20 HP. Brother, thank you for the advice. I will abstain. Mu Chen moved on to others, continuing his picking up spree. Ding, host picks up plus 20 martial arts experience. Ding, host picks up plus 15 martial arts experience. After more than 2 hours, Mu Chen finally finished picking up, only a little away from breaking through to a D-grade warrior. He looked towards the second floor, the third floor, and beyond. The higher he went, the greater the rewards. Mu Chen ascended to the second floor, similar to the first but with more weapons for sparring. Some warriors trained on the side, while others gathered around the arena to watch the battles. There were more people here than on the first floor, mostly E or D-grade warriors, older in age, in their 20s or 30s. The floor was covered with even more bubbles than the first. Ding, host picks up plus 50 martial arts experience. Ding, host picks up plus 20 martial arts experience. Ding, host picks up plus 10 HP. With the 10 HP gained, Mu Chen's aura grew stronger, officially becoming a D-grade warrior with 600 HP, equivalent to 6,000 kilograms of strength. His actions didn't draw much attention, but trouble always found its way. Passing by a young man, the man suddenly extended his foot. Mu Chen stepped on it, causing the man to yelp. Kid, you dare step on me, quite audacious. Oh, my apologies, I thought a pig's trotter had come my way. Hearing Mu Chen's words, the surrounding people burst into laughter, leaving the stepped-on man red-faced. Kid, you're in the wrong for stepping on me. Come over here and kneel down to apologize, or else, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. More and more people gathered around the two, enjoying the spectacle. Real men settle things with a fight. The man who got stepped on seemed to have found his backbone. Mu Chen was young, and he could easily be taken advantage of. Standing up for himself and showing off was his goal. Kid, I'm Zhang Tu. Dare to challenge me on the stage? I'll challenge you on the stage, but there has to be some stakes, right? How about this? 100,000 Xingxia coins, do you dare to bet? Zhang Tu's face turned pale. He didn't have the ability to hunt mutant creatures yet, and 100,000 Xingxia coins were his savings for many years. Zhang Tu, are you afraid of a little brat? Who said I'm afraid of him? Let's bet then. To ensure no one cheats, someone from the Jingdao Martial Arts Hall will act as a witness. Soon after, the girl who was there when Mu Chen arrived walked up. The wager between the two parties, once one fails, the other must fulfill it, or face the consequences. Both of you, step onto the stage. On the stage, Mu Chen and Zhang Tu stood on opposite sides. Kid, I'll give you one more chance to kneel down and apologize, to avoid getting hurt. Mu Chen was also angry. Zhang Tu had been provoking him, thinking he was an easy target. Let's fight. Why all this talk? Mu Chen took the initiative, his energy surging through his legs, increasing his speed suddenly. Zhang Tu's strength was at most D-level. Mu Chen could defeat him even before he broke through to D-level, let alone now. On the top floor of the martial arts hall, the hall's owner, Yi Dao, and Yi Yutong were present. The commotion on the second floor wasn't enough to interest Yi Dao. He glanced over casually, as such incidents happen daily. Is that him? Yi Yutong was surprised. Yutong, do you know him? Dad, that young man is my classmate. He's a dual-talented awakener, one is S-level, and the other is SS-level. Yi Dao was also surprised. Yutong, what do you think his chances are? Dad, although he's talented, he's newly awakened, while the other person is a D-level warrior. Before Yi Yutong could finish, the result on the video was already out. Mu Chen threw a punch, and Zhang Tu did the same. With a crack, Zhang Tu was sent flying, his arm broken. How is this possible? The onlookers were shocked. Although Zhang Tu's strength wasn't outstanding, being defeated so easily meant the young man's strength surpassed Zhang Tu's. Mu Chen still looked like a student. I declare Mu Chen as the winner. Zhang Tu, transfer the 100,000 Xingxia coins to the virtual account. Zhang Tu struggled to get up. Why should I? Before he could finish, two warriors appeared, glaring at him with killing intent. I'll do it. With a pained expression, he followed the two warriors, while the girl walked over to Mu Chen. Young man, you're truly amazing. The 100,000 Xingxia coins will be yours soon. Yutong, is this kid really awakened on the same day as you guys? Dad, yes. I thought I was a genius, but now I'm only at E-level. The gap between us is too big. Ha, that doesn't sound like my precious daughter. Why, losing motivation so quickly? Dad, no, I'm just feeling emotional. But Yutong, try to get to know this kid. If he joins our martial arts hall and performs well, our future will be brighter. Maybe you two could even get married if he impresses? Yutong's face turned flustered. Dad, what are you saying? I don't like him. Why are you like this? Dao naturally knew the relationship between Yutong and Jiesher. He did it on purpose, wanting to see if that kid had the confidence to snatch his daughter back. If he couldn't do it, then he wasn't a suitable match for his daughter. Yutong, are you not even listening to your father's words? Dad, don't say anything, just do as I say. Alright, then thank you, miss. Mu Chen won, and the people around no longer looked down on him. Such a young martial artist must have a strong family background and powerful talent, not someone they could provoke. Mu Chen was not surprised at all by this. Observing people, it was the same in any world. Cheat code, attribute pickup system, host, Mu Chen, talent, SSS talent, extreme thunderfire, SS-level talent, hundredfold shock, S-level talent, great sun Buddha body, S-level talent, chaos bone. Martial arts, Dao scripture, entry, cosmic level. Martial arts realm, D, blood and energy 615 cards, martial skills, shocking strike, perfected, mysterious level, stepping stake skill, perfect, basic boxing, perfect, basic palm technique, perfect, basic leg technique, perfect, basic spear technique, perfect, martial arts experience points, 980 points. Not bad, already at D level. He saw that those bubbles were about to dissipate, his face turned black. Damn, almost missed the main event. Ignoring the strange looks from others, he walked over to them and quickly picked up the bubbles under their feet. Ding, host successfully picked up, blood and energy plus 20. Ding, ding, host successfully picked up, martial arts experience points plus 15. Ding, host successfully picked up, blood and energy plus 10. Mu Chen finished picking up, and the young girl walked over, handing him a card. This is the bet after the failed map, 100,000 holy summer coins. You can check it out, there's a verification machine upstairs. No need, I trust the Jingtian Martial Arts Hall. Just as Mu Chen and the others were talking, a middle-aged man came out, rough-looking with a coarse voice. Young man, our hall master requests your presence. Mu Chen followed the man all the way up to the top floor. He roughly counted, about 30 floors. In this world, such a tall building was already very high. Seeing the hall master of the Jingtian Martial Arts Hall, Dao, Mu Chen felt as if a sharp big knife was about to be unsheathed over his head, not daring to move a muscle. Dao looked at him, and in that moment, every pore on his body stood up, a reaction only triggered by a great threat sensed by the body. Not bad, young man. Hall master, is there something you need from me? Ha ha, you speak very straightforwardly, but I like it. My daughter Yutong, you should know her. I have high hopes for you, and I hope you will have more contact with my daughter. Mu Chen widened his eyes. Snatching a woman from the son of destiny, is he tired of living? Besides, he didn't even like Yutong. Seeing him hesitating, Yutong stomped her foot somewhere in the room. Mu Chen, I misjudged you. Ahem, Hall Master Miss Yutong is indeed exceptional in both talent and appearance, but I also have someone in my heart. I'm afraid I can't agree to Hall Master Yi's request. Dao's expression remained unchanged, looking at him calmly. Young man, I was too hasty, please don't take offense. By the way, may I ask boldly, who is the woman you love? Xiao Yunjing, I only know she is Miss Yutong's good friend. Xiao silly, I have no choice but to ask you to be a shield. Dao's calm face finally showed some changes, looking at him with a hint of surprise. Kid, I have to say you have a lot of courage, I wish you good luck. Yutong's face was full of joy. Ha ha, it seems Yunjing is really good. I thought with her personality, no guy would like her. Mu Chen is really good, a great choice. I have to tell her this news. During a bustling period at the Taowu shelter, a high-ranking official waved his hand and bought many houses here. In front of him stood 8 or 9 people, each emitting a strong aura, all at least between D and C ranks. Humph, why did my father send over these useless people? These individuals dared not retort and obediently lowered their heads. Forget it, your strength is sufficient in this place. Keep a close eye on a student named Mu Chen for me, find out where he lives, how many people are with him, his background, investigate as much as you can. Understood? And also one named Jiesher, I want his information as well. A sinister look appeared on his face, recalling how he had tripped over both of them, feeling a lingering pain in his arm now. Ding, host successfully picked up, health points plus 30. Ding, host successfully picked up, health points plus 30. Ding, host successfully picked up, health points reached 3,000. Ding, host successfully broke through to D+ rank warrior. Muchen smiled, currently on the 10th floor where the warriors were evidently stronger, resulting in higher health points gained. He also successfully broke through to D+ rank, still a bit far from C rank, needing to reach 6,000 health points to break through. Unfortunately, beyond the 10th floor, entry was restricted, requiring certain credentials. Today's gains are not bad. It seems the Jingdao Martial Hall is a place to quickly gather energy bubbles in a short time. On his way back, Muchen felt a rush of heat throughout his body. His health points surged from over 600 to 3,000, a significant increase that required an adaptation process for his body. With 30,000 kilograms of strength, one could crush a small mountain. Those SSS rank warriors are truly terrifying. To digest his skyrocketing health points, Muchen didn't rush home but walked instead. Along the way, he spotted a familiar face, his expression brightening as he quickly approached. "Jia brother, long time no see." Ding, host successfully picked up, gained martial arts experience plus 1,000. Jia looked at Muchen, his handsome face filled with astonishment. "Wow, have you been eating special food? Your breakthrough was so fast. Keep it low-key, I just happened to break through to D+ rank warrior." Jia rolled his eyes, finding it hard to believe cultivation had become so simple, vain, truly shameless. Muchen was actually quite happy, enjoying seeing the favored son of fortune caught off guard. "Jia brother, I see you're heading to the Jingdao Martial Hall, right?" "Yes, did you go too?" "I did, and let me tell you something. I went, defeated someone casually, and the hall's master received me, saying I should get closer to Miss Yutong." Before Muchen could finish, he felt a strong sense of killing intent. Another golden bubble appeared beneath Jieshi's feet. Ding, host successfully picked up, obtained cosmic level technique, star judgment scripture. Muchen realized Jieshi took it seriously, quickly explaining, "Brother Jie, don't rush, and guess what I said next?" "What did you say?" "I said I'm not worthy of Missy, and I already have someone I like, so the hall master let me go." Jieshi's killing intent slowly dissipated, another bubble appearing beneath his feet. Muchen seemed to understand another way to acquire the bubbles. Ding, host successfully picked up, health points plus 50. "Brother Jie, you go ahead first. I need to digest this, my health points keep increasing all the time, it's also a burden." "Jie sure? Get lost." "Got it." If he wasn't in a good mood, he might have really given Muchen a slap, reminding him that one shouldn't be so vain. As Muchen walked away, Jieshi watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. My rebirth has truly brought about changes in many eras. It seems like everyone's path is different, especially his. Why has his transformation been so significant? It looks like I have to consider him as a competitor. Muchen could now confirm that Jieshi was indeed the son of the Blue Star's fortune. No need for further thought, it was certain. The previous heavily ranked Dao, now turned into a cosmic ranked Dao. However, can the cosmic rank Dao be fused and restructured? Muchen returned home, glanced at Mu Ling, seeing that Mu Ling's condition had almost recovered. He then went back to his room. "Golden Finger, help me merge the Dao scripture and the Star Judgment scripture." Ding, the host can choose either the Dao scripture or the Star Judgment scripture as the main, with the other as auxiliary for fusion. After pondering for a moment, Muchen already had an answer in his mind. Dao scripture as the main, Star Judgment scripture as auxiliary. This time, the fusion and restructuring were not as quick as the previous times, instead, it was slow. It took almost 10 minutes for the fusion and restructuring to be completed. Ding, restructuring successful, the host can rename it, the rank of the Dao remains unchanged. Let's still call it the Dao scripture. A surge of power rushed into his mind, the memories of the newly fused Dao began to emerge in his mind. Although the rank had not changed, the scriptures were more profound, he could feel that he had touched a barrier. Stepping into it might grant him immense power. Immersed in comprehension, if anyone were present, they would surely be astonished. Faint golden patterns appeared on his body's surface, mysterious scriptures circulated and hovered. As time passed by, Muchen had fully accepted the memories of the new Dao. Thanks to the system's infusion, he could directly reach the entry level. Trying out the new Dao, instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously poured into his body. The four great talents worked together to refine it, in order to keep up with this absorption speed. Over an hour passed, Muchen stopped cultivating, his chi and blood had increased by nearly 900 cards. Such a significant increase might be due to it being his first cultivation, but in the future, the daily increase in chi and blood would not be a small amount. I wonder if there are ranks beyond the cosmic rank. Does Jieshi have them? Golden Finger, Attribute Acquisition System, Host, Muchen, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Thunderfire, SS-Level Talent, Hundredfold Shock, S-Level Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S-Level Talent, Chaos Bone. Martial Arts Dao, Dao Scripture, Entry Level, Cosmic Rank, Semi-Path Level. Martial Arts Realm, D+, Chi and Blood 3940 cards, Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Perfected, Mysterious Level, 5,480 points. Semi-Path Level, it seems the next stage is the Path Level. At the Astonishing Blade Martial Hall, Jieshir had already reached the 3rd floor. The opponents on the 1st and 2nd floors posed no challenge for him. Warriors must progress rapidly through constant battles and honing. But suddenly he thought of someone, feeling that this statement seemed somewhat inappropriate. What, you say he likes me? Xiao Yunjing suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her face full of disbelief. The face mask on her face fell to the ground unnoticed by her. Her heart began to beat rapidly, her face feeling very hot. Yes, I personally heard him say it, can't deceive you, can I? By the way, how do you feel about him? Yu Tong had a mischievous smile, looking at Xiao Yunjing whose face was slightly red. No feelings, with his bad attitude. How could I possibly have feelings for him? I'd rather like a pig than him. Really? It's a pity, someone is destined to be incompatible with him. You don't know how many young girls he attracts. Today at my martial hall, many female warriors were surrounding him, even wanting to touch his abs. Ah, what a pity. Big nerve. Then she felt something was off. Her expression returned to that indifferent look. Ahem, I know, whether anyone likes him or not, I don't care. I, Xiao Yunjing, am destined to be heartless and loveless in this life. Upon hearing the name Yu Tong, Xiao Yunjing's expression changed slightly. Yunjing, is that saying really true? You really can't fall in love? Xiao Yunjing's face also turned desolate. Perhaps. After all, I've never liked anyone before, so I don't know what's real or fake. The elders in the family all say the same. The next day, Mukin did not choose to go to the Jingdao Martial Arts Hall but instead called out Jiangchen. I say, kid, you don't need to work so hard even for talent advancement. I almost didn't recognize you. Jiangchen chuckled. Daogu, you don't know how great it feels to cultivate, and SS level is really in a different league from S level. I've already broken through to E level warrior now. Jiangchen, I happened to obtain a technique by chance, but I don't know its rank, only that it's extraordinary. I tried to cultivate it but failed. Do you want to give it a try? If you succeed, you can teach me later. Daogu, can I do it? If even you couldn't, then I definitely can't. Just give it a try. You won't lose anything anyway. Mukin took Jiangchen to a random martial arts hall, booked a practice room. He was wealthy now and didn't care much. He took out a book that looked old and worn, but it was just a disguise. Jiangchen's mind couldn't detect anything unusual. He pondered which technique to choose for Jiangchen among the 3 celestial level techniques. Finally, he thought the Star Foundation technique was more suitable since even the children of the Qi Shiyun family practiced it, so it must be decent. Jiangchen picked up the Star Foundation technique, looking slightly nervous. At first, he was a bit confused, but as he continued reading, he seemed to enter a certain state, and a faint blue energy appeared on his body's surface, giving a sense of vast starry sky. After about 2 hours, Mukin didn't move an inch, not wanting anyone to disturb Jiangchen. Although celestial level techniques were precious, they were not a big deal to him, but they were much more effective for Jiangchen. Jiangchen was his first friend in this world, and he wouldn't mistreat him. As for Muling, his parents, there would be better things in the future, and he would surely prioritize them, only choosing what was better than this, not worse. Jiangchen gradually woke up, his face full of excitement. Daogu, this is a celestial level technique, we're going to be rich. I haven't fully comprehended it yet. I'll teach you. Wait, hold on. Teach me when you've understood it better. I'm afraid of being taught wrong while I'm still half-baked. Daogu, but this is a celestial level technique. You can endure it. Forget about celestial level, even if it's above celestial, your Daogu can endure it. Don't you see who I am? With a celestial level technique, you must practice diligently. I'm already at D+ level, and you're still at E level. D+ level? Damn, Daogu, you're really something. I need to comprehend it quickly. With your talent, you'll soar in cultivation. The next day, Mukin went to school. As he entered the classroom, he noticed Xiao Yunjing was already there, looking at him with an inexplicable gaze. Mukin felt his scalp tingle. Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Yunjing still didn't speak, just staring straight at him. What's wrong? Do I have something on me? Hey, what kind of look is that? It's so lecherous towards a girl. I heard you like me? I heard you like me? Mukin was confused by this statement. Did he say that? He couldn't remember. He felt a bit less confident. I would like you? Are you kidding? Who would like you, really? Xiao Yunjing smiled without saying a word, just looking at him like that. Mukin regretted it. Yu Tong must have been at the Jingdao Martial Arts Hall and heard everything. Between best friends, there were no secrets that could be kept. I didn't mean to, do you believe me? Xiao Yunjing gave him a disdainful look. TCH, what's a big man like you being so wishy-washy for? Liking girls is not wrong, especially a beauty like me. Mu Chen felt like he was hitting a cotton ball, unable to exert any force. Alright, I won't tell anyone that you like me, anyway, I don't like you. When Mu Chen heard the 3 words don't like him, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, feeling a bit lost. Since everyone said the same thing, he had nothing to say. Class teacher Ji came to the classroom. Students, as I mentioned last time about the school-wide martial arts competition, we will first have a class-level competition to select 4 students. The competition will take place during this afternoon's martial arts class, and the martial arts teacher and I will organize the matches. Naturally, Mu Chen was not worried. He glanced at the classroom. That imperial courtier was not there. He came and went as he pleased, one of the privileges of being from a prestigious family. Throughout the morning, Xiao Yunjing didn't speak much to Mu Chen, making Mu Chen feel strange. It was no wonder that in another world, when someone said those few words and the other party didn't respond, the relationship would become delicate. He hated this feeling and wished he could slap himself twice for not coming up with a better excuse at the time. Beautiful girl, are you feeling down today? Let me tell you a secret. What secret? Mu Chen leaned in closer, getting nearer to Xiao Yunjing, who felt her heart skip a beat. You seem to have some powder on your face, looking a bit dirty. Really? Xiao Yunjing took out a small mirror to check. Mu Chen, you scoundrel. In a certain part of the school, Jieshi and Yi Yutong walked together. Jieshi seemed a bit unhappy. Brother Shi, what's wrong today? Are you upset? No. Your unhappiness is written all over your face. Is it? I'm not actually upset. It's just that your father seems to be not very pleased with me. Ha, brother Shi, so that's what you're worried about. My father is sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. After raising cabbage for so many years, he seems to have taken a liking to you, so I can't afford to make him angry. Jieshi smiled. Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. In the afternoon martial arts class, Jiyu counted the students and noticed one missing, Huang Chen. A hint of displeasure crossed his face, but he couldn't do much about it. Everyone, those who want to participate in the selection stand on the left, those who don't want to stand on the right. Out of the 41 students, at least 30 stood on the right. Jiyu understood this. The 4 spots were likely to be taken by Mu Chen and his group, with the others just being extras. The remaining students will draw lots for the matches, 1 against 11, 2 against 10, and so on. At that moment, Huang Chen strolled over leisurely. Teacher Ji, I also want to participate in the selection. Mu Chen drew number 3. Beautiful girl. Which number did you get? Number 5. Defan, what about you? Which number did you draw? Dao Ge, I got number 1. Zhang Chen's opponent was a girl named Zhang Wei, with a strength of about E-level. Zhang Chen deliberately let her win, defeating her only after a few minutes. The second match was between number 2 and number 11, both awakening with a talent of C-level, considered decent in the class. Their strengths were both at E-level, making the fight unremarkable for Mu Chen. Mu Chen felt a gaze on him. It was Huang Chen's eyes, looking at him with a fierce expression, extending 3 fingers and making a throat-slitting gesture. Mu Chen instantly revealed a killing intent. He understood Huang Chen's intention. He had only planned to teach him a lesson, but with continuous provocations and threats to his family, this person had made it onto Mu Chen's hit list. Huang Chen saw Mu Chen's gaze, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if he had been targeted by something. Soon it was Mu Chen's turn. His opponent was number 10. Who surrendered upon seeing him. Number 4 fought against number 9, with number 9 emerging victorious. Number 5 was Xiao Yunjing, facing off against number 8, a boy, and easily winning with a casual move. Imperial Minister drew number 7, his opponent was number 6. He aimed a punch at number 6 and sent him flying backward, a bit of blood trickling from his mouth. Weak, really too weak. 2 classmates, take him to the infirmary. Imperial Minister looked at Jiyu. Teacher, I didn't mean it. Who knew he would be this weak? Moving on to the second round, 1 against 6, 2 against 5, 3 against 4, and for the final spot, the 3 students who failed will compete, and I will judge who is most suitable. Mu Chen drew number 2, Zhang Chen number 3, Xiao Yunjing number 6. When number 1 saw Xiao Yunjing, he immediately conceded. Mu Chen's opponent was Imperial Minister, truly a narrow path for enemies. I was careless last time and lost to you, this time, only you will lose. A faint flame appeared on Imperial Minister's fist as he aimed at Mu Chen and struck without mercy. Mu Chen snorted coldly and retaliated with a punch. With a loud bang and a crack, Imperial Minister was sent flying backward, one arm broken, revealing bone. Imperial Minister's face turned pale, disbelief written all over. Impossible. Ding, host successfully picked up, obtaining a profound level martial skill, Flame Fist. Mu Chen rejoiced, adding another attack method to his arsenal, truly a stroke of luck. He said to Jiyu, "Teacher, I didn't expect him to be this weak, he seemed quite formidable. Turns out he's just a paper tiger." Dao Ge, well done, gutsy move. Soon, the four were selected, with no competition from Imperial Minister. A student named Zhao Qinghong secured a spot. The four of you will represent our Class 3 in the school-wide martial arts competition. Dao Ge, you're really handsome, that kid is despicable. I've disliked him for a while. Dao Ge, where's Xiao the beauty? She's acting strange today. Did you two have a fight? No, do you think I'm petty like that? Girls have those days every month, it's normal for their temper to be off. Zhang Chen gave Mu Chen a thumbs up. Dao Ge, you're amazing, you even know such secretive things about girls. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During these days, Mu Chen realized that his classmates in school were no longer suitable for him to gain much advantage from. His progress was not very significant, only increasing by 800 or 900 points of chi and blood. Although not insignificant, to break through to a C-level martial artist, he needed 12,000 points of chi and blood, so the 800 or 900 were just a drop in the bucket. Students, the school-wide martial arts competition is tomorrow. Taowu 3rd Middle School has a total of 15 classes, with 4 students in each class, making it 60 people. 60 people, the rewards for the top 10 are very generous. I hope you all do your best. Beauty, give me a smile, he smack. Xiao Yunjing's slap came over, smile my foot, you're getting bolder. Mu Chen chuckled, I thought you were in a bad mood? Just trying to cheer you up. Mu Chen was in a good mood, teasing the girl, picking up some bubbles, enjoying food and drinks with his brothers, living a carefree life, much better than the hard-working life of the previous generation. Pfft, scumbag. Ha, why are you lumping me together with a scumbag? I haven't even held a girl's hand in over 10 years, how could I be a scumbag? Xiao Yunjing smiled faintly and then hid away. No one would believe what you say. Dao Ge, I've already mastered the Star Foundation method you taught me. Let's find a place, and I'll teach you. You should learn more. What if you corrupt me? Dao Ge, I won't corrupt you. I don't trust you, practice well. If one day you surpass even me in high-level techniques, that would be embarrassing. See you tomorrow. Wait, Dao Ge, Jesher found me today and said some strange things, warning me to be careful. I don't know what it means. Mu Chen frowned, are his words trustworthy? Have you noticed anything unusual recently? Dao Ge, I practice every day, eat, sleep, eat, nothing strange happens. I'll come to your house tonight and teach me the Star Foundation method. Alright, don't worry, Dao Ge, I won't teach you wrong. Zhang Chen left, Mu Chen looked at his back, pondering slightly. Jesher wouldn't say something inexplicable unless something really happened. Mu Chen took public transportation home. Along the way, a strange man boarded the bus, tall in stature, casually took a seat, and closed his eyes. The strange man wore a red jacket, similar to the outfit worn by the King of Hearts in the previous lives playing cards, with his face painted like a clown. In this world, being able to see clown makeup, Mu Chen was bursting with curiosity. He glanced at the strange man, who quickly opened his eyes and looked in Mu Chen's direction. Suddenly, Mu Chen felt as if he was being stared at by a fierce tiger, a feeling that came and went quickly. The strange man smiled slightly at him. Mu Chen turned his head, pretending not to care. For safety reasons, Mu Chen got off the bus early. The strange man kept looking at him through the window, his mouth open as if speaking. Strangely, Mu Chen could understand what the strange man said. We will meet again. As the bus drove away, Mu Chen no longer felt that sense of being watched. Damn, I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Why do I have this uneasy feeling? Jinwu Court received an anonymous letter, requesting it to be personally delivered to Jinwu Court's Deputy Master Quang Han. Quang Han opened it and his pupils suddenly contracted, as if something significant had happened. Zhang Chen's family situation was actually much worse than Mu Chen's. He was a true orphan, his parents died in the wilderness when he was young. He appeared carefree on the surface but was actually very lonely inside. Mu Chen understood this feeling, which was one of the factors that made him and Zhang Chen friends. After dinner, he went to Zhang Chen's house, where Zhang Chen was already waiting for him. Dao Ge, you finally came. I thought you weren't coming. Outside, Jesher almost merged with the darkness, his gaze becoming very deep as he watched Mu Chen enter Jesher's house. In his previous life, Zhang Chen experienced life and death crises here, leaping in talent to become an SS-level powerhouse, eventually becoming a strong figure in Xingxia, terrifying the Star Clan. I wonder if my rebirth will cause any accidents. I hope I don't die so soon. In his previous life, Muchen died at the hands of a fierce beast when he was only a B-level warrior. He ventured alone into the beast's lair, beheaded 2 A-level fierce beasts, and escaped perfectly. He also gained a title, Thunder Blade War Emperor. Unfortunately, he still died at the hands of extraterritorial life in the end. Muchen didn't seem to appear here in his previous life. In my rebirth, Muchen is a major variable. On the other end, during the day, Muchen saw the strange man standing quietly not far from Jiangchen. He also witnessed Muchen entering, his gaze becoming peculiar. This child seems more suitable for plundering, but I still lack a perfect Thunder Warrior talent body. Another kid is more suitable. If the plunder is successful, my position in Abyssal Prison will be higher. An embarrassing memory floated in his mind. The second person under the current Abyssal Prison Master, Abyssal Prison's son, plundered a perfect warrior talent from somewhere over a decade ago. In just over 10 years, his cultivation soared, leaving his peers breathless. Once, his talent was similar to that person's, but now he was just a bug on the ground. His eyes became increasingly fierce, releasing an eerie and mysterious aura, already at the level of a B-level warrior. Dao Gu, do you understand? Jiang Chen looked at Mu Chen in confusion. I just explained it once, right? I curse that Xiao Daibody doesn't like you. Damn, you're too ruthless. The most poisonous brother's heart. Dage, tell me, is what you said true? Nukin pretended to look mysterious. It's definitely true, he then demonstrated to Jiang Chen. Damn, Dage, I'm impressed without even leaning on the wall. Meanwhile, just as the strange man was about to make a move, a voice stopped him in his tracks. Who are you? Come under the protection of my Taowu and all will be well. The strange man turned around to see Quanghan standing behind him, glaring with a fierce look. Who am I? Weren't you looking for us all along? Now that I'm here, you don't even recognize us. Quanghan's pupils shrank slightly, even though he had anticipated this. People from the Abyssal Prison, you have quite the nerve. P.S. As a new author writing a book for the first time, please go easy on me. If there's anything unsatisfactory, feel free to point it out, I'm open to suggestions. Also, please give a good review, vote for me, and get a free gift. Hee, it's not that we have the nerve, it's just that you all are simply useless. I come and go as I please, I'm more concerned about your intelligence. The strange man spoke in a flat tone, making Quanghan furious, as if their words were insignificant. Humph, you all only dare to hide in the sewers. Remember, even if there are many rats in the sewers, they are still just rats. I am the deputy chief of the Jinwu division, an old man from the Abyssal Prison. Today, you will die. The strange man wondered how his whereabouts were revealed, but at the moment, he couldn't afford to think too much. Abyssal Prison, ugly face. The aura released by both of them belonged to the level of B-grade warriors. Quanghan's aura was fierce and domineering, while Ugly Face's aura was heavy and oppressive. Both of them moved at extreme speeds. Just one frontal strike created a massive shockwave, causing destruction from within. Just one strike affected an area of 100 meters. Although this was not a densely populated area, it still attracted the attention of some residents who wanted to go out and see, but they were stopped by members of the Jinwu division and taken to a safe place. Bang Nukin and Jiang Chen opened the door, and members of the Jinwu division appeared. Both of you, come with me. There has been a little incident here. Jiang Chen widened his eyes and looked at Nukin. Dage, Jesher is right. I haven't offended anyone, why would anyone target me? Nukin, recalling how he was skinned and tortured when he first arrived in this world, could guess that those people were after Jiang Chen. Daffin, you go with him, I need to go out and take a look. The Jinwu division member was about to say something, but Nukin activated all his talents, making his aura no weaker than that of a C-grade warrior. As a C-grade warrior, I might be able to make a difference. The Jinwu division member's face showed surprise, but he didn't say much. Alright, for the greater good, evil must be eradicated. Dage, be careful. Jesher watched the battle between the two from the shadows. Both of them were evenly matched, causing massive destruction around them, making it difficult to determine a winner in a short time. This won't do. At this rate, Ugly Face will definitely escape. Idao, you need to hurry up and come. As the battle intensified, Quanghan's fighting spirit grew stronger, but he also realized that if he continued like this, he might not be able to keep Ugly Face there. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a blade echoed in the sky, bringing joy to Quanghan. Ugly Face, on the other hand, frowned. Master Iguan, help me take down this abyssal prison scum. A blood-colored large blade dropped from the sky, aiming straight at Ugly Face. Ugly Face quickly dodged, and the large blade plunged into the ground, creating a crack nearly 100 meters long. Idao appeared from the shadows, his eyes fixed on Ugly Face. I haven't had a decent opponent in years, my hands have been itching. Deputy Chief Quang, let's attack together. The blood-colored large blade returned to Idao's hand, and the two surrounded Ugly Face. Seeing this, Ugly Face was already considering retreat. His body rapidly expanded, turning into a humanoid monster over 3 meters tall, with dark red thunder flickering on its surface. Just as Mu Chen arrived, he understood why this person was fixated on Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's martial talent was of the thunder attribute. Holding the sword with one hand, Yi Dao charged at the Ugly Face with incredible speed. A dense golden light emerged around the raging fist, resembling a cannonball as it surged towards the Ugly Face. The Ugly Face clenched its fists, with thunder and lightning emanating from them, engaging in a clash. With a loud bang, a dazzling light obscured everything, leaving only daylight. Is he dead? Mu Chen muttered, staring at the center of the explosion. As daylight faded, Rang Han and Yi Dao stood together, facing the monster that the Ugly Face had transformed into, missing an arm, with cracks and oozing dark brown blood all over its body, emitting strange sounds from its mouth. Brother Yi, we can't let him escape. All right. Startling blade thrust. Yi Dao swung his large blade, unleashing a blood-red blade aura several tens of meters in size, seemingly splitting the heavens and earth in half. A massive blood-red barrier appeared in front of the Ugly Face's body. With a painful wail, the Ugly Face's body dissipated in the air, leaving only scattered bloodstains. After slaying the Ugly Face, Yi Dao, Rang Han, and the hidden Jiesher felt a sense of joy. However, Mu Chen noticed a blood-red attribute bubble swiftly moving away in the distance, his eyes widening in shock. Damn! The function of the golden finger is truly heaven-defying. Does this mean that the strange person isn't dead? Without further thought, he chased after the blood-red bubble. Brother Yi, how did you come to this place? Deputy Chief Rang, I received a note and took it at face value, never thought it would lead to the abyssal thief. What? Deputy Chief Rang, what's wrong? Yi Dao's question caught Rang Han's attention. Master Yi, like you, I also came here upon receiving a letter. This revelation surprised Yi Dao. Clearly, this was no coincidence but a deliberate act. After a moment of silence, Yi Dao spoke. Deputy Chief Rang, since the person who alerted us meant no harm, we need not delve deeper into their identity. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains in the future. Mu Chen noticed that the blood-red bubble was not moving fast. Soon, it came to a halt, revealing a peculiar bone shimmering with a faint thunderous light. The bone twisted and flexed, seemingly alive, even making slight movements. This sight astonished Mu Chen, who had followed discreetly, never expecting such an odd occurrence. The alertness of the peculiar bone was extremely poor, it didn't even notice Mu Chen approaching. Releasing all his energy and talent in a flash, Mu Chen thundered towards the peculiar bone. The bone emitted a mournful scream, exploding with a spray of red blood in the air. Ding, host successfully picks up, plus 1,000 health points. Ding, host successfully picks up, acquiring the sacrificial offering method. Ding, host successfully picks up, gaining the special skill, bone shedding. The 1,000 health points caused Mu Chen's blood to boil instantly, his whole body emitting red smoke, taking a while to fully recover. Golden Finger, what does the sacrificial offering method entail? Ding, the sacrificial offering method is an evil method that can seize martial talents matching one's own attributes and establish a strong connection with the original possessors of those talents. When mastered, it can condense numerous martial talents into one, but it is not recommended for the host to practice due to the concept of karma. The host will understand in the future. Mu Chen had no intention of practicing it, finding it too frightening. How many people had mastered the sacrificial offering method in the abyssal prison, and should he inform the higher-ups about it? Mu Chen pondered, soon making his decision. Never mind, the sacrificial method is quite moving. In the realm of human justice, it's inevitable that some will have twisted thoughts. The human heart is the most complex thing. I'll speak of it when I have the strength to crush most of my enemies. Golden Finger, what is Bone Shed? Bone Shed is a special method that, at the moment of life and death, can condense a person's essence and spirit into a certain carrier. Within a time limit, seizing another person's physical body allows one to regain life. Bone Shed? Mu Chen was surprised. This meant there could be another chance at life, which was better than anything else. Golden Finger, is there any danger in practicing Bone Shed? Ding, Bone Shed can only use one's strongest talent as a carrier. Only those with a talent of B rank or higher can practice it. After completion, if faced with a life-threatening situation and using Bone Shed to escape, one's own strength will be reduced to almost nothing, and the talent will be permanently downgraded. Mu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to practice it. These side effects were not a problem for him. Golden Finger, Attribute Collection System, Host, Mu Chen, Talents, SSS Talent, Extreme Thunderfire, SS Talent, Hundredfold Shock, S Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S Talent, Chaos Bone. Martial Arts Method, Tao Scripture, Introductory, Cosmic Level, Semi-Advanced, Sacrificial Method, Special, Bone Shed, Special, Martial Arts Realm, D+, Chi and Blood 5850 cards, Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Great Achievement, Mysterious Level, Flame Martial Fist, Introductory, Mysterious Level, Martial Skill Experience Points, 6,480 points. Getting closer to being a C-level martial artist, it will happen in these 2 days. Golden Finger, how much martial arts experience points are needed to successfully practice Bone Shed? At what stage can it be used? Ding, special methods have no distinction between high and low. Once successfully practiced, it can be used. To successfully practice Bone Shed, 10,000 martial arts experience points are needed. Go and kill him now, quickly. Inside the luxurious villa, Huang Chen's face was full of anger. He had failed twice in the hands of Mu Chen. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Young master, that young man is now favored at the Taowu shelter. If he dies, the young master will be the prime suspect. Handling this matter poorly will also have some impact on the family. Huang Chen's face turned red, feeling like he was hitting cotton. Although he was reckless, he still had some brains. It was fine to be reckless usually, but if he really did something that harmed the family, he would have to bear the consequences. Young master, although we cannot act openly, we can do so privately. In a few days, there will be a school-wide competition, and the winner will go out for a trial. We can act then. No one will trace it back to us if he dies outside. Humph. Let him live a few more days. A week passed, and the incident at UNU had subsided. Mu Chen's life continued as usual. Every day, he would harvest the wool of the Son of Destiny, the silly girl Xiao Yunjing's wool, and then pick up some bubbles. Life was leisurely. It was surprising that Huang Chen didn't cause him any trouble, which left him a bit puzzled. My Chi and Blood value broke through to 6,000 cards a couple of days ago, becoming a C-level martial artist. To become a C-level martial artist, Chi and Blood must reach 12,000 cards, which is a bit challenging. Why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face? Oh my. Xiao Yunjing slapped Mu Chen's head, and Mu Chen, feeling wronged, held his head. Why did you hit me? You've broken through to a C-level martial artist? Mu Chen now understood Xiao Yunjing's strength, probably a D+ level. He now suspected that Xiao Yunjing was at least an SSS-level talent, or else she wouldn't have broken through so quickly. That's right. What do you think? Envious, huh? A mere C-level martial artist, I can surpass that. There's no one like me in the world, holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. Xiao Yunjing rolled her eyes. You're getting proud over a few compliments. So what? I have a crush on Gu. Let me tell you, I like big butts and big bears, not your type, who's as thin as a bamboo pole. Mukin, I'm going to kill you. The bell signaling the end of class interrupted Xiao Yunjing's pursuit, and Mukin wiped off some sweat, saved by the bell. Dear students, tomorrow is the martial arts competition. There are a total of 61 participants. I hope you can muster up some spirit. Our class is sure to secure a place in the top 3. Teacher, shouldn't there only be 60 participants? With the school committee's approval, our classmate Huang Chen can join the competition. Some students in the class were instantly displeased, but considering their status and strength, they indeed had the qualifications. They could only blame themselves for not being born under better circumstances. Mukin returned home, preparing to improve his martial skills. Golden Finger, upgrade the Shocking Strike to perfection. Ding, consume 10,000 martial arts experience points, upgrade Shocking Strike to perfection. Upgrade Flame Fist. Ding, consume 1,000 martial arts experience points, upgrade Flame Fist to minor completion. Ding, host's martial arts experience points are insufficient to upgrade. These days, the amount of blood and energy values picked up has decreased a bit, thanks to the increased number of martial arts experience bubbles picked up. Mukin wasn't actually worried about the school-wide martial arts competition. The perfected Shocking Strike was prepared for Jiesher. As the Son of Destiny, he couldn't be judged by common sense. He was starting to worry if he could defeat Jiesher. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Mukin wasn't the only one worried, Jiesher was too. Having just finished his training, he let out a deep sigh. D+ level doesn't seem very secure. With low strength, many martial arts skills can't unleash their full power. In tomorrow's battle, to secure the first place, that kid Mukin is a tough opponent. However, I've lived for thousands of years, dealing with a brat like him should be a piece of cake. If he defeats me, that would be interesting. In my past life, walking the invincible path was too lonely. I hope this life won't be as lonely. Mukin, don't disappoint me. Yunjing, why have you been so down these days? This isn't like you. Yutong, didn't you say before that Mukin likes me? but after getting to know him these days, it seems like he only sees me as a good friend and nothing more. Ha, Yunjing, isn't that good? You don't like him either, so why are you so concerned about him? I don't know what's wrong with me. Yunjing, let things flow naturally in matters of the heart. Right, a great woman is born between heaven and earth. How can she be bound by love affairs? Strive to become a female war god. Go for it. The future female war god. Nukin had a dream. Blue Star experienced an invasion by outsiders, and all his current friends died. Jiang Chen, Xiao Yunjing, Yi Yutong, even Jiesher perished, and he couldn't change the course of the battle. In the future, he ascended to an unparalleled supreme throne, but he couldn't find his former companions in the river of time. He felt very lonely. He woke up abruptly, realizing that this dream was vivid and not at all fake. Wow, that supreme throne looks really cool. Thud thud. The next day, at the school playground, students from over 10 classes gathered there because today was a grand event, the senior year martial arts competition. Not only could they witness the school's prominent figures, but most importantly, they could see handsome guys and beautiful girls. Jiang Chen stood behind Mukin, his eyes constantly wandering elsewhere. Mukin followed his gaze and was surprised by what he saw. Xiao Yunjing stared at Mukin, angrily pinching his waist. Mukin almost cried out, but he quickly covered his mouth. He glared at Xiao Yunjing. You big silly. I'm not silly. I like you. I don't like you. Then you still say you're not stupid. From the third class lineup, Huang Chen's heart was almost bleeding. He had known Xiao Yunjing since childhood, had liked her for over 10 years, but he still couldn't compare to someone she had just met a few days ago. How he felt about her, how could she not know? As he thought about it, the twisted side of his heart was stirred up. Mukin, your good days are numbered. Xiao Yunjing, you can only be my wife. The resentful look in his eyes was naturally sensed by Mukin. He gave Huang Chen a cold glance, giving him some time. The powerful family behind him was not to be feared. The following process was similar to the past life. Principal Lori blabbered on about many things. Dear students, out of the 61 students from 15 classes participating in the competition, the rules are similar to the previous smaller competitions, 1 against 61, and so on, with one student receiving a bye and automatically advancing to the next round. Without further ado, I announce the official start of the competition. All participating students, starting from class 1, come forward to draw lots. The rest of the students, cheer them on. Perhaps due to the stirred emotions, there were suddenly many more bubbles on the ground. Mukin was so happy, he found an excuse to go to the bathroom and weave through his classmates. Ding, successful pickup, health points +3. Ding, successful pickup, health points +3. Ding, successful pickup, health points +5. After 2 rounds, his health had increased by over 50 points. Although not much, even a small mosquito was meat. Jiesher looked at Mukin, who was smiling foolishly from time to time. His lewd expression puzzled him. He had suspected before that Mukin might have the favor of Luoyang, but later found out that it was not the case. However, it seemed to have resurfaced now. Ah, I really don't understand. What a pity. Daphne, Daybody, Brother Zhao, what numbers did you draw? Dao, I got number 10. Number 54. Mukin, I got number 3. I got number 15. The student who drew the bye was a boy from class 5, naturally becoming the envy of Mukin and his friends. Among the few famous martial arts geniuses in Taowu 3rd Middle School, apart from Jiesher and Yutong from class 1, none of the other 13 classes had Awaken S-level martial arts talents, with the highest being B-level, and most were C-level talents. The first to take the stage was Jiesher, facing Xueren, the only B-level talent awakener in class 10. School grassed. Yeah, I know I can't beat you, but I still want to try and see the gap between us. Please enlighten me. Enlighten is not the word. Let's learn from each other. Xueren had just reached E-level, and Jiesher did not defeat him in one move. After dodging a few times, he defeated Xueren with a shoulder throw. In the following battles, Mukin did not pay much attention, only observing a few people. Yutong's strength was also not weak. Her martial arts talent was S-level, a flame attribute talent. Her strength should be at D-level, and it shouldn't have progressed so quickly, but with the strong support of the Jingdao Martial Arts Hall behind her, her strength was naturally not weak. The first and second rounds quickly ended. After the second round, there were still 16 people left, the strongest 16 in Taowu 3rd Middle School. Mukin's opponent was Zhang Hao, a B-level talent awakener from class 15, at E+ level. Brother Mu, please don't hold back, give it your all, I'm not afraid of failure. Alright, as you wish. Zhang Hao clenched his fist, a layer of bloodlight appearing on it, swiftly approaching Mukin and striking with full force. Zhang Hao did not hesitate because he knew that he had to give it his all to have a chance to win. Mukin smiled slightly, he admired this kind of person. With a single punch, he did not exert his full strength. Bang Zhanghao staggered back several steps, his face showing no sign of defeat but rather happiness. Ding, host successfully picks up, health points plus 15. The second to enter the stage was Jiang Chen, facing off against a genius from Class 2 named Lei Huang. Despite a few moves, Lei Huang was defeated by Jiang Chen. To Mu Chen's surprise, Xiao Yunjing's opponent turned out to be Huang Chen, which added an interesting twist. Huang Chen's expression was not pleasant. Huang Chen, give it your all. You've never been able to beat me since we were kids. Yunjing, don't worry. I won't hurt you. Xiao Yunjing moved at an incredible speed, utilizing speed martial arts techniques at D+ level strength. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Huang Chen took a few steps back, a gloomy expression on his face. Flame fist. His fist carried a faint flame as he struck. Xiao Yunjing's lips curled slightly. I've been waiting for this moment. Her speed suddenly increased, dodging the punch and appearing behind Huang Chen. With a push of her jade hand, a tremendous force sent Huang Chen crashing to the ground like a defeated dog. You've lost. Huang Chen got up, snorted coldly, stopping at the top 8, not even making it to the quarterfinals. He had lost count of how many times he had been defeated since coming here, never winning against any opponent he encountered. His face dark, he said nothing and walked straight out. Jesher quickly secured victory, with 8 contestants advancing to the finals: Mu Chen, Jiang Chen, Xiao Yunjing, Jesher, Yi Yutong, and 3 others from Class 10, Class 12, and Class 9 respectively. Mu Chen faced off against Zhao Ao from Class 9. Jiang Chen's opponent was Jesher. Yi Yutong was up against Zhou Ling. Xiao Yunjing's opponent was Gu Huang. Mu Chen swiftly ended his battle, leaving Jiang Chen to face Jesher. Mu Chen was intrigued, hoping Jiang Chen could uncover some of Jesher's techniques. One was the Son of Destiny, the other an SS-level martial arts talent, both formidable. Jiang Chen was currently at D level, while Jesher was at D+ level. Without further ado, they clashed. Mu Chen noticed Jiang Chen's lack of combat experience, realizing that Jesher was intentionally or unintentionally teaching him by feeding him moves, training his combat awareness. After 10 minutes, Jiang Chen, panting heavily, conceded defeat. Yi Yutong and Xiao Yunjing also quickly emerged victorious, their talents combined with available resources making them formidable opponents, second only to Mu Chen. The final 4 were Mu Chen, Jesher, Xiao Yunjing, and Yi Yutong. The final 4 have been decided. Let's proceed with the draw. Yi Yutong drew number 1, Mu Chen number 2, Xiao Yunjing number 3, and Jesher number 4. Seeing the order, Mu Chen was stunned. He was about to face off against his fiancée. Jesher was also conflicted about whether to fight or not. However, to their surprise, Xiao Yunjing and Yi Yutong automatically conceded, opting to compete for 3rd place. This left Mu Chen and Jesher to battle for 1st place. On the arena, Mu Chen and Jesher faced each other. A heartthrob of Jia Hai, looks like we're going to have a showdown. Mu Chen, I've been looking forward to this fight with you. Me too. The two were the most renowned geniuses at Sanzhong High, with students and teachers eagerly anticipating their performance. Both exuded a strong aura as they each threw a punch. Boom! The powerful shockwaves reverberated, the thunderous clash resonating in the ears of nearby students. Jesher took a few steps back, laughing heartily. Now this is getting interesting. Ding, host successfully picks up, plus 50 vitality points. Jesher frowned as he noticed Mu Chen's vitality increasing once again, truly a monster. Mu Chen crouched slightly, vitality enveloping his feet, and swiftly charged towards Jesher, unleashing another punch, this time utilizing a martial technique, the profound level flame fist he had acquired from Huang Chen. Jesher also employed a martial technique but of a higher grade than Mu Chen's. Boom! In just a few minutes, the two had exchanged countless blows, the central alloy floor of the arena now bearing the marks of their intense battle. If we were to face them, we definitely wouldn't last a single punch. Is this what genius is all about? Many students in the crowd sighed. Muken, I know this isn't your strongest move. Bring out your most powerful technique, or you'll be defeated in the next strike. Alright, I will use my strongest attack against you. Muken activated his full talent, his body turning into gold with golden patterns spreading across his skin. One shocking strike. This was already his strongest killing move. If it couldn't handle Jesher, then he would lose. Jesher's eyes glowed with golden flames, his body covered in blood-red patterns, releasing an invincible and overbearing aura. With a loud bang, only a white light remained, and a powerful wave of energy knocked down many students, cracking the central alloy in the arena. As the residual power faded, both Muken and Jesher looked disheveled. After a long while, Jesher couldn't hold on any longer and fell unconscious on the ground. Someone, take Jesher to the infirmary. Yutong rushed over, looking worried. Mukin was also in discomfort, his blood and energy in turmoil, taking a while to calm down. He awkwardly smiled. Yutong, don't worry, he's just exhausted. He'll be fine after resting. Mukin stepped down from the stage, and Xiao Yunjing and Jiang Chen asked with concern, Brother Dao, are you okay? I'm fine, no big deal. He looked at Jieshi's departing figure, pondering slightly. Jieshi has awakened a new talent again. His martial talent is not low, but it's a pity he couldn't grasp success. However, there's still a chance. What lies beyond the SSS-level talent? In the afternoon, Jieshi had woken up. Jia, the school heartthrob, are you okay? Jieshi gave Mukin a disdainful look. You really are a monster. I won't compete with you. Are you admitting defeat? Then consider me your big brother. I'll have your back from now on. Jieshi spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, I could be your ancestor, and you want me to call you big brother? What a joke. Don't be careless. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. Not advancing means falling behind. Especially in the realm of martial arts, talent is no longer the sole measure of everything. It's just a ticket for entry. Whether you can seize it depends on yourself. I understand, Jia, but defeating you once means there will be a second time in the future. I announced that the top 10 students in this competition, from 1st to 10th place, are Mukin, Jieshi, Xiao Yunjing, Yutong, Jiang Chen, Gu Huang, Zhou Ling, Zhao Ao, Huang Chen, and Shuekai. Class 3's homeroom teacher, Jiyu, couldn't contain his smile. His class had 3 out of the top 5, a first in his teaching career. Other teachers were envious. After the competition, Mukin and the others went to receive their rewards. Mukin was in first place, receiving a total of 20 chi and blood pills and a common grade martial skill. This reward might not seem impressive, but it was the best resource the school could offer. Each chi and blood pill was worth 20,000, so 20 pills amounted to 400,000, plus the martial skill, totaling over 900,000. Apart from the top 10, all participants would receive rewards, which added up to a considerable sum. The purpose of this competition was not just for you. Ta Shelter has 9 high schools, and we compete with each other annually. The higher the ranking, the more rewards are distributed. In recent years, our school's ranking has been declining. I hope you can achieve a good ranking for our school. The rewards will be greater in the future. It's not just for yourselves but also for the school. I thank you for this. This revelation surprised Mukin and the others, especially since it came from the principal. Before Qishue Dan, Mukin had taken it before, and the increase in Qishue was just average. 20 pills could probably increase by more than 200 calories, which was just a matter of picking up for 2 or 3 days for him, so it was not cost-effective for him to take it himself. After class, he didn't go home but went to the trading place. Although Qishue Dan might not be particularly advanced, the price was high. After all, outside was not the school. The school had support from above, but outside, one could only rely on oneself. Therefore, the market price of one Qishue Dan was 20,000, which could be sold for 2,000 more outside. The exchange was also straightforward, giving him nearly 500,000 Xingxia coins, another wave of wealth. After returning home, Jieshi had been thinking about where he had failed, only to realize that he was inferior to Mukin in every aspect. The situation has changed now. I have to seize the opportunities that I didn't get in my past life. There is not much time left for humanity, at most 5 years. After 5 years, the disaster of Blue Star will completely come. This time, we absolutely cannot let the previous disaster happen, otherwise, my rebirth will be meaningless. With Mukin, this time might be much simpler. As time passed, Mukin's life returned to its usual routine, every day taking advantage of Jieshi and the others. Only their wool was helpful to him. Jieshi's talent has not been picked up yet. Do I have to fight him to bring it out, or should I tease him a bit? The next day at noon, Mukin finally found an opportunity. Jieshi and Yutong had been together all the time, and it was not easy to find extra time for Jieshi. Jia, I have something to talk to you about. What do you want? Jia, do you like Yutong? Jieshi frowned. Are you talking nonsense? Do you have feelings for her too? At this point, Jieshi looked at Mukin with a murderous intent. Mukin pretended to look affectionate and held Jieshi's hand. Jieshi, actually, the person I like is you. Do you know that? I liked you at first sight. With a kiss, Mukin kissed Jieshi's hand. Jieshi's handsome face suddenly turned dark, as if he had eaten several pounds of olives. He quickly pulled his hand away from Mukin's and stepped back 5 or 6 meters. Damn it, Mukin, I knew it. You have a good relationship with Long Yang. After wiping his fingers in disgust, Jieshi felt a nauseating sensation. A large golden bubble appeared rapidly under his feet, dazzling and golden, the largest bubble Mukin had ever seen. Mukin's eyes turned red, revealing an extremely lewd expression. waving his hands and rushing towards Jiesher. Jiesher felt like crying. He was sure that even if he had endured a lot of suffering in his past life, he had never felt like crying. Faced with many extraterritorial invaders, he had never been afraid, but now, he wanted to cry and was afraid. Muken, don't come over. He ran as fast as he could. He couldn't beat Muken. If he was caught by Muken, his innocence would not be guaranteed today. Muken was not happy. It was not easy for this bubble to appear. It must be something good. Letting it run away would be his fault. Jia, don't run, it's mine, it's mine. Jiesher ran, Muken chased. The two ran around the school for who knows how many laps, sweating profusely. The onlookers showed curiosity, saying, they have such a good relationship. They are so handsome, I'm a little envious. Who do you think liked the other first? No need to ask, it must be the genius Muken who fell for the handsome Jia. Jiang Chen watched this scene, covering his eyes with his hand, but his fingers revealed a few gaps. TSK, Dao is so fierce. I've been playing with him for so long. Does he have feelings for me too? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Dao, you're really scary. Yi Yutong and Xiao Yunjing were taking a walk. They were curious about why Mu Chen and Jiesher were acting like this. When they heard what other girls were saying, their faces darkened, and they looked at each other, saying in unison, Yunjing/Yutong, does Mu Chen/Jiesher like men? How is that possible? How could brother Shi like men? He likes me. Yutong looked like she was about to cry, which startled Xiao Yunjing. Yutong, don't worry. They are both men. How could they like each other? Don't listen to their nonsense. Jia, the campus heartthrob, don't run. It's been 10 minutes already. Mu Chen was getting anxious. The golden bubble was about to disappear, and he would cry. Damn it, Mu Chen, stop chasing. Okay, I won't chase. Jiesher stopped, Mu Chen approached, and Jiesher took a few steps back. Stop, don't come closer. You stay still. Don't come closer. If you move, I'll catch you and give you another kiss. Jiesher's face quickly darkened, not daring to move, afraid that Mu Chen might do something foolish. Mu Chen, you are so talented. There are plenty of good girls in the world waiting for you. You must not like men, don't like me. Mu Chen? Oh my, this misunderstanding has escalated. Mu Chen's eyes shifted, instantly coming up with an excuse. Ahem, Jia, you have passed the test. The campus belle, found that you were hard to read, so she asked me to test if your sexual orientation is normal. The results are out now, your sexual orientation is normal, well done. I'm sorry. Jiesher's expression relaxed completely. I see, it was quite scary just now. Ding, host successfully picked up, SSS-Level talent +1, chaotic flame power. Having obtained what he wanted, Mu Chen didn't want to stay any longer. He liked women after all, but this world had given him a direction to obtain bubbles, and he instantly had an idea. Jiang Chen seems like a subject for experimentation. Jiang Chen, who was still practicing, suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking about me so much that I sneeze? Mu Chen returned to the classroom, and others looked at him, covering their mouths and laughing. Jiang Chen saw him and even covered his butt, which made Mu Chen curious, but he had important things to do now and couldn't be bothered with them. He was about to check his new SSS talent when Xiao Yunjing appeared, slapped the table, and looked angrily at Mu Chen. Mu, you fool. If you don't come out and explain, what's going on between you and Jiesher? Don't you know how heartbroken Yutong is? You scumbag, didn't you say you like me? What's with liking men? It's over. Mu Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling like he couldn't wash himself clean even in the Yellow River. Ahem. Don't listen to others' nonsense. I like women. Today, Jiesher and I were just practicing. We needed a special way of training to help him break through. Where were you thinking? Really? I'm telling the truth. Humph. I'll believe you this time. You better go explain to Yutong. Her heart is breaking. Don't worry. Jiesher will explain everything. After school, Mu Chen put his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and Jiang Chen shuddered, showing a helpless smile. Brother Dao, I don't like men. If you can't handle it, I'll help you find someone who likes men. Mu Chen's face darkened, and he slapped him. You brat, I like women. Have you forgotten when we secretly went to see the female model in lace? You've really wasted all these years of our brotherhood. Jiang Chen laughed. That's the brother Dao I know. Brother Dao, you have no idea. Today, when you pursued Jiesher, those Fujoshis and Fudens have already come up with 800 scenarios. I was worried for you. Back home, Mu Chen teased his cute little sister, Mu Ling, enjoying the warm and happy feeling. He swore that he would never let anyone destroy his family in this lifetime, touching it would mean death. Bro, what did you say? You ranked first in the whole school's martial arts competition? Mu Chen looked at Mu Ling, who was even more excited than him, nodding vigorously. Ha, indeed my brother Mu Ling, worthy of praise. Mu Chen glanced disdainfully at Mu Ling, wondering how he had become so childish. After teasing Mu Ling, Mu Chen returned to his room. He was now looking forward to what was above the SSS-level talent. Chaos Flame Power, SSS-level talent, the other talent of World Slaughter, the martial talent I used in today's battle. If it weren't for my strength, that intense power wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Golden Finger, meld 2 SSS-level talents. At this moment, thousands of miles away from the Taowu Sanctuary, which was already close to the center of the wilderness, where the beasts were very powerful, most of the trial teams would not venture deep into this area. On a large tree surrounded by 7 or 8 adults, 2 people with eerie masks stood atop it, one wearing a horse-shaped mask and the other a snake-shaped mask, looking quite eerie. Ugly Face is really useless, he died just like that, alerting the enemy. Now the human world is becoming more and more guarded against the Abyss Prison, disturbing our plans. Ghost Snake, don't focus on the dead, don't forget our mission, to destroy the Taowu Sanctuary, the weakest of the 10 sanctuaries of Xingxia, a swift and devastating blow, a big blow to Xingxia. Yama, how should I cooperate with you? Yama pointed to the wilderness, incite a beast tide, and it must be fast. How to incite? The prince of beasts in this wilderness is about to be born, our task is to take its offspring to the Taowu Sanctuary, the rest, leave it to the Beast King. Ding, the SSS-level talents Chaos Flame Power and Extreme Thunder Flame have successfully melded, giving birth to the cosmic level talent, Chaos of the Worlds. As soon as the Golden Finger spoke, Mu Chen's body suddenly changed, with thunder and flames occupying each side of his body, emitting a fierce light, a mixture of pain and pleasure. Mu Chen entered a strange world, where everything was chaotic, faintly seeing the stars of the heavens revolving, among them, a thunder dragon and a flame dragon frolicking, stirring up chaos, then coming together to form a yin-yang bagua shape, standing in the center of space, like the brightest star in the sky. Outside, in the sky where Mu Chen was, thunder and flames appeared without warning, covering the sky, with a faint glimpse of golden light descending. This vision lasted for a short time before disappearing. The few B-level powerhouses in the Taowu Sanctuary naturally noticed this phenomenon, but unfortunately, they didn't know what had happened. They were B-level martial artists, seemingly powerful, but not worth mentioning in the entire Blue Star, and many things were beyond their reach. Idao stood at the highest point of the martial arts hall, sighing slightly, lost in thought. The chief of the town martial bureau, Quang Han, noticed this phenomenon and always felt like he had seen this description somewhere, but he couldn't remember, feeling frustrated that he couldn't recognize it, going through it again but couldn't recall. Only one person, Jesher, looked at the changes in the sky, his brow furrowed, then relaxed, bursting into laughter. I lost to him without regrets. I should have thought of it earlier, with such an incredible breakthrough speed. It couldn't be an SSS-level talent, only a cosmic-level talent could have such ability. However, why would a cosmic-level talent appear so early? The rules of the Blue Star are restrictive, making it difficult for cosmic-level talents to appear. Otherwise, my talent should be cosmic-level, Mu Chen, truly the biggest variable. This kind of variable, who knows if it's good or bad? Mu Chen naturally had no idea about the changes outside. He was currently immersed in his insights, and the Tao Classic was operating automatically. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered and transformed into the qi and blood of his body, which was growing wildly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely rich, benefiting the sleeping Mu Ling, Mu Cheng, and Su Xue. As time passed by, Mu Chen's breath gradually stabilized, and the 2 patterns on his body disappeared. Phew! He opened his eyes, revealing a sharp light, a happy expression on his face, as it was already dawn. So, cultivating for so long with universal level talent actually has such benefits. It seems I need to pick and refine a few more. Golden Finger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Mu Chen, Talent, Universal Level Talent Chaos of the Worlds, SS-Level Talent, Hundredfold Shock, S-Level Talent, Great Sun Buddha Body, S-Level Talent, Chaos Bone. Martial Arts, Tao Classic, Entry Level, Universal Level, Semi-Advanced Level, Sacrificial Ritual Gate, Special, Bone Shedding, Special, Martial Arts Realm, Sea Level, Qi and Blood 9000 kilocalories, Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Perfected, Complete, Flame Martial Fist, Minor Perfected, Mysterious Grade, Martial Skill Experience Points, 2,360 points. To reach Sea Level, the Qi and Blood need to reach 18,000 kilocalories. Now it's already halfway there. If I go all out, a C+ level warrior should also have the power to fight. His true strength could not be calculated by common sense. With such great progress, Mu Chen didn't feel tired at all. After a simple wash, he headed to school. When Jiangchen saw him, his eyes widened. Dao brother, why didn't I see you all night? You feel like a dog turning into a tiger. Get lost, you brat. Who are you calling a dog? You must have got it wrong. Really? Zhangchen still found it hard to believe. In the classroom, Xiao Yunjing quickly took his seat, his expression mirroring Zhangchen's. Damn, Muchen, have you been possessed by a demon? Shoo, don't be so loud. Are you trying to get us killed? Keep it down, keep it down. It's because I'm too much of a genius. It's unavoidable. My chi and blood are growing every day even without cultivation. Ah, maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Ah, Muchen, you have no shame. Heavens have no eyes. Suddenly, Muchen had an idea that pretending to confess his love to Jiesher could earn him an SSS-level talent. He decided to try it on Xiao Yunjing. His eyes suddenly became affectionate. Yunjing, I have something to tell you. Xiao Yunjing turned to see Muchen's expression and was taken aback, crossing her arms. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Yunjing, there's something I've been holding in my heart for a long time. What is it? I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Xiao Yunjing blushed deeply. Why are you confessing to me? I. Seeing no reaction from Muchen, she pretended to be very sad. Ah, I knew it. You don't like me. No, Xiao Yunjing hurriedly explained, a large, dazzling golden bubble appearing under her feet. Muchen looked at the bubble with great joy and extended his foot. Ding, host successfully picks up, obtaining the Earth-level martial body technique, Immortal Step. He didn't show any emotions, planning to check it out later when he had time. Seeing Xiao Yunjing's expression, Muchen felt something was wrong. Xiao Yunjing, with her face all red, was a complete contrast to her usual carefree self. This is bad. As expected, Xiao Yunjing hesitated, saying, Moo. Muchen, I also like you. After saying that, she looked up at Muchen, her eyes watery. Seeing Muchen in a daze, she thought he was overjoyed. Muchen, listen to me. Even though I accepted your confession, without my permission, you can't get touchy-feely with me, understand? Muchen nodded blankly, only wanting to curse inwardly. It's over. How could she agree? My 3,000 beauties. Have I really lost to her in this life? Oh, the tears that won't fall. Dingling the bell for class rang, and Xiao Yunjing's cool and soft hand held Muchen's, revealing a sweet smile. Muchen couldn't help but tighten his grip on Xiao Yunjing's hand. He admitted to himself that he was starting to like this silly girl a bit. This moment was very beautiful. Zhangchen secretly watched as the two held hands, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Dao Ji really has some skills. Class teacher Jiyu entered the classroom and first praised Muchen, Zhangchen, and Xiao Yunjing, then said, Students, as warriors, you are destined to fight against fierce beasts in the future, taking over the tasks of your predecessors to protect our homeland. You are the future pillars, so tomorrow, our class of 40 will be divided into 3 groups to enter the wilderness, truly experiencing the power of the fierce beasts. The martial arts teacher, the town martial arts supervisor, and a warrior will accompany us for the trial. It starts tomorrow, so for now, everyone please form your teams. After school in the afternoon, Muchen and Xiao Yunjing walked out of the school gate side by side, with Zhangchen following behind them. Muchen found it hard to believe he actually had a girlfriend now, and such a pretty girl at that. Fate works in mysterious ways. Although he claimed to be indifferent to love and focused on his swordsmanship, who wouldn't want to be in love? Claiming not to want love was either due to physical issues or being too wounded, otherwise, who wouldn't want it? Defan, I won't go home with you today. You go ahead. Zhang Chen made a sly expression. Dao Ji, Yunjing Jia, when did you two start walking together? Just a few days ago, you were at each other's throats, and now you're walking together. Oh, Zhang Chen, you're asking for trouble. Sister-in-law, spare me. The term sister-in-law made Mu Chen's heart flutter with joy. Xiao Yunjing blushed almost to the point of bleeding. You should go now. Mu Chen and Xiao Yunjing walked hand in hand down the road. Suddenly, Xiao Yunjing felt a pang in her heart and paused. What's wrong? It's nothing, just tripped a bit. Let's go eat barbecue. After finishing the barbecue and ordering drinks, Mu Chen escorted Xiao Yunjing to where she lived. Mu Chen, you should leave first. I live with you, Tong. Mu Chen had a mischievous thought. Yunjing, how about a kiss? Xiao Yunjing took several steps back. No, we just started dating. I'll go back to my room first. Mu Chen smiled faintly, watching Xiao Yunjing go upstairs before leaving himself, not in a hurry. Back at home, Xiao Yunjing patted her chest, still feeling her heart racing. She quickly walked to the window and watched Mu Chen leave, feeling a sense of reluctance. Yu Yutan looked at Xiao Yunjing's expression. Having been through it herself, she knew something was up. Yunjing, what are you looking at? Yutan, let me tell you. Ha, Yunjing, I knew you liked Mu Chen, and he likes you too. Suddenly, Yu Yutong frowned. Yunjing, didn't you say before that falling in love affects you? Xiao Yunjing's smile faded. It does have an effect, but I don't want to miss out. I like him. Ah, love does have its magic, often making it hard for people to resist. The next day, Ji-yu, the martial arts teacher, Zhou Gawu, a member of the town martial arts council, along with Mu Chen, Jiang Chen, and Xiao Yunjing, and 12 others, boarded a large truck and left the shelter. This was Mu Chen's first time leaving the shelter, finally getting a glimpse of its entirety. It was a very tall steel cylindrical wall surrounding the shelter, covered with various monitoring devices, with smart robots patrolling outside and warriors on guard. Outside was an endless primitive forest, with a foul stench of blood, decay, and a hint of the refreshing forest scent carried by the breeze. Students, the trial will last for 3 days, and we will advance 100 miles ahead. Now everyone, please take your protective clothing and choose your preferred weapon. Wilderness trials are no child's play, so everyone must be extremely cautious. After speaking, Ji-yu took out many protective suits and weapons from behind. Mu Chen chose a long spear. In his past life, he also liked long spears. He wasn't very fond of swords. Killing fierce beasts could gain chi and blood, but how much he could gain, he was really looking forward to it. They walked towards the forest. At first, there was no particular feeling as they entered, but traces of fierce human activities could be seen. After walking about 10 miles, the forest's heat began to show, and the roar of beasts could be faintly heard. Students, you may only encounter fierce beasts after walking another 10 miles. In less than an hour, they walked nearly another 10 miles. Here, the roar of beasts could be clearly heard, the smell of blood in the air was strong, and coupled with the hot and oppressive environment, everyone was very tense. Soon, they encountered the first fierce beast, a black snake over 5 meters long. This kind of fierce beast was called a blackwater snake, an E-level fierce beast. Generally, E-level fierce beasts were only about 3 meters long, but snakes themselves tended to be longer, so over 5 meters was not surprising. Who will go? Teacher, let me go first. Mu Chen couldn't wait to find out the answer. He picked up the iron spear and approached. The blackwater snake hissed at him a few times, and there was a blood-colored bubble on its abdomen. Ha, it seems that fierce beasts also drop bubbles. He quickly rushed over, raised his fist, and punched. The blackwater snake's head was directly blown up. Ding, host successfully picked up. Chi and blood value plus 10. Ding, host successfully killed. Successfully picked up chi and blood value plus 50. 60 points of chi and blood entered his body, and his breath strengthened a bit. You can also pick up by killing. This wilderness is my paradise. There are as many fierce beasts here as I want, and I can quickly break through. Mu Chen's decisive killing of fierce beasts made the 3 teachers' eyes light up. Except for Jiang Chen and Xiao Yun, the other students had some shock on their faces. Facing fierce beasts in reality was completely different from what they saw online and in books. Mu Chen's calm killing of fierce beasts made them fall behind a bit. With Mu Chen setting a good example, most students finally felt more at ease, and the fierce beasts didn't seem so terrifying. Ji-yu led them deeper into the forest to hunt fierce beasts. During the encounters, several fierce beasts were killed by Jiang Chen and the others. During a break, Mu Chen secretly approached Ji-yu and put on his self-proclaimed handsome smile. Teacher, I have something to discuss with you, can you listen? Ji-yu gestured for him to continue. Teacher, I want to act alone. I found that hunting fierce beasts can quickly consolidate my strength. I feel restricted following the main force. Ji-yu exploded upon hearing this. No, it's too dangerous. Mu Chen also assessed the strengths of the 3 teachers. Ji-yu was at the C level, the martial arts teacher was at C+ level, and the members of the Jinwu division were also at the C level. In a real fight, they might not be as good as him. Teacher, my strength is already at the C level. Just be careful, there won't be any problems. What? You're at the C level? Ji-yu was very shocked. He thought Mu Chen was at most D+ level from their battle with Jisher. Teacher, I am indeed at the C level, already halfway through the C+ level. Ji-yu frowned. You really are not a worry-free person. I'll agree, but you must come back to me safely. Otherwise, see how I deal with you. Mu Chen found Xiao Yunjing. His address to Xiao Yunjing was not as casual as before. After all, she was now his girlfriend, so he had to treat his girlfriend better. Jinger, I want to go for a trial alone. You just follow the main force with peace of mind. Xiao Yunjing didn't say much and then said, be careful, if you don't come back, I can't guarantee I won't fall for someone else. You dare? Mu Chen laughed at this little trickster. Just for saying that, I will definitely come back alive. If Jiang Chen asks, tell him, so he doesn't worry. Watching Mu Chen's departing figure, Ji-yu always had a feeling of a fish leaping over the dragon gate and setting sail, as if a future powerhouse was right in front of him. Mu Chen swiftly headed in another direction. Golden Finger enhanced the treading immortal step. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, his feet feeling light yet powerful. His original speed was only 20 meters per second, but now it had increased to at least 35 meters per second, a significant improvement. After traveling more than 30 miles, Mu Chen halted his steps. Let's start from here. Emperor's ministers had been keeping an eye on Mu Chen and Jieshi's movements. Upon learning that he had gone out for training, they immediately dispatched their subordinates, with the mission to kill Mu Chen and Jieshi. These assassins arrived in the wilderness and had been secretly observing Mu Chen's group's movements. Just as they were pondering how to kill Mu Chen, they found a perfect opportunity when Mu Chen foolishly left the team, seemingly seeking death. The group of 5 stealthily headed towards Mu Chen's direction, but his speed was so fast that they almost lost track of him. Currently, in front of them, Mu Chen was battling a D-grade ferocious beast. They thought Mu Chen would take some time, but to their surprise, he killed the D-grade beast with just one punch. Ding, host successfully picking up 20 points of vitality. Ding, host successfully kills, picking up 80 points of vitality, picking up 100 points of martial arts experience. With 100 points of vitality entering his body, his aura grew stronger. Mu Chen was secretly delighted to sense several unfamiliar auras approaching. Suddenly, 5 figures emerged from the shadows, each a C-level warrior, with the leader being a C+ level warrior. Who are you? You don't need to know who we are, die. These people were so resolute in their intent to kill him that Mu Chen already had some guesses in his mind. It was Emperor's ministers who sent you, right? The leader's expression changed, and Mu Chen instantly understood. It was the first time he harbored such intense killing intent towards someone. What did a royal family matter? Give him 2 years, and any royal family would be nothing. Faced with the 5 menacing individuals, Mu Chen didn't dare to be careless. Activating all his talents, the 5 felt as if they were facing a humanoid beast. Flame Martial Fist. 100-fold Shock. This was Mu Chen's SS-level talent, enhancing the attack of martial arts and adding shock power. With one punch, the nearest C-level warrior's expression changed drastically, trying to resist but was sent flying by Mu Chen's punch. His chest caved in, gasping for air on the ground. Kill! The remaining 4 were clearly trained assassins, their martial skills impressive, launching their most powerful attacks at Mu Chen. Mu Chen immediately used the treading immortal step to evade the attacks. With 4 against 1, Mu Chen could only resist passively. This won't do, it's not in my favor. He kept his distance from the group, looking for opportunities to defeat them one by one. Shocking Strike. 100-fold Shock. This talent and martial skill were highly compatible, multiplying the power several times. Mu Chen's punch exploded the chest of a C-level warrior closest to him. The remaining 3, except for the C+ level warrior who posed a threat, were no match for him. Damn, awakened for such a short time, why is his strength so strong? Young master, I'm afraid we've offended a monster. The only C+ level warrior felt a sense of sorrow, but it was their lifelong mission to live and die for the royal family. That was their destiny. Kill! Warrior's 100 Battles Fist. The C+ level warrior's vitality surged, surprising Mu Chen a bit as there was still a considerable gap between his vitality and that of a C+ level warrior. After dealing with the 2 C-level warriors, Mu Chen faced the C+ level warrior, knowing he was in for a fierce battle. A punch came at him, domineering, and a faint golden bubble dropped from the C+ level warrior's body. Shocking Strike. 100-fold Shock. Bang! Mu Chen and the C+ level warrior each took a few steps back, Mu Chen feeling uncomfortable with his blood and energy churning. Seizing the opportunity, he absorbed the blood of the 4 deceased individuals, instantly increasing his energy by nearly 500 calories, making his aura even stronger. Ding! Host successfully absorbed, successfully acquired the Earth-grade martial skill, 100 Battles King Fist. What? An Earth-grade martial skill? Mu Chen was surprised. The person in front of him must be an important leader to possess such a skill. On the other side, the opponent was even more surprised at the significant difference in blood and energy levels between C and C+ levels, wondering how Mu Chen was not falling behind. Let's fight! Mu Chen focused intensely, giving it his all. The 2 battled for nearly 10 minutes, turning the surrounding 100 meters into ruins, the strong scent of blood attracting many fierce beasts, but none dared to approach. Mu Chen's blood and energy were somewhat depleted, but the Tao scripture automatically operated, drawing on the chaotic forces of the various realms to replenish his blood and energy. He was far from exhausted. In contrast, his opponent's energy consumption was immense, and their strength was waning. A good opportunity. Mu Chen saw the opening and struck with all his might, exchanging blows recklessly, willing to trade injury for injury. A punch landed on the opponent's face, a loud bang, and the opponent's head exploded like a watermelon. Ding! Host successfully absorbed, plus 50 blood and energy. Ding! Host successfully killed, plus 210 blood and energy, plus 500 martial skill experience points. With 260 points of blood and energy absorbed, Mu Chen's blood and energy officially broke through 10,000 calories, equivalent to a strength of 100,000 kilograms. 10,000 calories of blood and energy, 100,000 kilograms of strength, amazing. I didn't expect to have the potential of a god of slaughter, ha. As Mu Chen's blood and energy surpassed 10,000, he felt a subtle change, as if his body was being slowly tempered by his blood and energy, a proactive process that did not require his conscious effort. After dealing with the 5 individuals, Mu Chen did not stop. He had developed a liking for the feeling of advancing in strength, believing that true strength was eternal. 3 days flew by. Ji Yu planned to take Xiao Yunjing, Jiang Chen, and the others back. Although 3 days seemed short, everyone had gained something, having all fought real fierce beasts and overcoming their fear. Fellow students, let's head back today. Teacher, hasn't Dao returned yet? Jiang Chen, I have already contacted Mu Chen. He's fine and doesn't plan to return to school. He has his own arrangements, so let's go back first. Jiang Chen, don't worry, we have to trust Mu Chen. Xiao Yunjing reassured Jiang Chen, as she had been in contact with Mu Chen these past few days. Ding, host successfully absorbed, plus 10 blood and energy. Ding, host successfully killed, plus 30 blood and energy, plus 60 martial skill experience points. Ding, host successfully absorbed, plus 20 blood and energy. Ding, host successfully killed, plus 50 blood and energy, plus 70 martial skill experience points. Ding, host's blood and energy value has reached 18,000, successfully breaking through to a sea-level warrior. Phew, finally broke through. In 7 days, blood and energy increased by over 8,000 calories. For these 7 days, Mu Chen had hunted nearly 18 to 19 fierce beasts daily, and now with this breakthrough, he could continue to increase this number. At least wait until I break through to C+ level before returning. There's still a month until the school's coin exchange. After a brief rest, Mu Chen continued deeper into the area. By now, he had reached a distance of about 200 miles, encountering more fierce beasts with greater strength. Roar! A giant gorilla beast appeared, a formidable creature both before and after the catastrophe. Silverback gorilla, 5 meters tall, a sea-level fierce beast known for its immense strength. In fact, besides being renowned for its strength, this creature was infamous in the fierce beast world for its lecherous behavior. Any female, regardless of race, would find it hard to escape the silverback gorilla's abuse. Naturally, Mu Chen had no fondness for such a fierce beast. Golden Finger, allocate all martial skill experience points to the immortal step. Ding, spend 6,000 martial arts experience points, achieve mastery in the immortal step. Ding, spend 10,000 martial arts experience points, achieve perfection in the immortal step. Ding, spend 50,000 martial arts experience points, achieve perfection in the immortal step. The immortal step is a ground-level martial art. The perfect immortal step increases Mu Chen's speed to 100 meters per second, but his weak strength limits the power of the immortal step. At this point, Mu Chen has almost depleted his martial arts experience points. In just 2 seconds, he appears behind the silverback gorilla. Shockwave strike. With a punch, the sound of bones cracking emanates from the spine of the silverback gorilla, followed by its painful howl. Mu Chen is somewhat surprised that his punch, with nearly 200,000 kilograms of force, did not shatter the gorilla's spine, which is unbelievable. Roar! The silverback gorilla turns around, realizing Mu Chen's ambush, and swings its fist like a small mountain crashing down. Mu Chen immediately dodges, his speed of 100 meters per second catching the gorilla off guard. Battle King Fist. 100-fold shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chen's fist hits the gorilla's calf. With a sharp sound, the gorilla's calf snaps, causing it to fall forward. Mu Chen then picks up his iron spear, jumps, descends from the air, and easily pierces the gorilla's neck with the spear tip. The gorilla struggles desperately but soon loses its life. Humph, that's all there is to it. Mu Chen's words are somewhat boastful, as he ambushed the gorilla with his considerable strength and targeted vital areas, making it easy to kill the silverback gorilla. Ding, host successfully picks up, health plus 100. Ding, host successfully slays, health plus 500, martial arts experience points plus 900. 600 points of health, more than the combined total of the previous few C-rank warriors, proving the gorilla's strength. The most valuable part of the silverback gorilla is its gall, as many believe in using like to counter like. Mu Chen lifts the silverback gorilla's gall with his spear, which is half a meter long. TSK Tisk, unbelievable. In the following half-month, Mu Chen delves deeper each day, averaging 25 savage beasts slain per day, each beast averaging nearly 90 points of health. Over the half-month, this amounts to 33,000 points of health, combined with the previous 18,000 points, he now has 51,000 points of health, approaching the 90,000 points of health of a C+ rank. However, he notices a problem. The previous C+ rank warrior did not seem to have reached 90,000 points of health, otherwise, he would not have been able to hunt down a C+ rank as C rank. At this moment, the system speaks, a rare occurrence of the system initiating communication. Ding, friendly reminder to the host. Breaking through to the next realm will double, triple, or quintuple the health points based on the previous realm. However, in reality, this is just an ideal statement. Few human warriors can achieve doubling, 2.5 times, or 3.5 times the health points. The system's explanation instantly makes Mu-chan understand why his health points seem different from others. There is indeed such a principle. I need to step up these days, hunting at least 30 savage beasts daily, or even more. Once I reach C+ rank, maybe I can challenge B rank warriors. At the Taowu shelter, Huang Chen and the others have been waiting for a long time without their return, already harboring a sense of foreboding. These useless people, the family has raised you for so many years in vain. No, C rank warriors are too weak. We need at least B rank warriors. Mother dotes on me so much, sending a few B rank warriors over shouldn't be a problem. He really wants the family to send A rank warriors, but A rank warriors are already experts, pillars even in noble families, and mobilization requires the family head's orders. He dare not be too presumptuous. Even if that kid is too extraordinary, he is undoubtedly doomed this time. It's soon their class's turn for the trial of the class of Jashur. He arrived in the wilderness, feeling an urge to unleash slaughter, a stirring within him. In about a month, the Taowu sanctuary will face a great disaster. In the previous life, the sanctuary suffered a catastrophic event. I cannot let history repeat itself. I have discreetly passed on the message, hoping they will take it seriously. Jin Wuxi, the mad drought, looked at a letter. After reading its contents, he was somewhat incredulous, but the sender was the same person who had informed them of the abyssal prison news initially, so he had no choice but to believe. Well, investigating will bring some peace of mind. Mu Chen immersed himself in slaughter, realizing that practicing martial skills during combat accelerated his progress. He didn't need to rely on experience points to advance his skills, his self-practice was efficient. In another half-month, I must break through to C+ level. Achieving B level seems a bit challenging. Mu Chen, significantly stronger now, continued deeper into the wilderness. He had ventured over 300 kilometers, and human martial activity had become scarce. At this point, only formidable warriors dared to tread. In the Taowu sanctuary, C-level warriors were considered strong, with only a few reaching B level. Soon, Mu Chen encountered a fierce beast, a C+ level bone dragon snake, nearly 15 meters long with a robust body. This snake is unusually large, even for a serpent. Although he had some knowledge of pythons from his past life, they paled in comparison to this creature. The bone dragon snake, with its keen sense of smell, had already detected Mu Chen from afar, its cold, emotionless eyes fixed on him. Roar! The snake's body twisted, toppling numerous ancient trees. Mu Chen's earth-ranked martial skill, treading immortal step, had reached perfection, allowing him to move at a speed of 150 meters per second, faster than the bone dragon snake. Flame fist. 100-fold shock. Circling behind the snake, he unleashed a punch. The agile snake evaded his fist in an instant, its head covered in a layer of dry, tree-like scales as it lunged towards him. Mu Chen's body glowed with a golden hue, his S-level talent, the golden body of Buddha, reaching its peak. With a loud bang, he was sent flying by the tremendous force, creating a large crater upon impact. Spitting out blood, Mu Chen emerged from the pit, rubbing his chest. "You beast, you've hurt me." Activating treading immortal step, he swiftly closed in on the bone dragon snake. Shock strike. 100-fold shock. The two attacks combined, creating shockwaves in the air with explosive sounds. The snake's head, covered in thick, tree-like scales, clashed with Mu Chen's fist. Bang! Underestimating Mu Chen's strength, the snake's scales shattered, blood oozing out as it staggered, clearly disoriented. King's 100 Battles Fist. Mu Chen focused on this earth-ranked martial skill, aiming to master it as his trump card. With this punch, he tore a large hole in the snake's body, flesh and bones flying everywhere. The bone dragon snake collapsed, appearing dead, but Mu Chen remained cautious. Even in death, snake-like beasts' nerves remained active. Some warriors had been bitten after slaying such creatures. He hurled an iron spear, pinning the snake's head to ensure its demise, yet he heard no notification from the system. After a mournful cry, the bone dragon snake perished completely. Ding, host successfully looted, plus 100 vitality points. Ding, host successfully killed, plus 1000 vitality points, plus 2000 martial skill experience points. Over 1000 vitality points surged into Mu Chen's body, his vitality boiling before settling down. Splendid, Jishur, his current strength is already at sea level, the outermost ferocious beasts have no effect on him. His final choice is the same as Mukin's, to apply for his own training. Given his strength, the team leader had no choice but to agree. After Jesher left the team, he found his direction and moved forward. In my past life, a treasure would appear here. If I obtain it, it might help advance my martial arts, the star judgment technique, even further, and it could enhance Yutong's talent as well. Her talent is only S-level, which is a bit low. In my past life, I made a slight mistake on the path of cultivation. In this life, I must establish a solid foundation and push my chi and blood to the limit at each stage. 5 days later, Mukin's chi and blood were not far from 90,000 calories. He now exuded a fierce aura, unlike before, without any intimidation. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly climbed a lush tree. Someone is coming. About 100 meters away from him, there were 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman, who seemed to be a team hunting ferocious beasts. The captain, a burly man, was also the strongest, probably a sea-level warrior. The only woman said, "Boss, it said that a treasure has appeared, and many teams have gone to search for it. Should we go too? Of course, why not? Those destined for the treasure will get it. Even if we get a share, it's not bad. Rest here for an hour, then we'll head to the location of the treasure." A treasure? There's actually a treasure here. Looks like I should go take a look too. He continued to watch those people, as he had nothing else to do at the moment. After waiting for about half an hour, the captain and the only woman left, heading towards Mukin's direction. Damn, they didn't spot me, did they? When they reached the tree where he was, the burly man and the woman suddenly kissed each other, leaving Mukin dumbfounded. Were they that desperate? Soon, the sounds of the woman's moans could be heard under the tree, and Mukin witnessed the public display of affection. Damn, this guy is too bold. It's so disgusting. More than 10 minutes passed. Mukin watched the public display of affection for over 10 minutes, too scared to move, afraid of being noticed. After the burly man and the woman finished their encounter, got dressed, and walked hand in hand towards the rest of the team, the other members didn't seem surprised, probably used to it. In this world, it seems that weak women live a more difficult life. An hour later, the team headed deeper into the wilderness, with Mukin keeping a distance of over 300 meters behind them. With his current agility, he wouldn't be noticed by others. A day later, Mukin noticed more and more teams, with the strongest being C+ level warriors, none reaching B level. There was a huge gap between C and B levels, making it difficult to advance. There were about a dozen teams, totaling over 60 people, and ahead of them was a tree, to be precise, a tree emitting a blood-red light. On the tree grew a fruit emitting a unique fragrance. Zhu fruit. It can rapidly increase a warrior's chi and blood, increasing the chances of breaking through. Mukin recognized this type of tree. After the Blue Star catastrophe, many plants underwent mutations, turning into various miraculous medicines. Warriors who consumed them could greatly benefit. Many current elixirs and potions contained these miraculous substances. There's only one Zhu fruit, but so many people. It's going to be a fierce competition later. But, I really like Zhu fruit. As Mukin had guessed, the leaders of the dozen teams had similar strengths, but at the moment, it seemed that the C+ level leaders were going to stand out, leaving the C and C level leaders behind. 3 of them ignored the rest. Gentlemen, there's only one Zhu fruit, but we are 3. I am currently at a crucial breakthrough point. If you brothers give me the Zhu fruit, I, Hangwu, am willing to compensate you with all my family's wealth, or if you have any requests, I will do my best to fulfill them. The other 2 are not fools either. Once Hongmu breaks through to B rank, whatever they have gained now, they will have to spit out twice as much later, which would not be worth it. Hongwu, we also need Zhu fruit. If you want to get Zhu fruit, then let's rely on our abilities. Another C+ rank warrior said, Hongwu, Zhengdi, I won't participate in your fight. I withdraw. If one of you wins, give me 5 million Xingxia coins. With one person withdrawing, things became easier. Hongwu and Zhengdi did not engage in combat immediately but let the other teams leave first. Despite their reluctance, they had to leave, and even the team that had staged the live Spring Palace had to leave. Wu Xiao, it's your turn to leave. Wu Xiao was a C+ rank warrior who voluntarily withdrew. Let's go. Wu Xiao glanced at them and led his team away. In the end, only 2 teams remained. Hongwu, let's have a battle. The 2 distanced themselves, and the fight quickly began. Mu Chen was just a few hundred meters away, watching their battle. Although the 2 were C+ rank warriors, their vitality seemed inferior to his, quite weak. Besides Mu Chen, there was also someone secretly watching them. The concealment skills of Jesher were much stronger than Mu Chen's. They had not noticed Mu Chen, let alone Jesher. Jesher also wanted to make a move. He needed Zhu fruit, but what he needed more was what was hidden under the Zhu fruit tree. Seeing them fighting fiercely, Mu-Chen swiftly used his perfect immortal steps to rush to the side of the Zhu fruit tree, plucked the Zhu fruit with lightning speed, and quickly left. The two who were still fighting noticed a figure appearing, and the precious Zhu fruit disappeared instantly. They were stunned, forgetting to fight. Ah, catch that thief! More than a dozen people from the two teams chased after Mu-Chen in the direction he left. Is it him? How did he get here? Jie was somewhat surprised to see Mu-Chen here. Forget it, let Mu-Chen have the Zhu fruit. These people can't do anything to Mu-Chen. He walked to the Zhu fruit tree, punched it, breaking the tree and revealing the roots. Beneath the roots was a stone emitting a blue light, with what seemed like stars circulating inside, very beautiful. Ha ha, star stone. I never thought that the star master of the previous life made a fortune with this stone. The star stone, even placed in another universe, was considered a good item. Why was it buried here? It could only be said to be a coincidence. The former star master was a cunning person. Before the disaster struck, he enjoyed the spotlight of humanity. After the disaster, he became cunning, using his opportunities. Jie felt no psychological pressure at all. Mu-Chen ran with all his might, quickly leaving those people behind. He looked at the Zhu fruit, its fragrance wafting, took a sniff, and felt his vitality tremble. What a good thing! He quickly devoured the Zhu fruit, not even having time to savor its taste, similar to an old pig eating ginseng fruit. Instantly, an extremely surging power boiled in his stomach. Operating the Tao scripture, the dense energy was instantly suppressed, entering Mu-Chen's spine, limbs, and bones, with the four major martial arts talents focusing on the chaos of various realms as the main, and other talents as secondary, absorbing this energy and converting it into vitality. Ding, host absorbs Zhu fruit, vitality plus 100. Ding, host absorbs Zhu fruit, vitality plus 100. For half an hour, the energy of the Zhu fruit did not dissipate at all absorbed by Mu-Chen. Great, with just one Zhu fruit, I gained nearly 8,000 units of vitality. If I had a few more, wouldn't I soar? Mu-Chen noticed a problem. His four major talents were all functioning, but his original talent, Chaos Bone, so far, besides emitting a warm white light, seemed to have no other effect. He tried many methods but could not find a way to activate the Chaos Bone. Forget it, with so many talents, one more won't hurt. Why not integrate it? After all, the Great Sun Buddha's body is also S-rank. The golden finger, mainly made of Chaos Bones, fused together with Chaos Bones and the Great Sun Buddha body. Soon, the system's voice rang out. Ding, fusion successful, merging SS-level talent, Chaos Buddha body. Mu-Chen tried it out and found that the power had increased significantly, with defense and recovery abilities much stronger than the Great Sun Buddha body. Golden Finger, open the attribute panel. Golden Finger, Attribute Pickup System, Host, Mu-Chen, Talent, Universal Chaos Talent, SS-Level Talent, Hundredfold Shock, SS-Level Talent, Chaos Buddha Body, Martial Arts, Tao Scripture, Entry Level, Universal Level, Semi-Advanced, Sacrificial Ritual Door, Special, Bone Shedding, Special, Martial Arts Realm, C-Level, Chi and Blood 74,000 cards, Martial Skills, Shocking Strike, Consummate, Perfect, Flame Martial Fist, Minor Consummate, Mysterious Level, Treading Immortal Steps, Consummate, Earth Level, King of 100 Battles Fist, Consummate, Earth Level, Martial Skill Experience Points, 36,000. I need to check my combat power. Hongwu and Zhang Di had been looking for Mu-Chen all along, but he seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Zhang Di, if it weren't for you, would the Zhu fruit have been stolen by someone else? You are simply incompetent. Humph. Hongwu, it's because of your useless subordinates that you can't even keep an eye on a Zhu fruit. Zhang Di, you're asking for trouble. The two of them shifted blame onto each other and started fighting again. Mu-Chen was astonished. Weren't they looking for him? Why were they fighting now? Hey, are you looking for me? Mu-Chen jumped down from a tree, smiling at the two of them. Kid, you stole the Zhu fruit, hand it over. I've already eaten the Zhu fruit. I have to say, it tastes great. You're asking for trouble. The two of them quickly rushed over. Ding, host successfully picked up, Chi and Blood plus 50. Ding, host successfully picked up, Chi and Blood plus 60. The fluctuating emotions of the two dropped Chi and Blood, all of which went to Mu-Chen. Mu-Chen sensed that the two of them had roughly around 70,000 cards of Chi and Blood each, but for him, with the same amount of Chi and Blood, he was invincible. You two have had enough, now it's my turn. King of 100 Battles Fist. A huge golden Chi and Blood fist struck out, directly smashing Hongwu and Zhang Di. Ding, host successfully killed, Chi and Blood plus 450. Ding, host successfully killed, Chi and Blood plus 500. Another 1,000 cards of Chi and Blood were added to Mu-Chen's account. He quickly killed off the fleeing members and left the area. A week later, Mu Chen released an extremely powerful wave of energy, his chi and blood rich and detached, blood surging like rivers, heart beating like a drum. He threw a punch, the energy rolling, sonic booms echoing, the air trembling faintly. Nice, C+ level martial artist, chi and blood 90,000 cards. Mu Chen contemplated. The martial arts levels in this world didn't seem low to him. Having read so many martial arts novels in his past life, few had the strength to match his. He realized that now, he was only at the third realm of martial arts, E level, D level, C level, and his current strength had already reached 900,000 kg. Such power was terrifying. I was thinking of trying to break through to a B level martial artist, but now it seems impossible. With my current strength, I fear no threat except for those few B level martial artists. Arriving at the shelter, the first thing Mu Chen did was contact Xiao Yunjing, who worried about him every day. Seeing Xiao Yunjing, she immediately threw herself into Mu Chen's arms. You're finally back, I was so worried. Ha, then reward me with a kiss. Xiao Yunjing blushed instantly, stop teasing. Mu Chen liked seeing her blush, finding it very cute. It had to be said, being in love was really nice, purely about love. However, Mu Chen noticed an issue. Xiao Yunjing's chi and blood seemed to have dropped slightly, but it wasn't too noticeable, so he didn't pay too much attention. Jinger, you haven't been feeling unwell recently, have you? No, I'm fine. Let's go eat barbecue. It's been a while since I had some. Alright, after the high school competition at Taowu Shelter is over, let's invite Dathan, Jisher, and Yida, the school flower, to have a good meal together. The next day, Nukin went to school. To be honest, he was a bit disdainful of the bubbles that his classmates had fallen into now, but following the principle that even a mosquito is meat, he didn't miss a single bubble. After a round, he gained 50 to 60 points of health and energy, which was still acceptable. Standing with Xiao Yunjing, they were like the two most beautiful scenery, attracting passing classmates to take a few more glances. Jinger, let's wait for them. Okay. Daogu, are you and your sister-in-law waiting for me? I'm truly honored. Jiang Chen flashed a sly smile, feeling delighted when Nukin happily responded to being called a sister-in-law, while Xiao Yunjing rolled her eyes at him. Dathan, why are you shouting nonsense? Ha ha, I'll stop shouting. Ding, host successfully picks up, plus 60 health points. Jesher and Itone walked slowly towards them, both looking outstanding. Nukin, what's your strength? Jesher's eyes were full of disbelief. Damn, are you cheating? Ding, host successfully picks up, gains a star source. Ding, host successfully picks up, plus 40 health points. Nukin patted Jesher on the back. What's wrong? The school's heartthrob envies me. Do you want me to teach you a few moves? Get lost, we'll settle this another day. Haha, Nukin was enjoying his life now, with a lover, friends, family, what could be better than this? In the principal's office, the top 10 students of the school competition were gathered. Nukin deliberately glanced at Huang Chen, who couldn't meet his gaze directly, looking somewhat evasive. Since Huang Chen had already made it to his hit list, he decided to let him live a little longer. Initially, it was just playful banter, which he didn't take seriously, but later on, it seemed like Huang Chen wanted to push him to the brink of death. Huang Chen was equally furious. He had always been a proud child of heaven, a direct descendant of the respected family, with a promising future. He had never suffered such grievances before, which would be a shame that he would find hard to wash away in his lifetime. Dear students, the reason I've called you 10 here today is mainly for the Taowu Shelter High School competition. It's also a significant event for Taowu Shelter. Let me explain the rules to you. The competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first round involves hunting fierce beasts. E-level beasts are worth 1 point, E+ level beasts are worth 3 points, D-level beasts are worth 5 points, D-level beasts are worth 7 points, D+ level beasts are worth 11 points. Considering your strengths, if you hunt a C-level beast, C-level is worth 20 points, C-level is worth 60 points, C+ level is worth 180 points. Except for Mukin and Jiesher, who showed no change in expression, the other students were somewhat skeptical. Who could slay a C-level beast? They looked at Mukin and Jiesher, feeling that they couldn't accomplish such a feat. The first round of the competition will take place in the wilderness, within a radius of 300 miles, which will be your activity area. Tomorrow morning, you will be given point tokens that will automatically tally your points. The top 30 will proceed to the second round of the competition. The teachers hope that you will give your all, but the premise is to protect your own safety. Only by staying alive can you have endless possibilities. Mukin noticed that the principal now had C-level strength. He remembered that the principal was a B-level warrior before. After a period of absence, his energy and health had declined. This was the way of warriors: if you don't progress, you regress. Energy and health decline with age and cannot be reversed. Principal Zhang Rulin was said to be over 100 years old. He glanced at Xiao Yunjing and noticed that her energy and health seemed to have weakened slightly. Although it was a very subtle change, with his control over energy and health, he couldn't miss any minor fluctuations. Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? This premonition was strong, and it was the first time he had ever felt this way. Outside the office, Mu Chen looked affectionately at Xiao Yunjing. Jinger, if there's anything, you must tell me. Xiao Yunjing's face changed slightly, a smile playing on his lips. I'm fine. Let's go. It's time for class. Far away at the Taowu Sanctuary, something strange happened. On this day, all beasts ran wildly, emitting rhythmic roars. The closer they got to a certain area, the stronger the fierce beasts became, including some B-grade ones. It's worth noting that B-grade fierce beasts could already rule a territory as kings, yet they were gathered here as if guarding something. In the central area was a wide cave, dark, damp, and eerie. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a pained, intense roar echoed. A pair of vertical pupils abruptly opened, as large as lanterns, letting out a loud cry, causing all beasts to roar in unison. Two figures stood in the air near the Beast King's territory. Almost there. Their expressions under the masks turned excited, bodies subtly twisting, emitting a strange black aura. Wu Si, a C+ level warrior of the Taowu Sanctuary, received orders to investigate the fierce beast's traces. There seemed to be an unspoken agreement between the sanctuary and these powerful fierce beasts, where humans didn't hunt them extensively, and the beasts didn't invade human sanctuaries. However, today he noticed an anomaly as many fierce beasts gathered in one place, leading to his unsettling speculations. He activated his movement technique and ventured further ahead. I hope nothing goes wrong. If that Beast King's power advances further, it will be dangerous. The next day, Mu Chen and 9 others arrived at the school. Captain Jin Wuxi had a vehicle waiting to transport them, with teacher Ji Yu leading the way. It seemed the current principal intended to nurture Ji Yu. They boarded the vehicle and headed outside the sanctuary. Soon, they reached their destination, where students from other schools had also arrived. The Taowu Sanctuary encompassed 9 high schools within a range of 300 miles, no small area. When all students from the 9 high schools had gathered, a stern-looking man, whom Mu Chen had seen before but forgotten his name, spoke slowly to them. Students, introduce yourselves. I am Captain Zhou Kaiwu of Jin Wuxi. You are all geniuses of my Taowu Sanctuary. Your teachers must have briefed you on the rules, but let me reiterate, prioritize your safety above all else. Now, collect your point devices. The event lasts 2 days. Good luck to you all. The point device resembled an electronic watch from a past life but with a more sophisticated and technological feel. Jinger, how about we team up and help each other? Dao Ge, let's go separate ways. Don't worry, I'm one of the strongest among this group. I'm not just a pretty face, you might not even match up to me. Ha, alright, let's have a competition. Let's make a deal. Whoever loses must agree to a condition from the other. How about that? Deal. Daphne, Jesher, Yida, you all be careful. Mu Chen had assessed the strengths of students from other schools, finding them decent but lacking in high-end combat abilities. Just pulling in someone like Zhang Chan or Yi Yutong could surpass them. He was eager to enhance his own strength, and the wilderness was undoubtedly the best choice. The first round of the competition seemed tailor-made for him, ensuring he would only grow stronger. Drawing from past experiences, Mu Chen didn't linger but pressed on, using the treading immortal step technique to travel for several hours until he stopped 200 miles away, where the fierce beasts were most abundant. Ahead of him were 4 or 5 groups of fierce beasts, led by a small chieftain, all D-grade fierce beasts. Shockwave strike. A powerful force erupted, causing the air to tremble, and the beasts to shatter instantly. Ding, host successfully picks up, plus 80 HP. Ding, host successfully slays, plus 200 HP. His points watch also displayed, points, 10 points, 3 E-level ferocious beasts, 1 D-level ferocious beast. However, the rankings were not visible, which was a bit of a pity. Wu Si, after a night of searching, was getting closer and closer to the Beast King Center. The number of ferocious beasts was significant, but he didn't dare to boldly enter, otherwise, it wouldn't take him this long. Roar, that was the roar of the Beast King. Forget it, I can't go any further, or I might not make it out. Just as he was about to send out a message, a chilling voice rang out, "Are you looking for us?" 2 figures with snake and horse masks stood in front of him. Even behind the masks, he could sense their mocking expressions. Who are you? The threat from these 2 was immense, but the next moment, a large hand gripped his neck, and his C+ level strength was completely useless. With a snap, Wu Si's neck was twisted, and his head was torn off. The 2 acted as if it was a trivial matter and then left. Mu Chen was killing with great satisfaction, increasing his chi and blood by over 1,000 points in half an hour. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied. He guessed that the reason for dividing the area into 300 miles was because they believed their limit was 300 miles, and the ferocious beasts beyond that were even stronger. In 2 days, it was impossible to exceed this range. He directly activated his body technique and continued deeper. Only ferocious beasts around 500 miles could satisfy his current needs. What he didn't know was that their points watches had tracking devices. Zhou Kaiwu had noticed a tracking signal moving unusually fast from the start. He thought it was a mistake until a brief video from the points bracelet reassured him. The signal stopped for half an hour before moving forward again until it reached 500 miles. Zhou Kaiwu couldn't sit still. Damn, who's this daring kid, courting death? Forget it, I'll go check it out myself. Arriving at the 500-mile mark, Muchen didn't venture further. I've already wasted too much time. Let's see how much my chi and blood can increase in 2 days. As time passed, Muchen was like a god of slaughter, his points rapidly increasing. The smell of blood grew stronger. Weak ferocious beasts might flee, but for the powerful ones, it was undeniably attractive. Soon, Muchen noticed a C+ level ferocious beast approaching, a tall rooster over 3 meters high. Avian ferocious beasts were rare, and this one was called the Iron Crown Chicken. Its colorful feathers resembled steel needles covering its body, with a sharp crown and powerful claws. Muchen, at almost 2 meters tall, found it quite appetizing, especially with its rich chi and blood. Cluck cluck, the Iron Crown Chicken flapped its wings and charged at Muchen, sparking a bit of interest in him. Shockwave strike. A punch was thrown, causing a wave of energy, but it didn't inflict significant damage on the chicken. Interesting, how about this punch then? King of 100 Battles Fist. 100-fold shockwave. A golden chi and blood fist imprint appeared, directly blasting towards the Iron Crown Chicken. Boom! After a loud bang, the seemingly indestructible feathers of the chicken were blown apart, along with its chest. Ding! Host successfully picks up chi and blood plus 100. Ding! Host successfully picks up chi and blood plus 1000. Over the next 2 days, Muchen hunted ferocious beasts with all his might. On the first day, including E-level ferocious beasts, he killed over 100, nearly 50 to 60 D-level ferocious beasts, and 5 C-level ferocious beasts. E-level ferocious beasts provided an average of 60 chi and blood points, D-level ferocious beasts provided an average of 100 chi and blood points, and C-level ferocious beasts provided over 1000 chi and blood points on average. His chi and blood surged by over 10,000 points, his entire body brimming with energy. To break through to B-rank warrior, one must have a blood energy of 180,000 calories, and nearly 80,000 calories of blood energy. It won't take too long. 2 days passed quickly. The fierce beasts here were like sending food to Muchen. C+ grade fierce beasts were no match for him with just a few punches, and he hadn't encountered any B-rank fierce beasts. No matter how many fierce beasts came, they were just giving him blood energy for free. Now his blood energy had reached 110,000 calories, a total of over 1,000,000 kilograms of blood energy, a complete mismatch. Not far away, Zhou Kaiwu looked at Muchen, somewhat absent-minded. Wow, this kid is simply not human. Muchen had long noticed someone behind him watching, but the person had no ill intentions, and the aura was very familiar. It was Zhou Kaiwu's aura. Points, 3059. With this many points, I should be able to get first place. Time is almost up. For now, let's leave it at that and come back for hunting fierce beasts to improve strength when there's a chance. Golden Finger, open the attribute panel. Golden Finger, attribute acquisition system, host, Muchen, talent, Chaos of the Universe, SS-Level talent, 100-fold shock, SS-Level talent, Chaotic Buddha body, martial arts, Tao scripture, entry level, cosmic level, semi-advanced, sacrificial ritual method, special, bone shedding, special, martial arts realm, C+ level, blood energy 112,000 calories, martial skills, shocking strike, consummate, flame martial fist, minor, treading immortal steps, consummate, king of battles, fist, consummate, martial skill experience points, 95,000. 2 days later, the first round of competition had ended. Students from 9 schools had mostly returned to their starting points. At 3rd middle school, one person was missing. Muchen had not returned yet. Why hasn't Dao Gu come back yet? Time is almost up. Zhou Kaiwu had already returned. He wasn't in a hurry to announce the end of the time. Muchen had left a deep impression on him. It seems like this kid is still someone the master values greatly. It seems the master's judgment is still sharp. Suddenly, everyone felt a very strong blood energy rushing towards them, coming at a very fast speed. They didn't understand and thought it was a powerful fierce beast invading, so they all went into a defensive state. The result was Muchen appearing in front of them. With an increase of 20,000 calories of blood energy in 2 days, he still couldn't control it freely, rushing over with his body technique in operation. blood energy spreading constantly. Captain Joe, Teacher G, I'm late. Jiang Chen stepped forward, staring at Mu Chen with wide eyes. Daoge, why do I feel like you're a monster now? My hair stands on end when I get close to you. Get lost, you brat. Your Daoge has made some progress. Not only Jiang Chen, but including Jieshi, students from other schools also had this feeling. Mu Chen's blood energy was like a blazing sun, while theirs was like a candlelight, the difference between heaven and earth. Huang Chen's face darkened. Why, I also have an SS-level talent. What am I lacking compared to him? Damn it, if that's the case, then don't blame me. He was already brewing a conspiracy against Mu Chen in his mind. Jiyu also felt immense pressure. As a C+ level warrior, he didn't have this feeling 2 days ago, but now it appeared. This kid, his future is limitless. The teachers leading the other schools all showed bitter smiles. They no longer had any obsession with first place. With Mu Chen around, 3rd middle school would definitely be first in this competition. The luck of 3rd middle school this year was incomparable. They couldn't match it. Previously, they heard that 3rd middle school had awakened 3 S-level talents. They were somewhat skeptical, but after confirming it, they spared no effort to cultivate the school's geniuses. Now it seemed that students with S-level talents were indeed different. Throughout the Taowu Sanctuary, apart from 3rd middle school, only 1st middle school and 9th middle school had 2 students each with awakened S-level martial talents, while 3rd middle school had 3, far surpassing them. Zhou Kaiwu nodded at Mu Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2-day period has come to an end. Next, the second round of the competition will be held at the Jinwu Division. The results of the first round will be announced at the Jinwu Division. The second round of the competition will take place the next day. After 2 days of killing, everyone's condition is not at its best. The next day, at the Jinwu Division training ground, 9 schools middle school, 90 talented students gathered neatly according to the school's arrangement, looking very spirited. Mu Chen stood in the middle of the 3rd team. The person in front of him was Xiao Yunjing. To dispel his doubts, he deliberately sensed Xiao Yunjing's aura and found nothing unusual, which eased his mind. Soon, the Jinwu Division's master, Quang Han, appeared. The aura belonging to a B-level warrior stood there, making the students feel like they were staring at the sun with their eyes wide open, unable to look directly at it. Quang Han suppressed his thoughts, and the messengers he sent out to gather information had not returned with any news yet. Forget it, we have our detection devices covering 1,000 miles. If there really is a beast tide, we still have time to prepare. Students, I am Quang Han, the master of Jinwu Division. After the intense first round, 30 students will participate in the second round of the competition. The following information is the points you have earned. In front of Quang Han, there was a screen displaying the names of students and their points. Mu Chen was ranked first with 3,059 points. Mu Chen, Taowu 3rd Middle School, 3,059 points. Jieshi, Taowu 3rd Middle School, 2,900 points. Xiao Yunjing, Taowu 3rd Middle School, 2,800 points. Jiang Chen, Taowu 3rd Middle School, 2,400 points. Huang Chen, Taowu 3rd Middle School, 2,393 points. Gu Xian, Taowu 1st Middle School, 2080 points. Chenglin, Taowu 9th Middle School, 2041 points. Yi Yutong, Taowu 3rd Middle School, 1985 points. Zhao Xiling, Taowu 7th Middle School, 1859 points. When this ranking came out, everyone was stunned. 6 out of the top 10 were from Taowu 3rd Middle School. This was the first time in the history of the Taowu Sanctuary that such a situation had occurred, breaking records. Jieshi looked at Yi Yutong's ranking and furrowed his brows slightly. Yutong only has an S-level talent. I need to speed up the extraction of star power. This era is a golden age of geniuses. In the previous life, Yutong struggled to break through the limits of life and eventually died. I searched for her in the river of time for 1,000 years without success. This time, I must not let such a thing happen. My rebirth has also led to some changes in the course of events. In the previous life, except for me and Xiao Yunjing, no one else was an S-level martial talent awakener. But in this life, there are so many. Jieshi, who was at least a prominent figure in his previous life, could see that this was indeed a golden age with exceptional talents emerging. I am looking forward to this golden age. He then looked at Mu Chen. I hope you can seize this golden age as well. Mu Chen also felt a bit sorry for Yi Yutong's ranking. He extracted star power from Jieshi, which had a similar effect to the original celestial energy, enhancing talent. He walked over to Yi Yutong, gently patted her, and quietly infused the star power into her body. In a few days, her talent would evolve to S-level, or even higher. After shearing your wool for so long, consider this a little reward. It wasn't like he had any use for it anyway. When this ranking was revealed, even Quang Han was somewhat shocked. Alright, since there are no objections, Let's begin the second round of the competition now. Wait. Master Kwang, I have a suggestion. Taowu 3rd Middle School has outstanding talents and will surely take the first place. Why not exclude them and let the other 8 high schools compete for the rankings? What do the rest of you think? The leader from Taowu 2nd High School spoke up. Upon hearing his words, the other teachers leading the teams from different schools pondered briefly and agreed. Taowu 3rd High School was undoubtedly the first. GU was even more unquestionable. To subdue without fighting was the best approach. Seeing everyone in agreement, Kwang Han announced, since everyone agrees, let it be so. 3rd High School automatically takes the first position, and the other 8 high schools will determine the outcome. Mu Chen and his group sat on the side, watching the competitions of the other 8 schools. Apart from them, there were 24 others, making it quick to determine the winners. He paid particular attention to a few individuals. One was a genius from 1st High School, an S-level talent awakener, another was a genius from 9th High School, also an S-level talent, and several others were A-level talent awakeners. These students were undeniably geniuses. Oh, today's wool has not been sheared yet. He looked towards Jieshur, noticing a particularly bright golden bubble under his feet. It was close to him, and without hesitation, he picked it up. Ding, host successfully picks up, gains heavenly ranked martial skill +1, extinction spear technique. Mu Chen hadn't been this excited in a long time. A heavenly ranked martial skill was truly remarkable. If he could, he would have hugged Jieshur and given him a big kiss. He was like his lucky star. Jieshur shuddered, feeling as though someone was watching him. He looked around but found nothing amiss. Ding, host successfully picks up, health +100. Ding, host successfully picks up, health +90. Jieshur fell into contemplation, sending a message to Kwang Han. I wonder if he's paying attention. I remember in my past life, around these days, the beast tide would appear, and Mu Chen's parents died in that accident. Several years later, Mu Chen died in another beast tide, but in the past life, he and Xiao Yunjing seemed to have no connection, yet in this life, they became lovers. Fate is truly a strange thing. After this matter is over, I must also go in search of my opportunities. My brothers should be similar to me now, all still students. Thinking of some happy things, he couldn't help but smile. Mu Chen made an excuse to leave under the pretense of going to the bathroom. Golden Finger, use all the martial skill experience to enhance the extinction spear technique. Ding, spending 5,000 martial skill experience, extinction spear technique upgraded to entry level. Ding, spending 15,000 martial skill experience, extinction spear technique upgraded to intermediate level. Ding, spending 40,000 martial skill experience, extinction spear technique upgraded to advanced level. Ding, insufficient martial skill experience, unable to upgrade. A surge of extremely abundant memories flooded his mind, profound and intricate. If he were to comprehend them on his own, it would take some time. Subsequently, his consciousness entered a gray world where everything was composed of spear shadows. The air was filled with a sense of extinction. Just as he was about to delve deeper into exploration, a gray giant spear exuding a destructive and annihilating aura pierced into his mind. In the real world, Mu Chen emitted a strong aura of spear intent, like a master immersed in spear techniques for decades. Although it only took a few seconds, it saved him decades of effort. Now, I'm only lacking a good weapon. The iron spear's hardness might break with one strike. However, the price of an intelligent alloy weapon seems steep. Selling the things harvested in the wilderness should be enough to buy one. Returning to the competition venue and sitting down, Jiang Chen, Jieshur, and the others looked over. Daoga, did you go to pee? Why do I feel like someone wants to kill me when you're around? Being close to you, I feel like there's a gun pointed at my head. Is it that exaggerated? Don't believe me? Ask them. Mu Chen looked at Xiao Yunjing, Jieshur, Yuton, and a few other classmates, and they all nodded. Daoga, I also want to improve quickly, teach me. Oh, Jinger wants to learn, then I'll definitely teach. Jinger, you lost to me in the first round of the competition, but don't forget you still have to agree to a condition. Mu Chen revealed a sly smile, making Xiao Yunjing want to slap him. Stop thinking about dirty stuff, I don't agree. What do you take me for? I just want you to have a meal with me. Really? Absolutely, if I lie to you, I'll be single for 30 years. Jiang Chen? I see you as a brother, you can't curse me to be girlfriendless. Friendship over 2 hours later, the competition at Ba School High School had ended. Third place went to San School, second to E School, third to Geo School, fourth to Wu School, fifth to Lu School, sixth to Ba School, seventh to Air School, eighth to Chi School, and ninth to C School. Each competition involved resource allocation. Everyone wanted to come first to gain more resources, but resources had to be reserved for those most deserving of cultivation. The competition has ended. If there are no more questions, you may all leave. Chief Guangxi, I have a question. I want to challenge Mu Chen from San School. It was the S-level genius from E School, Gu Xian, who spoke. Mu Chen sensed that Gu Xian was currently at D+ level. Quan Han looked at Mu Chen, who smiled faintly. I'm itching for a fight too. Let's have a spar, my dear classmate Gu. He had already guessed that by letting San School win first place directly, some students would definitely be dissatisfied. Mu, please enlighten me. Gu Xian's fists emitted a faint golden energy, his blood and qi surging, visible on the surface. Tyrant's fist. Despite the imposing punch, Mu Chen didn't dodge, and with a punch of his own, without using any martial skills. Boom! Gu Xian staggered back a few steps, his arms numb, disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? I lost. Mu Chen, thank you for the lesson. It's not about lessons, just mutual learning. With this battle, others with ideas no longer had any. Mu Chen didn't go home directly. Instead, he accompanied Xiao Yunjing for a stroll, escorted her home, and then went to the exchange pavilion. The exchange pavilion was a place where goods were exchanged for profit, the only official organization under the protection of Taowu, legitimate and secure. He put the precious parts of fierce beasts from the Golden Finger system space into a bag. His Golden Finger had a system space, but he had no need for it and had never used it. He dumped all the parts of the fierce beasts he had collected into the space, which was not large, about 10 by 10 by 10 in size. What would you like to buy, young man? Boss, I'd like to exchange some things. He emptied everything out: gorilla whips, tiger whips, ox whips, sheep whips, various whips, as well as various skins, fur, claws, and a variety of items, mostly from sea-level fierce beasts. The boss's eyes widened as he stared at the whips. Oh, young man, these are all good things. Many wealthy people like to eat these. After totaling up, the value was 2 million. Boss, how much for a wisdom alloy war spear here? Young man, the wisdom alloy weapon is a crystallization of human wisdom. We have those for 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, and 100 million. Which one do you need? When he heard 100 million, Mu Chen internally complained about the high price. Give me the one for 1 million. The heavier, the better. The boss brought out a silver-gray long spear, about 2.6 meters long, full of technological sense and exceptionally sharp. Holding the spear, weighing at least 3,000 kg, it was perfect for him. Let's set a small goal first: earn that 1 billion. A week after the high school competition at Taowu Shelter, Mu Chen and his group had already enjoyed some of the distributed resources. The source of these resources was naturally from the better shelters distributing them. Mu Chen obtained 2 bottles of martial pill spirit liquid, which was more effective than the usual blood refining pill and blood training pill he used for cultivation. A bottle of Dan is equivalent to a zhu fruit, and 2 bottles of Wudon Lingya have increased his qi and blood by more than 10,000. Outside the sanctuary, there is a trial team called Zissou, consisting of 5 men and 2 women, led by a handsome middle-aged man with a strength level of C. Captain, should we go back now? The resources this time should be enough for you to advance to C+ level, right? Yes, this time I will definitely advance to C+ level. With increased strength, our future gains will be even greater. Wait, why has the temperature changed? Captain Zissou's face changed, and several team members quickly went into a defensive state, a tacit understanding they had developed. 2 figures with masks resembling a bull's head and a snake's head slowly appeared in front of them. Who are you? You are alert, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Arrogant. What greeted them was a Linjia beast's hand piercing through the chest, blasting all the internal organs out of the body. Captain? The other team members were shocked, their qi and blood surged, but the next moment, 2 red lights flashed, and their heads fell one by one, disbelief in their eyes. Guisha, can't you be more gentle with your attacks? If you damage their bodies, how can we get in? Yanma complained, walking to Zissou's side, taking out a strange small knife with a mysterious energy surging in his hand. Soon, a perfect face skin appeared. Yanma took off the mask, revealing a skull-like face, covering it with the face skin. Suddenly, a living Zissou appeared again. Under the mask, Gisha's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Yanma, no wonder they sent you down. This method is truly terrifying. After Guisha finished disguising, he took out a fierce beast from a bag. The fierce beast looked strange. With a body length of over a meter, it seemed to have just been born as its eyes were still closed. The 2 dragged the fierce beast, running quickly, letting the fierce beast's body rub against the ground, emitting a bloody smell. Within 1,000 miles of the Taowu sanctuary, the disguised duo exchanged smiles, swiftly removed the fierce beast's head, letting a large amount of blood flow out. To enter the sanctuary, identity verification is required. The guards scanned the faces of the 2 with a device, confirming their identities, and then let them in. Once inside the sanctuary, the 2 quickly left. At night, they found the most crowded area of people in the sanctuary, placed the fierce beast's body in a hidden spot on a tall building, and made airy laughter. Guisha, if we complete this mission, we will definitely break through to a level, maybe even reach S-level. Hee, I can't wait. Roar! A roar filled with boundless anger echoed in the wilderness, startling all the beasts. A snake, or more accurately a half-dragon, with a body length of 100 meters, standing tall with a snake head, as high as 7 or 8 floors, covered in scales, solid and heavy. This fierce beast is called the Blood Dragon, at the peak of B+ level, ready to break through to a level at any time. Roar! Roar! The Blood Dragon roared again, its voice mournful. The other fierce beasts also roared in unison. The huge snake sniffed the air, then roared in a certain direction, leaping a kilometer. The fierce beasts in the wilderness followed suit, all heading towards a common target. Muken felt a bit bored. After a week, the amount of chi and blood he collected was limited. He was not satisfied with slowly collecting chi bubbles. It's almost time. Should I continue to the wilderness? I won't come back until I reach the B realm. Jinger, I might have to go out and hunt fierce beasts. You stay inside the sanctuary and wait for me to come back. Dao Good, didn't you just come back? Jinger, I have a goal now, which is to break through to the B realm as soon as possible and become the strongest warrior in the Taowu sanctuary. Alright, but you have to accompany me for 2 more days. After 2 days, I will go with you. Okay. Jinwu Court, the office of the courtmaster. A member of the Jinwu Court rushed in, looking flustered and pale. Courtmaster, it's over, something big has happened. The sudden drought felt ominous. After receiving the message from the member's hand, his expression changed as well. Notify all B-level martial artists in the sanctuary, issue a summons, all martial artists, as long as they are martial artists, must gather at the high walls of the sanctuary. Any violators will be blacklisted and the war alert status will be activated, with all resources prioritized for war. This time, it concerns the life and death of the sanctuary. In addition, send a message to the other sanctuaries seeking help. Jingdao Martial Arts Hall, Dao slashed out with a sword. The swordsmanship was astonishing. Damn, is it so difficult for a B-level talent to become an A-level martial artist? He was annoyed, then suddenly received a message from the Town Martial Bureau. After checking it, his expression changed instantly. All disciples of Jingdao Martial Arts Hall, including those training outside, must gather at the high walls of the sanctuary within a day. Any violations will result in expulsion from the Martial Arts Hall. Apart from Jingdao Martial Arts Hall, there was another force in the Tala sanctuary comparable to it, the Qin family. Qin Ming, the head of the Qin family, was a legendary figure who was also a student of the sanctuary. Awakening an A-level talent, he later returned to the Ta sanctuary, established the Qin family, and combined with the previous family background, quickly turned the Qin family into a large clan. All B-level martial artists in the sanctuary have a special way of communication. Qin Ming, who was still discussing family matters, saw the message and his expression changed as well. All Qin family martial artists, recall immediately. Principal Zhang Rulin of Sanzhong, although no longer a B-level martial artist, also received the message, his old face full of anger. These beasts, damn it! He took out a large knife from under the bed. The knife had a notch, looking plain and ordinary. Old buddy, we're going to fight side by side again. A plain breakfast shop. Mu Cheng's body trembled slightly as he looked at Su Shui, who was still busy beside him. Wife, something's wrong. Mu Cheng and Su Shui were both martial artists, but what Su Shui didn't know was that Mu Cheng was actually a B-level martial artist. Not only did she not know, even the head of the Town Martial Bureau didn't know. Su Shui hesitated. Old Mu, what's going on? Did Dower or Linger get into trouble? Just as Mu Cheng was about to explain, Su Shui also received a message. Beast Tide Invasion, Life and Death Moment, all martial artists, participate in the war to resist the Beast Tide. On this day, all martial artists in the Ta sanctuary received the same message, and a storm was brewing in the entire sanctuary. The next morning, Mu Chen woke up and stretched lazily. Looking at the communication, he saw a message from the Town Martial Bureau, as well as bombardment of information from Jiang Chen and Xiao Yunjing. Damn, what's happening? He clicked in and his face turned grim. Beast Tide? How dare these beasts? After casually replying to the messages, he immediately rushed to the school. He intended to explain some things to Mu Ling, but it was too late, so he can only send her a message. Arriving at the school, Jisher, Xiao Yunjing, Jiang Chen, and Yi Yutong were all waiting for him. Dao Gu, you're finally here? Time waits for no one, let's go to the classroom. In the classroom, there was a heavy atmosphere, devoid of any vitality. Ji Yu walked into the classroom, his expression equally grim. Students, I believe everyone has received the message. As far as I know, the Beast Tide was something that happened decades ago. Now that it has reappeared, as martial artists, we cannot avoid it. However, you are all in the reserve. If you really can't resist the beast tide, you must take up the big sword from the hands of your predecessors and wield it against the beasts to protect this homeland. In the next few days, it will be up to you. As for me, the teacher, I will also shine on the front line. After Ji Yu finished speaking, he gave some instructions to the class monitor and then left. Mu Chen did not want to sit idly by, that was not his character. Daffin, Jinger, do you want to have a good fight? Dao Gu, isn't cultivating martial arts all about protecting what you want to protect? In this battle, we are not afraid. Dao Gu, count me in. In a meeting room at the sanctuary, Quang Han, Yidao, Qin Ming, and Zhang Rulin, 3 top-tier B-level martial artists, gathered. Suddenly, a strange B-level aura emerged, and Mu Chang appeared. Long time no see, everyone. Who are you? I'm Mu Chang, with a code name, Gun Butcher. Your Gun Butcher? Quang Han was somewhat shocked. I thought you were long gone. Ha, tired of fighting and killing every day, but now, I won't back down. Ha, good. Gun Butcher was a legend, but no one knew his real name. Many years ago, Quang Han tried to find him to recruit him into the B-level martial artist list at the Taowu Sanctuary, thinking it would take some time, but it turned out to be easy. Zhang Rulin asked, Mu Chang, aren't you Mu Chen's father? Is that so? Mu Chang smiled, yes, I am Mu Chen's father. No wonder, like father, like son. Mu Chang didn't say much. Chief Quang, how's the situation? The Savage Beast Army is 5,000 miles away from the Taowu Sanctuary. With their speed, they can advance up to 4,000 miles in a day. Our first line of defense is 1,000 miles away, which is also our main battlefield. But, look at this. Quang Han swiped across the screen, revealing a figure. This is the leader of the Beast Tide, at the peak of B+ level strength. Initially, humans and it had an understanding, living peacefully, but now, different species, different hearts. We should have killed it long ago, instead of being so passive now. Yidao was very dissatisfied. He had proposed it before, but unfortunately, it was not accepted. Master Iguan, the blame has already served its purpose. We have investigated thoroughly. Besides this Blood Jiao Dragon, the Savage Beast side also has 6 B-level Beast Kings. When the time comes, Master Iguan, please hold off one more. Another one? Leave it to me. Although I haven't shown my skills in many years, Gun Butcher still has what it takes. Large groups of martial artists boarded transport warships heading 1,000 miles away to the sanctuary. By now, a makeshift defense line had been set up, various weapons, intelligent robots, and large equipment were being transported there. As for the regular army, they were piloting fighter jets to assist the martial artists, as the martial artists were the key to this battle. No matter how many ordinary people there were, they would be useless against the savage beasts. Mu Chen, Xiao Yunjing, Jisher, Jiang Chen, and Yutong rushed to the sanctuary together, proving their martial artist identities before being sent to the front lines on the aircraft. Not only them, Mu Chen also saw talents like Guxuan from 1 middle school and Qinglin from 9 middle school. It was his first time experiencing the brutality of war against the savage beasts. Although the battle had not yet begun, in reality, it had already started. The mindset was the first hurdle in battle. Inside the sanctuary, fear appeared on the faces of the courtiers. Damn, how could a beast tide like this happen? With this level of beast tide, the Taowu Sanctuary is finished. Now even if we want to run, we can't. The B-level martial artists sent by the family can't arrive in time. Damn it! Yes, my mother dotes on me the most. If she knew about my danger, she would definitely come to save me personally. Yes, is this the right thing to do? Mother, I hope you come quickly, or else I'll die. The Nining Sanctuary was also a large family within the Nining Sanctuary. The royal family, majestic and grand, occupying tens of thousands of square meters with numerous martial artists. In a high-tech meeting room, a dignified and noble woman exuded an aura of superiority, accompanied by a burly, handsome middle-aged man. How is our son doing? You remember our son, should I be happy for him? The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. Our son has a free-spirited personality. It's good for him to go out and temper himself, otherwise, how can we trust him with the future of the family? They were the father and mother of the courtier, also the patriarch and matriarch of the respected family. If Mu Chen were here, he would definitely feel the pressure. The courtier's father, Huang Aoshen, emitted an aura of at least S-level strength, and his mother, Gu Huangxue, had a strength of at least A-level. Suddenly, Gu Huangxue received a message from the imperial court. His face changed drastically after reading it. Aoshen, something happened? Xiao Yunjing sat next to Mukin, looking a bit absent-minded. I've already sought help from the family, but if they come, they will definitely take me back. But I don't want to be separated from Dao Gu. Although the big family seemed good, each of their children had some missions. Only with strength could they resist those unfair missions. Jinger, are you a little scared? Don't worry, I've got everything under control. Xiao Yunjing leaned her head on Mukin's shoulder. With you, Daoge, I'm not afraid of anything. Where you are is where my heart feels safe. Arriving at the front line, Mukin discovered that there were only warriors here, numbering over 20,000. They already made up 3/4 of the warriors in the Taowu Sanctuary, enough to reach a city-destroying level in this wave of beasts. As the storm approached, the weather seemed unfavorable, with a gloomy sky overhead. A large screen displayed the situation of the fierce beasts at the forefront. Countless in number, at least tens of thousands, raising dust clouds across the wilderness, toppling almost all trees in their path. This battle is going to be tough. Even the ordinary people in the Taowu Sanctuary noticed something unusual. In these 2 days, they hardly saw any warriors, and many places designated for warriors were empty, with a dim sky adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Many merchants were informed of temporary shortages in supplies, a situation unprecedented in normal times. Warrior students from the school organized patrols on their own. Each abnormal occurrence seemed to foretell something extraordinary. The first line of defense saw the appearance of 5 B-level warriors, Quanghan, Idao, Qin Ming, Mucheng, and Zhang Rulin. Seeing Mucheng, Mukin was visibly stunned. Mucheng walked towards him slowly. Silly boy, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen your old man looking so handsome? Mukin turned around abruptly, recognizing his father's unique style. Dad, you're a B-level warrior. You've hidden it well all these years. Ha, didn't expect that, did you? Uncle Chang, you really fooled us. Fan young man, where did I deceive you? Mukin's suppressed emotions eased a bit with Mucheng's arrival. The ground shook violently, and the roar of beasts grew closer. About 100 miles from the first line of defense, the beast army stopped, with 7 nearly 100-meter-long beast kings appearing among them, led by the blood dragon. Its eyes filled with killing intent, it roared at the unmanned aircraft in the sky, seemingly conveying a message. The next moment, tens of thousands of beasts surged forward, a dark mass. Quang Han issued orders. All major weapons, prepare immediately. Release all firepower within 50 miles. The ground trembled more intensely, the sounds of the weapons firing echoing clearly even from a distance. The screen at the first line of defense displayed the explosions, flames rising, the ground cracking, and beasts being consumed by the shells, buried in flames. Mukin knew this wave of beasts was meant as cannon fodder to deplete human firepower. The first wave of attacks lasted half an hour, and Mukin was unsure how much firepower the major weapons had left, but it was certainly dwindling. The first wave of beast attacks completely dispersed. However, no one present relaxed. The beast horde, led by the blood dragon, roared at the unmanned aircraft again, showing a hint of contempt. Instantly, another 20 to 30,000 beasts launched a coordinated attack, flying in the sky and running on the ground, charging in unison. Another wave of firepower was unleashed, but it was clearly insufficient towards the end. Quang Han shouted at everyone, prepare for battle. The chess hall master, Gun Butcher, it's up to you next. After the second wave of charges, the savage beast army launched another assault, with at least half their numbers remaining. At the Taowu Sanctuary, Ghost Snake and Yanma intercepted frontline videos through some means. Watching ahead, they slightly smiled at the scene of a group causing chaos in the official department due to the inability to purchase supplies. How foolish. These are the humans you protect. In that case, we'll add fuel to the fire for you, letting you await death in despair. Suddenly, communication videos from over half of the Taowu Sanctuary started broadcasting the frontline scenes, and this spread continued at a rapid pace. In broad daylight, ordinary humans in the entire Taowu Sanctuary watched these live broadcasts, their eyes widened in disbelief at the events happening outside the sanctuary. Many people, shouting for their lives, gave up working, leading to a further escalation of chaos. In the footage, human warriors were fighting against the terrifying savage beasts, and the war was brutal, with limbs flying and blood staining the land, human warriors falling one after another. Ghost Snake and Yanma were satisfied with these displays. Let chaos reign. Let it get even more chaotic. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded as the Taowu Sanctuary did not descend into chaos. Mu Ling, staying at the school, also watched these live broadcasts. He recognized a few familiar figures. Brother, father, and Jiang Chen, you must keep fighting. Those causing disturbances were ignored, some even being beaten by those around them. The reason being, some were carrying burdens for them, and the only thing they could do was not cause trouble, allowing peace ahead, which was the charm of Shangxia, the soul of Shangxia. In the midst of the battle, Mu Chen also joined in, with the top experts not yet involved. He wielded the Wisdom Alloy War Spear, his blood and energy scattered. Beasts, come at me all. Mu Chen activated his SS level talent, Chaotic Buddha Body, charging through like a humanoid savage beast, causing death to any weaker savage beasts he touched. Ding, host successfully kills, plus 50 blood and energy. Ding, host successfully kills, plus 50 blood and energy. Haha, today will be a satisfying slaughter. Annihilation Gun Sutra. Mu Chen swung the gun in his hand, Annihilation, the destructive gun radiance scattered, instantly killing dozens of savage beasts. In just a few seconds, he created a safe zone around him, where no savage beast could approach. Jiesher, covered in flaming patterns, every move he made resulted in the destruction of savage beasts, suppressing a gap on his own. Jiang Chen wielded a large knife crackling with lightning, each swing releasing blue and purple lightning, making it difficult for savage beasts to approach him. Xiao Yunjing held a short spear, her body exuding strength, a living female war god. Yi Yutong, who discovered a transformation in his talent a few days ago, possessed a fire attribute martial talent, each strike burning like flames, chilling the hearts of savage beasts. Apart from them, many human youths defended the line against the savage beasts. Brother Chang, Mu Chen's talent strength is rarely seen in my lifetime, you are fortunate. Ha, everyone, we can discuss this after the crisis is over, those beasts should be ready to strike soon. Even if we die, we must absolutely hold back the high-end combat power of the savage beasts. Ding, host successfully kills, plus 1000 blood and energy. Ding, host successfully kills, plus 700 blood and energy. Mu Chen went completely berserk, his blood and energy constantly increasing. At this rate, he would soon break through to the B-level warrior. He has attracted the attention of the fierce beasts, and many C-level fierce beasts have directed their firepower towards him, unknowingly following his will. At this moment, as the fish leaps in the sea, the golden dragon emerges. Mu Chen looked at the dozen or so sea-level fierce beasts charging towards him, his eyes filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Silent annihilation gun technique. 100-fold shockwave. His blood and energy erupted completely, dense blood and energy surging to the surface of his body, crimson and domineering. With just one shot, he caused these dozen or so sea-level fierce beasts to die or be injured. His blood and energy suddenly surged, not far from reaching the B-level. Gun slaughter, your son's strength is extraordinary. Killing opponents of the same level like slaughtering dogs. Ha ha, just see whose son it is. Although the focus of the attention was on Jiesher, although not as dominant as Mu Chen, his strength was enough to be proud among his peers. Zhang Rulin, whose blood and energy had declined to the C level, now revealed the strength of the B level, a fleeting moment of brilliance. Among the army of fierce beasts, several beast kings watched Mu Chen easily slaughter their subordinates, their eyes revealing a human-like killing intent. Roar the Blood Dragon Beast King roared in anger, one of the B-level beast kings shamelessly launching a sneak attack on Mu Chen. Seeking death. Mu Chen held a blood-red spear in his hand, his face filled with anger, swiftly appearing in front of the B-level fierce beast using his body technique. Beast, your opponent is me. Roar seeing this, the Blood Dragon King, along with other B-level beast kings, immediately engaged in battle, the confrontation about to erupt. Mu Chen naturally noticed this situation. The number of strong individuals on both sides was not on the same level. He might not fear the B-level beast kings now, but he would definitely not be able to easily kill them. Breaking through was the most important thing. I hope you can hold on a little longer. As long as I break through to the B-level, I can intercept any B-level and B-level fierce beasts. Then, he focused on hunting fierce beasts, exerting all his strength without hiding anything. His blood and energy would not deplete, only grow stronger. Beast, come and meet your end. Ding, host successfully kills, gains plus 90 blood and energy. Ding, host successfully kills, gains plus 100 blood and energy. Ding, host successfully kills, gains plus 1200 blood and energy. However, many warriors were not like Mu Chen, their blood and energy would deplete, and in the end, they could only rely on brute force to fight the fierce beasts. Warriors with depleted blood and energy, immediately head to the safe zone I've marked to restore your blood and energy. His voice mixed with blood and energy, many warriors immediately converged towards his direction. Almost there, just 2000 more blood and energy points, and I can break through to the B-level strength. I can go faster, I can go faster. However, the overall situation on the battlefield for humans was not optimistic. There were only 5 strong B-level individuals among humans, while there were 7 beast kings among the fierce beasts, with the Blood Dragon King leading the pack, at the peak of the B-level, ready to break through to the A-level at any moment. The previously arranged battle order was disrupted, with Gunslaughter Mu Chen fighting the Blood Dragon Beast King alone, while Ito and Qin Ming each struggled to resist 2 B-level fierce beasts. Gradually, Qin Ming felt something was wrong. The 2 B-level fierce beasts were beyond what he could handle. Carelessly, he was hit in the chest by an energy beam spit out by one of the B-level fierce beasts. Although he managed to resist with his broadsword, the immense force caused his internal organs to shift, his blood and energy fluctuating. Beast, you're seeking death. Ancient Ink Blade. This was a pitch-black greatsword, also his martial talent. The difference between a B-level warrior and a C-level warrior, besides strength and blood and energy, was the manifestation of martial talent. At this level, martial talent could be fully displayed. Heaven-shaking slash. A huge black blade light, as if to cut through heaven and earth. Seeing this, the two B-level fierce beasts manifested layers of thick scales, black and red shields condensed around them, spitting out two beams of light that collided with the pitch-black blade light. Bang! Strong waves of energy swept through, destroying everything in their path. Qin Ming's face turned pale, the scales of the two B-level fierce beasts were slightly cracked, roaring angrily at Qin Ming. Beasts, even if I die today, I won't let you cross this defense line. He wielded a dark ink-colored broadsword, coldly staring at the two B-level fierce beasts. Roar! Ding! Host successfully killed. Gained plus 1,340 vitality. Ding! Host's vitality has reached 180,000 calories, successfully breaking through the B-level. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Unlike the C-level, the B-level seemed to have something more, but the current situation didn't allow him to investigate further. In that case, let the show begin. Qin Ming Quanghan was shocked to see Qin Ming clearly falling behind, with one arm hanging limp, clearly no match for the two B-level fierce beasts. One of the B-level fierce beasts spat out a blood-red light ball, heading straight for Qin Ming. Given Qin Ming's current state, he couldn't resist this attack. Apart from Qin Ming, Zhang Rulin was also not in a good situation. His vitality was severely depleted. Even if he used a certain method to boost his strength back to the B-level, he still fell short compared to the B-level fierce beasts. With a resigned expression on his aged face, he faced death with equanimity. Beasts, I feel young and reckless again. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. Qin Ming looked at the light ball descending towards him, bitterness filling his eyes. If I die, what will happen to the thousands of people behind me? What will happen to my family? Ah, beasts. His vitality surged rapidly, a life-for-life move. Mu Chen was greatly alarmed. With his current B-level strength, his speed had already reached 400 to 500 meters per second. In a few moments, he arrived by Qin Ming's side, stopping Qin Ming's sacrificial move. Master Qin, rest assured, I'll handle this. Then, Mu Chen pointed his spear at the two B-level fierce beasts. He could roughly tell that both of these B-level fierce beasts were at the peak of B rank, ready to break through to the next level at any moment. Roar! Two beastly roars vented their dissatisfaction. One was a lizard-like beast, the other a blood rhinoceros. Their nearly 100-meter-tall bodies were already in tatters, having suffered significant damage from Qin Ming. Golden Finger, upgrade the Annihilation Spear technique to perfection. Ding, spent 85,000 martial arts experience points, upgraded Annihilation Spear technique to perfection. Ding, spent 150,000 martial arts experience points, upgraded Annihilation Spear technique to perfection. Mu Chen's body suddenly burst with a terrifying spear intent, exuding a sense of annihilation and destruction. Qin Ming behind him felt as if a ferocious flood beast was in front of him. Beasts, you shall be sacrificed for my spear. Annihilation Spear technique. 100-fold shock. With a swing of the spear, the earth trembled, and the world fell into silence. The lizard-like beast and blood rhinoceros showed fear in their eyes, their massive bodies emitting a dense light. A sound like a cracking egg, faint but audible, was heard as a large amount of blood gushed from the necks of the two B-level fierce beasts, and they collapsed to the ground. Ding! Ding! Host successfully killed, gained plus 14,000 vitality, 24,000 martial arts experience points, and an additional life essence. The life essence explanation followed, stating that as long as there is a breath, one can be brought back from the brink of death. By using a certain amount of life essence, lifespan can be extended. Ding! Host successfully killed, gained plus 15,000 vitality, 25,000 martial arts experience points, and an additional life essence. With nearly 30,000 calories of vitality absorbed, Mu Chen's aura grew stronger again, but he still needed much more vitality to break through to the next level. However, killing a B-level fierce beast could increase vitality by over 10,000 calories, so killing a few dozen would be enough. Qin Ming's eyes widened as his raised hand slowly fell. This kid, he's only just awakened. What a monster! Quang Han, who had been closely monitoring Qin Ming's situation, and Yi Dao, burst into laughter. Ah, beasts, you will surely be defeated. Mu Cheng's eyes narrowed into slits. My son's strength is impressive. Son is so strong, old man can't be weaker than him. He stared at the blood dragon, exuding a strong aura of determination. Blood Dragon King, No matter what the reason, invading our human territory, it will be you who dies. The Blood Dragon King's cold eyes showed a hint of fear, but as a beast king, he couldn't allow himself to retreat. After slaying these two B-level ferocious beasts, Mukin didn't stop. He locked his gaze on the next B-level ferocious beast. Zhang Rulin's old body trembled slightly, blood oozing from his mouth. Damn it! If I were 10 years younger, I would have cut you down from your horse. Puff. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out, Zhang Rulin's breath even weaker. Seeing this, Mukin sincerely admired these old men. Once, they were the guardians of humanity, but now it was time for the younger generation like them to take over. He stood behind Zhang Rulin, supporting him as he was about to fall. Principal, rest. Leave this beast to me. Zhang Rulin didn't notice that Mukin had already broken through to B-level. Be careful. Mukin turned around, over 200,000 card chi and blood suddenly burst out, forming a dragon from his chi and blood, emitting a resounding dragon chant. King of 100 Battles Fist. This B-level ferocious beast had obviously been injured. Mukin punched out, a huge golden fist imprint appearing with the dragon of chi and blood entwined around it. Bang! A punch pierced through the chest of the B-level ferocious beast, leaving a huge cavity, and its nearly 100-meter body quickly fell straight down. Ding! Host successfully killed, gained 11,000 card chi and blood, 20,000 martial arts experience points, and obtained an extra essence of life. Taowu Sanctuary, the ghost snake and Yenma's faces were extremely grim. Damn it, where did this freak come from, slaughtering B-level beasts like dogs? At this rate, how can we break through Taowu Sanctuary? Yenma, do you have a plan? The fastest and most effective method is to ambush him. If we both strike with all our might, he will surely die. As long as Taowu Sanctuary is destroyed, our mission is complete. Good. Brother, you're amazing. I won't steal your things again in the future. Muling sat in the classroom, hearing the admiration of her classmates for Mukin. She was extremely excited, wanting to shout out loud, "He's my brother, he's my brother." But she didn't want to cause any trouble for Mukin. Sushua originally wanted to go with Mukin to the first line of defense, but the responsibility of the second line was also significant, clearing out ferocious beasts that the first line couldn't handle, securing the rear. Seeing Mukin's mighty combat power on the screen, she was also surprised and then delighted. My son, this is my son. The people around her didn't mock her somewhat emotional behavior, instead, they were envious. Jesher, covered in ferocious beast blood, had gone mad. Mukin killed 3 B-level ferocious beasts in 3 moves, which he hadn't expected. Ha, I didn't expect to meet such an interesting person in this life. This life won't be lonely. Maybe the things I didn't accomplish in my past life will be done by someone in this life. But how did this kid learn the silent annihilation spear technique? I'll have to ask him sometime. His parents perished in this beast tide in his past life, not in this life. Xiao Yunjing's eyes were full of stars, a pride, an unparalleled pride. Brother Dao's strength is so strong, perhaps our parents will also agree. Jiangchen, looking like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, smiled faintly at Mukin. Brother Dao, the proudest thing in this life is to be your brother. But I can't fall too far behind you, otherwise, I'd be embarrassed to say it. Beast, come over here and let Grandpa Jiang kill you. Yutan was deeply shaken, looking at Jesher, Jiangchen, Xiao Yunjing, and Mukin, each one's strength surpassing hers. Perhaps, I can't continue being so ordinary. In the future, the women around Shige will become more and more outstanding. If I'm not outstanding, how can I be worthy of her? Everyone in the Taowu Sanctuary felt a sense of joy as if they had survived a disaster when they saw Mukin easily slay 3 B-level ferocious beasts. At least Mukin gave them hope. Without hope, that would be the most terrifying thing. Many children, from this moment on, had planted a seed in their hearts, all because of Mukin's presence. The logistical personnel of the Jinwu office had been trying to remove the virus since the live broadcast was invaded, and they had now found a solution, but it seemed unnecessary. They didn't know the name of this powerful individual, but they knew that because of Mukin's presence, they had hope. And they discovered that someone had done this intentionally. The mastermind behind it would probably be disappointed. Guys, end this live broadcast. Guy shook his head, there's no way. When we invaded initially, it already took a lot of effort, never expecting something like this to happen. Yenma didn't know what to say in this situation. In that case, let's go kill that kid. Kid, go help the others. I can't die just yet, old man. Alright. Mukin didn't hesitate. The most important thing now was to deal with the source of the beast tide, the Blood Dragon King. But with his old man handling the Blood Dragon King, it seemed like he had the upper hand, so he wasn't in a hurry. Idao, with his formidable strength, fought 2 B-level ferocious beasts alone, only able to resist but finding it difficult to kill them. Seeing Mukin's immense strength, he didn't care about saving face. You brat, hurry up and help me, I can't hold on much longer. Got it. Muken activated the immortal step technique, which was now perfected, making him even faster. Standing in front of Idao, he pointed his spear at the 2B level ferocious beasts. Annihilation spear technique. 100-fold shock. Chaotic Buddha body. Muken transformed into a small golden figure, emitting a strange light all over his body, exuding an ancient and heavy aura. With a thrust, the intelligent alloy war spear made a crisp sound, transforming his chi and blood into a dragon, striking the 2B level ferocious beasts. Roar! The two beasts spewed out dazzling light beams, but Muken's spear shattered their attacks, relentless in his assault. With a loud bang, their nearly 100-meter-long bodies were shattered, blood splattering and sprinkling on the ground, falling on the countless ferocious beasts. As the Beast King fell, the Blood King's blood, many ferocious beasts began to retreat. Ding, host successfully killed, gained 16,000 chi and blood, 31,000 martial arts experience points, and obtained an additional essence of life. Ding, host successfully killed, gained 14,000 chi and blood, 28,000 martial arts experience points, and obtained an additional essence of life. The Blood Dragon King roared, having already defeated 5 generals, all because of Muken. Roar! Muken intended to help Mucheng and kill the Blood Dragon King, but in the next moment, a sense of danger struck. 2 earth-shattering sword energies suddenly attacked Muken, followed by a fierce explosion, engulfing Muken in flames. Dao Gu! The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Who would ambush Muken at this moment? Wasn't this treachery? 2 figures wearing horse and snake masks appeared, emitting an aura that was clearly not that of ordinary warriors. Warriors exuded a domineering and fierce aura, but these 2 emitted a sinister and cold aura. Who are you? Qin Ming and Zhang Rulin stood facing the 2, watching them warily. Ha, it doesn't matter who we are. What matters is, he's dead, and you should be too. Guys conjured a large ghostly blade out of thin air and casually slashed, cutting dozens of human warriors in half. Ah, you bastards. Qin Ming and Zhang Rulin were furious. How dare they? Were they beasts? I know who you are. You are people from the Abyss Prison. This beast tide must be related to you. Such audacity, Abyssal Hound and Wild Dog, daring to show up in broad daylight? Smart, but what good does it do to know? Blood Dragon King, we'll kill these people for you. If you don't want to die, show us your full strength. Although the Blood Dragon King didn't know why these 2 were helping it, they were friends, not foes. Beasts, you will all die. Xiao Yunjing's eyes were bloodshot. Muchen was dead, killed by them. She wielded her short spear, thrusting with all her might, but her chi and blood were too weak compared to the B level. Yanma's fist struck, disrupting her attack, a powerful force heading toward Xiao Yunjing. Dao Gu, I'm here to accompany you. However, the pain she imagined didn't come. Opening her eyes, Mu Chen looked at her affectionately. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Mu Ling covered her mouth, trying not to cry. Brother is fine. Su Shui's eyes turned red. Ha, my son is fine. That girl is his lover. He's really handsome. Good taste. Mu Cheng laughed heartily. Truly my son. If your kid died in front of me, I wouldn't live either. You fool, your opponent is me. He was extremely angry, wanting only to slay the Blood Dragon King and quell his rage. Jesher, Jiang Chen, and Yi Yutong smiled slightly. They knew Mu Chen wouldn't die so easily. Mu Chen didn't die, relieving many. With him alive, there was still hope in this disaster. Mu Chen released Xiao Yunjing's hand. Jinger, don't worry. I'll come to you after I've killed these beasts. Guishi and Yanma were shocked. That was their full force attack, even in a sneak attack. This young man, besides looking a bit disheveled, was unharmed. Moreover, he was too young, much younger than in the videos. He was a genius, a threat to Abyssal Prison, not in the future, but now, already posing a significant threat to them. This boy must die. Abyssal thieves, you killed a clown before, and now 2 more beasts. Is Abyssal Prison full of beasts? Kid, you're asking for death. Don't compare us to that waste. Ha, in my eyes, you're all wastes, complete and utter wastes. Guishi and Yanma didn't waste words. Gish's body rapidly expanded, his mask falling off, revealing a hideous face covered in snake-like scales, towering over 3 meters tall, like a snake with limbs that could stand. Yanma underwent a similar transformation. 2 living beings turned into these monsters, making it hard to guess their methods. Ha, since they're beasts, killing them is no burden. Guishi and Yanma, with their 3-meter-tall bodies, unleashed a sinister blood energy attack on Mu Chen. Mu Chen didn't waste words either, releasing all his chi and blood, transforming it into a dragon. King of 100 Battles Fist. A huge golden fist attacked Guishi and Yanma. Each of them slashed out a blade, thinking Mu Chen's punch was nothing. The golden fist destroyed their attacks, slightly weakening but continuing to strike. The King of 100 Battles fist had been perfected by Mu Chen, breaking through to B-level, its power several times greater than before. What? Guishi and Yanma were pushed back by the immense force, too late to be surprised. Facing them was a blood-colored long spear, annihilation, destruction, the whole world reduced to just that one spear. They regretted it, now they truly understood how monstrous Mu Chen was. Yanma, if you don't want to die, go all out. After a loud bang, two bodies lay there, indistinguishable. Ding, congratulations, host, on a successful kill. Chi and blood plus 15,000, martial skill experience plus 26,000, additional pickup of skin shifting technique. Ding, congratulations, host, on a successful kill. Chi and blood plus 14,000, martial skill experience plus 40,000, no additional pickups, all trash. Humph. I thought they were stronger, but they're just paper tigers, all B-grade. Are there no B-grade powers around? Mu Chen pondered slightly, then received a plea for help from the mad drought. Mu kid, come help me kill it, it's trying to escape. Mu Chen naturally wouldn't let these beast kings go. He quickly rushed over, blocking the rear of this B-level fierce beast. Roarha, still trying to charge straight at me, underestimating me. Mu Chen didn't waste words, going all out with punches and shots. He thought the fierce beast would die, but it didn't, so he gave it another shot, finishing it off. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful kill, plus 21,000 vitality, plus 39,000 martial arts experience, and an extra pick of life essence. Mu Chen's vitality skyrocketed by another 10,000 cards. In a short time, his vitality had increased from 180,000 cards to 290,000 cards. 6 B-level fierce beasts and 2 B-level warriors provided him with 110,000 cards of vitality, a significant improvement. With a bit more strength, he would have a better chance against the Blood Dragon King. Life essence, right, becoming a B-level warrior is enough to allow human life to evolve once, increasing lifespan, living 200 years is no problem. The energy I felt before should be the energy of life essence. With the death of the 6 beast kings, many fierce beasts had already fled, but the Blood Dragon King was the king of beasts. As long as it existed, the disaster of this beast tide would not end. Bang, a loud noise, Mu Chen fell from the sky, creating a deep pit. The Blood Dragon King, with its slightly red body now turning crimson, had become even more powerful than before. Mu Chen climbed out of the pit, looking somewhat disheveled. This beast is in a period of transformation. If it successfully transforms, it will break through to become an A-level fierce beast, and we will all die. Mu Chen's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. If it broke through to become an A-level fierce beast, everything they had done would be in vain. Let's go together, we must not let it break through to A-level strength. Mu Chen, Mad Drought, Qin Ming, Zhang Rulin, Mu Chang, and Idao, 6 B-level warriors, all unleashed their most powerful attacks. The entire world was filled with colorful attacks, and with such powerful attacks, the Blood Dragon King was doomed. After a loud bang, the Blood Dragon King's body was already in tatters, its vitality fading. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. With the death of the Blood Dragon King, this beast tide could finally be declared over. Mu Chen frowned, the Blood Dragon King hadn't died, and the system's announcement of a successful kill didn't come. Something's wrong, the Blood Dragon King isn't dead. What? Several people were shocked, looking at the body of the Blood Dragon King. They saw its body rapidly healing, the healing speed extremely fast. A strange pressure quickly spread, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Suddenly, the energy between heaven and earth began to converge. Mu Chen knew this was the energy of the world, but most warriors could only absorb a small amount, relying on various resources to enhance their strength. Being able to absorb the energy of the world meant that you were already an A-level warrior. Only A-level warriors could actively absorb the energy between heaven and earth. Not good, stop it. Once again, they unleashed their most powerful attacks, but their attacks didn't cause any harm. Instead, they were repelled by a counterforce. Mu Chen was no exception. It felt like the suppression of life, like an ant facing an elephant. No matter what method was used, victory was impossible. Damn it! Is there really no way? Mu Chen felt powerless for the first time, without any solution. Golden Finger, do you have a way? There was no answer, as he had anticipated, but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if the Golden Finger really had a solution? Jieshur frowned. In the previous life, the Blood Dragon King did not break through to the realm on the battlefield, but in this life, damn it, can't escape the fate of destruction after all. Damn fate, couldn't break free from you in the past life, can't break free from you in this life? Is it only possible to use that move? However, using that move would cause his foundation to collapse, and he wouldn't recover for a long time. Faced with the Blue Star Crisis in a few years, he would be helpless. But not doing so would mean the destruction of the Taowu Sanctuary. Mukin, What would you do? The source energy between heaven and earth is about to dissipate, indicating that the Blood Dragon King is about to break through to the A realm. We can't just sit and wait for death. Let's go all out and disrupt its breakthrough. Muken released all his energy and blood, half of his body covered in fierce flames, the other half in thunder, resembling a war god, exuding astonishing power. Silent Annihilation Spear. 100-fold shockwaves. Chaotic Buddha Body. This was his strongest attack, his final blow. If this strike couldn't kill the Blood Dragon King, his energy and blood would rapidly deplete without replenishment, greatly increasing the likelihood of his death in this environment. Unfortunately, there's no time for him to think too much. Beast, you will die by my hand. A giant blood-colored spear appeared in the air, exuding a sense of annihilation, as if the whole world existed only for this spear. Without hesitation, he swung it towards the Blood Dragon King, determined not to let it break through even if it meant his own death. Jiesher frowned. Muken, is this your choice? I'm not as good as you. I really am not as good as you. I even dared to think of saving the blue star in the future. I'm not worthy. I've always been losing to you, but this time, I can't lose to you again. Bang! Muken's attack seemed effective, causing the transforming Blood Dragon King to cry out in pain, indicating the transformation was nearing completion. However, in the next moment, an extremely powerful pressure was released, sending everyone flying. Muken spat out blood, his face pale. The Blood Dragon King successfully became an A-rank beast, possessing A great strength. Another sign of A-rank strength was the ability to break free from the gravitational pull of the blue star and gain flight capabilities. Contrary to expectations, the Blood Dragon King's body did not enlarge as imagined but rather shrank somewhat, its color deepening. Flying in the air, it roared with a mix of dragon and lion sounds. Its icy eyes locked onto Muken, who had caused it the most damage. Now, Muken was the target of its revenge. It spat out a blood-red light sphere, with blood-red lightning flickering on it, rushing towards Muken. Muken was powerless, only able to watch the light sphere descend. Am I really going to die this time? Bang! Muken stood in front of him, but was sent flying by the tremendous force, blood spilling from his mouth. Dad, don't worry about me, just go. Avenge me when the time comes. His last glance was towards Xiao Yunjing's direction, perhaps his final look. Jinger, maybe in the next life. He could see Xiao Yunjing's pained expression, struggling to come closer but too far away, running out of time. His energy and blood were depleted, and now he could only trade one for one. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. The bone mold he had obtained earlier was now his only chance of survival. Another surge of powerful energy and blood emerged from him, growing increasingly concentrated and potent. His skin cracked, blood flowing, his tendons, muscles, and bones unable to withstand the immense pressure, breaking one after another, his facial skin rapidly splitting open. Muken, don't. Jiesher rushed over, emitting an extremely eerie aura, his hair turning white, his aura growing stronger. Muken didn't know what method he used, but it definitely came at a great cost. Jiesher couldn't die. He was the son of the Blue Star's destiny, carrying the fate of Saint Xia on the Blue Star. It was not a gamble. Using a thread of power, he bound Jiesher, immobilizing his body, preventing him from continuing. Jiesher, your future cannot end here. Your future is vast, spanning countless galaxies. All, with me. In a brief moment, several attacks from the Blood Dragon King fell, and thousands of brave men of the human race died instantly. Beast, your opponent is me. The Blood Dragon King was not in a hurry to slaughter. Its breakthrough only made others fear it. It was looking forward to seeing how this weak ant would deal with it. The energy within Mu Chen had reached its peak and was about to erupt. At this moment, his speed had almost reached 1 kilometer per second. Xiao Yunjing rushed over but was held back by Jiesher, unable to protect Mu Chen. Then, protect his beloved instead. Mu Chen turned around, taking his last look at the world. He saw Xiao Yunjing in pain and tears, Jiang Chen looking anxious, and his father, shedding tears for the first time, a sight that moved him deeply. Hope for the next life. The energy gathered in Mu Chen's body was quickly released, but in the next instant, his about-to-explode body quickly calmed down, and a resounding voice echoed through the heavens and earth. Little one, it's not yet time for such extremes. Mu Cheng saw this and breathed a sigh of relief, sensing the arrival of a powerful being. Even if it meant paying a heavy price, he would ensure Mu Chen's safety. The uncontrollable energy within Mu Chen's body was subdued, but the damage caused could not be undone. He struggled to glance at the figure speeding towards the sky, then finally couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Everyone looked towards the figure speeding through the sky, a burly middle-aged man radiating an aura as dazzling as the sun. Quan Han rejoiced, the S-Level Emperor is here to help us. The Blood Dragon King felt the situation was dire. The sudden arrival of this person made it extremely uneasy. It decided to flee, rushing into the sky in an attempt to escape. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Humph! Slaughtering so many warriors of our human race, you shall face judgment, which is death." With a wave of his hand, a blood-red handprint, 200 meters in size, appeared above the Blood Dragon King's head, making its body seem insignificant. Captured by the blood-red hand, the Blood Dragon King let out a pitiful cry and struggled relentlessly. The middle-aged man curved his hand slightly and exerted force. Instantly, a torrent of blood mist poured down, and the Blood Dragon King, a beast of A-level strength, was obliterated by a single palm strike. With the death of the Blood Dragon King, the remaining beasts fled in all directions. In the end, humanity emerged victorious in this battle. Everyone showed smiles of relief, feeling a sense of joy they had never experienced before. Xiao Yunjing, Jiang Chen, Jisher, Yu Tong, and Mu Chen gathered around Mu Chen. His condition was critical, his breath weak, on the verge of death. Quan Han approached the S-level emperor. "Thank you, senior. Without you, the Taowu sanctuary might have been lost. May I ask for your name?" The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "My name is not worth mentioning. Just call me Blood Emperor. I come from the Chaos Sanctuary's Town Marshal Department. We are colleagues, no need to be so polite. So you are Senior Blood Emperor." The Blood Emperor was a legendary figure in the Town Marshal Department, starting as an ordinary member with mediocre talent. Through fortuitous circumstances, he obtained a treasure that enhanced his talent, gradually climbing to the peak and eventually becoming an S-level emperor, earning the title of Blood Emperor. He was a renowned powerhouse within the Town Marshal Department. "Senior Blood Emperor, please save that kid. He awakened just 2 months ago and broke through to B-level strength. His combat power is extraordinary. If the Blood Dragon King had not reached A-level strength, he alone could have turned the tide of the battle." The Blood Emperor furrowed his brows, looking at Mu Chen. "This kid has impressed me. Blue Star lacks such talents. However, I am also helpless. If it were just ordinary injuries, Saint Xiao's current medical capabilities could save him. But he is fighting against the odds, damaging his foundation. Medicines are useless, and I don't know if there are other methods, but I don't have any. Alas, it's a pity. What happens next will depend on his fate." At that moment, 2 incredibly powerful auras emanated from the sky, causing the Blood Emperor to be on guard as he knew the incoming individuals were no weaker than him. 2 dots of light rapidly approached, one radiating flames all over its body, the other causing the air around it to distort. Another 2 S-level emperors. Mad Drought couldn't believe that the Taowu Sanctuary could summon 2 S-level emperors. Were they reinforcements? The Blood Emperor flew up into the sky, positioning himself in front of the 2 S-level emperors. "Who are you two?" The figure enveloped in flames slowly revealed himself to be an old man. "I am the S-level emperor of the Nining Sanctuary's royal family, the Fire Emperor," responding to the plea for help from the son of our clan leader. The other person was a beautiful woman. "I am the S-level warrior of the Nining Sanctuary's Shao clan, the Scale Emperor. My family's Qilin daughter is also in this sanctuary." She then looked at Xiao Yunjing, but his attention was solely on Mu Chen at that moment. Perhaps recognizing a familiar voice, Xiao Yunjing turned around. "Anti-Scale, please come and save Dao Gu. Hurry, save Dao Gu." Xiaolin appeared next to Xiao Yunjing in an instant. Seeing him in tears, her brows furrowed slightly at a man shedding tears. "Yunjing, this boy's foundation is damaged. I can't do anything. Life and death hang in the balance. It's up to him to pull through." The Royal S-level warriors, not finding the presence of the Imperial ministers, swiftly flew towards the city. With the beast tide over, Mad Drought had to come out to handle the aftermath. "Senior Blood Emperor, I'll need you to stay at the Taowu Sanctuary for a while. This beast tide was secretly instigated by the Abyssal Prison, to prevent them from harboring any ill intentions." "Alright, I will stay for a while this time." Mu Chen didn't know if he was dead. He felt himself sinking into a quagmire with an immense suction force, unable to break free. The surroundings were silent and dark, filled with demonic whispers urging him to give up on life. "Death, this must be hell. It doesn't seem scary, but Jinger, Mom, Dad, Daphne, Sister, they must be heartbroken. Ding, host's life is about to end. Ding, host's life is about to end. Ding, host's life is about to end." Automatically injecting life essence to prolong life. Of course, Mu Chen couldn't hear the system's voice. A week had passed since the beast tide, and the post-disaster reconstruction was almost complete. The warriors of the Taowu Sanctuary suffered heavy losses in this battle, and the ferocious beasts wouldn't pose a threat for some time. Inside a nutrition warehouse, Mu Chen lay quietly asleep, while Xiao Yunjing watched him in agony. "Dao Gu, you fool, please wake up." Jisher, Jiang Chen, and Yu Tong watched Xiao Yunjing through the window, their faces filled with sorrow. "Tong, why don't you go and talk to her? Yu Tong shook her head. When Yunjing sets her mind on something, no one can change it unless she does. Jiesher had a strand of white hair at his temple, contrasting sharply with his thick black hair. Jiesher, I feel like your strength has declined. Is it a consequence of the battle? Jiesher shook his head, looking at Mu Chen. Compared to him, my injuries are nothing. Jiang Chen didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets, including him. Let's go. Let Yunjing spend more time with Mu Chen. After they left, Xiaolin pushed the door open, walking softly to Xiao Yunjing and patting his shoulder. Yunjing, do you really like her? Xiao Yunjing turned around, embracing Xiaolin. Anti-scale, I really like him. Xiaolin's eyes were full of pity. But, liking him, you're. Xiao Yunjing's vitality had stagnated and deteriorated significantly. In the world of martial arts, despite the numerous talents, some bestowed with powerful abilities also faced severe hidden dangers. Anti-scale, there's no need to say more. I understand all of this, but meeting him is the luckiest thing in my life. Didn't I die? This place is so warm. Mu Chen struggled hard, realizing he could break free from the quagmire's constraints. A beam of light appeared in the darkness, shining brightly. He slowly stood up and followed the beam of light, moving forward slowly. The light transformed, taking on the appearance of Xiao Yunjing, waving at him. Jinger, wait for me. Yenbo, I want to kill that kid. Why won't you agree? Could it be that your heart is with an outsider? Emperor Yan looked at his nephew in disbelief. He used to be pure-hearted as a child, but grew up to be arrogant and disrespectful, disregarding everyone. He inquired about the kid mentioned by the courtiers. Ah, if only you had half the spirit of others, my royal family would be blessed. However, he would never say such words aloud. My child, that kid can't move now, and it's not his fault, it's yours. You are weak, so go reclaim your dignity, understand? My royal family cannot afford to lose face because of you. Alright, since you're fine, the Taowu sanctuary is temporarily guarded by a royal. I have something to do for your father, so I'll leave first. With that, he disappeared before the courtier's eyes. The courtier's eyes turned fierce. When I become the head of the family in the future, you'll be the first one I deal with, Yenbo. Mu Chen, don't worry. I will kill you, just wait for me. Mu Chen opened his eyes and found himself immersed in a solution. He removed the tubes from his body and slowly stepped out of the container. Where am I? No, I'm not dead. It seems a strong person arrived in the end. I'm alive, so this beast fight should be over. My injuries are mostly healed, but my energy and blood have not recovered. Creak, he looked up towards the door and saw someone coming, filling him with joy. Jinger. Xiao Yunjing's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to hug Mu Chen. Daoge, you're finally awake. I thought I wouldn't see you again. It's okay, I'm fine. Mu Chen gently patted her shoulder, feeling sorry seeing her exhausted face. Jinger, why is your energy and blood so depleted? Daoge, I also suffered some injuries, but I should recover in a few days, so don't worry. Okay. The two embraced each other, enjoying each other's warmth and heartbeat. Suddenly, the door opened, and they looked back to see Jiang Chen, Jiesher, and Yu Tong standing at the door, but in a peculiar scene. Jiesher covered Yu Tong's eyes with both hands, one eye open and the other closed. Jiang Chen looked on with a contemplative expression, sighing as he watched. Tisk Mu Chen felt strange, sensing a breeze on his body. He looked down and exclaimed, "Oh my, where are my clothes? Who took off my clothes?" Ah, Xiao Yunjing screamed, her face turning red. Get out, all of you, get out quickly. Then she ran out herself, leaving the door open. Mu Chen closed the door and peeked inside, his face turning red, then quickly retreated. Oh no, I'm doomed. Who took off all my clothes? At least leave me my underwear. Wait, with my strong background, what am I afraid of? Oof. Despite saying so, he felt a bit shy, rummaging through the golden finger system space until he found a set of clothes. After putting them on, he felt alive again. He then swaggered out of the room, taking a breath of fresh air and stretching lazily. Dad, where did brother go? I saw him unconscious. How could he go on a mission? Tell me, did something happen to him? Mu Ling stared at Mu Chang, her eyes swollen from crying. Su Shui also looked at Mu Chang, seeking an answer. Linger, your older brother is really fine. I don't believe you. Just think about him in your heart a few more times. He will definitely come back. You're lying. I'm not a child. For over a week, I've been silently chanting in my heart 1,000 times a day that my brother will come back soon. Now it's been over 10,000 times, and still, he hasn't returned. Dad, don't lie to me. I can handle it. Has he been eaten by a fierce beast and turned into poop? Mu Chen's hearing was so good that shortly after waking up, he learned from Jiang Chen that what happened after he fainted was not told to his sister and mother, with the excuse that he had gone out to run errands. Just back, still looking touched, but then, Silly little sister, see how big brother teaches you. Pushing the door open, Mu Chang, Su Shui, and Mu Ling all turned around. Wow, brother, you're back, you scared me, I thought you turned into poop. Looking at Mu Ling throwing herself into his arms, Mu Chen felt a bit heartbroken. It's okay, your big brother is so powerful, even fierce beasts can't digest me. Mom, sorry for worrying you. Su Shui said expressionlessly, then took out her feather duster. You went out without telling me, making me worried. Mu Chen received 2 hits with the feather duster, his scalp tingling, the childhood fear coming back. Dad, save me. Mu Chang was about to say something when he also received 2 hits with the feather duster. Wife, why are you hitting me? Both of you made me worried by teaming up. At night, Mu Chen, Xiao Yunjing, Jisher, Yutong, and Jiang Chen gathered at a barbecue stall. Let's have a good meal today. Sure, let's have a good meal. After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Chen, boasting about his drinking capacity, ended up passing out on the table after a few bottles of beer. Xiao Yunjing was a bit dizzy, leaning on Mu Chen and falling asleep in his arms. Yutong was also almost there, with Jisher holding her, leaning on his shoulder. Jisher, are you okay? I feel like you've suffered some injuries, is it because of the previous changes? Jisher nodded. Haha, don't worry, I can fix it. It's you've already broken through to be level, the gap between us is getting bigger. Mu Chen scoffed at this statement. Don't worry, you're the heaven's favorite. What do you mean? I mean, heaven will definitely bless you. Perhaps Jisher didn't believe in the idea of being the son of the fortune of the blue star, or maybe he wasn't aware of it. Only time travelers like Mu Chen knew the absurdity of being the son of fortune. Haha, I don't believe in heaven, I only believe in myself. Mu Chen, do you think besides the blue star, there are other worlds or other forms of life? Or is there life that can reach a level beyond even the strongest on the blue star as soon as it's born? Mu Chen smiled slightly. I believe that the blue star is a barren land, the vast universe, countless miracles. But I believe in one thing, man can conquer fate. We, in the end, must ascend to that supreme throne and become the ultimate crown king. Another week passed, Mu Chen's chi and blood had basically recovered. The reason he could survive was that the life essence he had picked up before saved his life, but it was all used up. Mu Chen, Principal Zhang Rulin has passed away, let's go see him one last time. Mu Chen was shocked. He always held respect for warriors like Zhang Rulin who dedicated themselves to humanity, whether in this life or the previous one. Zhang Rulin's funeral was simple, attended by old friends. Qin Ming, Quang Han, Adao, Mu Chang, Mu Chen, Jisher, and some of his old comrades were there. He had no children in his life, and not much to his name. In the photo, his kind face remained. I'm still not strong enough. If my strength had reached B+ level, this disaster could have been avoided. If the life essence had been injected in time, the principal wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, that's how things turned out. Life is unpredictable. Ji Yu took over as the principal of Sanzhong, also serving as the homeroom teacher of Class 3, no longer appearing as carefree as before. This was because a major event was approaching, the warrior exam at launching, a significant event comparable to the college entrance examination in the previous life. The warrior exam was to select the top martial arts geniuses in Xingxia. Dear students, after the recent beast tide, many of you may have realized your weaknesses, including myself. But, unlike us teachers, you are young with unlimited potential for the future, which belongs to all of you. There is 1 month left before the warrior exam, so strive to enhance your strength as much as possible. Dad, what exactly is your identity? How come you have the title of a gun butcher? Haha, look at who I am. I used to be quite a remarkable figure in my youth. Back in the day, I wielded an iron spear, striking fear into ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, after meeting your mother, who didn't like violence, I chose to live a peaceful life under my own name. If not for this beast tide, I might have kept it a secret forever. Dad, are you saying that Mom influenced your speed in drawing the sword? Of course. Let me tell you, your mother was the one chasing after me back then. It took her quite a while to win me over. Is that so? Mu Chen smirked mysteriously. Suddenly feeling a chill down his spine, Mu Chang realized that Su Shui had appeared behind him, tears glistening in her eyes. Alright, Mu Chang, did I hinder your dreams? Fine, from today onwards, stay out of my bed. Mu Chang shook his head. No. Wife. You brat, I'll settle the score with you later. Mu Chen actually envied their love. Mu Chang, with his immense strength, had never spoken harshly to Su Shui in all these years. Su Shui was perhaps everything to him. Sometimes he even suspected if Mu Ling was given as a freebie. In a room, Xiao Yunjing hunched over like a cooked prawn, pale-faced, beads of sweat dripping down, emitting a strange power fluctuation. Yunjing. Xiao Lin felt that Xiao Yunjing was truly not well. Yunjing, don't blame Lin auntie. If that boy truly liked you, he wouldn't make you suffer like this. But if that boy dares to fall for another woman in the future, I'll personally deal with him. Several days later, Jie brought Yuton, Mu Chen, Xiao Yunjing, and Jiang Chen together. I won't participate in the warrior exam. What? Why not? Jiang Chen and the others were surprised. Yuton seemed to have known earlier and didn't react differently. Haha, there's no specific reason. The path of the warrior exam doesn't suit me. But rest assured, I won't fall into depravity. My strength might even surpass yours. Where are you going? If you leave, what about Yutong? Xiao Yunjing was very worried about Yutong. She understood that feeling. It was torment for a girl. Launching isn't as simple as we see it. There are many things you still don't know. After entering the Advanced Academy, many of launching's secrets will be revealed to you. The only thing we can do is to enhance our strength as soon as possible. Yunjing, don't worry about me. I understand Shirshe, I will support everything he does. Jie, if there's anything unsolvable in the future, remember, we have your back. Mu Chen, it's a bit unusual for you to suddenly say something so sentimental. I'm not used to it. Seems like you said similar things to Yunjing before. Haha, everyone burst into laughter. After a long time, Jie stood up. Before I leave, I want to give each of you a gift. Jie produced 3 small light balls in his hand. When the time comes, crush it, and you will get what you desire. They held the small light ball in their hands, and Mu Chen discovered that besides Jie, the 4 of them, including himself, had bubbles appearing, emitting extremely intense light. Look, more good things are coming out again. Ding! Host successfully picked up Cosmic Level Technique +1, Ancient Ice Sealing Scripture, Celestial Level Martial Skill +1, Ice God Sword Scripture, Special Martial Skill, Soul Protection Technique. Ding! Host successfully picked up Cosmic Level Technique +1, Ancient Thunder Emperor Scripture, Celestial Level Knife Skill +1, Divine Punishment Thunder Knife. Ding! Host successfully picked up Celestial Level Spear Skill +1, Punishment Spear Decision. Ding! Host successfully picked up Cosmic Level Technique +1, Eternal War Scripture, Celestial Level Martial Extreme +1, Spear of Blood God. Mu Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't know what level Cosmic Level techniques belonged to, but to bring out so many at once, he felt that Jie might not be as simple as the Child of Destiny, and the possibility of a strong rebirth was not out of the question. Jie pondered slightly. Cosmic Level techniques are enough to support your cultivation. Higher level techniques may backfire. Cosmic Level techniques were not actually that abundant because most life forms in this universe did not reach that level, making Cosmic Level techniques precious. But for him, Cosmic Level techniques were nothing special. Everyone, until we meet again. Yutong, focus on your cultivation and don't look for me. I will come back to find you. Okay, Jie, you can rest assured. I will wait for your return. Jie eventually left, and Yutong's eyes turned red in an instant. Jie, don't go. Unfortunately, Jie had already gone far. Xiao Yunjing hugged Yutong. Yutong, we are still here. He is not gone forever. Cultivate well, and when he returns, we can beat him up properly. Yes, let's beat him up fiercely. Then, Xiao Yunjing pinched Mu Chen's waist hard, making Mu Chen's expression contort in pain, and Jiang Chen, watching nearby, also felt the pain. See, pinch him like this, let's see if he dares to abandon you. Yes, Yutong, we will pinch him like this when he returns. After Jie left, Yutong needed some time to recover, so Xiao Yunjing left Mu Chen aside and accompanied her. In the end, only Mu Chen and Jiang Chen were left. Daoge, it seems like we haven't taken a walk together for a long time. You, the color-loving playboy. Tisk tsk, Daphne, are you feeling itchy? However, Jiang Chen had drunk a lot before, and his alcohol tolerance was terribly low. Now, the after-effects were hitting him, making him stagger. Mu Chen sent him back home. There was only one bed in Jiang Chen's house, and Mu Chen didn't want to leave. After sending messages to Mu Cheng and Su Shui, he lay down on Jiang Chen's bed and fell asleep. The next day, Mu Chen woke up to find Jiang Chen already awake, looking resentful and despondent. Damn, Daoge, I treated you like a brother, and you actually wanted to sleep with me. No, you actually slept with me. My innocence. Smack. Mu Chen gave Jiang Chen a big slap on the head. What nonsense are you talking? Daoge, my head hurts from your hit, I feel dizzy. You fool. Back at home, Mu Chen excitedly closed the doors and windows. He was about to integrate again to obtain so many good things, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Golden Finger, integrate Ancient Ice Sealing Scripture and Ancient Thunder Emperor Scripture, Eternal War Scripture, with Tao Scripture as the main. Also, integrate Celestial Level Martial Skills, Ice God Sword Scripture, Divine Punishment Thunder Knife, Punishment Spear Decision, Spear of Blood God, and Annihilation Spear Scripture. Ding, friendly reminder, the birth of techniques above cosmic level will cause anomalies. Do you want to consume martial skill experience to conceal them? Ding, friendly reminder to the host, based on the current strength of the host and Yutong, techniques above cosmic level cannot be used. They have been integrated into 2 cosmic level martial skills. Please choose the main spear technique. Confirm concealing anomalies, with Annihilation Spear Scripture and Punishment Spear Decision as the main deduction. Ding, start deduction, please wait. Time passed by minute, and Mu Chen felt extremely tormented yet excited. Jiesher was truly a great lucky star. Soon, the voice of the Golden Finger sounded. Ding, above the Universal Grade Martial Arts is the Dao Grade Martial Arts. The fusion of Dao Grade Martial Arts deduction is successful. Do you want to change the name? Ding, the Universal Grade Spear technique has been successfully deduced. Do you want to change the name? Let's forget about changing the name. I can't be bothered. Ding, currently transmitting Dao Grade Martial Arts to the host, consuming martial arts experience points to cover up anomalies for the host. As the voice of the Golden Finger fell, a strange power surged into his mind. He found himself in a sea of strange Dao patterns, where golden tadpole-like characters filled the sky, entwining around him and drilling into his mind. Each character seemed to have a life of its own, entering his mind, making the world appear transparent to him. Many mysterious and intricate things emerged before him, things he wanted to touch, to understand, but couldn't. His body was completely entwined with the Dao characters, exuding an ancient and vast aura. In the cosmic sky, purple lights fell straight onto the blue star, creating magnificent scenes that were being played out. However, they were all obscured by another force, unable to manifest clearly. But what could be felt was that around Mu Chen, spiritual energy that B-grade warriors couldn't absorb and refine was gathering in a terrifying manner, forming a spiritual energy tide. This anomaly went unnoticed by anyone. As time passed by, only a few golden characters remained in the world where Mu Chen was, and once these characters all entered his mind, he would successfully absorb the Dao Grade Martial Arts. Moreover, with the techniques infused by the Golden Finger, he would automatically reach the entry level. The last golden character was Dao, and as it entered Mu Chen's mind, about 1/5 of his martial arts experience points instantly reset to 0. It's worth noting that he had nearly 1,000,000 martial arts experience points. With the martial arts experience points reset to 0, the world underwent an instant change. At the Taowu shelter, including all the strong individuals of the Holy Summer, they could see a world-ending thunder dragon slowly dissipating in the sky, its aura chilling them to the bone. In an instant, the Holy Summer trembled as the closest Blood Emperor felt the most distinct sensation. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth even gathered into a tide, a concept he found hard to explain. Both the spiritual energy and anomalies vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, in the far-off Jiesher realm, with his insight, he could naturally deduce some things. Mu Chen, could it be you who caused this change? Mu Chen opened his eyes, and golden characters flashed and disappeared in his eyes. Is this the Dao Grade Martial Arts? It's truly amazing, being able to let me absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in advance. However, such a powerful technique appearing on the blue star seems a bit of an overkill. Many things feel unusable, probably due to the suppression of the blue star. My strength has actually improved so much, I might become invincible, haha of course, this was just Mu Chen's arrogance, who wouldn't want to become stronger? Golden Finger, accept 2 Universal Grade Spear techniques. Accepting Universal Grade Spear techniques was relatively easy. Once accepted, an extremely powerful sharp spear aura emanated from him. Universal Grade Spear Technique, Annihilation Spear Technique. Universal Grade Spear Technique, Punishment Spear Technique. Unlike martial arts, even after fusion, they couldn't automatically advance to completion. Currently, the Punishment Spear Technique couldn't be used, while the Annihilation Spear Technique could be used, but he had just started learning it. However, its power was stronger than the perfect heaven-grade martial arts Annihilation Spear Technique. Golden Finger, consume martial arts experience points to enhance the Punishment Spear Technique. Ding, the host's martial arts experience points are insufficient. What? You're telling me I've lost all my martial arts experience points? Ding, the concealment of anomalies has been completely consumed. Forget it, if it's consumed, it's consumed. Open the attribute panel. Cheat code, attribute pickup system host, Mu Chen talent, chaos of the universe level talent, SS level talent, 100-fold vibration, SS level talent, chaotic Buddha body martial arts, Dao scripture, introductory, Dao level, sacrificial offering method, special, bone shedding, special, martial realm, B level, 350,000 cards of chi and blood, martial skills, heavenly stepping, perfect, earth level, king of 100 battles fist, perfect, earth level, extinction spear scripture, introductory, universe level, Punishment Spear Scripture, not introductory, universe level, martial skill experience points, 0. Accepting the Tao scripture unexpectedly increased my chi and blood by over 40,000 cards. Not far from reaching B level soon. B level requires 180,000 cards of chi and blood, while B grade needs 18 by 3, 540,000 cards of chi and blood. Theoretically, chi and blood should increase 2, 3, or 5 times based on the previous realm, but he seemed to be the only one who achieved it. Little did he know, not far away, Shaolin was rushing towards his direction. With a serious expression, as if pondering something. Bang bang, someone knocked on the door. Mu Chen opened it, seeing a beautiful woman, whom Xiao Yunjing had mentioned, was the ruler of her family. Senior, is there something you need from me? Shaolin carefully assessed Mu Chen, his chi and blood overflowing. She was pleased with Mu Chen. However, he couldn't be with Xiao Yunjing. Mu Chen, this time I came to ask you to separate from Yunjing. Mu Chen frowned. Is this how big families operate? I like Yunjing, Yunjing likes me too. And with my strength, I won't hold Yunjing back. Why? Yunjing and I like each other, why can't we be together? Mu Chen, you are completely worthy of Yunjing, but you can't be with her. Let me explain it to you slowly. There is a martial talent called the Pure Martial Bone, rated SSS level, but according to our speculation, there should be even higher martial talents above SSS level, and the Pure Martial Bone is a martial talent above SSS level. However, this kind of bone has a special characteristic. It gives you extraordinary cultivation talent, but it prevents you from enjoying normal human emotions. In other words, once emotions are involved, this talent becomes a burden. Not only will your strength decrease, turning you into an ordinary person, but most importantly, there will be a life-threatening danger. The deeper the love, the more severe the consequences. Yunjing has already suffered from it, but you haven't noticed, and there is no cure. Mu Chen was shocked to discover such a peculiar martial talent in the world. He had long noticed Yunjing's abnormality, but he never expected this to be the reason. Ding, a friendly reminder to the host, this kind of martial talent indeed exists. To completely resolve it, you need a Tao-level method, the Supreme Forget-Me-Not Scripture. After cultivation, this issue can be resolved naturally. How can I find the Supreme Forget-Me-Not Scripture? The cheat code remains silent. So, what do you suggest? Yunjing likes you, it's impossible for her to give you up voluntarily. Only if you give her up, make her disbelieve in love, she won't develop emotions, and this way, her problem can be solved. However, this will be tough for both of you. Mu Chen was torn, bitterness rising in his heart. After a long time, as if he had exhausted all his strength, he finally spoke up slightly. Senior, I agree. Shaolin was delighted. She thought it would take some persuasion, but unexpectedly, it went smoothly, making her look at Mu Chen with a new perspective. After Shaolin left, Mu Chen sat on the ground, his expression calm, but in his heart, a sense of desolation arose, remaining motionless for a long time. These days, Mu Chen accompanied Xiao Yunjing. Whatever she wanted to do, Mu Chen would agree. His eyes were filled with Xiao Yunjing, wanting to remember her best appearance. Xiao Yunjing noticed that Mu Chen had been acting strangely these days, but she liked it. She could feel Mu Chen's affection. Jinger, I like you. Dao Ge, I like you too. Love arose unexpectedly. Mu Chen leaned in and kissed the alluring red lips. This time Xiao Yunjing did not refuse. After a while, their lips parted. Jinger, go and accompany the school flower. Okay, Dao Ji, I really like you. I'll go first. Dinger, I'm sorry. If he directly broke up with Xiao Yunjing, she would definitely investigate. He had already planned it out, having obtained a special martial skill by killing a warrior in the abyssal prison B realm, capable of disguising himself enough to fool Xiao Yunjing. He had already decided who would play the third party. Dao Ji, are you kidding me? How could such a talent exist in this world? Are you being deceived? Or are you just playing with Xiao, deceiving her? Jiang Chen stared at Mu Chen, ready to strike if Mu Chen admitted to it. Do you think I would deceive you with something like this? Daffin, do me a favor, please. Jiang Chen actually believed Mu Chen by now. Knowing Mu Chen's character, his first time asking for help couldn't be fake. Dao Ji, tell me, what should I do? An hour later, a bewitching face appeared in the mirror. Daffin, the bone structure can't be changed, but the muscle can be tightened. It might be painful. Dao Ji, it's okay. Soon, wearing the clothes Mu Chen had prepared in advance, a charming and beautiful woman appeared, tall and elegant, not inferior to Xiao Yunjing in looks, even more enchanting, resembling Xiao Yunjing by 3 points. Under normal circumstances, he would have joked about almost falling in love with himself, but now was not the time for jokes. The next day, Xiao Yunjing hurried to the agreed place with Mu Chen, eager to see him. It was a standalone restaurant mostly serving desserts. She pushed the door, wanting to enter directly, but through the entrance, she saw Mu Chun chatting and laughing with a woman she didn't recognize. A sudden pain struck her heart, feeling that something was wrong. No, Dao Ge is not like that, I must have misunderstood. She eavesdropped on their conversation through the door, perhaps due to anxiety, overlooking some issues. At such a close distance, with only a door between them, how could Xiao Yunjing not notice Mu Chen? TSK, isn't this Mu the genius? Why aren't you with your girlfriend, suddenly remembering me today? Mu Chen had long noticed Xiao Yunjing behind the door, suppressing his inner pain. Mia, you've got it wrong, I don't like her at all, she looks so much like you, I just see her as your substitute. I like you. Between her and me, it's just a game, but she seems to think I really like her, foolish. Mu Chen brought some words from his past life to this world, causing unimaginable harm. Xiao Yunjing stood outside the door, eyes filled with disbelief, covering her mouth, trying not to cry out loud. Nothing is more sorrowful than a broken heart. Her eyes lost their color, becoming indifferent. Mu Chen wanted to rush out, but he couldn't be so impulsive. Jiang Chen, disguised as Mia, also felt a pang in his heart, wanting to rush out and explain that Mu Chen had his reasons, but he couldn't. Until he couldn't sense Xiao Yunjing's presence anymore, Mu Chen's body trembled. Daphne, watch over her, prevent any accidents. Jiang Chen removed the disguise and quickly rushed out. Soon, Shaolin appeared, Mu Chen coldly staring at her. Shaolin, I don't want Ginger to be harmed in any way. I don't want anyone who interacts with her in the future to deceive her, and you are not allowed to force her to do things she doesn't want to do, otherwise, I will make the entire Xiao family pay the price. Mu Chen, rest assured. With me here, Ginger will be fine. To make Xiao Yunjing break free completely, he also sent a message. Ginger, I like you, wait for me. Xiao Yunjing, wandering aimlessly on the street, her eyes vacant, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Ha, Mu Chen, you're so ruthless. I, Xiao Yunjing, from now on, am your enemy. As she spoke, her aura suddenly surged, from C grade to C+ and finally settling at B-. The powerful aura emanated, causing pedestrians to steer clear. Miss Xiao. Jiang Chen appeared, taken aback by Xiao Yunjing's transformation. Mu Chen was right, her talent was undeniable. What are you here for? Miss Xiao, I saw you suddenly. Are you okay? Hee, what could possibly be wrong? Xiao Yunjing closed her eyes, then slowly opened them. I'm leaving. Tell Yutong for me, I'll come play with her another time. If you leave, what about Dao Gu? Xiao Yunjing suddenly exuded a strong murderous intent, glaring at Jiang Fan. Ha, Mu Chen, that unfaithful person? Tell him, for what he did, keeping me in the dark, the next time we meet, we'll be sworn enemies, no mercy. Aunt Lin, let's go. Xiao Lin appeared, taking Xiao Yunjing and flying into the sky. There, a warship awaited, with the Nining Sanctuary far from the Taowu Sanctuary, the strength of an S-level emperor, not as fast as the warship. Watching Xiao Yunjing depart, Jiang Chen sighed softly. Ah, love seemed beautiful before, but now, it's better to have no woman in my heart. Go check on Dao Gu. I wonder how he's doing. She turned around, Mu Chen appeared beside her, gazing towards the departing warship. Dao Gu, you. Don't worry. Daphne, I'm fine. I'll head back first and focus on cultivation. Back home, Mu Chen felt empty inside, not wanting to do anything. He lay on the bed, letting himself drift into a deep sleep, lost in thought. Tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he suddenly sat up. I have a system. Finding the supreme forget-me-not scripture should be a matter of time. There should be a way for realm slaying, but now, I can't find him. He felt anxious, in a few years, or even sooner, Xiao Yunjing would forget him completely, even seeing him as an enemy. The cruelest thing in the world is when former lovers become mortal enemies. Inside the luxurious villa, by the side of the monarch, 5 or 6 B-level warriors had gathered, one of them reaching B+ level. Young master, we're late. Ha, not at all, you're just in time. I need you to do something for me. Kill this kid, leave no trace behind to link back to my royal family. Though not afraid, it's better to be cautious. Follow my instructions, go together, don't give him any chance to escape, he's also B-level strength. It was late, the sky darkening, Mu Chen woke up from his bed, feeling weary. He descended the stairs, his mother Su Shui had prepared dinner. Son, you're awake. I didn't want to disturb your deep sleep earlier, hurry and eat. Mom, where's Linger? Don't know. That playful girl must be out playing with some friends again? Mu Chen felt something was off. Although Ling was playful, she usually came home early. If she stayed out late, she would at least send a message. Today was the first time she hadn't. Mu Chen sent her a message. Sis, why haven't you come back yet? Mom and Dad are worried sick. After a while, Mu Chen received a reply. Your sister is with us. Come to the sanctuary's junkyard in 10 minutes, or I can't guarantee what will happen to your lively sister. Mu Chen's killing intent instantly flared out of control. Son, what's wrong? Dad, it's nothing. I'll be back soon. You guys go ahead and eat. Mu Chen left. Mu Chang and Su Shui exchanged a glance, feeling strange. Shanggu, you should go check it out. Mu Chang didn't hesitate and chased after Mu Chen in the direction he left. However, Mu Chen's speed now was much faster than his. The refuge garbage dump was the central place for all the garbage of the entire Taowu shelter, specifically designated to leave a 3,000 square meter area to pile up garbage, processing millions of people's garbage daily, which was quite a workload. At this moment, several workers at the garbage dump had already been knocked out. Their goal was to kill Mu Chen, and if they continued to kill these people one after another and were found out, the royal reputation would plummet. Warriors couldn't harm ordinary people. This was a consensus among warriors. Mu Ling was on the side, her body bound by ropes, her eyes bloodshot. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Dealing with an ordinary person as a B-level warrior was too simple, much easier than squashing an ant. Finally, she could speak. She suppressed her fear. Who are you people? The middle-aged man in charge turned to look at her. Little girl, our target is your brother. If he dies, you live. No, my brother is a good person. You can't kill him. Haha, little girl, good person is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Remember, there are no good people in this world, only bad ones. Soon, a strong aura appeared, and Mu Chen stood in front of these people. Where is my sister? Brother, run, they want to kill you. Nonsense. Mu Chen had arrived, and Mu Ling's role had come to an end. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and with a slap, Mu Ling would surely be turned into a mist of blood. Ah! Mu Ling closed her eyes, feeling despair. The pain she imagined didn't come. Mu Chen's gentle voice sounded, Sister, don't be afraid. Mu Chen stood in front of Mu Ling, taking a solid blow to his back. He suppressed the urge to vomit blood, and the defense of the chaotic Buddha's body didn't disappoint him. Then, he used the treading immortal step, instantly appearing a kilometer away. The black-clothed people obviously didn't expect Mu Chen to be unharmed after taking a slap from them. You, as B-level warriors, using your skills on ordinary people, you are not worthy of being warriors. If I'm not mistaken, the royal court sent you, right? I have no grudge with him, but this is the second time they've tried to kill me. Targeting my family, you'd better pray you can kill me, or else, his death anniversary will be next year. Kid, arrogant. We are all B-level strength, and I am even B+ level. Attack! 5 B-level warriors stood in different positions around Mu Chen, and powerful attacks rained down. Mu Chen held Mu Ling, only able to resist passively. A blade of light cut across his cheek, blood flowing. Brother, don't mind me, just run. Silly sister, what are you saying? These beasts are not my match, I'm just letting them off easy. Dour, come to me. Mu Cheng's voice appeared, and Mu Chen quickly came to Mu Cheng's side. Mu Chen put Mu Ling down, finally free of worries. Dad, take care of little sister. I'll handle these beasts. Alright, be careful. Mu Ling was worried. Dad, go help big brother. Don't mind me. Ha, Linger, today you'll see your big brother's strength and why he is seen as hope by people. In the distant sky, a warship with the mark of Shao flew at an extremely fast speed. Inside the warship. Yunjing, have you really let it go? Aunt Lin, it's not that I let it go, I just want to fight for a chance. Why should he treat me like this? Don't worry, Yunjing, I will accept the family's mysterious inheritance. Until next time, I will definitely cut open his heart to see if it's really red. B+ level warrior, holding a soft sword in hand, you two go kill them, I'll take care of this kid. The other two are B level warriors, but their blood and energy may only be over 100,000, truly terrifyingly weak. Nukin also wanted to test the power of the cosmic level gun technique, Annihilation Gun Sutra. The sky filled with grey gun shadows descended upon those two. Instantly, the two high and mighty B-level warriors were shattered, as if their resistance was as fragile as paper. Ding, host successfully killed, blood and energy plus 11,000, martial skill experience plus 21,000, life essence plus 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful kill, blood and energy plus 12,000, martial skill experience plus 22,000, life essence plus 1. What? The B+ level warrior was shocked, and the remaining 2 B-level warriors were also shocked. These were not B-level warriors, they were even more terrifying than this B+ level warrior. Everyone attack, kill him. Faced with the 3 rushing towards him, Nukin just smiled faintly, he would take in as many of these kinds of people as came. Muching was also surprised, Nukin's gun technique this time was even more powerful than before, giving him the feeling that the sky filled with gun shadows was about to annihilate even him. Nukin's worries were dispelled, replaced by a look of joy on his face. Big Brother is so amazing. In the future, I want to be a warrior as amazing as Big Brother. Muching looked at his daughter, thinking to himself, "Daughter, if you become half as amazing as Mukin in the future, I'll burn incense at the ancestral grave of our Much family." Mukin swung his gun next time. This time, it wasn't a sky filled with gun shadows, but 3 intertwining gun shadows of different colors, thunder, ice, gray blood patterns, emerged behind Mukin, exuding a destructive and annihilating aura. He extended the gun in his hand forward. The 3 gun shadows pierced out like lightning, with a piercing sound of breaking through the air. The faces of the 3 changed drastically, the threat of death looming over their heads as they unleashed their most powerful attacks. Bang! Their attacks were only able to resist for a moment before being broken through, just like the attack of the B+ level warrior, only able to resist for a moment longer. The residual force of the 3 gun shadows continued, attacking the 3, piercing through their chests, followed by a violent explosion, turning into a sky full of blood mist. The voice of the system rang out, increasing his blood and energy by over 50,000, his strength advancing once again. If a few more B-level warriors come, I might be able to break through. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. The person was the S-level Emperor, Blood Emperor. When Mukin had just killed 2 people, he had already sensed something, and upon arriving here, besides the 3 members of the Mukin family, there seemed to be no one else. "Young friend, what happened here?" "Senior Blood Emperor, just now a few bandits kidnapped my sister, but I've already taken care of them." "Very well." With the strength of the young friend, at Taowu's shelter, those who can harm the young friend are few and far between. "I shall take my leave first." "Alright, Senior Blood Emperor, take care." "Brother, that old man just now seemed really powerful. He's more than 100 times stronger than you." Mukin's face darkened instantly, and he gave Muching a small bun. "What are you talking about? In the future, Big Brother will definitely be 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than him." "TCH, I don't believe it." "But Big Brother, you're really amazing, you resolved the crisis with just a few moves." "I'm not afraid now, with you and Dad, it's the safest." The 3 returned home, already with a unified statement, not telling Sushua what had happened. "Dare, do you know who the mastermind behind this is?" "Dad, I know, but leave it to me. I'll handle it." "Good, if there are any problems, don't forget that your old man is your strongest support." Huangchen, drinking wine, placed his hand on a beautiful woman's chest and squeezed it hard, feeling extremely wonderful. "Ha, Mukin should have been killed by now. This is the consequence of offending me, and the other kid, I don't know where he's gone, otherwise, he'll also have to die. Yunjing has already gone back, I should go back too." Later, he asked the woman beside him to leave. He had the dignity of a young master and not just any woman could catch his eye. A touch was fine, but going further was out of the question. "What a wonderful mood. Are you ready to die?" "Who?" The courtier stood up anxiously, looking around warily. "Who are you?" "I am the eldest son of the noble family. Are you not afraid of death?" "Ha, even if you are from the noble family, or even the royal family, you will still die." "I see, you are Mukin. Those useless people couldn't even kill you. How about this, if I let you kill me, will you dare to? If I die here, the entire Taowu sanctuary will not have it easy." Mukin appeared slowly, his footsteps making a tapping sound on the floor. The courtier was right, if he died here, the Taowu sanctuary would probably not fare well. He didn't believe that the laws of Xingxia would be effective against these major families. They might work for ordinary people, but when it came to private matters, no one could interfere. However, the courtier must die. The courtier stared fixedly at Mukin. "It really is you. How come those useless people couldn't kill you?" Mukin sneered, threw a punch, blasting the courtier's legs and piercing his vocal cords with a finger, rendering him voiceless. "I must thank you for reminding me, otherwise, I might have killed you here." The courtier's veins bulged, his eyes bloodshot, filled with fear and regret, as if pleading to be spared. Mukin didn't rush to leave. With his current strength, he couldn't confront the royal family. He couldn't bring disaster to his parents and the Taowu sanctuary. He prepared something for disguise, knocked the courtier unconscious, put him in a bag, and no one would stop him from leaving the sanctuary. He changed his appearance and body shape at a safe location outside, using the disguise technique he obtained from the abyssal thieves. It was quite effective. He replaced the bag containing the courtier's upper body and quickly ran into the wilderness. It took 2 full days, possibly covering thousands of miles. He released the courtier. The courtier, now weak, whimpered at him. "I won't kill you myself. I'll let the wild beasts in the wilderness do it." Woo-woo! He broke the courtier's hands, then climbed a tall tree, suppressed his aura, and waited for the arrival of the beasts. Attracted by the scent of blood, the beasts soon arrived, and under their sharp claws, the courtier quickly turned into a pile of flesh and residue. With the courtier dealt with, Nukin had no intention of staying longer in the wilderness. There were still some unresolved matters in the sanctuary. On his way back, the voice of the golden finger rang out. Ding, system function has been updated. From now on, the host can pick up bubble attributes without the need to touch them physically. All attributes within a radius of 10 meters can be collected by the host. Nukin was delighted as this function would save him some trouble. On his way back to the sanctuary, Nukin pondered if he had missed anything in killing the courtier. It seems my strength is still insufficient. If I were strong enough, I would have killed him directly, without all these complications. When will it be discovered that the courtier is dead or missing? It will probably take some time. The descendants of major families would have a congenital essence left through some means at birth, made into a glowing stone. This congenital essence had no other use except to record information. As long as your congenital essence was still glowing, no matter where you were, it meant you were not in mortal danger. Of course, Nukin's current knowledge was lacking, so he was unaware of this change. However, the manufacturing process was quite complicated and usually reserved for people of noble status. The congenital essence belonging to the courtier suddenly cracked and the light dissipated. When the patrol disciple discovered it, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't mistaken. His expression froze instantly, and he hurried off in a panic to report the incident. On this day, the entire royal family was filled with a tense atmosphere, and their goal was singular, the Taowu sanctuary. In the following days, Nukin lived a leisurely life, but Yutong's attitude towards him was extremely cold, frowning and showing a look of disgust whenever she looked at him. Nukin naturally knew why. He bitterly smiled, but played along. One day, the three of them were summoned to the conference hall by Jiyue. With Jisher and Sha Yunjing absent, Jiyue's mood was noticeably off. Teacher, is there something you need from us? Have you heard of the special admission? Nukin and the others shook their heads. Special admission is a way for prestigious academies to recruit talented individuals who have shown exceptional performance. They no longer need to take the martial examination to enter these advanced academies. Your talents and strengths have already been approved by the prestigious academies, but there is a downside to special admission. Since you are not participating in the martial examination, you will not receive the honors given to the top ranks of the martial examination. You won't be interviewed like the top two, renowned throughout Xingxia. Of course, you can refuse the special admission and take the martial examination. You don't need to worry about the treatment. The students admitted through special admission are treated very well. Moreover, special admission also requires passing the examination of the prestigious academies, which will take place before the martial examination. If you fail, you can still participate in the martial examination. Think about it and tell me your answer. Is there even a need to think? We will definitely choose to take the special admission test, not out of fear, but to give others a chance. Zhang Chen spoke first. Teacher, are there many spots for special admission? Actually, not many. Previously, our Taowu Sanctuary had very few. This time with the three of you, there will be 5 in total from Taowu Sanctuary, including the 2 students from Yizhong and Zheozhong, who also have S-level martial talent. Yi's martial talent may not be enough, but she performed well in the Beast Tide and also earned a special admission spot. In fact, Yutong's martial talent had already reached SS level, which Jiyue was unaware of. Teacher, we are willing to participate in the special admission assessment. Good, let me introduce you to the advanced academies of Xingxia. Currently, Xingxia has only 3 advanced academies, the Taowu Sanctuary and the Chaos Academy, the Gluttony Sanctuary and the Gluttony Academy, the Poor Strange Sanctuary and the Poor Strange Academy. The strengths of the 3 advanced academies are similar. Nukin, you have obtained a special admission spot at the Chaos Academy, EU, and the student from Zheozhong have obtained spots at the Gluttony Academy, and Zhang Chen and the student from Yizhong have obtained spots at the Poor Strange Academy. Since the assessment will take place before the martial examination, in a few days, the 3 major academies' exclusive warships will come to take you for the assessment. Just wait patiently. Nukin felt like he was entering a whole new world. The 10 major sanctuaries of Xingxia are the Chaos, Gluttony, Poor Strange, Taowu, Azure Dragon, Whitezay, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Ninein, and Qilin sanctuaries, where all humans in Xingxia gather. Nukin went to the town martial bureau, facing the scorching sun without the same feeling of facing it head-on as before, instead feeling somewhat small. You really are a freak. Your strength changes every day. I don't know how you cultivate. Maybe that's just talent. TSK, you really don't know how to be modest. Did Jiyue tell you about the special admission? Yes. Then study well and strive to pass the special admission to enter the advanced academies. There is actually a difference between special admission and passing the martial examination to enter the advanced academies. Mu Chen naturally understood, just like the best two universities in his previous life, the martial examination and special admission were like the junior class and the regular college entrance examination, but in this world, special admission might be even more formidable. Ding, host gains plus 500 health points. 500 health points, just a drop in the bucket. Let's go. Today I came to see you mainly to take you to meet the senior Blood Emperor. You can ask any questions you have or anything you want to know. The Blood Emperor lived alone in a small courtyard, drinking tea and enjoying the scenery, living a leisurely life. Why, does little Madman have time to come today? Madman was a bit shy. The Blood Emperor was actually an old child at heart. Being called Little Madman felt a bit cheesy. Mu Chen is here too. Young man, your talent is something I've rarely seen in my life. In a few years, this old man will be caught up by you guys. Speak up, what did you come to me for? Senior, this kid has obtained a special admission quota from the Chaos Academy, and since you are also a senior of the Chaos Sanctuary's Town Martial Department, we wanted to ask if there is anything to be aware of. Tisk TSK, with this kid's strength, there's nothing to be aware of, it's a sure thing, but what you need to pay attention to is the higher the ranking, the better, as it indicates your cultivation value. Blood Emperor, why is there a gap in the strength of warriors between the Taowu Sanctuary and other sanctuaries, to the extent that there isn't even a single A-level warrior? This question, you better ask Little Madman, he's more familiar with it than me. In fact, there was no Taowu Sanctuary before, it was only established due to some circumstances, and until now it has only been around for a little over a decade. In such a short time, it can't retain any high-level warriors at all. You've also felt the strength of A-level warriors, they need more resources to break through, staying in the Taowu Sanctuary, they can hardly progress. It's up to you, would you like to stay? Moreover, those A-level warriors who can't progress, if they go to a powerful sanctuary, casually join a small family, and join the hunting squad, they are stronger than those in the Taowu Sanctuary. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Mu Chen and the others received a message from Jiyu, informing them that the people sent by the Advanced Academy to take them for assessment would arrive soon, advising them not to go elsewhere to avoid missing the timing. Gu Xian from 1 middle school and Xing Lin from 9 middle school also came to 3 middle school, waiting for the arrival of the special admission assessment envoys. Mu Chen had wanted to pick up the attribute bubbles of the Blood Emperor, but no bubbles dropped, perhaps due to a too large gap in strength. This was the only explanation that made sense. He was now looking forward to it. Soon, 3 warships appeared in the sky, each at least several thousand meters long, grand and spectacular in structure, breathtaking. Mu Chen gained a new understanding of the world's construction creativity. The 3 warships were similar in size and shape, the only difference being the different patterns depicted on them. In Mu Chen's memory, the names of the 10 major sanctuaries of Xingxia were recorded as divine beasts in his previous life, and the patterns on the warships faintly resembled them. The warships were not made of cold metal on the outside, emitting a faint light of various colors, appearing even more mysterious. At the head of the warships were inscribed the words chaos, gluttony, and poverty. The entire school's students were excited by the appearance of such huge and magnificent warships, as they had never seen anything like it before. The 3 warships hovered in mid-air, and several figures flew out from them, their strength at least A-level. The 2 assessors from the Chaos Academy were about the same age as Jiyu. One had A-level strength, and the other, not weaker than the Blood Emperor, naturally had S-level strength. Mu Chen, come forward quickly. Mu Chen nodded at Madman and then walked up. I am Mu Chen. The 2 looked at him, no change in their expressions. Good, come with us. Defan, Daybody, be careful with the assessment. Dao Gu, you too. Yutong did not reply to Mu Chen's words. The 2 of them took Mu Chen and flew towards the warship. Just find a seat and sit down. The 2 said and walked towards the front without saying anything else. Mu Chen carefully assessed the environment inside the warship. The space inside was incredibly vast, luxuriously arranged, with food and drink available. Additionally, there were at least 200 to 300 people inside. Some cast disdainful glances at Mu Chen, some lost interest after a glance, while others focused on their own tasks. He found a seat by the window, feeling somewhat surprised. These people were all at least awakened with S-level martial talent, with those at A-level being in the minority, including some with SSS-level talent. Moreover, their strengths were not weak, with none below the Sea Realm, and many even being B-Realm warriors. Mu Chen gained a new understanding of the training environment at the Taowu Sanctuary, realizing its harshness. However, he was confident that these people were not his match. Some posed a slight threat, but it was minimal. After observing for a while, he lost interest and closed his eyes. Jinger, will you participate in the special recruitment? Or will you not enter the academy? With her talent, the family's training is much stronger than the academy's. The two teachers in charge of the special recruitment were resting in a separate area from the students. The talent of this year's students is better than the previous ones, so the assessment difficulty should increase. Yes. However, that student from the Tuawu Sanctuary has an extremely rich aura, almost catching up to me. The speaker was an A-realm warrior. Everything will be revealed during the assessment. Not long after Mu-chan and the others left, a warship bearing the royal emblem slowly entered the Tuawu Sanctuary, with the Blood Emperor and Kwang Han aboard. Several people disembarked from the warship, with a noble and elegant woman leading the group. Although a young widow, her beauty was extraordinary, and her strength was remarkable. The aura of the surrounding warriors was also exceptional. Nine Sanctuary, members of the royal family, what brings you here? The Blood Emperor inquired. Gu Huangshui, the mother of the royal heir and the main mother of the royal family, was filled with anger. My royal heir died at the Tuawu Sanctuary. I have come to root out the beast that killed my son and make them pay with their blood. The Blood Emperor and Kwang Han frowned. The death of the royal family's heir at the Tuawu Sanctuary was no trivial matter. Hey buddy, which sanctuary are you from? Mu-chan opened his eyes to see a skinny figure in front of him, flashing a toothy grin. To give an idea of how skinny, think of a bamboo pole, not much thicker than that. Hey buddy, you're too skinny. Where are you from? I'm Wu-yi, from the Qilin Sanctuary. I'm Mu-chen, from the Tuawu Sanctuary. There's no harm in being polite when the other party means no harm, so Mu-chen responded kindly. So, you're from that barren sanctuary, huh? Mu-chen, is it polite to criticize someone's home in front of them? Sensing Mu-chen's discomfort, Wu-yi awkwardly chuckled. I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say that the Tuawu Sanctuary is a bit small. Wu-yi, do you know about the assessment at the Chaotic Academy? I know a bit about it. The assessment methods in the previous years were similar, but the locations were different. It seems they go to some forbidden land with a time limit, where they have to kill beasts to determine their rankings. After all, practical combat is the only true test of strength. Seeing that he couldn't extract any more information, Mu-chan decided not to pursue further questions. Wu-yi was quite talkative, saying whatever came to mind, and his knowledge surpassed Mu-chan's, broadening his horizons. Soon, 5 days passed, and the Chaotic Academy warship came to a stop. Guided by two assessors, they disembarked from the warship. Upon seeing the surroundings, Mu-chen and the others were not the only ones surprised. Surrounding the area was an endless wasteland, desolate and uninhabited, with a vast expanse of gray sky overhead, crackling with dry thunder. The thunder was particularly loud, accompanied by occasional flashes of lightning and dense dark clouds. Despite it being daytime, the atmosphere felt more like early evening around 5 or 6 o'clock. It's raining. The light rain falling from the dark sky had a slight corrosive effect on the skin, causing considerable damage over time. Apart from the two examiners, 5 or 6 more people appeared, all at the A level in strength but relatively young, likely students from the Chaos Academy who had come to assist. The leader among them exuded a more terrifying aura than the S-level warrior present, unmistakably an SS-level venerable. As the venerable began overseeing the examination, Mu-chan became alert, realizing that this assessment would not be easy. The others gathered behind the SS-level venerable, who spoke, "Welcome to the Sky Burial Cemetery." The plain voice sent shivers down their spines, as some recognized the name of the cemetery and their expressions turned grim. Mu-chen wanted to inquire about the Sky Burial Cemetery from Wu Tian, but the SS-level venerable was still speaking, so he refrained from interrupting. The SS-level venerable seemed satisfied with the students' reactions. Everyone, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bu Yuan-yen, a mentor at the Chaos Academy and in charge of this special recruitment assessment. This assessment involves living alone in the Sky Burial Cemetery for a week, hunting down the fierce beasts within. Due to its unique terrain, the beasts in the cemetery are stronger than usual. The weakest beasts inside are at the sea level. Hunting down 100 sea level beasts will qualify you for this special recruitment and become a disciple of the Chaos Academy. However, there are rankings even among the special recruits. Hunting down 100 sea level beasts earns you a spot, while 200 sea level beasts will earn you a golden token. 10 B-level beasts will also earn you a golden token, and 1 A-level beast will earn you a golden token. The more tokens you have, the higher your rank. Remember, you must rely solely on your own strength. No teaming up or stealing from others is allowed. Violators will lose their special recruitment qualification and be blacklisted by the Chaos Academy. Furthermore, this place is unique. The harsh weather and environment can affect warriors. Each of you will receive an identity token that will automatically record your achievements. A friendly reminder, in a life-threatening situation, the token can release a protective shield against attacks from S-level beasts. We will come to your aid promptly. However, failing to meet the requirements will disqualify you from entering the Chaos Academy. This challenge will last for 7 days, starting now. The Sky Burial Cemetery is now yours. As Bu Yuanyan finished speaking, most students entered the cemetery. Mu Chen remained calm, and Wu Tian, seeing Mu Chen's inaction, also waited until most had entered before making his move. Brother Mu, this year's competition has some outstanding talents. I will wait for you, I must secure a top spot. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow at Wu Tian's boldness. However, he could roughly gauge Wu Tian's strength, likely at the C+ level without breaking into the B level yet, making it challenging to reach the top 3. Seeing most people had left, Mu Chen activated the perfect earthly martial skill, the Immortal Step, covering a kilometer in a single stride. The A-level students from the Chaos Academy watched in surprise at Mu Chen's speed, impressed by his performance surpassing their own when they reached the B level. Nevertheless, they did not pay much attention, as geniuses were abundant, and such displays were not particularly remarkable. Assistant Su, who is this young man? Assistant Su was the S-level warrior named Su Hong, a mentor assistant at the Chaos Academy. Bu Dao, this child comes from the Taowu shelter and is the only one from the Taowu shelter to participate in the special Chaos Academy assessment. After Mu Chen advanced for dozens of miles, he realized that the scene he had seen at the beginning could be considered a paradise compared to now, where the weather wasn't just bad, it was apocalyptic. This place was also shrouded in a hazy gray, but the temperature was extremely cold. Even he felt exceptionally chilly now, with his blood feeling somewhat frozen. He saw some disciples at the Sea Realm slowing down their movements. It was indeed a challenge to try to kill 100 Sea Realm ferocious beasts in such an environment. In addition, there was a black sea of thunder in the sky, with thunderstorms swirling in the sky, and black lightning striking from time to time. He saw a Sea Realm student being struck by black lightning, falling instantly. His body emitted a golden light, and a senior student from the Chaos Academy at the A Realm came in and took the student away. Mu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Damn! Getting struck by lightning here too? I haven't done anything wrong, why strike me with lightning? However, the number of ferocious beasts here started to increase. All the ferocious beasts here had black and white appearances, regardless of their type, and none of them had strength lower than the Sea Realm. Mu Chen continued to move forward. While he used to cover a kilometer in a step before, now he could only advance about 700 meters. There was a strange force in the air that bound one's speed. Interesting. A surge of fighting spirit welled up in Mu Chen's heart, his blood boiling, and his speed increasing significantly. The further he went, the more ferocious beasts there were, all at the Sea Realm. Mu Chen had a feeling that ferocious beasts of the B Realm would also gather in one place, rarely mingling with those of the Sea Realm. Outside, the number of ferocious beasts they killed would update in real time. Su Hong deliberately glanced at the number of ferocious beasts Mu Chen had slain. At first, he thought he might be mistaken. Mu Chen, C Realm Ferocious Beasts 0, B Realm Ferocious Beasts 0, A Realm Ferocious Beasts 0. He was ranked last, excluding those unlucky ones struck by lightning. Mu Chen wasn't in a hurry to act so soon. He kept running forward, stopping any foolish ferocious beasts that got in his way and killing them casually. Gradually, the number of students decreased, leaving him alone in the vast and strange place, followed by B Realm Ferocious Beasts. He smiled, feeling very happy. He stopped moving forward and realized he had spent a whole day traveling. Su Hong was disappointed. A whole day had passed, and Mu Chen's kill count was still 0. Could he be hiding somewhere? Bu Yuanyan's brows furrowed inadvertently, seemingly puzzled by Mu Chen's actions. He had witnessed Mu Chen's performance during the beast tide at the Taowu shelter before and didn't expect him to act so poorly. However, when he noticed Mu Chen's position, a smile crept onto his lips. This little guy, so that's his plan. His muttering was heard by others, including Su Hong, who, belatedly, noticed Mu Chen's position and sighed bitterly. My eyesight is getting worse. I only paid attention to the number of ferocious beasts slain and missed everything else. Mu Chen was unaware of the opinions these strong individuals held of him. He had already begun to act. This was the domain where B-realm ferocious beasts roamed, not as numerous as those at the Sea Realm, but their appearance probability was not low. He targeted a ferocious beast of B-level strength named the Crimson Demon Tiger Beast, resembling a lion-type ferocious beast, with a length of 70 to 80 meters and a tail occupying at least 20 meters, with a black-gray flesh lump at the end resembling a hammer. These ferocious beasts were all black and white, but their eyes were all red, without any white in them, giving them a terrifying look. Roar! Spotting Mu Chen, it immediately bared its fangs, tail swishing, and the gray lump hammer rapidly enlarged, descending from above, aiming to crush Mu Chen. Mu Chen was only slightly surprised. Even if it's an ordinary ferocious beast, how strong can it be? Annihilation Spear Technique. With one shot, Muken ended the battle, but he felt that the opponent was indeed much stronger than the average fierce beast. Ding! Host successfully killed, blood value plus 31,000, martial arts experience plus 42,000, life essence plus 1, slaughter material plus 1. Learning about the effect of slaughter material, Muken became even more impatient. In less than an hour, Muken had killed 10 B-level fierce beasts. While others were still struggling to kill 100 C-level fierce beasts, Muken had already condensed a golden token. It wasn't just a random condensation, his identity token turned golden, then quickly faded, leaving a small golden token pattern in the blank space on the token. Some A-level disciples outside noticed the number of fierce beasts Muken had killed, their eyes filled with surprise. This kid, he's hiding really deep. But the next moment, they were dumbfounded. A black thunderbolt struck directly from the sky. Muken was struck by lightning and fell to the ground. At this moment, the protagonist was also dumbfounded, almost all his clothes burned, emitting a scent of roasted meat. Damn, does this thunder have eyes? I'm a good person. I really am a good person. Muken pointed at the sky, cursing loudly. Boom! Another black thunderbolt struck down, landing beside Muken, silencing him. Alright, I surrender, please don't strike me again. I feel like I'm being targeted. The Sky Burial Cemetery is extremely special, containing a huge aura of slaughter that humans cannot absorb. Fierce beasts living here long-term are influenced by the aura of slaughter and will form slaughter material in their bodies. The host picking up a certain amount of slaughter material can allow the host to comprehend the power of slaughter. The power of slaughter can become substantial. If released, enemies will be deterred by the sea of slaughter, and those with weak wills will have their consciousness extinguished. This is the explanation of the golden finger system on slaughter material. Muken naturally didn't want to miss out. The power of slaughter should also be a kind of pressure from the strong. If he successfully condensed it, those strong individuals trying to oppress others might end up being suppressed. However, not every B-level fierce beast has slaughter material. Out of 10 killed, only 2 had it. Killing B-level fierce beasts in the Sky Burial Cemetery yields twice the blood value compared to outside beasts. Outside B-level fierce beasts only provide 20,000 blood points, while here it's 30,000. Ding! Host's blood value has reached 550,000, successfully breaking through to B-level strength. By killing 10 B-level fierce beasts, he easily broke through to B-level. His blood value now resembled a vast and boundless sea, a whopping 550,000 points. But to break through to B+ level, he needed to increase 5 times based on the previous level, which meant 54 by 5, 270,000 blood points, an astronomical figure. Although Muken complained, he was still excited inside. His unparalleled combat power lay in reaching the limit at each stage. The Sky Burial Cemetery, someone else's cemetery, has become my blessing. 6 more days, aiming to break through to B+ level. After the breakthrough, the minor injuries from the lightning strikes quickly healed, which was quite miraculous. Tao Wu's Sanctuary. Guowang Shui had been here for 6 or 7 days, searching for the fierce beasts that harmed the imperial courtiers, but the culprit seemed to have covered their tracks completely, leaving no trace. Before her stood a student, trembling with fear, full of dread. He was a student from Taowu 3rd Middle School. Why was he found? Because he used to be a lackey of the imperial courtiers. Speak! Who were my son's enemies before? The student shook his head, wanting to say he didn't know, but seeing Guowang Shui and the murderous gazes around him, he couldn't bear the pressure and started crying. I don't know, but I do know that young Master Huangchen was once beaten and had his bones broken by 2 people, both geniuses from our school, one called Jiesher and the other called Muken. I don't know the rest. After speaking, the male student was taken away. Bring me the identities of Mu Chen and Jiesher. Better to kill 3,000 by mistake than to let one go. Cheat code, open the attribute panel. Cheat code, attribute acquisition system, host, Mu Chen, talent, chaos of the universe, SS-level talent, hundredfold vibration, SS-level talent, chaotic Buddha body, martial arts, Dao scripture, introductory, Dao level, sacrificial ritual gate, special, bone shedding, special, martial arts realm, B grade, 550,000 HP, combat skills, immortal step, perfect, earth level, king of 100 battles fist, perfect, earth level, extinction spear scripture, introductory, universal level, punishment spear scripture, unintroduced, universal level, martial arts experience points, 390,000. Mu Chen carefully examined his talents, then refocused and headed towards another location. 10 minutes later, Mu Chen spotted a B+ grade ferocious beast, 100 meters long and over 10 meters tall, a rhinoceros-like beast named Blood Armor Rhino. Covered in black-gray scales like gemstones reflecting a cold light, with horns on its head made of black scale structure. Its massive size was incredibly daunting. Mu Chen felt a hint of pressure and anticipated that this battle might take a bit longer. King of 100 Battles Fist. A blood-golden fist, 10 meters in size, slammed into the abdomen of the blood armor rhino. With a loud bang, a section of the rhino's abdomen caved in, but this injury was merely a scratch for it, only fueling its ferocity as it turned to glare at the seemingly weaker creature without its horns, letting out a fierce roar. A powerful wave of energy stirred up dust and a foul stench invaded Mu Chen's senses, making him feel suffocated. Damn, you have no honor, resorting to magical attacks. The horn on the blood armor rhino's head gathered gray light, forming 10 light balls in the air, each connecting with a black lightning bolt. In an instant, a black light pillar descended from the sky, trapping Mu Chen inside, a method he had never seen a ferocious beast use before. The pillar trapping him quickly generated many black lightning bolts, striking towards him. Damn it! Mu Chen's body instantly turned a crimson gold color, exuding a heavy aura, golden patterns covering his body, emanating golden flames. Boom, boom. Thunderbolts struck one after another, and he struggled to dodge, but was hit by a black lightning bolt. It stings a bit, but I'm fine. If it were an A-level beast using this move, Mu Chen would have been in serious trouble, but against the blood armor rhino, he didn't need to be so cautious. Cheat code, allocate all points to Extinction Spear Scripture. Ding, host consumes 200,000 martial arts experience points, Extinction Spear Scripture upgraded to minor completion. Ding, insufficient martial arts experience points, unable to upgrade. Mu Chen gained a clear understanding of the immense experience points required for universal level martial arts. It was truly overwhelming. Extinction Spear Scripture. 3 large spears of different colors appeared, one shattered the light pillar, another pierced through it, and the third spear attacked the blood armor rhino. The rhino's eyes were red, revealing no sign of intelligence. The black and white energy all over its body converged above its head, releasing a massive light beam. Boom! Mu Chen underestimated the threat of universal level martial arts to life on Blue Star. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, not on the same level. The spear was resisted by the blood armor rhino, and Mu Chen's over 500,000 HP was fully concentrated. Extinction Spear Scripture. 100-fold vibration. The two combined, and Mu Chen could see cracks appearing in the air like a mirror, connecting and intertwining briefly before merging. An immensely powerful force shattered the rhino's defense, the spear hitting its massive head, nearly destroying it completely. Ding, host successfully slays, HP plus 50,000, martial arts experience points plus 98,000, life essence plus 1, slaughter material plus 3. Wu-Yi, wielding a rare weapon measuring about 1.3 meters, a ruler that can easily end the life of a sea-level ferocious beast. He has already hunted down 100 of them. Ha, a stroke of luck, feeling like breaking through to B-level. I wonder how Brother Mu is doing. He should have been eliminated. It's a pity my strength is not enough, otherwise, I would have helped him. With a surge of energy and blood, Mu Chen enjoys this feeling, experiencing his own power each time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. Mu Chen looks at his identity token, adorned with 15 small golden tokens. Each day he condenses 3, requiring 10 B-level ferocious beasts for 1 token, totaling 30 per day. The energy provided by the beasts in the Tianzong Cemetery is incredibly rich. With 150 B-level ferocious beasts, he has gained nearly 2 million units of energy, adding to the previous 550,000 units, bringing him close to B+ level. The rapid increase in energy has no effect on him, as the Dao level techniques swiftly convert any amount of energy into his own. In addition, he has condensed the power of slaughter, where 10 essences of slaughter can form a point of power. He has already accumulated about 4 or 5 points of this power. He has experienced the power of slaughter, causing ferocious beasts to show immense fear upon release. However, he is still unable to exterminate B-level ferocious beasts with this power alone. It seems that there are fewer B-level ferocious beasts in the Tianzong Cemetery. Mu Chen frowned slightly. If not for the decrease in their numbers, he might have reached B+ level long ago. What he doesn't know is that many students participating in this special assessment are even more frustrated because they have to explore far distances to encounter a B-level ferocious beast, thus prolonging the time needed to condense the golden tokens. Outside, Bu Yuanyan asks Su Hong, in this special assessment, who do you have the highest hopes for? Su Hong glances at Mu Chen's achievements. Bu Dao, besides that monster, I have high hopes for 2 people. One is Jianwei Xin, and the other is Zhu Guqing Air. Their talents and strengths are remarkable. Bu Yuanyan nods in agreement, seemingly approving of this assessment. Jianwei Xin wields a plain, even rusty iron sword, exuding a maturity beyond his years. Facing a B-level killer, he fiercely strikes with his sword, ending the beast's life with a single blow. There are 8 small golden patterns on his identity token. This time, the first place will definitely be mine. With the sword in my hand, I will aim for the sky. With just one sentence, he emanates a strong sense of sword intent. On the other side, a woman with purple hair, her hair tied high, revealing a forehead as smooth as snow, delicate features, and a tall figure, holds no weapon. Her fighting style is aggressive, relying solely on her fists to carve out 7 small golden patterns on her identity token. I have observed that apart from that sword-wielding, unromantic block of wood, I don't seem to have to worry about anyone else. I wonder how that block of wood is doing. Apart from Mu Chen, some geniuses have also noticed anomalies. They are not interested in C-level ferocious beasts, only in B-level ones, which pique their combat interests. Ding, congratulations, host, on a successful kill. You have gained plus 21,000 units of energy, plus 32,000 units of martial arts experience, plus 1 life essence, plus 1 slaughter material. Golden Finger, besides saving lives in critical situations, does this life essence have any other uses? Ding, host, the life essence can be stored or injected into the body. Currently, the benefits are not apparent, but in the future, the host will experience them. Mu Chen doesn't ask further questions, simply picking up the life essence every time, feeling somewhat surprised. It had been a long time since he had picked up anything else. He had asked the Golden Finger system, and the reply he got was that it was too trashy and not worth extracting. All he could say was, hee to express his mood. Continue, about to break through to B+ level soon, this speed is quite fast. Time quickly came to the last day of the week, and Mu Chen then killed a B-level fierce beast. Ding, host successfully picked up, blood energy plus 31,000, martial arts experience plus 51,000, life essence plus 1, slaughter material plus 1. Ding, host's blood energy has reached 2.7 million, breaking through to B+ level. At the moment of breaking through to B+, Mu Chen's blood energy surged, dark red, eerie, domineering, and exuded a kind of ancient inexplicable scent. Every breakthrough made his aura stronger by a fraction. He had a premonition that if he encountered the Blood Dragon King again, he would make the other party regret it, feeling like he could easily crush them. Perhaps it was just after the breakthrough that Mu Chen's state of mind was somewhat inflated, but facing the Blood Dragon King, he would definitely deal with it very easily. What a pity! The special assessment is almost over, and I haven't encountered an A-level fierce beast yet, quite a pity. Outside, seeing that the time was almost up, Wu Yuanyan's aura changed drastically, his eyes emitting thunder, his whole body covered in thunderous waterfalls. Accompanied by thunderous waterfalls in the sky, he waved his hands, tearing the entire sky apart, revealing a huge gap. From somewhere unknown, he captured an A-level fierce beast and threw it in. Everyone was stunned by this method, even Su Hong, who was an S-level emperor, was surprised to see this method. The difference between S-level and SS-level was only 1 level, but the strength was definitely not just 1 level apart. Many SS-level martial artists couldn't tear space apart, but Bu Yuanyan could, perhaps due to his talent. Mu Chen was complaining about the lack of A-level fierce beasts when suddenly he heard a deafening roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The sound was far away from him, but he could still hear it so clearly, which was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of the fierce beast, at least starting from B+ level, maybe even A level. He activated his body technique, now able to move at 1500 meters per second. Not only Mu Chen, but Jian Weixin, Zhuge Qinger, and many students who had entered the area of B-level fierce beasts had also heard it, but unlike Mu Chen, they were afraid of encountering that fierce beast and bringing disaster upon themselves. Those who dared to move towards the roar were not ordinary people, either very confident in their own strength or just reckless and seeking death. They were all geniuses, but a genius who had not grown up was nothing. Mu Chen quickly arrived in the area of the roar, where there was a fierce beast over 80 meters in size, smaller than the average B-level fierce beast, but its aura proved that it was an A-level fierce beast. At this moment, it was extremely angry, casually spitting out a pillar of fire, causing massive damage and roaring towards the sky. Sensing Mu Chen's arrival, it roared angrily in his direction, spitting out a gray fireball and attacking without a word. Mu Chen had never seen such a violent fierce beast before. Without asking anything, he directly launched a powerful, killing blow. What Mu Chen didn't know was that this fierce beast was the boss of the Sky Burial Ground, the Lord of Sky Burial. As the Lord, its daily task was to eat and sleep. It was sleeping and didn't know what violent means had brought it here, so it was only natural for it to be angry. Mu Chen immediately counterattacked. He was not someone to be trifled with. A round of golden fist imprints blasted out, colliding with the gray light ball, releasing a powerful wave of energy, stirring up dust in the air. This action further angered it, and it roared towards the sky. The already deteriorating environment became even more hostile, the temperature dropped a few degrees, and the black thunder in the sky seemed even more violent. Mu Chen was somewhat surprised as he assessed this fierce beast. Standing over 80 meters tall, it resembled a black gorilla but was not one. With sturdy legs, unusually long arms, and covered in black patterns all over its body, it moved in a strange manner, looking quite extraordinary with its narrow, fiery eyes. Damn, could it be the king of the sky burial graveyard? Looks like there's something interesting going on. Hu man, I'll kill you. It spoke, this fierce beast spoke. Mu Chen was taken aback, he had never seen a talking fierce beast before. Although hesitant and not very fluent, for a fierce beast to speak, it must possess S-level strength. Could the fierce beast before him really have S-level strength? That would be troublesome. However, he could confirm that the aura emanating from this fierce beast was only around A-level, perhaps just around A-grade. You can talk? The fierce beast did not answer him. Instead, it gathered a black thunder chain in its hands, emitting a dazzling light. With a gentle wave, carrying immense force, it attacked Mu Chen. Mu Chen summoned the Wisdom Alloy War Spear. The spear was no longer quite suitable for him, too light, and its power could not match his strength. Punishment Spear Technique. He had spent 100,000 martial arts experience points a few days ago to upgrade the Punishment Spear Technique to the introductory level. The experience points needed for the introductory level were negligible for him now, but the points required for the subsequent levels were astronomical. The spear thrust by Mu Chen, covered in blood and energy, became extremely evil, like a demon descending, terrifying, and filled with a murderous aura. Mu Chen and the Sky Burial Lord clashed continuously, their attacks creating intense shockwaves each time, gradually forming a storm of violent winds and black thunder, with Mu Chen and the Sky Burial Lord inside, fighting fiercely. Roar, why are you roaring? I thought you could talk? Speak! Mu Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought that with his current strength, he could easily deal with an A-level fierce beast. It seemed that A-level fierce beasts were indeed extraordinary, able to match him evenly, he just hadn't exerted his full strength yet. This was a good opportunity for improvement. Before long, Jian Weixin, Zhuge Qing'er, and a few others also arrived in this area. Surprisingly, Wu Yi was there too, stopping a few kilometers away as the terrifying aura ahead prevented them from advancing further or daring to enter. How could a Sky Burial Lord appear here? Jian Weixin and the others looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi explained, the Sky Burial Lord is the king of the Sky Burial Graveyard. Its birth conditions are quite harsh, but if it is born, its strength is extremely powerful, surpassing ordinary beasts of the same level. Only one is born, and only when that one dies will another be born. I didn't expect a Sky Burial Lord to appear, and what's even more bizarre is who is fighting against it. Besides us, are there other students here? He can't be a senior warrior, right? Is there a possibility that he is a student like us? Everyone looked at Zhuge Qing'er, then turned their gaze to the center of the battle, but it was somewhat blurry and not very clear. If he was a student, that would be incredible, breaking the norm. Outside, the video of Mu Chen and the Sky Burial Lord's battle was being watched by Bu Yuanyan. Su Han's expression had been grim all along, feeling that Bu Yuanyan had gone too far this time. The Sky Burial Lord was not something these youngsters could handle. Even if the A-level students beside him were sent over, victory was not guaranteed. Bu Yuanyan sensed the dissatisfaction of the others and explained, this group of students has many geniuses. They have a high chance of winning against ordinary A-level beasts. If it's the Sky Burial Lord, their chances of winning are very slim. This can suppress their morale and, secondly, if there really is a student who can kill the Sky Burial Lord, wouldn't that be a blessing for our chaotic academy? Moreover, look at this little guy, he doesn't seem to be struggling. Let's wait and see. Lord of the Sky Burial's black thunder chains in his hand instantly thickened, shimmering with even fiercer black thunder. The black thunder chains seemed to have a life of their own, automatically targeting Mu Chen for attack. With a careless move, Mu Chen was struck by the black thunder, sent flying, his body skidding across the ground for over 1,000 meters, leaving a trench behind, black thunder hovering over him. Roar! The Lord of the Sky Burial roared loudly, seemingly asserting his dominance. Wu Yi finally saw who was fighting against the Lord of the Sky Burial, his expression changing instantly. Wow, Mu Xiong is so powerful? Mu Xiong couldn't have died, right? Mu Xiong, you must not die. If you die, I won't be able to avenge you. Mu Chen coughed a few times as he stood up, giving Wu Yi the middle finger. I'm not that easy to kill. Everyone, you've provoked me. Golden Finger, use all the martial arts experience to enhance the Extinction Spear technique. Ding, host spends 1.5 million martial arts experience points, Extinction Spear technique upgraded to completion. Ding, host consumes 5 million martial arts experience points, Extinction Spear technique upgraded to perfection. Ding, insufficient martial arts experience points, unable to upgrade. Damn, golden finger system, you're really harsh. He remembered that completion was only 200,000. How come perfection requires 1.5 million, and how much does it take for perfection? Mu Chen was furious. Slaughter momentum. Suddenly, the aura of mountains of corpses and seas of blood swept over the Lord of the Sky Burial, fear and confusion appearing on its face. Why did that human suddenly become so terrifying, making it so afraid? Roar. The ferocity in its bloodline didn't allow it to retreat, black thunder covering its body, forming a thick scale armor, black thunder chains coiling around its arms as it charged towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen released all his blood and energy, causing a surging sea of blood. Extinction Spear Technique. 100-fold shock. A spear of blood, a spear of thunder, a spear of extinction, 300-meter-long killing spears appeared above his head. He swung with all his might, and suddenly, the entire world seemed filled with the intent of extinction. The first blood spear sent the Lord of the Sky Burial flying, the other two spears increasing in power. The Lord of the Sky Burial resisted for a moment before letting out an unwilling roar. But the next moment, a very ordinary Wisdom Alloy War Spear fell on its head, piercing through its skull, its pupils losing color. Ding! Host successfully kills, blood and energy plus 153,000, martial arts experience points plus 302,000, slaughter momentum plus 3, semi-immortal material plus 1. Semi-immortal material? Golden finger, what is this? Ding! Host, to break through to the A-level warrior, needs to condense semi-immortal material in the body. Semi-immortal material is not immortal, but it can enhance the recovery and defense of an A-level warrior. The system's explanation made Mu Chen understand what semi-immortal material was, but after entering his body, he didn't feel much. Perhaps he needed to break through to the A-level to truly sense its mysteries. Suddenly, 2 golden insignias appeared on Mu Chen's identity token, totaling 17. It seems this fierce beast is a bit different, adding 2 golden insignias. Mu Xiong, you're simply amazing, even being able to kill the Lord of the Sky Burial. What kind of strength do you possess? Wu Yi and some students walked towards Mu Chen, Wu Yi's face filled with excitement, while the others also looked at Mu Chen, seemingly shocked. Wu Yi, you also broke through to the B level, now I should be at B+ level. What? Besides Wu Yi, the others also showed shock. B+ level reversal, too terrifying. Mu Chen didn't dwell on this topic much. Everyone, time is almost up, we should leave. The special enrollment assessment of the Qiangqi Academy was also held in a dangerous place, a land of bloodthirsty beasts, where almost all were a type of fierce beast. Jiang Chen's martial talent has evolved to SS level, making him one of the top geniuses. There aren't many students with SSS level talent, and his combat power is exceptional, especially after mastering the Tianji martial skill. Currently, Jiang Chen is immersed in a fierce battle with dozens of sea-level blood beasts, earning points rapidly. Behind him, a red-haired woman exudes elegance with her fiery red hair and a confident demeanor. She watches Jiang Chen with a smile as he swiftly defeats the blood beasts. Frowning, Jiang Chen warns the woman named Jing Fuyu to stay away if she plans to challenge him for points. Despite being one of the few SSS-level martial geniuses at the Qiangqi Academy, Jiang Chen is wary of her due to her manipulative nature. Jing Fuyu teases Jiang Chen, causing him to remember not to trust overly beautiful women. She swiftly steals his points and taunts him before disappearing into the distance. Enraged, Jiang Chen vows to kill her but struggles to catch up as she outwits him effortlessly. Meanwhile, outside the Sky Burial Cemetery, students emerge battered and injured from the assessment. Mu Chen recognizes 2 students from the Chaos Academy with SSS-level talent, Jian Weixin and Zhuge Qinger, who are formidable but still inferior to him. Jian Weixin, fixated on challenging Mu Chen, intimidates him with his intense gaze. As A-level talents like Bu Yuanyan and others appear, the Chaos Academy's assessment results are announced, with 291 students participating and only 20 failing. Mu Chen observes that a significant number of A-level talents have qualified for special admission, indicating that exceptional talent isn't solely based on S-level or above. The success rate is relatively high, with most students having been pre-assessed before arriving. After announcing the names up to the 16th position, Bu Hong pauses before revealing the top 20 students who have successfully obtained golden tokens, signifying their privileged status at the academy. Mu Chen ranks 15th, earning a golden token, while others like Lei Ting, Wan Junkai, Jian Weixin, and Zhuge Qinger secure multiple tokens, showcasing their exceptional abilities. The first place, Mu Chen, gathered 17 golden tokens, in addition, killed the Lord of the Sky Burial, and added 3 more golden tokens, totaling 20 golden tokens. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Who is Mu Chen, and why have they never heard of him before? This is Mu Chen. My buddy Wu Yi seemed even more excited than Mu Chen himself, and everyone's eyes turned towards him. Despite Mu Chen's thick skin, he felt a bit shy under all the attention. In the Blood Beast territory, Jiang Chen's aura surged, blood and energy overflowing from his body. TSK, the Star Judgment scripture given to me by Daogu is indeed extraordinary. Just broke through to B-. My blood and energy are much stronger than others of the same level. Next, I should go deeper. After breaking through to B level, Jiang Chen's goals have also changed. Shortly after, he encountered a B-grade fierce beast and wanted to test his skills against it, but this blood beast didn't engage him directly and instead ran away. He chased after it, but things took a turn for the worse. He stopped in his tracks and turned back. Just then, 5 or 6 B-level fierce beasts suddenly appeared, blocking his way from all directions. Jiang Chen's expression changed abruptly. These beasts are so intelligent, I need to find a way to escape. Several B-level fierce beasts didn't give Jiang Chen a chance. They all emitted a blood-red light that connected to form a blood-red barrier. Jiang Chen swung his big sword, thunder exploding, his unmatched blade light slashing through. Bang! After a loud noise, a flaw appeared in one of the B-level fierce beasts, and Jiang Chen continued his attack. Roar! The fierce beasts roared, unleashing their strongest attacks. Jiang Chen could only resist with difficulty, finding it hard to fend off multiple opponents. As time passed, Jiang Chen's blood and energy were depleted rapidly. He managed to slay 2 B-level fierce beasts, but he couldn't handle the remaining ones. Hit by a blood-red light ball spat out by the blood beast, he resisted with his sword, but the tremendous recoil hit his chest, causing him to cough up blood. Damn it, if the school teacher doesn't come soon, I'm done for. Several enormous light balls came crashing towards him. He stood up, determined to face his fate standing. But in the next moment, the blood beast's attacks were mysteriously neutralized, and Jing Fuyu appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Little brother, I'm offering myself to save you. Be careful. Jiang Chen knew Jing Fuyu was stronger than him, but he couldn't underestimate the remaining B-level fierce beasts. Jing Fuyu smiled at him. Let me avenge you. Jing Fuyu erupted with overwhelming blood energy, a blood-red tang knife appearing in her hand. With a single slash, the air distorted, and a B-level fierce beast was slain. The remaining fierce beasts were quickly dealt with. Jiang Chen was astonished at the vast difference in strength. Jing Fuyu approached him with long strides, her smile making Jiang Chen's heart race. As she got closer, Jing Fuyu deducted some points from Jiang Chen with a sly speed. Little brother, this is the price for saving you. Then she walked away, and this time Jiang Chen wasn't angry. Jing Fuyu, I'm willing to offer myself to you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jing Fuyu stumbled, her face blushing. Silly. In the realm of slaughter, emitting a blue energy all over his body, extremely mysterious, the white hair at his temples was rapidly regenerating, and his aura surged. Soon, he reached B+ level and stopped cultivating only when he couldn't progress further. If one observed carefully, the area he was in did not belong to Shang Xia. The blue star was much more than Shang Xia. These brats targeted Shang Xia in the previous life. This time, I'll take advantage of you first. I remember, in the previous life, a venerable became a warrior above SSS level because of an opportunity. I must seize this opportunity. At the Taowu Sanctuary, Jing Fuyu was nowhere to be found, and Mu Chen went to participate in the special recruitment assessment of the Chaos Academy. It seemed difficult for Gu Huangxue to seek revenge. What about the Xiao family? After their investigation, it seemed that Xiao Jia's Qilin woman and Mu Chen were lovers. Madam, the Xiao family claims that Xiao Yunjing has no relation to Mu Chen. Before the young master passed away, he had deep-seated grievances with this Mu Chen. Initially, those who followed him were C-realm warriors, but later, even the B-realm warriors were almost all slain by Mu Chen. Moreover, when Emperor Yan sent a letter, stating that when the beast tied at the Taowu Sanctuary ended, the young master ordered him to kill Mu Chen, he was willing to carry out the family's arrangements without hesitation. So, Mu Chen is the murderer who killed my son. Humph. Even if he joined the Chaos Academy through special admission, he still has family members, right? I will start by targeting his family, making him experience the pain of losing loved ones. Dear students, welcome to join the Chaos Academy family. Your enrollment time is similar to the students participating in the martial examination, with about a month to spare. During this time, you can arrange things on your own. Later, we will send you back to your respective sanctuaries, and we will come to pick you up again. Undoubtedly, Mu Chen was the one who gained the most this time, breaking through to the B+ level in strength. I wonder how Daphne and the beautiful Yida are doing. If Mu Chen knew that Zhang Chentaohua had arrived, he would surely tease him. At the Taowu Sanctuary, late at night, Mu Ling returned home happily, dining with Mu Cheng and Su Shui. Mom, why hasn't Big Brother returned yet? Your brother went to participate in the Chaos Academy special admission assessment, he won't be back so soon. I miss him. The days without him feel so dull. Suddenly, Mu Chang seemed to sense something, his face changing drastically as he immediately embraced Su Shui and Mu Ling. Several intense energy fluctuations appeared, causing a direct explosion. When the dust settled, Mu Chang looked slightly disheveled, but Su Shui and Mu Ling in his arms were unharmed, though visibly shaken. Mu Chang was furious, not saying a word, his expression showing a hint of murderous intent as he looked at the approaching group. Seeing that Mu Chang's family was unharmed, Gu Huangxue hesitated. "Who are you? Attacking my family in the sanctuary so openly?" "Humph. I am Gu Huangxue. My son, Emperor Chen, was killed by your son Mu Chen. I will kill the three of you first, just to settle the score in advance." The sudden explosion naturally did not escape Blood Emperor's notice. He and Quang Han rushed to the scene, observing the aftermath in Mu Chang's disheveled state, drawing some conclusions. The royal family should not go too far. This is the Ta sanctuary, not your royal domain. "Humph. Blood Emperor, out of respect for your seniority, I won't argue with you. But Mu Chen, who killed my son, and his whole family must die. I will only kill them. If you continue to obstruct me, I can't guarantee that more people won't die. Emperor's Palace, if Blood Emperor tries to stop me, you should seek his advice." A burly middle-aged man stepped out from behind Gu Huangxue. "Yes, madam." Blood Emperor and Quang Han frowned. The royal family was going too far, disregarding many rules and launching an attack in the sanctuary. "Gu Huangxue, is the royal family determined to violate the rules set by my garrison martial bureau?" Mu Chen killed my son, I have a reason." "The garrison martial bureau's rules are of no use. Mu Chen is the one you have a grudge against. What about these innocent people?" "Humph. My royal family is about to give birth to a saint. The saint's family still needs some face. Emperor's Palace, if anyone dares to intervene, kill them without mercy." Blood Emperor and Quang Han looked serious. Could it be that today, they couldn't save Mu Chang's family? How would they explain this to Mu Chen? But at the moment, they were powerless. Several S-Realm emperors from the royal family arrived, and Gu Huangxue was also an S-Realm emperor. Mu Chen laughed. "My son did well. The royal family is nothing." Then, he looked at Mu Ling and Su Shui. "Shui, Linger, are you afraid?" "Dad, I'm not afraid. But if we die, what will happen to Big Brother? These people still want to kill him." "Don't worry. Dad won't let you die." Mu Chang's body slowly emitted a fierce golden light, his eyes turning completely golden, exuding a mysterious and vast aura. Playing God and Ghost. Everyone stared at the changes in Mu Chang. The golden light emanating from his body grew stronger and slowly rose into the air. "Senior Blood Emperor, Brother Quang, thank you, but these beasts can't do anything to me." A powerful aura spread out, causing those around to step back. Mu Chang's strength was not at the B realm, nor the A realm, not even the S realm emperor level. He was an SS grade Grandmaster. The royal family was shocked. How could there be an SS grade Grandmaster here? It's fake, it must be fake. Royal Palace, tear off his disguise. The royal palace wielded a blood-colored great sword, releasing emperor-level energy, slashing down as if splitting the earth. With a loud bang, Mu Chang caught the sword with his hand, disbelief in his eyes. "Die." With a single word, the royal palace's body shattered. Mu Chang looked somewhat regretful. Perhaps many have forgotten the Gun Grandmaster of the past. After killing the royal palace, Mu Chang's eyes turned to Gu Huangxue and the others, a calm gaze that plunged them into an abyss of fear. An SS-grade Grandmaster's anger was truly terrifying. Even as S-Realm Emperors, they dared not meet his gaze. "Have you thought about how you're going to die?" Mu Chang's voice was icy. He held an ordinary long spear, his eyes filled with nostalgia and indescribable emotions. "Old friend, I've wronged you all these years." The rust on the surface of the long spear began to fall off, revealing its true form, a golden-purple long spear with dragon and phoenix carvings, exuding a powerful aura of the way of the spear. With a clear clang, as if expressing its grievances and joy at fighting alongside Mu Chang again. "Gun Abyss, focus." A pair of golden eyes appeared in the air, indifferent and mysterious. Mu Chang's raised hand slowly fell, countless spear shadows descending, the intense pressure making Gu Huangxue and the others gasp for air, their bodies trembling, faces contorted unlike before. "How dare you kill me? My royal family has saints. If you kill me, you will die too. Your whole family will die, the entire Taowu sanctuary will perish, your relatives, friends, all will die." Gu Huangxue's behavior was no different from a shrew cursing. There were no lofty figures, only those bestowed by others. Death enveloped the royal family members, but Mu Chang didn't rush to kill them. He tormented them, making them feel the fear of death. Always high and mighty, how could they understand the suffering of mortals? Every now and then, an emperor would explode, blood splattering on Gu Huangxue's face in a bizarre manner. Their agonizing expressions of death all imprinted in Gu Huangxue's mind. After the devastating attack, Mu Qing's aura calmed down as he stood in the air. Royal family members, I'll spare your lives today. But remember, if anything happens to Mukin, Machan, or my beloved, I will come for the royal family, and the world will turn upside down. Remember, I am the Gun Grandmaster, and also the God of Death. Take your master and get out of here. The last remaining royal member of the royal family dragged Guwang Shuai away without looking back. Mucheng landed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. Brother/Dad Chang, are you okay? Su Shui and Mucheng Ling rushed forward, supporting the ailing Mucheng. Shui, Linger, I'm fine, don't worry. But in the next moment, the world spun, and Mucheng felt everything swirling around him before losing consciousness. Mukin returned to the Taowu Sanctuary on the Chaos Academy spaceship. It must be said that the feeling of returning was somewhat different from when he left. When he first left, he was like a scholar going to the capital for the imperial examination, excited. Now, returning felt like a top scholar in high school, proud. If Mom and Dad knew, they would surely be happy too. He now thought of Mucheng Ling's excitement hanging on him. The special assessment at the Porchi shelter has ended. Although Jiang Chen's ranking is not as high as Mu Chen's dominance, it is still good, placing 5th. When he went there, he was alone, with only a somewhat unfamiliar classmate by his side. But when he returned, a beauty appeared by his side. Jing Fuyu strongly insisted on following Jiang Chen back. At some point, a string in Jiang Chen's heart was also touched, the origin of his feelings unknown. It might have been when they first met, or when she saved him, time was irrelevant. Jiang Chen was surprised why Jing Fuyu wanted to follow him back. The answer he got was, I want to see where you live. At that moment, Jiang Chen knew that Jing Fuyu had him in her heart, beyond friendship but not yet lovers. Fuyu, when we get back, I'll introduce you to my brother. He's really powerful, you definitely can't beat him. Same generation, I fear no one. Tisk, you'll see then. My buddy, he's probably a star in this world that I can't reach. What about me? Jing Fuyu's peach blossom eyes looked at Jiang Chen. You're different, you're another star, probably the brightest one. After 3 days, Mu Chen finally rushed back to the Taowu shelter, faster than he expected. After being escorted back, Su Hong left but left his contact information for any notifications. When he arrived home, the scene before him left him bewildered. Where's my family? Where are my parents? The house was gone, reduced to ruins. Despite being cleaned up, that wasn't the most important thing. Mu Chen suddenly had a bad feeling that something had happened to his parents. His killing intent intensified, his aura of slaughter several times stronger than before, almost tangible. At that moment, Blood Emperor appeared before Mu Chen, his expression grim. Blood Emperor, where are my parents? Mu Chen's voice was cold. The Blood Emperor was shocked, noticing Mu Chen's significantly increased strength, but now wasn't the time to address that. Come with me. Blood Emperor took Mu Chen's hand and flew into the sky, arriving at the Jinwu Bureau shortly. Seeing Mu Ling and Su Shui, Mu Chen felt some relief, thankful they were unharmed. Su Shui and Mu Ling didn't look well, appearing worn out, and Mu Chang was not there. Mom, Linger, I'm back. What happened? Mu Ling burst into tears upon hearing his voice, throwing herself into his arms. Brother, we almost thought we'd never see you again. Mom, Linger, what's going on? Where's Dad? In a room, Mu Chang lay unconscious, his face pale, showing severe muscle and tendon injuries. Mu Chen's expression was grim as Su Shui and Mu Ling explained the situation, his resentment towards the royal family growing. Blood Emperor, Uncle Quan, you're saying my dad is an SS-level venerable? Mu Chen was surprised. If Mu Chang was a venerable, his identity was definitely not simple. Yes, he's undoubtedly a venerable, and not just any, but a very famous one, the Gun Venerable. The Gun Venerable is a legendary figure, his identity has always been a mystery, overwhelming many of his peers. He was once a king, a dazzling star. But 15 years ago, the Gun Venerable disappeared without a trace, unexpectedly appearing at the Taowu shelter, marrying and having children, living as an ordinary person. However, his condition seems grim, forcibly activating the power of an SS-level venerable, suffering backlash. We'll have to wait for him to wake up to explain the specifics. 15 years ago, Mu Ling had just been born. Golden Finger, infuse the essence of life into my father's body. Life essence truly lives up to what the system claims, it has miraculous effects in healing. The next day, Mu Chang woke up, and his injuries were rapidly recovering. However, the fundamental injuries were beyond the help of the life essence, unable to be completely repaired. Shui, Dower, Linger, help me outside for a while. I know you must have many questions in your hearts, and I will answer them one by one. Shui, do you remember our first meeting years ago? I was critically ill at that time, and you saved me. In fact, at that time, my body had already hidden dangers, and my strength had been declining. Later, when Shui was pregnant, I first understood responsibility. I had offended many people before, so I returned to the Taoist sanctuary, where I and Shui gave birth to Linger. It was also during this time that I found you. If it weren't for the beast tide, I might never have shown my strength, waiting for my energy to be completely depleted, accompanying Shui for a lifetime. Dad, can't your injuries be healed? It's very difficult to recover, almost impossible. When I broke through to the SS realm, due to my youthful arrogance and past confidence, I was injured by an SSS realm holy beast. The corrosive power it left behind continuously eroded my body. The more frequently I used it, the faster my energy depleted. Over the years, I am left with only B-level strength. After this battle, my strength has fallen to the C level. If you want to recover, only warriors above the SSS realm should be able to remove such injuries, right? Unfortunately, it's hard to find anyone above the SSS Saint level, and I can't find them to help. Mu Cheng now had a new goal, which was to become a warrior above the SSS level. But now the most important thing was how to guard against the royal family's counterattack. Will the Chaos Academy protect his family? Mom, Dad, I became the first special admission at the Chaos Academy. The Chaos Academy should protect us, and we'll settle the score with the royal family later. Mu Cheng's face showed a slight smile. Dower, with your talent, you will definitely surpass me in the future, and it's very likely that you will reach above the SSS realm. But don't worry, the royal family currently has no saints. Even if they break through soon, they will still be wary of my strength and won't easily make enemies over a dead person. At least, there's no need to worry too much for the time being. Dad, what exactly is the realm above the SSS level? Dower, even if you didn't ask, I would still introduce it to you. The realm above the SSS level is collectively known as the Emperor Realm. The Emperors are almost the pinnacle existence among the Blue Star Warriors. They possess unimaginable abilities, like the gods recorded in human history. They are the gods among humans, with so many geniuses, but reaching the SSS level is not common, let alone the Emperor Realm. Mu Cheng somewhat scoffed at this statement. What gods? It's achieved through cultivation, and he will definitely reach that level in the future. Mu Cheng woke up, and Su Shui and Mu Ling were no longer as desolate as before, at least showing signs of vitality. Brother, teach me how to cultivate. The school only teaches some simple methods now, like refining qi in blood. I don't want to be passive like this, I don't want to be a waste. Sister, look at me. You are not a waste, you will always be my dearest sister, the good daughter of our parents. You are only 16 now, the awakening age is 18. I will see if there are other methods to help you awaken earlier without damaging your future potential. Mu Cheng knew that Mu Ling must have been deeply affected by the two near-death experiences, but he also understood this feeling. Okay, thank you, brother. Mu Cheng returned to his room and immediately contacted Su Hong, explaining his needs, and soon received a reply. Mu Chen, Chaos Academy has the authority to protect the safety of students' families. However, a little bit of time is needed for verification to ensure that your family members are not involved in any criminal activities. Please don't misunderstand, it's just a necessary procedure. I hope you understand. You will be informed of the results within 2 days at the latest. Thank you, Teacher Xu Hong. Mu Chen appreciated the attitude of Chaos Academy. Providing shelter to the families of students who might be bad people would be a serious offense. Can the Golden Finger awaken talents ahead of time? Ding, yes. But according to the awakening rules of the Blue Star, the most suitable age is indeed 18. After a system scan, it was found that Kneeling possesses an SS-level talent that can allow her to awaken early. However, it requires life essence to repair some minor damage caused by the early awakening. Will it affect future martial arts development? It will not. Then how can the early awakening be achieved? Mu Chen's brain was filled with memories implanted by the system, allowing Mu Ling to awaken her talent early. First, choose a cosmic-level martial art, and when awakened, you will be at the forefront. Awakening early without harm is a good thing, beneficial for Xingxia, but he won't reveal it for now as it would cause too much commotion, and he doesn't have the strength to handle such attention. One day later, Jiang Chen returned to the Taoist shelter, with Jing Fuyu by his side, attracting a lot of attention, especially from men who envied Jiang Chen, wondering why he deserved such attention. Jingyu, let's give Brother Dao a surprise. Afterwards, I'll take you to eat something delicious. I'm Jiang Chen, the overlord of Taoist shelter. I know where the good food is. On the way, Jiang Chen kept praising Mu Chen, making Jing Fuyu even more curious about her, wondering who could impress Jiang Chen so much. When they arrived at Mu Chen's house, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Where did Brother Dao's house go? Jing Fuyu looked at him suspiciously. Did you take the wrong direction? No, Brother Dao and I grew up together, did everything together. How could I forget his house? Impossible, absolutely impossible. What did you say? Jiang Chen immediately covered his mouth, realizing he had slipped up. He hadn't actually spied on anyone. Men and their boasting. Jing Fuyu twisted his ear. What did you see? I didn't see anything. Brother Dao took me there. I didn't want to go at all. I stood guard while he looked around. I didn't see anything. Really? Absolutely true. If it's false, Brother Dao will never find a wife. Jiang Chen silently apologized to Brother Dao, using him as a shield. If Mu Chen found out, he would surely scold him. Fine. I curse you to be single for 30 years, and you curse me for a lifetime. End of friendship. In the end, Jiang Chen still contacted Mu Chen. Mu Chen hurried over, ready to banter with Jiang Chen, only to find a beautiful woman by his side. Ahem, Da Fan, aren't you going to introduce me? Brother Dao, she's Jingyu, the top candidate in the special recruitment assessment of Qiangqi Academy. Jingyu, this is Mu Chen. Mu Chen looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look. Wow, he went out and brought a wife back. You've really grown, Jiang Chen. Little sister, if Da Fan dares to bully you in the future, tell me, I'll castrate him. Jiang Chen's face darkened instantly. Brother Dao, you're too harsh. I protest, I refuse, I don't agree. Don't you like your little sister? Just want to play around? Don't want to treat her well? Jing Fuyu's murderous gaze fell on Jiang Chen. Her face blushed a bit. The title of brother and sister from Mu Chen made her shy. Despite being a little witch most of the time, matters of the heart still made her blush. No, I will definitely treat Jingyu well. Ha ha. Seeing Jiang Chen's embarrassed look, Mu Chen chuckled, sincerely hoping that Jiang Chen could find someone he truly liked. Jiang Chen is quite honest. When he meets someone he likes for the first time, he will definitely devote himself wholeheartedly. He hopes Bu Jingyu is sincere. If it's just a game to her, Muken, won't agree. In the evening, Muken did not stay with Jiang Chen, giving them enough space. Young couples need time to develop. Judging by their appearance, they must have just started, both quite shy. He was a bit envious of Jiang Chen, thinking of Xia Yunjing, feeling a pang in his heart. I wonder how Jinger is doing. Join Sanctuary, Royal Family. After returning from Taowu Sanctuary, Gu Huangxue took some time to step out of the shadow cast by Muchang. Emperor Aoshan sat beside her, his eyes full of tenderness. Aoshan, are we just going to let this matter go? But my child's revenge. He killed my son, deceived my wife, how can we let this matter go? Xiangzuan indeed has some skills. Wait a while, we will make them pay 1,000 times over. My royal family is not to be trifled with. Aoshan, although our royal family does not lack SSS-level experts, why not go now? Are you not willing to help us seek revenge for our mother and son? No, Huangxue, we will go to kill Muching now to prevent him from acting recklessly. An eye for an eye. When father breaks through to the SSS Realm Saint after, everything will be simple. At the latest within a year, father will break through to the SSS Realm Saint. Perhaps we, too, can break through to the SSS Realm Saint. Emperor Aoshan's face revealed a sinister smile. 2 days later, Muken received a message from Su Hong, informing him that his family could seek refuge at the Chaos Academy. As the first, the academy would send someone to pick him and his family up. Muken was overjoyed, a weight lifted off his heart. The sword hanging over his head finally fell. Mom, Dad, I have contacted the Chaos Academy. They will protect us, and they will come to pick us up in a few days. It seems we don't have to worry about safety for a short time. Muchang was also pleased. It's good to be under a big tree, but unfortunately, he was too arrogant back then and looked down on many things. Mom, Dad, I need to discuss something with you about Linger. Dower, if it's harmless to Linger, then go ahead. Having strength early will give you the ability to handle crises. They were very supportive of Ling's early awakening. These days, Muken also went to school to borrow the awakening stones he used a long time ago. Because of the existence of the awakening pillar, these awakening stones were almost obsolete, but that didn't mean they were useless. Linger, no matter what happens later, don't worry. Focus on understanding your talent. Place your hand on it. Golden finger, infuse life energy and the remaining star source. After extracting it from Jiesher's body, he gave some to Yi Yutong and had some left, hoping it would be useful. Muching's martial talent was SS level, and Ling's was also basically SS level. Her body emitted a faint purple light, a purple spear appearing above her head, exquisite and noble, yet extraordinary, the transformation not yet complete. The purple spear quickly changed, growing in size, with a hint of flame in the purple, displaying a mysterious bird pattern, greatly increasing its power. This is an SSS talent. Shua, Linger's talent is even higher, inheriting both yours and mine, and evolving further. Yes. Mukin took the opportunity to operate the Tao scripture, absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and allowing Ling's martial talent to absorb it. As time passed, Ling's transformation ended, her aura increasing, breaking through to E rank, successfully becoming a warrior. This speed was much stronger than Mukin's at the time. Brother, Mom, Dad, I become a warrior, I feel so powerful. Ha, little sister, congratulations. Brother, becoming a warrior, I now feel how formidable you are, like a moth compared to a divine dragon in the sky. Alright, you will be just as amazing in the future. Mu Chen no longer had the extra energy to enhance the talents of Su Shui and Mu Cheng. He didn't expect these things to be so scarce, he had only found 2 portions now. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since Mu Cheng was injured and had the corrosive power of an SSS-level saint left in his body, could it be refined? The energy contained within might help Mu Cheng advance further. However, they were still too weak, these techniques couldn't be leaked, as it would be too dangerous. System, select suitable techniques and merge them with the cultivation techniques my parents practiced. Their talents originated from the same source, and their cultivation techniques were no different. Ding, fusion successful, host to name the techniques. Late at night, Mu Chen sneaked into Mu Cheng's room while he was asleep. He didn't have much else, just many techniques. Previously, he hadn't considered these issues, solely focusing on enhancing his strength. Now that he thought about it, he needed to address these problems, but for now, he didn't want to expose himself. Placing his hand on Mu Cheng's head, Mu Chen had the system instill a few words, essentially stating that they would die immediately if they went against them. With this level of techniques, they wouldn't doubt it. After the transmission, Mu Chen repeated the process with Su Shui and Mu Ling. The next day, the 3 felt profound and vast techniques in their minds, incredibly surprised. Why were unfamiliar techniques entering their minds? It didn't make sense. Mu Cheng was bewildered. He didn't know the level of the techniques, but they were far more extensive than the earth-level techniques he practiced, at least heavenly-level techniques, beyond which he dared not think. Moreover, the techniques transmitted by the system were easy to understand, and they could easily use them. After cultivating, the surging spiritual energy and the energy flooding into their bodies left them even more astonished. In just over an hour, Mu Ling broke through to E-level, Su Shui appeared younger, and some of the hidden injuries in Mu Cheng's body dissipated. Unable to control himself, tears streamed down his face. Who would want their strength to decline, unable to protect their wife, daughter, and child? Now, he saw hope rising again, with further prospects. Mu Chen whistled casually, trying not to reveal anything unusual to them. Dao, did you notice anything last night? No. I practiced until late and then slept. Why, did something happen? No, just asking. Could it really be a stroke of luck? Oh, why didn't I get any? Heaven is unfair. Mu Chen pointed his finger at the sky, as if heaven owed him something. He then left in a huff, leaving Mu Cheng, Su Shui, and Mu Ling staring at each other in confusion. Isn't it Dao? Forget it, this is our chance. Don't overthink it. Since that person doesn't want to show up and let us know, we shouldn't delve deeper or say more to avoid trouble. The innocent shouldn't bear the blame for others' crimes. 2 days later, Mu Chen, Jiangchen, Jingfuyu, and Yu Tong gathered together. Mu Chen was about to leave the Taowu sanctuary and head to the Huanduan sanctuary. This farewell couldn't be like their current daily gatherings. Dafan, tomorrow, my parents, my sister, and I will go to the Huanduan sanctuary. If anything happens, be sure to contact me. I am your strongest support. It's not my intention regarding Idaxiao and Jing'er's matter. You will understand in the future. Bu, Dafan is relatively simple, I hope you can understand more. Yu Tong glanced at Mu Chen with a complex expression but didn't say much. Come, let's have a drink. Cheers. Dao, it's like you're leaving your last words. After you leave, Jingyu and I will probably go to the Cheongqi sanctuary. Next time we meet, I want to spar with you. Come on. Come back when you can beat Jingyu. If you can't, don't even think about sparring with me. These past few days, at the request of Yingbu Jingyu, Mu Chen had a fight with her. It must be said that she was indeed formidable. Her talent was very peculiar, her speed extremely fast, almost surpassing him. However, in terms of true combat power, she was still far behind him, defeated in his hands. The next morning, the Chaos Academy warship arrived, larger than the 2 small ones before, which was normal since they were only picking up his family. The one who came to pick him up was familiar to him, a senior from the realm during the special assessment. His specific name Mu Chen did not know. Mu Junior Brother, I am Senior Brother Ching who came to pick you up. You can call me Brother Ching. Mu Junior Brother, Uncle, Aunt, you are Mu Junior Brother's sister, may I dare to call you sister as well. It will take us about 5 days to reach the Chaos Sanctuary. Let's leave first. Mu Chen walked at the back, waving to Jiang Chen, Jiyu, and Quang Han as they departed. He didn't have many friends at the Taowu Sanctuary, they were the ones. Inside the warship, besides Senior Qing, there was another senior named Zhou Mo. Mu junior brother, your performance that day really made us senior brothers feel ashamed. Now, we might not even be your match. You two senior brothers, you flatter me. Could you introduce me to the Chaos Sanctuary? The Chaos Sanctuary, also known as the City of Chaos, is actually one of the 3 major sanctuaries of our holy summer, but in terms of overall strength, it should be the strongest, producing many strong individuals. The strength of the S realm can only be considered as ordinary experts, only the SS realm elders can be called strong. My Chaos Academy is located in the central area of the Chaos Sanctuary, with a well-connected network overseeing the entire sanctuary. However, the one truly in charge of the Chaos Sanctuary is the Chaos Town Martial Bureau. Apart from the Chaos Town Martial Bureau, there are several other powerful forces, such as the Killer God Martial Hall, the Xian Yuan family, and the Genetic Corporation. They occupy various industries within the Chaos Sanctuary, with the Genetic Corporation developing all kinds of elixirs and cultivation liquids, involving many aspects of the sanctuary. After their explanation, Mu Chen roughly understood, feeling that it was too complicated but also looking forward to it. The Chaos Sanctuary was undoubtedly a huge stage. Brother, I feel like cultivating. Sister, endure for a few days. It's not suitable to cultivate on the warship. Look at the beautiful scenery. Strengthening one's power was a very good experience. In the past few days of obtaining martial arts, Mu Chang, Su Shui, and Mu Ling were almost immersed in it, either practicing or on the road to practice. Mu Ling didn't pester him anymore, which he was still not used to. Mu Ling was now an E+ level warrior, progressing very quickly in the early stages. Mu Chen estimated that his speed would slow down after breaking through to the Sea Realm, but there was no need to worry, just needed to hone his combat experience. When they arrived at the Chaos Sanctuary, there should be a virtual combat platform where Mu Ling could practice on, using fierce beasts as training targets. Mu Chen was worried. Linger, don't bother your brother. You're almost of age to find a partner. Time flew by, and it was already 5 days. Senior Qing said, Mu junior brother, we are approaching my Chaos Sanctuary. Mu Chen saw it, it was truly magnificent and spectacular, exuding an extraordinary aura. The endless steel Great Wall looked to be about several thousand meters high. It was worth noting that the sanctuary was cylindrical, so it must be enormous. About 2,000 to 3,000 meters away, a mist covered the Chaos City, appearing elusive and adding to its mystery. Mu Chen and Mu Chang were fine, but Su Shui and Mu Ling were filled with astonishment. It was no wonder, even though Mu Chen had read so many novels in his past life and had a rich imagination, compared to the Chaos Sanctuary, it was still lacking. Truly worthy of being the City of Chaos. Senior Qing and Zhou Mo exchanged a smile. Mu junior brother, let's go in. Entering the Chaos Sanctuary, it was even more spectacular inside, with tall buildings and technological products almost everywhere. Various warships were also seen in the sky, making it even more awe-inspiring. The Taowu shelter is already quite similar to a good city from a past life, but the Chaos shelter looks even better than the best city from the past. Technology, skills, architecture, are simply incomparable. Most importantly, the rich spiritual energy contained within is unparalleled. Brother Shepherd, my Chaos Academy has a disciples' residence where your family can stay, ensuring their safety. As for you, after the official start of classes, you can choose to stay in the disciples' residence or at the school. However, I recommend staying at the school for convenience. During these days, Brother Shepherd can familiarize yourself with the Chaos Academy and the City of Chaos. If you have any questions, you can contact me. After about an hour, the warship slowly stopped, revealing a cluster of villas. Shangguan Cheng led them inside. Brother Shepherd, you will stay in the 7th villa. All necessary living supplies are available. If there are no issues, my colleague and I will leave first. Alright, thank you, Senior Shangguan and Senior Zhou. Mu Chen looked around and couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the Chaos Academy. The villa was a spacious 120 square meters, more than enough for them. After a simple arrangement, Mu Chen lay down on the bed, feeling calm. He was about to embark on a new journey, unsure of how it would end. Half a month later, Mu Chen sold the items obtained from slaying ferocious beasts, totaling over 20 million. Temporarily free of financial worries, he arranged a simulated training ground for Mu Ling, and purchased some training resources and equipment for Mu Chang and Su Shui. On the day of the new student orientation, which was a few days earlier than expected, he was already familiar with the route and arrived at the Chaos Academy in no time. The Chaos Academy did not specialize in specific fields, as it was primarily a martial arts school. If students were interested in other subjects like alchemy or crafting intelligent alloys, they could attend open classes similar to those in their past lives. He had received a message the day before, informing him that he was assigned to Class 1. There were over 1,500 freshmen at the Chaos Academy, with over 200 special admissions and over 1,000 martial arts examinees. Each class had a standard of 40 students, resulting in 38 classes. Special admissions and martial arts examinees were mixed together and not taught separately. With over 1,500 students, those admitted to the Chaos Academy were not mediocre in martial arts. Apart from the 3 most famous advanced academies, there were other institutions in Saint Xia that could absorb such a large number of students. Just like the Chaos Shelter, aside from the Chaos Academy, there were 2 other academies. Mu Chen went to the Class 1 sign, where several young ladies with long legs greeted him. The school truly understood the youth. Hello, senior sisters. I am Mu Chen, a freshman from Class 1, here to report. Hello, junior brother. You look so well behaved. We are senior sisters from Class 1 in the 2nd year. Here is your dormitory number. Let me take you there. Mu Chen couldn't be happier. Little did he know that these senior sisters were all eager to accompany him to the dormitory. Tai Yun, you are a senior sister in the 3rd year. Why should you compete for the junior brother? He should be with us, the senior sisters in the 2nd year. I'll take him there. You all have been in relationships, but I haven't. He's so handsome, how can you, old ladies, have him? Mu Chen was stunned. These beautiful senior sisters were speaking in such a flirtatious manner. Was he really that handsome? For the first time, he felt incredibly good-looking. Ahem, I don't mind if a few senior sisters accompany me to the dormitory. Mu Chen smiled, thinking they would agree. To his surprise, when he looked up, his jaw almost dropped. The senior sisters were no longer in front of him but had gathered around a particularly handsome young man. He was exceptionally good-looking, almost on par with women. In terms of appearance, Mu Chen felt he was 1 point behind. Oh, the heavens are unfair. These infatuated senior sisters. Indeed, university is where youthful hormones are rampant. Regardless of past or present lives, the better-looking ones are always more popular. It's a pity that Jiesher is not here. Mu Chen left this place of sorrow and headed to the dormitory. Upon arriving, he found the dormitory to be quite spacious, meant for 4 people but not feeling crowded at all with only him present. His roommates had not arrived yet. The reason he chose to live on campus was also due to his own considerations. Feeling bored, Mu Chen closed his eyes to cultivate, circulating the Tao scripture, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Normally, only A-ranked martial artists could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but as long as one cultivated techniques of cosmic or higher levels, they could also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, just like Mu Chang and the others. As soon as he closed his eyes, he noticed someone walking towards his dormitory, the handsome guy from before. Opening the dormitory door, he found Mu Chen and smiled at him. Hello, I'm Gongzi Shi, also living here, and I come from the Qilin Sanctuary. This name left Mu Chen speechless. Gongzi Shi, wasn't he the unparalleled Gongzi Shi? Hello, I'm Mu Chen, from the Taowu Sanctuary. Brother Mu has a great temperament, unlike me, just plain and unremarkable, with no outstanding qualities. Mu Chen almost spat out blood. This guy seemed honest but could be deadly with his sarcasm. Well, Gongzi brother, you also have a good temperament. The two fell silent, and soon 2 more people appeared in the dormitory, one burly with a height of over 1.9 meters wearing a tank top, showing off his muscular physique, and the other with long hair, red lips, and white teeth, looking particularly honest. Hello, I'm Gu Huangshi, from the Taoxie Sanctuary. Hello, I'm Lin Rudeo, from the Baizhe Sanctuary. Gu Huangshi was the burly man, and Lin Rudeo was the one with long hair. Mu Chen, from the Taowu Sanctuary. Gongzi Shi, from the Qilin Sanctuary. After introducing each other, they all looked at each other awkwardly, unable to find a topic to chat about, making the atmosphere somewhat tense. Mu Chen assessed his 3 roommates. Their strength was probably around the C realm, with talents ranging from A to S levels. Not liking the awkward silence, Mu Chen turned to Gu Huangshi. Brother Gu, how did you train those muscles? They look great. Just ordinary muscles. Mu Chen raised an eyebrow. He couldn't believe the 3rd one was also this sarcastic. Brother Lin, your hair quality is better than many girls. Mu brother, you seem to be the most handsome among us. Mu Chen's smile froze. Really? It's true, I never lie. Mu Chen felt doomed. It seemed like the dormitory now had 3 kings. The unremarkable Gongzi Shi, the ordinary Gu Huangshi, and the never-lying Lin Rudeo. Mu Chen decided to stay silent. His 3 roommates were all peculiar, and it was too tiring. Let's call each other brothers, it feels a bit awkward. How about we choose a leader, second, third, and fourth? Sure, I think that's feasible. Muchin suddenly felt energized, the leader had to be him. I'm the strongest, so I'll be the leader. The three looked at Muchin, who instantly displayed B-level strength, shocking them all, and they immediately recognized Muchin as their leader. After much discussion, Gu Huangshi became the second, Lin Rudeo the third, and Gong Zishir the fourth. Leader, third, fourth, how about we go out and explore, maybe find some beautiful girls among the new students, even senior sisters. At the mention of beautiful girls, Muchin's eyes lit up. He didn't want to go, but they pressured him. Today was undoubtedly the liveliest day at the Chaos Academy. With new students arriving, senior students also made time to come out. Perhaps due to cultivation reasons, Muchin noticed that the girls in this world were all very attractive, with long legs, and most of the guys also had long legs. Short people were rare. Everywhere he looked, it was a sea of beauty, and Gu Huangshi seemed almost entranced. The seemingly most honest Lin Rudeo blushed, but his eyes never left those beautiful long legs. Only Gong Zishir kept his head up, oblivious to the existence of beautiful women and beauty. Fourth, look at the beautiful girls. Similar to me, plain and unremarkable, nothing special to see. Muchin? Gu Huangshi? Lin Rudeo? The next morning, Muchin woke up first, almost as if it had become a habit. He freshened up, then woke up Gu Huangshi, Lin Rudeo, and Gong Zishir. Today was the first day of school, and they couldn't be late. The Chaos Academy was particularly large, and it took the four of them a long time to find the classroom. Others arrived earlier, so the four of them had to sit at the back of the classroom. There were over 40 students, evenly split between boys and girls. It was 8 o'clock, with 10 minutes to spare. Gu Huangshi looked around. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, look, there's a beauty in our class. The three followed his gaze and had to admit, that girl was exceptionally beautiful, with a classical beauty that seemed untainted. Dong dong dong, 3 bell chimes signaled the start of class, a different sound from the traditional bell. However, Muchin felt that these chimes seemed to contain a certain power, calming the heart. In the long run, it would be beneficial for them. Soon, a woman in a black dress walked in, captivating everyone because she was incredibly beautiful, very young, fair-skinned, with features as if crafted by a creator. But there was a flaw, she seemed cold, yes, her expression was particularly icy. The woman spoke, "Dear students, I am now the homeroom teacher of this class, my name is Shangbingli." Muchin, here. Muchin stood up, somewhat surprised. The others looked at him, eyes shining with curiosity, wondering how the homeroom teacher knew Muchin. Very well, you will be the class monitor from now on. He didn't want to be the monitor, hesitating in his response. You don't want to be the monitor? The cold gaze of Shangbingli made Muchin feel as if his blood was freezing. He couldn't discern Shangbingli's true strength, but he can only pick up powers of a rank and below for now, unable to pick up powers of S rank and above. I want to. I will be the class monitor from now on. Muchin agreed, and the chill dissipated. I won't waste time letting you introduce yourselves. Within a week, you all must get to know each other. In the Chaos Academy, the Holy Xia coins are not in circulation, everything is based on points. Starting today, each of you has 50 initial points on your identity token. Eating, using the Academy's training equipment requires points. There are many ways to earn points, such as hunting fierce beasts, completing tasks, achieving accomplishments, etc. Study the points manual carefully. University life is long. Entering the Chaos Academy means you have achieved something at a certain time. However, from today, all of you start at the same point. If you don't progress, you regress. The Chaos Academy clears out some students every year. I hope it won't be any of you. Every month, I will organize an assessment for you. Those who progress will be rewarded, while those who stay stagnant will be punished. The above are the most basic rules that all new students should know. After saying this, Shangbingli did not continue, seemingly giving them time to digest the information. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, I feel like university life might not be as good as we imagined. It's definitely not easy. This is the Chaos Academy, slacking off won't work. At this moment, in several major sanctuaries, the high-ranking officials gathered, their faces grim. The Holy Xia had experienced the most brutal event in its history. During the escort of new disciples back to school, a high-level institution of the Azure Dragon Sanctuary was attacked, resulting in the deaths of over 1,000 new students out of more than 3,000, nearly half. The teachers were tortured to the extreme, their bodies nailed to shattered warships, with not a single one spared. The bodies of over 1,000 students formed a river of blood, the stench of blood filling the air. After all this was done, the mastermind behind the scenes disappeared without a trace, and even the arrival of the Saint Xia Saints was of no help. However, based on the residual aura at the scene, all signs pointed to the Abyss Prison, the filthy force that had always existed underground and could not be eradicated. This action was aimed at eradicating the foundation of humanity and was also a declaration of war, a warning to Saint Xia that the Abyss Prison was not to be trifled with. How should we handle these beasts, fellow saints? The fact that the Abyss Prison has remained elusive for so many years makes me suspect that their base is not in Saint Xia, or even on Blue Star, but possibly in a different dimension. The saints here naturally understood what a different dimension was, but they were unable to locate it. Then we can only seek help from the Imperial Teacher. If we don't retrieve justice for those children, where can we show our faces? I agree. Several minutes passed before Shang Bingli continued. I wonder if any of you have heard of the Saint Xia Young Masters list. Mu Chen's face showed a hint of hesitation. He had not heard of it, but some students clearly had, like Gengzi Shi. He stood up and said, "Teacher, I have heard of the Saint Xia Young Masters list. The Saint Xia Young Masters list records the most powerful young talents of Saint Xia's younger generation. There are a total of 100 spots, and anyone who makes the list is undoubtedly a genius. And it is said that the Young Masters list is a divine object." This student is correct, but let me add some more information. The origin of the Saint Xia Young Masters list is indeed mysterious. It was brought over by the first Mansion Lord. It has a function that can record the talents of Saint Xia aged between 18 and 30, divided into the B realm list, A realm list, S realm list, as well as the SS realm list, and the SSS realm list. So far, there have only been 10 individuals on the SS realm list in Saint Xia, and there has been no one on the SSS realm list. Among you, some have already broken through to the B realm. I hope you can become one of the 100 on the Young Masters list. But be aware, the Saint Xia Young Masters list is not exclusive to our Chaotic Academy. All the advanced academies in Saint Xia, with the power of SSS realm saints, families, the Young Masters list will automatically target them, and then the Young Masters support list will be released, with the challenge results consolidated. Of course, only the major academies can see the names of all individuals on the various realm lists. Other powers and families, if their disciples enter the Young Masters list, can only see the ranking of their disciples, and the names of others are not visible. After speaking, he glanced in Mu Chen's direction. Mu Chen was indeed intrigued by the Saint Xia Young Masters. There were several B-realm talents in this class, and he had seen 5 of them among the special admissions students, 2 of whom were also B-realm talents, and their rankings at the time were not low. Besides these 2 in the B-realm, there was also a particularly beautiful girl who had not been seen in the special admissions assessment but had entered through the martial assessment. "Big brother, you are a B-realm talent. Bring us back a ranking, and when we break through to the B-realm, we will also go and make a name for ourselves. Although I am just an ordinary person, I also have big dreams." Mu Chen was currently at B+ level, and he might just break through to a level after completing a few tasks outside because the Chaotic Academy was full of geniuses. Just yesterday, he had already collected nearly 180,000 card energy and had many martial skills, most of which were mysterious level, some were yellow level, and there were also some earth level ones. There were also quite a few martial talent levels, ranging from B to A to S, along with those martial talents he had picked up during the special admissions assessment, which he had not yet synthesized. If he broke through to the A realm, he would not be able to participate in the Young Masters B realm list assessment. He noticed a pattern. The first time he picked up something from someone, it was mostly talents and the like in the special admissions assessment and the new student enrollment, where he mostly picked up talents, martial skill experience points, and very little card energy. But the second time he saw them, it was mostly card energy, martial skills, experience points, and so on. Today, I will organize my gains, and tomorrow I will go challenge the B realm list. I wonder if anyone in Saint Xia's B realm can match me. After class, Nukin had lunch with his 3 roommates but didn't return to the dorm with them. He had to go collect his special admission assessment first place reward. Soon, he saw Su Hong, who was smiling at him. "Assistant Su. Here you are." Su Hong then handed him a backpack. This backpack has a space of 2 by 2 by 2 square meters. All your resources are inside. This backpack is considered an extra reward item. Nukin, I must remind you that the rewards for the special admission assessment are abundant, given monthly. If your performance doesn't meet the resource assessment after 6 months, your resources may decrease or stop. Assistant Su, I understand. Midway, Nukin went to see Wu Yi. "Brother Mukin, which class are you in?" "I'm in class 10, Jian Weixin is in class 9, and Zhuge Qinger is in class 15. "I'm in class 1. "That's great. Brother Mukin, do you know about the Saint Xia's list of prodigies?" "Yes, and I will challenge the B-level list tomorrow. If I don't, I might miss the B-level list." "Impressive, Brother Mukin. I think you have a good chance of opening the SSS level list. By the way, taking the first place in the B level list will show those seniors that us freshmen are the best. Ha, Wu-Yi, you're being bullied by the seniors. Wu-Yi awkwardly smiled. On his first day at school, he had a crush on a senior sister, only to find out she had a boyfriend and almost got beaten up. What a tearful story. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Muken spent 10 points to rent a cultivation room for 3 hours. This type of cultivation room at the Chaos Academy was a favorite among students below the A level for its quietness, spaciousness, and isolation from noise. Senior students at the A level used expensive cultivation rooms with rich spiritual energy. Muken took out the backpack and poured out the cultivation resources. The academy was indeed generous. There were 20 Tianxue pills, 5 superior herbs, and 10 bottles of genetic elixir. In addition, there was a celestial body movement martial art, 1 thought away, and an intelligent alloy war spear of a high level. He planned to integrate his talents and martial arts before absorbing the resources to increase his strength for the upcoming battle. After integrating various skills and talents, Muken successfully upgraded his skills and talents to a higher level. Ding has been refined into 3 cosmic level martial arts for the host: Extreme Thunder at Your Fingertips, Great Sun Heavy Fist, Supreme Dao Body. This was within Mu Chen's expectations. He had long anticipated a significant improvement upon arriving at the Chaos Academy, and it proved to be true. System, melt down all the talents. In less than 10 minutes this time, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, host's talents, 100-fold shock, Chaos Buddha body melted into SSS level talent, shaking chaos, and fused with the previous 5 SSS level talents into cosmic level, half-step level talent, shattering chaos, and with cosmic level talents, merging with various chaos to form Dao level talents, undying chaos realm. Ding, accepting Dao level techniques will cause anomalies. Do you want to hide the martial arts experience points? Hide. His martial arts experience points were sufficient, should be enough, much more than when he accepted Dao level techniques last time, and having multiple talents was not as good as melting them all into one talent that encompassed everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Chen's entire body turned into pale golden bones, as if being drawn out and shattered, then reassembled inch by inch, healing gradually starting from the brain, each bone adorned with mystical runes, like immortal principles. The marrow also turned into pure gold, the blood born from it exuding an incredibly strange aura. The mystical runes on all the bones connected together, complementing each other like a painting, incomprehensible to Mu Chen but exuding extraordinary charm. Following this was an incredibly refreshing sensation: bones containing marrow, marrow producing blood. Mu Chen's qi and blood did not increase but rather decreased significantly, yet he felt his strength not diminishing but growing stronger, until the transformation stopped. His qi and blood had decreased by nearly 700,000 to 800,000 calories, his strength had increased significantly. Mu Chen's martial arts experience points were sufficient, causing no anomalies to leak out, and no one knew that Mu Chen had completed his transformation in such a short time. Mu Chen was immersed in the transformation of his talents, a feeling stronger than any he had ever experienced before, a transformation at the level of life. Blood roared like rivers, heart beating like thunder, golden marrow, bones filled with purple mist, mysterious and ancient. Who currently, my strength is still too low, I can only feel that the Dao patterns on the bones are extraordinary, but I cannot fully understand them. However, when I understand them in the future, there will definitely be a qualitative leap. Mu Chen operated the Dao scripture, swallowing the resources ranked first one by one, entering his abdomen, the energy instantly refined, transformed into qi and blood. With the Dao level techniques and talents, the speed of refining resources in the undying chaos realm reached its peak, his body like a bottomless pit, never satisfied, consuming as much as came, his qi and blood increasing rapidly. In just half an hour, all the resources he obtained were refined, his qi and blood increased by over 700,000 calories, making up for the previous decrease in his qi and blood. Golden Finger, consume the remaining martial arts experience points, and upgrade the other 3 cosmic level martial arts to the entry level. Ding, the host has consumed 300,000 martial arts experience points. Extreme Thunder at Your Fingertips upgraded to entry level. Ding, the host has consumed 250,000 martial arts experience points. Great Sun Heavy Fist upgraded to entry level. Ding, the host has consumed 350,000 martial arts experience points. Supreme Dao Body upgraded to entry level. Ding, insufficient martial arts experience points, unable to upgrade. 3 surging and vast memories flooded his mind. Mu Chen's aura suddenly increased. If not for the isolation ability of the cultivation room, it would likely cause some chaos. Supreme Dao Body was a defensive martial art. Mu Chen's body turned into a dark golden color, exuding an ancient and vast aura all over. He had a premonition that even an ordinary B-level martial artist might not be able to break through his defense. Compared to ordinary martial arts, cosmic-level martial arts were like adults to children, suppressing them, unable to resist. Golden Finger, open the attribute panel. Cheat code, attribute pickup system host, Mu-Chen talent, Undying Chaos Realm, Dao level, martial arts techniques, Dao scripture, introductory, Dao level, sacrificial ritual technique, special, bone shedding, special, martial arts realm, B+ level, blood and energy 3. 84 million cards, martial skills, annihilation spear scripture, perfected, cosmic level, punishment spear scripture, introductory, cosmic level, extreme thunder within inches, introductory, great sun heavy fist, introductory, extreme Dao embodiment, introductory. Next, I can safely enhance my strength. The martial skills and talents I've picked up can be saved for later, for another big boost. Body movement martial skills, fist martial skills, and a defensive martial skill for body training. There are almost no weaknesses left. Stepping out of the training room, Mu-Chen stretched lazily. Coincidentally, the guys from the dorm were heading to eat. In the cafeteria, during the ancient times, Lin Rudeo and Gongzi Shirsan ordered food worth 1 point, while Mu-Chen ordered 3 points worth. Since there was already plenty of food, the table was filled with Mu-Chen's 3-point meal, all consisting of high-level ferocious beast meat. The three sat across, watching Mu-Chen eat with astonished faces. Third and fourth, how long has it been since the boss ate? He can eat more than a pig. No, don't insult pigs, the boss can eat more than a pig. Mu-Chen was quite hungry, not really hungry but just wanting to have a good meal after every significant improvement. Eat. Why aren't you eating? If you don't, I'll finish it all. How come in just one afternoon, the boss feels different? Can't pinpoint the change, but it feels like he's surpassed us. I feel the same, really strange. Half an hour passed, and Mu-Chen's plate was piled high. The students and cafeteria staff who came to eat, all looked at Mu-Chen with bewildered eyes as he picked his food, their expressions blank. Full now, let's take a walk. Second, third, fourth, why are you all so quiet? It's weird. Lin Rudeo coughed. Cough, boss, you've changed a lot, even being near you feels pressurizing. Mu-Chen couldn't help it. Maybe it would take a day or two for his aura to not be so obvious. Guys, I've decided, I'm going to pursue Mo Chi-Yun from our class. Do you think I have a chance? Who's Mo Chi-Yun? The class flower in our class, the most beautiful one. Mu-Chen knew who it was, establishing her as the class flower in just one day, but pursuing her might be a bit difficult for Lin Rudeo. Second, her strength is way above yours, and she's said to be fourth in the martial exam. You should give up. Don't crush my confidence. Third. What's wrong? Telling you the truth. You're kind of ugly. Are you lying? Girls love my physique. I never lie. Besides, it's not just any woman, it's not teenage girls, so there. Mu-Chen just smiled and didn't respond to Lin Rudeo and Gongzi Shirsan's nonsense, with Gongzi Shirsan still holding his head high, showing his handsome profile, unaware if he was tired or not. In an unknown alternate space, an endless desert landscape could be seen occasionally with eerie creatures. The sky was blood red, with a blood-red abyss swirling in the firmament, resembling an eye watching over this world. Moving forward a few hundred miles, strange buildings could be seen, grand and dark red all over, with walls almost entirely covered in eyes, vivid and lifelike. In the central building, there was a rotating blood-red eye on top, without a white part. Logically, it couldn't see, but anyone arriving there would notice that the eye seemed to be staring at them. Inside the grand hall, many black-clad individuals sat, at least a few hundred of them, wearing various strange masks, all with a martial strength of B realm or higher. Among them were SSS realm saints, one of them exuding a domineering and righteous aura, completely different from the evil and fierce aura of this place. If Mu-Chen were here, he would surely recognize this person as the one who stripped him of his martial bone back then. At the highest point, there were 3 thrones emanating thunder, flames, and blood-red hues. The space in the grand hall twisted momentarily, revealing 3 figures wearing eye masks. The masks they wore seemed real, concealing their facial features behind eyes. As the 3 arrived, none dared to speak. Our Lord is about to awaken. We will send you all to the other end of Saint Xia, where you will await our Lord's awakening to conquer the Blue Star in one fell swoop. Yuzi, you take the lead. The person wearing the golden mask stood up, speaking with a youthful voice. Yes, Yenzuan will surely complete the mission and not disappoint Yenyu's cultivation. He was the son of Yenyu prison, selected through a brutal process. He was once a small genius, but within Yenyu prison, he was merely average. During a mission, he discovered a human baby whose innate talents resonated deeply with his own, seizing those talents to claim his position as the son of Yenyu prison. However, the transplanted talents now caused him pain, especially recently with increased frequency. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the transplantation was incomplete, missing a small piece. The baby had not died but instead embarked on the path of martial arts, leading to the frequent bouts of pain. Once I complete the mission, I will go find that person. The next morning, Nukin planned to challenge the B-rank list of prodigies today. As a class monitor, he couldn't skip class and immediately received approval after informing Shangbingli. The prodigies list was located at the Chaos Academy, at the central area of the academy. Separated by a few yards was a bronze pillar over 10 yards tall, resembling orderly peaks of mountains, with inscriptions of B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank at the top. Among them, the B rank, A rank, and S rank lists emitted dazzling lights, while the SS rank had over 10 names listed, and the SSS rank had none. Nukin looked at the individuals on the SS rank list, most of whom were geniuses from various academies and factions, among the top talents in Saint Xia. However, no one was listed on the SSS rank list, which was somewhat frustrating. Breaking through to SSS rank at 30 seems to be a real threshold. In that case, let me break it. Nukin walked towards the bronze pillar of the B rank list of prodigies, where 100 names were listed along with their grades, representing various academies and factions. Many students gathered below, mostly seniors. He spotted a person, the class flower, Mo Chiyun. Mo Chiyun also noticed him and smiled in his direction. Nukin nodded in response. A voice echoed in his mind, "Student Nukin, do you wish to initiate your first challenge on the B rank list of prodigies?" Nukin was somewhat surprised by the list's capabilities. It was likely not an item from the Blue Star. The Blue Star held many secrets. Initially shrouded in eternal daylight, followed by a resurgence of spiritual energy and myriad changes in all things, it was not as simple as it seemed. In the future, he must seek out the answers as to why the spiritual energy on the Blue Star had revived. Initiate. As soon as the words fell, Nukin was transported to a strange space, a wilderness identical to the real world. The B-rank list of prodigies consists of 10 levels. The first level, defeat 5 B-rank ferocious beasts. Instantly, 10 B-rank ferocious beasts appeared out of thin air, lacking only a bit of vitality. Roar! The 5 beasts, 8 to 9 meters tall, launched simultaneous attacks with beams and energy balls filling the sky. Extreme thunder at your fingertips. In the next instant, Nukin appeared 3,000 meters away. Was this the cosmic level body technique? Just the basics. Great Sun Heavy Fist. A 20-meter golden fist exuded a temperature that could incinerate everything, causing the air to ripple violently. The beast's attacks were disintegrated, leaving no residual energy. With a series of loud bangs, one B-rank ferocious beast after another was shattered by a single punch. The battle with the 5 B-rank ferocious beasts ended with just one punch, scorching the ground as if it had been charred. The only regret was not obtaining chi and blood, unable to pick up. Successfully challenged the first level, reward 500 points. Do you want to enter the second level? Enter. The second level was also in place, but the previous attacks were all repaired, intact. The second level requires killing 10 B-level ferocious beasts. Mu Chen looked at them. They posed no threat to him, but they were good for practice. Extreme Dao Body. Mu Chen turned into a dark golden figure, eyes emitting flames, directly rushing into the battlefield, fists swinging. One punch could smash half of a B-level ferocious beast's body, blood splattering everywhere. It was exhilarating but also too cruel. Successfully challenged the second level, reward 500 points, 2 heavenly blood pills. Do you want to enter the third level? Challenge 2 B-level ferocious beasts. Do you want to enter the fourth level? Challenge 5 B-level ferocious beasts. Do you want to enter the fifth level? Challenge 10 B-level ferocious beasts. Do you want to enter the sixth level? Challenge 1 B+ level ferocious beast. Mu Chen punched his way to the 6th level, finally encountering a B+ level ferocious beast. The previous ones didn't pique his interest. Great Sun Heavy Fist. With one punch, the battle ended. It was meaningless. Do you want to enter the 7th level? Challenge 5 B+ level ferocious beasts. Do you want to enter the 8th level? Challenge 10 B+ level ferocious beasts. Do you want to enter the 9th level? Challenge 15 B+ level ferocious beasts. Mu Chen finally became interested, feeling that the B ranking list was really abnormal. Normally, fighting at the same level was enough, but fighting so many ferocious beasts of the same level alone was difficult, very difficult. Mu Chen remembered the first on the B ranking list, who seemed to have only reached the 10th level and not cleared it, meaning the 9th level almost stopped most students. Now it seemed that the few people ahead of Mu Chen in the B ranking list did have some strength. The outside world was in an uproar. Mu Chen's ranking reached 25th, not high, but the key was that it only took him a little over half an hour, and he was only 18. 8 years old. If he could pass the 9th level, it would be incredible. Many people were trying to find out who Mu Chen was, but they were mostly senior students who naturally didn't know him. Mo Chi-yoon originally wanted to go in and challenge, but she decided to watch Mu Chen's performance first. The result was silence. Too amazing. I know who he is. He's a freshman and the class monitor of Class 1. Everyone looked at Mo Chi-yoon, full of questions, their expressions asking, "What did you say? Are you sure?" A freshman, that meant it was the second day of school, and he was already this amazing. Then what were they? They were still shocked, still discussing. 2 minutes later, Mu Chen's ranking directly rose to second place. Many passed the 9th level, but Mu Chen used the shortest time. Does he still want to challenge the 10th level? That level was not meant for students to pass. If he does, that would be outrageous. In just half an hour, a student rushed to second place on the B ranking list, which also alarmed many teachers from various schools, including Su Hong. When he learned it was Mu Chen, he smiled. It was not surprising that Mu Chen could achieve these things. Challenging the 10th level should make him first. The 10th level was not meant for students to pass from the beginning, just to make them understand that there are always stronger people out there. Shang Bingli naturally knew Mu Chen's identity, the special admission first, killing the Lord of the Heavenly Burial, setting a record, so she was also looking forward to Mu Chen's performance. The result gave her a huge surprise. She couldn't help but smile. Not bad, the one I taught, hee hee. The 10th level left Mu Chen dumbfounded. What kind of thing was 100B plus level ferocious beasts? What was the academy thinking? Did they not want students to pass at all? No wonder no one has passed the 10th level for so long, so that's how it is. But with my strength, I should be able to do it. Mu Chen drew his million-level Wisdom Alloy War Spear and unleashed the extreme thunder at full force, reaching a speed of nearly 4,000 meters per second. The dense pack of ferocious beasts shook the earth, causing it to tremble and the mountains to quake. Come on, beasts! Annihilation gun technique. Mu Chen's current strength displayed a perfect level of cosmic-level spear technique, capable of showcasing some of its power. 3 long spears of different colors, thunder, blood red, annihilation, all attacked the pack of beasts, piercing through one after another like threading a needle through their chests. The intense energy rapidly spread, causing explosions one after another. The strong shockwaves took away the lives of many beasts. It seems not so difficult after all. Mu Chen recklessly wielded his chi and blood, enjoying the fight as there was no danger. Fight. Slaughter momentum. As Mu Chen continued to kill, the intimidating power of the slaughter momentum grew. However, these beasts were ultimately virtual and not affected by the slaughter momentum, but that didn't stop Mu Chen from unleashing it. Mu Chen went berserk, blood flowing like a river, with the constant wails of the beasts in his ears. An hour later, Mu Chen stood amidst numerous corpses, his face slightly pale and exhausted, but with a satisfied smile. Ha, bring on another 100, I'm not afraid. Your wish is fulfilled. Mu Chen's expression changed. I was just kidding, just kidding. If another 100 came, he would definitely be the one defeated, as he couldn't increase his chi and blood at will. He left the B rank list, planning to challenge the A rank list another day, not rushing it. As soon as he came out, he noticed something unusual. The area below the B rank list was filled with students, at least a couple of thousand, all staring at him with ghostly eyes, leaving him puzzled. Am I so handsome now? They like me. One of life's great misconceptions, they like me. He walked forward, and the students made way for him, still staring. Why is this so strange? His blood was all virtual, so it had dissipated when he came out, leaving him a bit disheveled but nothing else. Mu Chen quickened his pace and immediately left the area. After he left, the scene quickly became noisy. Damn, he actually passed the 10th level. Is the rank list broken? Let's try it out. The B rank list must be broken today. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when they came out bruised and swollen, that they realized it wasn't the B rank list that was broken, but that Mu Chen was too strong. God of War. Someone shouted, and many others followed suit. God of War. Shang Bingli's red lips parted slightly. He really passed the 10th level. From the beginning, this level was not meant to be passed by students, but Mu Chen did it today, which was unbelievable. Not only Shang Bingli was surprised, but also Xu Hong, the senior brothers who had participated in the B rank list assessment, Shan Wanqing, Zhoma, all looked astonished, unable to believe it. In theory, the B rank list should not have caused such a stir, but passing the 10th level in such a short time was not a simple matter. Bu Yuanyan also learned about this. It seems that the original training plan is no longer suitable for him. Mu student, wait a moment. Mu Chen was heading to the cafeteria when Ma Chiyun called out to him. Watching Ma Chiyun run over, slightly out of breath, a faint fragrance emanating from the girl. Ma student, is there something you need? Mu student, I have a roommate who wants your contact information, and I'm here to ask for it on her behalf. Ma Chiyun tugged at her clothes, her face blushing, looking somewhat shy. Muchin, having lived for 2 lifetimes, knew exactly what Ma Chiyun meant. Well, just a universal roommate, a friend. He gave his contact information to Ma Chiyun, who blushed and then hurriedly left, leaving behind a delicate figure. Muchin smiled faintly, feeling quite good. Wu Yi, knowing that Muchen was going to challenge the B-rank list of young masters today, was quite interested in Muchen. To his surprise, Muchen actually made a big splash, a particularly huge one at that. Wow, Mu Xiong is truly amazing. Muchen entering the young masters list was no surprise to him, but to be first, breaking the record at that, was just too strong. Oh my, I need to cling onto his leg. Jian Weixin, Zhuge Qinger, they also heard about Muchen's matter. They were all geniuses, but compared to Muchen, they were still lacking. Zhuge Qinger was more open-minded, but Jian Weixin was somewhat unwilling. If he can do it, so can I. Tomorrow, I will go challenge the B-rank list. The trio of plain and ordinary just finished class and were planning to eat, when they heard many people talking about the first place on the B-rank list of young masters, mentioning something about the Mu God. When they heard that the Mu God was Muchen, they all exclaimed in surprise, one after another. Even Gongzi sure couldn't help but say, wow, this is divine, the first on the B-rank list of young masters, breaking the impossible 10th level. Mu God, he must be rolling in wealth now, we should make him treat us to a meal. Second brother, with your appearance, we should let the boss take us to show off. Fourth brother, what about you? Gongzi sure raised his head proudly. I think we should write the boss's life story into a book and sell it. I've already thought of a title, The Chronicles of the Mu God, how about that? TCH, not interesting. In the cafeteria, Mu Chen ordered a lot of food again, with the trio of ancient times sitting in front of him. Boss, you're amazing. Do you need someone to hang on your leg? I can do it. Do you need a warm blanket? I can do it. I don't need it, I'm good brothers with the boss. Mu Chen smiled at the three of them, he had a knack for humor. Mu student, you're here too. Mo Chiyun and her roommate, also students in the class, walked over. Ancient Times immediately acted like a mute, not speaking, standing tall and proud to appear more righteous. Yeah, we're having a meal, if you don't mind, you can sit with us. I don't mind. After getting their food, the two sat with Mu Chen. Mo Chiyun said somewhat resentfully, Mu student, my roommate added you on social media and you haven't responded yet. After speaking, she nudged the girl next to her. The girl immediately realized, that's right. Mu student, you haven't accepted yet. I forgot, I'll add now. Seeing Mu Chen agree, Mo Chiyun smiled happily. Ancient Times' heart shattered in an instant, not even in a relationship yet, but already heartbroken. Back in the dormitory, Ancient Times climbed onto the bed, burying his head and crying bitterly. Boss, I challenge you to a duel. TCH, can you beat me? Ah, boss, you're too heartless. Ha ha ha, do you want her contact info? If you want, I'll give it to you. Yes, I want it. Ha ha ha, instantly, the whole dorm room was filled with laughter. Mu Chen enjoyed this feeling very much. It also became one of the beautiful memories in Mu Chen's heart years later. Half a month later, not many people were talking about Mu Chen's achievement of being first on the B-rank list of young masters, but the title of Mu God was still being discussed. Mu Chen also liked the title of Mu God. In half a month, Mu Chen wandered around the academy every day, gaining a considerable amount of energy and blood. Now his energy and blood had reached over 4.6 million calories, very close to A-rank level. The morning class that day was taught by Shang Bingli. Their classes were few, mostly about fierce beasts, martial arts, techniques, and detailed explanations of various realms, much more complex than what they had learned before. It also involved many knowledge they had never heard of before. Shang Bingli's classes were diverse. She didn't like to talk about specific things, but preferred to teach based on her own understanding and knowledge. Today, we are going to talk about the alternate space, also known as the small world, secret realm, and so on. The birth of alternate space is strange, and humans have not yet fully researched it, only having some explanations, many of which are not very reliable. Most alternate spaces are only the size of a dozen or 20 square meters, existing for a very short time. Humans already have a clear understanding of this part of alternate space. However, there are some spaces that form their own world, very large, with various strange medicines, fierce beasts, and even remnants containing a lot of knowledge not belonging to our blue star. The current human knowledge system cannot explain these alternate spaces at all. If such alternate spaces appear, it can be said to be a small stroke of luck. Just like our Chaos Academy itself manages some alternate spaces, of course, most have been explored, suitable ones are left as training grounds for students. If not suitable, they will be detonated and destroyed by the saints who are proficient in spatial power. Take your time to digest this, and then we will continue. Mu-chin listened attentively, as he was quite interested in alternate spaces and hoped to find an opportunity to explore them. Alright, let's continue. For warriors, training starts from the E realm and goes up to the SSS realm. Special abilities seem to manifest from the E realm onwards, where we can gain the ability to fly. In the E realm, warriors will produce something inside them that we call semi-immortal substance, of course, not truly immortal, just named as such. Upon reaching the S rank, warriors will produce immortal substance within them, hinting at a trace of immortality. Compared to the E realm, S rank warriors see a significant improvement in all aspects of their abilities. Strictly speaking, S rank warriors are the true beginning of human strength. It can be said that warriors below the S rank are all ants. SS rank warriors need to comprehend various forms of power, such as the form of flames, the form of space, and so on. SSS rank warriors then need to transform these forms into complete entities, such as the power of space, the power of flames, establishing some connection with the forces between heaven and earth. Of course, everything about warriors is based on their vitality. Without vitality, one cannot become a warrior. Only with sufficient vitality can one have the opportunity to enter the next stage, otherwise, everything is in vain. Today, that's all I have to say. Mu-chen came back to his senses, benefiting greatly from Shang Bingli's teachings, gaining a more detailed understanding of the realm of martial arts. He listened attentively, and time flew by. Boss, what are your plans for this afternoon? The three of us are planning to take on a mission to earn points. Mu-chen pondered, let's go together and check it out. We can choose a mission with higher points. Truly worthy of being our leader, speaking with such authority. In the ancient times of the wilderness, Lin Rudeo, Gongzi Shi, and the others understood that Mu-chen was trying to involve them. Some things are better understood in the heart and do not need to be spoken out loud. They would find a chance to help Mu-chen in the future. The Chaos Academy had a dedicated task hall, one of the favorite places for students to visit. There were tasks for the C realm, B realm, A realm, and S realm, suitable for warriors at various stages. Tasks above the SS realm were no longer something students could handle. There were only a few S-rank tasks, and it seemed that they had just been posted. Two young men appeared, emitting an aura that Mu-chen was very familiar with, an aura that only arises from frequent experiences in slaughter. As soon as they arrived, they took on all 4 S-rank tasks, with a deadline of 2 months. If they failed to complete them after 2 months, the tasks would be posted again. After receiving the tasks, the 2 men left. Who are they? Mu-chen asked the trio in the dormitory, and Lin Rudeo replied, those 2 are quite famous in the Chaos Academy, both in their 3rd year and ranking high on the S-rank list. I can't quite remember their names. Mu-chen just glanced at them, not paying much attention. Later, he and the 3 of them looked at the tasks suitable for C-rank strength. Mission: go to the wild volcano forest, find 10 firegrass plants, complete the mission to receive 40 points, time limit half a month. Mission: go to the wild cliff mountain range, slay 10 C-rank ferocious beasts musk deer, obtain their antlers, completing the mission rewards 100 points. Mission: protect the Dragon Flame Elementary School in the Chaos Sanctuary, go on an autumn outing to the Blood Forest Park, protect discreetly, completing the mission rewards 15 points. Mission: there are various tasks of all kinds, with a particularly large number, covering all professions. The B-rank strength task list is extensive as well. Mission: go to the Wild 9 Dragons Waterfall, slay 10 underground swordfish, complete the mission, reward 500 points. Note that the swordfish's strength is greatly enhanced underwater. Mission: slay 10 wild volcano goats. Beware, wild volcano goats are extremely fast. It is recommended for students skilled in speed or to team up to complete the mission. Completing the mission rewards 1000 points. Mission: Jinghong Martial Arts Academy needs to recruit 3 B-rank strength teachers, duration 3 months, requires B+ level strength students to accept. Completing the mission rewards 2000 points. The 3 of you, take a look, decide which mission you want to take. You don't have to mind me, I'll just take a look around. These tasks are definitely not suitable for the 3 of them, let them choose the best one, preferably one that can hone the strength of all 3. He also hopes that during the ancient wilderness era, Lin Rendao, Gongzi Shi, and the 3 of them can progress in strength. Just as the few of them were deciding on a B-rank task, Mu-chen suddenly received a message from the academy. It seemed that many B-rank and A-rank students had received it. Dear B-rank and A-rank students, the academy has discovered a new alternate space. After exploration, only B-rank and A-rank students are more suitable. The space is extremely unstable for S-rank entry, due to all unknowns inside. We need 5 B-rank students and 5 A-rank students to enter and explore. After discussion, the top 5 on the B-rank and A-rank student lists can enter. Those who do not wish to enter will be replaced in order, by the next in line. The newly discovered alternate space, everything inside is unknown, it may be full of crises, or it may all be opportunities. Mukin didn't want to miss out, so he said to the three of them from the ancient wilderness era, "I can't accompany you guys this time." After he explained the reason, the three of them understood. "Boss, this is a chance for us to grow, we must be careful once we enter." Mukin arrived at the location mentioned in the notice. After a while, 2 men and 2 women walked over. "Are you Mukin?" "I'm Zhang Qiling, second on the B-rank student list. I used to be first. Brother Mukin is really amazing, breaking records just after enrolling." Ding, host successfully picked up. Health points plus 3,890. "You flatter me, I'm just lucky." The other 3 also introduced themselves, as the upcoming exploration of the secret realm would definitely be done in teams, and Mukin's strength was enough to make them greet him proactively. "I'm Kong Wuyan. I'm Huang Fengling. I'm Gu. Hello, senior brothers and sisters, I'm Mukin." The 4 of them, only Zhang Qiling was more talkative, the rest were relatively calm and reserved. Mukin and Zhang Qiling chatted casually, waiting for the A-rank seniors to arrive. Shortly after, 2 men and 3 women also arrived. Zhang Qiling and the others naturally knew some of them. Mukin was not very familiar, but when Zhang Qiling introduced Mukin, they all glanced at Mukin more. The leader among the boys emitted a sense of threat that Mukin could feel, along with some intensity. The other 4 gave him a faint sense of threat, truly geniuses. Mukin saw Bu Yuanyan again, he should be in charge of this secret realm exploration. Dear students, safety is the priority for the secret realm exploration. If possible, record the data of the secret realm, the resources obtained inside, the opportunities are all yours, prioritize your own safety. This secret realm is beyond the Chaos Sanctuary, we have to take a battleship to get there. After about 4 or 5 hours, Bu Yuanyan led them down the battleship, and Mukin also saw the appearance outside the alternate space, a crack standing in the sky, emitting a fiery red light, indistinct inside, chilling. There were some students from the Chaos Academy here, as well as 2 teachers, whose aura was even stronger than Bu Yuanyan's. When they arrived here, after Mukin and the others finished exploring, through the saints, through some means, this secret realm would be included in the scope of the Chaos Academy, setting up passages to facilitate students' exploration and trials. This is the newly discovered alternate space. These teachers have already constructed a temporary spatial channel, lasting for 7 days. After 7 days, we will give each of you a positioning bracelet. If you encounter a crisis, crush the bracelet in advance to automatically trigger the spatial channel and take you away. Remember, safety comes first. If you encounter a crisis, retreat in advance. You are all classmates, help each other when necessary. Wang Hao, you will be in charge of this exploration. Wang Hao is the first on the A ranking list, the cold male student. After speaking, Bu Yuanyan and the other teachers released a force, opening a rift in the alternate space channel. They were seized by that force and flew towards the open alternate space. The feeling was strange, floating in the air, feeling like passing through a thin mist. After entering the alternate space, they didn't know the location of the teleportation. The sky inside was a blue ocean, without a sun or moon, but stars hung on the surface of the ocean, incredibly beautiful. The ground was similar to the blue star, with endless forests, but the trees here had some differences from the blue star. Many of them had sparkling blue tops, shimmering with colorful light when the wind blew. However, the spiritual energy in the sky was very thin. The group was led by Wang Hao. Everyone, fellow junior brothers and sisters, we will pair up, 1 A ranking and 1 B ranking, keep communication smooth. If there is no crisis, contact every 50 kilometers. If you encounter an unsolvable danger, crush the bracelet immediately. Finally, Mukin was paired with a senior sister, and he also learned her name, Xianwei, 5th on the A ranking list. She belonged to the type that was not stunning at first sight but grew more attractive the longer you looked. 10 people, 2 in a team, set off from 5 directions, each exploring a different direction. Senior sister Xian, let's go. Mukin and Xianwei headed southeast. Along the way, both were cautious. After walking for about 20 kilometers, Xianwei's expression turned unpleasant. It seems like there's nothing good in this alternate space. What's wrong, senior sister? Mukin, generally, alternate spaces are either barren, full of dangers, abundant in resources, or just superficial. We've walked 20 kilometers, this alternate space should belong to the last category, all show and no substance. Let's continue forward and see. After another 20 kilometers, Mukin and Xianwei stopped. The blue parts at the tops of the trees in this area were all gone, with bite marks left behind, eaten by something. The 2 cautiously walked forward and noticed something unusual. At the tops of several giant trees, there were 2-meter-sized bugs, plump in size, round and entirely sky blue, looking very cute as they leisurely ate the tree leaves at the top. This appearance made Mukin and Xianwei relax a bit, but Mukin knew a rule: the prettier something is, the more poisonous it might be, a warning passed down by ancestors that was still very accurate. The trees swayed, and these bugs glided down from the trees. When they revealed their faces, Mukin and Xianwei were both stunned. Their heads were covered with gnawing teeth, densely packed and countless, wriggling continuously. Roar! They opened their big mouths, making a strange sound that entered Mukin's mind at a special frequency, causing a sensation like being pricked by needles. Mukin shook hard to recover. Xianwei was in a worse state, blood flowing from her ears, a look of pain on her face. Mukin was furious. Great Sun Heavy Fist. With a punch, these eerie bugs didn't die immediately but secreted disgusting mucus. The mucus quickly formed scabs, covering the bugs, and their injuries rapidly healed. Damn, can't let them recover. Great Sun Heavy Fist. With this punch, Mukin increased his strength until he finally heard the system prompt. Ding, host killed blue dragon worm, successful pickup, plus 5,000 health points, martial arts experience plus 11,000. Ding, host killed successfully, plus 5,090 health points, martial arts experience plus 13,000. 5 of them provided him with over 20,000 health points. These bugs seem to have no health points, yet they provide so much. Xianwei recovered after a short rest. Mushue, I'm fine, sorry for worrying you. Xuanxue, these bugs seem to attack us through our brain's electromagnetic waves. By maintaining a high level of mental concentration, they find it difficult to attack us. The two continued forward, encountering numerous of these bugs. Xianwei wielded a double-edged blade, seemingly venting her anger as she chopped each bug into pieces. Mukin joined in, each bug worth 5,000 health points. After killing many, Xianwei stopped. Mushue, let's explore first. We can't delay the main task. Mukin didn't rush to kill these bugs but gained over tens of thousands of health points. They continued to explore, finding only these bugs and reaching the end, where a circular light screen connected the entire alternate space. They exchanged a helpless smile, realizing there was nothing good in this alternate space. After clearing these bugs, they could turn it into a viewing area for some profit. At that moment, they received a message from Wang Hao and the others. We're under attack by strange creatures. Huang Fengyue and I are resisting. Please come support us. The two swiftly rushed to their aid, with Huang Fengyue slightly slower. The alternate space wasn't too large, and with their full speed, they quickly arrived at the location described by Wang Hao. They saw Wang Hao and Huang Fengyue battling a strange bird with 3 legs, each tens of meters long, with the third leg being golden. Mukin was amazed. This bird resembled the legendary golden crow, a creature capable of destroying heaven and earth. Although it was overpowering Wang Hao and Huang Fengyue, Wang Hao was struggling against 3 of them, while Huang Fengyue managed to hold her ground but couldn't defeat them immediately. This was the second type of creature in the alternate space, similar to the legendary golden crow. Mukin wanted to see what it was. Brother Wang, I'll help you. Great Sun Heavy Fist. Mukin's strike successfully stopped one of the strange birds. The bird roared, a hint of fiery red light at its mouth corner, sending shivers down Mukin's spine. He could confirm that this bird was indeed related to the legendary golden crow. Extreme Dao Body. Annihilation Spear Scripture. Ding, host killed the beast crow successfully, picked up plus 12,000 health points, martial arts experience plus 21,000, and a strand of golden crow essence blood. Golden crow essence blood, the blood of the ancient beast golden crow, not suitable for humans but can induce atavism in avian creatures. Muchin's breathing was rapid. No wonder the flames just now burned so fiercely that even when he displayed the extreme Dao body, he felt some pain. Having the bloodline of the golden crow was not surprising. As a peak expert in Realm A, Wang Hao couldn't easily kill him, proving that this kind of bird was extraordinary. Senior, Feng Yue, leave these miscellaneous birds to me to kill. Wang Hao and the others were puzzled, but with Muchin joining them, things became much easier. Ding, host successfully killed, Qi and blood plus 12,000, martial arts experience plus 23,000, a strand of golden crow essence blood. Ding, host successfully killed, Qi and blood plus 12,000, martial arts experience plus 24,000, a strand of golden crow essence blood. The remaining bird, seeing the situation, felt fear and Muchin stopped Wang Hao, suggesting they keep one bird and follow it. At that moment, the other 3 teams also arrived, and all 10 of them chased after the bird. After running for about 30 kilometers, the bird flew into a tree hole. The tree was so thick that even the 10 of them couldn't completely surround it. Should we go in? Wang Hao pondered for a moment. Once we enter, we'll be in the dark and won't know anything, so we shouldn't rush. Just as they were contemplating, the giant tree underwent a change. The top part of the tree, which was sky blue, began to emit intense light, as if all the trees in this alternate space were glowing together, converging at the top of the giant tree. The sky blue light at the top of the giant tree reached its peak, turning into a column of light shooting into the sky like a curtain of water above their heads. It was like a calm surface suddenly disturbed by a stone, creating ripples. The curtain of water in the sky dispersed, revealing a palace standing at the top of the giant tree. The tree had transformed into a jade-like appearance. The palace was only a few hundred meters in size, golden in color, exuding an ancient, vast, and solemn aura, not appearing too large. Golden light enveloped the 10 of them, and their figures disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, it was in another world, but the sky above still indicated that this was the palace they had seen before. What should we do now? The bracelet is not working. Wang Hao looked at Muqin. Then we can only figure out what this place is to find the answer to getting out. The group of 10 walked forward and soon came across a pile of dry bones, each bone at least 40 to 50 meters in size, incredibly large, indicating the immense size of the creature when alive. The bones were emitting a faint golden light, showing no signs of decay. Ding! Host picks up a drop of golden crow essence blood. They were all deeply shocked. Were the creatures in this other world so terrifying? Muqin naturally saw that these bones were almost identical to those of the bird, indicating a connection. As they continued forward, the scenery became increasingly bizarre. The bones were arranged neatly, decreasing in size, with the last ones only 60 to 70 meters in size. Unfortunately, except for the first set of bones, they didn't find anything on the others. This doesn't seem to be the burial ground of the Golden Crow, so what is the significance of building this palace? Combining his past experiences, Muqin speculated that this palace belonged to a powerful individual, and the Golden Crows were probably his spirit pets. As the spiritual energy in this alternate space dissipated, the remaining Golden Crows were restricted, leading to their bloodline thinning and their size decreasing. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. They bypassed the bones and came across a plaque with traditional characters they couldn't understand. They entered and, as if passing through a mist, found themselves in a clean room, where incense was burning. How is this possible? Muqin and the others immediately became alert, ready to attack at any moment. If incense was burning, it meant someone was there. Young friends, since you're here, why not have tea in this humble abode? Who's speaking? The sudden appearance of the voice was extremely old, but it gave a feeling of piercing through the soul. In the room filled with incense, an old man suddenly appeared, truly ancient, with cloudy eyes, loose skin, and a hunched figure. However, those eyes seemed to see through time, filled with the taste of years. No one dared to underestimate him. Muqin couldn't see through the old man, who emitted no aura of a strong individual, indistinguishable from an ordinary elderly person. Since the seniors have invited, the juniors naturally dare not refuse. Let's go in. Muqin took the lead, and suddenly 10 chairs appeared out of thin air on the ground, each with a table in front of it, holding a cup of tea that smelled incredibly fragrant, penetrating deep into the lungs. Please. Muqin drank it all in one go, feeling his mind instantly clear. Wang Hao, Zheng Qiling, and a few others followed suit, all with the same expression, enjoying the good tea. Senior, may I ask where this place is? We have no ill intentions. This space entered our world. In order to avoid hidden crises, we had to come in to explore, not intending to disturb the seniors' cultivation. The ones you just killed were my disciples. With these words, Muqin and the others were stunned. Was this a debt to be settled? But don't worry, I am of the pure Jinwu lineage. Their bloodline is extremely impure, unworthy of being part of my Jinwu lineage, so you can kill them. No one has come here for many years. My children died, my grandchildren died, they all died in the river of time, only I have lived until now, barely clinging on. My lifespan has come to an end. However, the inheritance of my master has not been passed down. You are also considered fortunate. If you obtain the inheritance of my master, your future is destined to be a strong one. The energy within you is too thin, too low level. This kid is not bad. In my master's era, his foundation would be considered solid. With a wave of his hand, the old man flashed images before Muqin and the others. The old man was a pure-blooded Jinwu, later meeting his master and friend, who was also the creator of this secret realm. Until later, he also became a strong figure, known as the Emperor of the Wu Source, but unfortunately, even strong individuals find it hard to escape the shackles of fate. He died at the hands of his enemies, leaving behind such a legacy, drifting with the currents. The old man's strength was extraordinary, but time had passed too long. The spiritual energy of this place was gradually dissipating, and his life was coming to an end. Words could hardly describe the scenes Muqin saw. Astonishing and brilliant, such outstanding talents existed in the world. A single thought gives birth to all things, a single word affects all lives. startling the world, who dares not to follow. Young friends, I will send you to obtain the inheritance of my master. Each person's assessment method is different, so go ahead and display your own abilities. After the old man finished speaking, before others could be surprised, he was the only one left in the house, quietly sipping tea. Nukin arrived in a world, which should be the inheritance assessment space left by the emperor of the Wu source. A large sun hung high above, the desert quickly sprouted weeds, turning into a magnificent environment. A study room, a tea pavilion, a few fences, a fish pond. A young man as gentle as jade was reading a book and drinking tea, with a woman sitting beside him, the most beautiful woman Nukin had ever seen, her radiant appearance surpassing even Xiao Yunjing. The woman rested her head on her hand, quietly watching the man read. The two occasionally smiled at each other, enjoying the peaceful times, which were the happiest moments. In the next instant, the scene changed abruptly. The sky turned blood red, thunder roared, the man stood amidst a sea of corpses, holding the woman who had warmed his life, now lifeless. The man continued to kill, leaving a trail of devastation wherever he went, his hands covered in blood, unable to merge with the previously gentle man. Both scenes unfolded before Mukin's eyes, captivating him. Young friend, do you think I did wrong? Suddenly, a man appeared beside Mukin, his appearance identical to the man he had just seen, with a weary look in his eyes, bearing the weight of time. Senior, you did nothing wrong. If it were me, I would have done the same. Guarding the entire world, yet unable to redeem the woman you love. What meaning does the world you protect hold? The man who seemed to be the Emperor Wu Yuan appeared quite satisfied with Mukin's words. But senior, you also made a mistake. The eyes of the Emperor Wu Yuan, devoid of any luster, looked at Mukin. Where did I go wrong? Senior, what you did, from your perspective and mine, was not wrong. Unfortunately, from your beloved's perspective, you were wrong, and very much so. Your beloved likes tranquility, she likes you to be healthy and stable, to live peacefully in the days she loves. Her last words before she died. Mountains have no edges, heaven and earth unite, only then dare I part with you. Meeting you is the luck of my life, not because luck favored me, but because my world became lucky with you in it. She wanted you to be happy, but you kept falling until you became the person she despised the most. Do you not know what she liked about you? The Emperor Wu Yuan fell into silence. After a long time, he said to Mukin, you are right. Young friend, thank you for answering the doubts in my heart. It has been many years, I should meet Kair again. Time changed like the sea, and Mukin saw two figures waving at him, smiling beautifully. Memories flooded Mukin's mind, memories he could unlock at any time. He never expected to inherit the legacy of the Emperor Wu Yuan so easily. The entire scene collapsed, and Mukin reappeared, back at the previous house, where an old man gazed at him intently. Senior, what about my friends? The mission here is complete, and it is about to collapse. Rest assured, they are safe, back in your world. I have erased their memories of this time and implanted new ones, concealing the news of you inheriting the master's legacy. Young friend, I have one more favor to ask of you. The lineage of my golden crow is almost extinct. Please protect the last hope of my lineage. The old man took out an egg, a stone egg the size of 3 meters, devoid of any life force. Senior, without saying more, the old man placed his hands on the stone egg, and red energy flowed from his body into the egg, mystical runes appearing on its surface. With this act, the old man's breath grew weaker. Ding, host successfully picks up gains +3 golden crow origin. Mukin's finger suddenly pricked, and a drop of blood flowed into the golden crow egg. Young friend, if you have the chance, please help my clan, so that it can be born successfully. As a token of gratitude, once it is born, it will acknowledge you as its master. Thank you, young friend. The old man's body quickly ignited, enveloped by a strange power, leaving this collapsing world. Outside the alternate space, students like Bu Yuanyan, Wang Hao, and Zhang Qiling frowned as they watched the sky collapse in the alternate space, thunder rolling, and spatial forces spreading beyond human resistance. What did you encounter inside? Why hasn't Mukin come out yet? Wang Hao's mind automatically recalled a memory she had experienced firsthand. Master, this alternate space is very empty, not too large. A light sphere floats in the air, and when touched, it shatters, and then we were transported out. The collapse of the alternate space accelerated, and in this situation, Mukin was surely doomed. The next moment, the spatial channel they constructed restarted, and Mukin appeared in the last few seconds before the collapse of the alternate space. Bu Yuanyan breathed a sigh of relief. If Mukin had died, it would have been a significant loss for the Chaos Academy. Teacher, sorry to have worried you. It's nothing. Since this alternate space is collapsing, these teachers will handle the aftermath. I will take you back first. Bu Yuanyan nodded to the two saints, Dao and Yuan. I leave the aftermath to you. Although only a few hours had passed in the alternate space, a day had already gone by in the outside world. Sitting inside the battleship, Mukan listened to the conversation between Zhang Qiling, Huang Fengyue, and Xianwei, becoming even more amazed by the abilities of Senior Jinwu. Altering a person's memory, implanting new memories, such methods were somewhat terrifying. If a powerful individual wanted to change an entire race, directly implanting new memories would be truly dreadful. Inside the system space, the Jinwu stone egg, after old Jinwu infused it with his bloodline power, displayed intricate patterns on its surface, growing increasingly mystical. The aura it emitted left him astonished. If the little Jinwu is born and acknowledges me as its master, it will definitely provide great assistance in the future. After all, it's a divine beast. Upon returning to the Chaos Academy, the trio had not yet returned from completing their mission. Mukan began to examine the inheritance in his brain, the memories from Emperor Wu Yuan. Emperor Wu Yuan's classic, a semi-origin grade technique, mastering the Jinwu divine fire, controlling the flames of heaven and earth. Semi-origin grade technique, does that mean it's above the Dao grade techniques? Ding, the limit of Dao grade techniques is also known as semi-origin grade techniques. In this world, semi-origin grade techniques are not allowed to exist. Furthermore, Dao grade techniques and semi-origin grade techniques are highly esteemed even among the myriad realms. The Emperor Wu Yuan's classic was not deduced by the system, so Mukan had to comprehend it from scratch, surpassing the Dao classic. Golden Finger, if I cultivate the Emperor Wu Yuan's classic, will it conflict with the technique I am currently cultivating, the Dao classic? Ding, they do not conflict. That's good then. Mukan began to receive this surging memory, where the words were like golden tadpoles, exuding golden flames as they flowed into his brain. Each word was like a miniature sun, radiating an extremely hot temperature, swirling and dancing around him before merging into his brain one by one. He didn't recognize each word individually, but upon entering his brain, he knew what each word meant. However, when combined, they felt intricate, complex, vast beyond measure. Just a few glances made his brain feel overwhelmed, let alone comprehension. It seems my worries were unnecessary. Understanding a technique of this level would surely cause anomalies, whether it was the Dao Classic or Dao Grade talent, they were all the same. His current experience points in martial skills were not enough to conceal these anomalies. Anyway, there is plenty of time. I can take my time with the Dao Classic for now. The inheritance left by Emperor Wu Yuan only contained this one technique, with no other information about his enemies, his world, or any external introductions. This was somewhat regrettable. To gain an early understanding of the outside world, he might have to start with many old seniors, just like the first former master of the Chaos Academy. The first former master had retired 100 years ago, and it was unknown where he had gone. However, Mukan did not believe that the first former master had died. Obtaining a divine item like the List of Suns, it was impossible for him to have died so easily. Even SSS-level saints did not live for 1,000 years, but what about the Emperor realm above the saints? Subsequently, Mukan stopped thinking further and took out the Jinwu egg from the system space. The Jinwu egg was over 3 meters tall and more than a meter wide, with its shell shimmering with mystical flame runes, emitting a mysterious and extraordinary light. Just by the looks of it, it seemed like it wouldn't hatch anytime soon, which was a bit disheartening. The key issue was that Mukan didn't know how to hatch it, as old Jinwu hadn't told him before passing away. This is truly disheartening. Ding, friendly reminder to the host. The Jinwu Essence Blood and the Jinwu Origin that the host picked up will help in hatching the Jinwu. The system's prompt made Mukan realize that since humans couldn't use the Jinwu Essence Blood and Jinwu Origin, it was best to use them for the Jinwu Egg. Today, the Golden Finger system had quite a lot to say. It seemed that both the Jinwu Egg and the Emperor Wu Yuan's classic were excellent finds. He had already noticed some characteristics of the system. It tended to explain important things but remained silent the rest of the time, like a block of wood. System, inject the Jinwu Essence Blood and Jinwu Origin. Mukan placed his hand on the eggshell, feeling a warm sensation in his palm as the Jinwu Essence Blood and Jinwu Origin he had collected flowed into the Jinwu egg through his palm. The runic symbols on the surface of the golden crow egg shone brighter and brighter, exuding cheers and excitement, craving this kind of energy intensely. As the entire source of the golden crow was injected, the light on the surface of the golden crow egg dimmed. Mukan was dumbfounded. Hatching the golden crow egg was not a simple task. Just as Mukan hesitated, a cracking sound caught his attention. He looked at the golden crow egg, a crack appeared, followed by many more cracks. With a snap, the entire golden crow egg shattered, revealing a small, three-legged, featherless bird lying at the bottom of the eggshell. Despite the egg being over 3 meters tall, the hatched golden crow was only 20 centimeters in size. I hope it's not malnourished. The featherless little golden crow couldn't even open its eyes yet. It opened its beak and bit into the nearby eggshell, crunching it. Muken watched as the little golden crow ate the eggshell. In less than 10 minutes, the huge eggshell was completely consumed by the small golden crow, which then let out a satisfied burp. How could such a small body contain such a large eggshell? The transformation of the little golden crow had just begun. Its feathers grew visibly at a rapid pace, and its size increased slightly. In a short moment, the small golden crow turned into a bird about 30 centimeters tall, with dark golden feathers all over its body. Flames swirled around it, flames erupted from its head, then dissipated, turning into platinum color. Its beak was golden, and its third leg was also platinum. Its eyes opened, bright and clear. "Dad," Muken said. "Oh boy, don't call me that randomly." He was a young man. Where did this child come from? "Little one, I'm not your dad. Call me brother." "Dad, call me brother." "Dad," Muken rubbed his forehead, deciding not to speak anymore. Let it call him whatever it liked. "Little one, I'll give you a name. Let's call you Wubao from now on." The little golden crow seemed quite pleased with the name Muken gave it, bouncing around and spitting out a fire that burned a hole in the wall. The wall, made of alloy, was quickly burned through. The spiritual energy in the cultivation room rapidly dissipated, leaving Muken with a blackened face. "Wubao, you really know how to cause trouble." Wubao seemed to realize it had caused trouble, lowering its little head, eyes watery, about to cry. All right, don't cry, I'm not mad at you. In the future, without your brother's command, you can't speak casually in front of others or breathe fire, understand?" "Understood, Dad." Wubao's voice was soft and gentle, making it hard to tell if it was a boy or a girl. Outside the cultivation room, Muken used his identity token to deduct 2,000 points, which should cover the repairs. Having made it onto the B-level ranking list, he had accumulated quite a few points that wouldn't be used up anytime soon. Shortly after he left, the teacher in charge of the cultivation room arrived and was astonished to see the hole in the wall. It wasn't about the damage but rather the fact that with the students' abilities, how could they break through this kind of metal? He went outside to see who the last person to cultivate there was. Muken. This kid is truly a freak. Muken left the cultivation room with Wubao perched on his shoulder. He then went to the mission location and received an A-level task, to slay a rampaging black rhino and obtain its horn to make a certain elixir. The task itself wasn't the main focus. He was close to breaking through to the A-level and wanted to seize this opportunity to advance to a dash. He had been stuck at B+ for a while, and future breakthroughs would only get harder, so he needed more resources to succeed. Another reason was that the destination of this task was close to where they had received tasks in the ancient wilderness, so he decided to pay them a visit. The Blood Peak Mountains are over 5,000 kilometers away from the Chaos Sanctuary. I'll need some tools. He went to the flying boat rental place. These flying boats were actually small fighter jets, extremely fast and cost-effective. For long distances, traveling on foot would take too much time. The downside is that the defense is not very high. Encountering advanced fierce beasts that can fly can easily lead to damage. These flying boats come in single-seater, two-seater, and multi-seater versions. Muchen rented a single-seater boat, over 7 meters long, for a month, requiring 30 points and a deposit of 100 points, with a deduction of 2 points for every day overdue. After completing these procedures, Mu Chen sent a message to Shaon Lixue to prevent her from asking around. Nining Sanctuary, Xiao family. The Xiao family is one of the major families in the Nining Sanctuary, but they are not fond of publicity and have always kept a low profile. In the depths, a young woman stood under the bright white clouds, her expression somewhat cold. Beside her were 2 women and a man, one of the women undoubtedly Xiao Lin. The young woman was Xiao Yunjing. The other 2 were her parents, Xiao Tiance and Sun Bailing. Jinger, have you made up your mind? Mom, Dad, I have made up my mind. I will have to go sooner or later. Ah, Jinger, if you don't want to go, then forget it. You won't be able to fall in love in your lifetime, or even have too many emotions. Your life will be very difficult. Mom, there's no need to say more. Strength is what I should pursue. Alright, we won't force you then. Xiao Tiance and Sun Bailing, one an SSS Realm Warrior and the other an SS Realm Warrior, released a strange power, splitting the white clouds to reveal a different space. Xiao Yunjing was enveloped in a white light and instantly entered the different space. On a small island, as far as the eye could see, there was an endless lake, with only a solitary island standing on the surface. On the island grew a few sparse long-lived pines and a dilapidated house. An old man wearing a straw hat sat on a chair fishing. In the next moment, a fish was caught on the hook. The old man gave it a strong pull, and a perfect streamlined fish measuring 8 to 9 meters was pulled out. Haha, today is another lucky day. If someone else were here, they would surely be surprised because this fish was a beast of the S realm. Suddenly, the old man frowned. It seems like I won't be able to eat it today. He casually threw the fish back into the lake. His expression grew increasingly grim. This is going to ruin the foundation of my holy summer. Old man, I haven't made a move in many years. I don't even know if my strength has declined. Several days later, many holy summer warriors noticed strange occurrences. The sky in certain places was blood red, as if soaked in blood. The old man stood in the sky, hands behind his back, brows furrowed. These pests are developing so rapidly, but their true foundation remains undiscovered, always a hidden danger. 3 days passed, and Muchen had already arrived at the extreme blood mountain range, named for a reason. As far as the eye could see, everything was red: the trees, the land, all red as if soaked in blood. The ferocious black rhino lived in the extreme blood mountain range. However, Muchen did not linger too long and continued flying to another mountain range, the Black Cliff Mountain Range, where the tasks of Lin Rodeo, Gongzishir, and others were located in ancient times. Upon entering the Black Cliff Mountain Range, Muchen stored the flying boat in the system space and then sent a message to the three of them. After waiting for half a day with no response, he could only wait a little longer. Bauer, I'll take you to hunt monsters. Muchen ventured deeper into the Black Cliff Mountain Range, where most of the beasts were below the sea realm, not worth killing and a waste of time. Bauer looked at those beasts, seeming very eager. Finally encountering a sea realm beast, Muchen punched it, ending its life. Ding, host successfully killed, blood and energy plus 3000, martial skill experience plus 6090. Dad, I want to eat them. In Muchen's astonished gaze, Wubao flew onto the body of the beast over 30 meters long, spitting out a flame that was like a knife, cutting off the beast's head, skinning it, and removing its organs. Later, Wubao, at an extremely fast pace, devoured a sea-level ferocious beast in just 3 minutes, his belly showing no sign of bulging, swallowing 30 meters with a 30-centimeter mouth. Truly unpredictable, the divine beast, but Wubao seemed to have grown a bit. Subsequently, every ferocious beast slain by Muchen had its head cut off, skin peeled, innards removed, and then all eaten by Wubao. Wubao devoured over 30 sea-level ferocious beasts that Muchen had slain. Muchen was stunned. Wubao, are you okay eating so much? Dad, I'm only 9/10 full. Bring on more, I can handle it. With that, Wubao flew onto Muchen's shoulder, closed his eyes, buried his head in his wings, yet remained firmly perched on Muchen's shoulder. Muchen gained an understanding of Wubao's appetite, grateful that his strength could sustain it, otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. A gluttonous giant mouth, a stomach of the abyss, truly terrifying. Wubao's way of advancement should be different from humans. Muchen paid no attention to Wubao. This kind of talent was enviable by humans, eating to fullness, sleeping, and gaining strength. My chi and blood have reached 5 million calories. With the final 400,000 calories, I can advance to A level. Muchen continued deeper, but B-level ferocious beasts were scarce. He could only focus on C-level ferocious beasts, completely overpowering them. In a certain location in the Black Cliff Mountains, during the ancient wilderness era, Linrudo, Gongzishir, and 3 others smeared a plant's juice all over their bodies, very pungent but effective in masking their scent. Ahead of them was a B-level ferocious beast, a 70 to 80 meter giant bird named Feiyuing. This type of ferocious beast was very aggressive but slow to react. If not provoked, it would not attack enemies. Third brother, fourth brother, this fellow is probably going out to hunt. Those Feiyu eggs can be sold for a lot of points. We have a great opportunity. Feiyu eggs had a great taste but were hard to come by, with prices always high. Whether exchanged for academic points or sold outside, the prices were exorbitant. Today, they encountered them and naturally couldn't miss the chance. Gongzishir was somewhat worried. Second brother, this is a B-level ferocious beast, and we are all C-level. Only third brother is C+. We are both C-level, it's too dangerous. Don't panic, once we get them, we'll immediately board the flying boat and leave. The Feiyuing won't notice. Do you want the gap between you and the eldest to widen even further? I don't want that. The words from the ancient wilderness era left Linrudo and Gongzishir speechless. Indeed, the gap between them and Muchen was growing wider. With a loud bird cry, Feiyuing looked around and, deeming it safe, slowly stood up, flapped its huge wings, and flew into the sky, spreading its wings over 100 meters, quite large among B-level ferocious beasts. After a while, Feiyuing disappeared from sight, and the 3 from the ancient wilderness era quickly approached. There were a total of 4 eggs emitting a faint aroma of meat and blood. Each person takes 1. The Feiyu eggs were about a meter in size, and as they picked them up, the 3 of them ran swiftly, reaching the location of the flying boat in just 3 minutes, the flying boat being over 20 meters long, just enough for the 3 of them to board. Before they could even rejoice, the flying boat started, and a bird cry mixed with a roar echoed through the entire mountain range. In the ancient wilderness era, Linrudo and Gongzi Shi's faces changed drastically. Quick, start the flying boat. The flying boat took off, traveling at a speed of 2,000 meters per second, bringing some relief to their hearts. However, in the next instant, the flying boat shook violently, unable to move forward, caught by Fei Yueying's claws, which tore through the flying boat, causing it to crash rapidly. With a swoop, the bird snatched the 3 eggs into its mouth. A dark green light ball was spat out from Fei Yueying's mouth, aimed at the flying boat. Run! The 3 were terrified, activating their full body techniques to dodge the flying boat's explosion, but the powerful shockwave hit them, burning their backs, almost incinerating their clothes, flesh blurred, and they were thrown back, blood trickling from their mouths. Third brother, fourth brother, we might be done for. Is a B-level ferocious beast this powerful? The gap is quite big. Damn it, don't come back as ghosts to haunt me. Get lost, you idiot. Second brother, you didn't force us, we did it willingly. That's right. Second brother, if we die together. Let's fight, we can't die in vain, let this damn bird see how powerful we are. The 3 of them were filled with energy, more blood flowing down their backs. In the ancient wilderness, veins bulged on the right arm, a larger circle showing a bronze skin tone with electric arcs flickering on it. Beast, take this punch. Lin Ruda wielded a long sword, exuding a fierce sword intent, one sword splitting into 3, slashing straight towards the feathered eagle. Gongzi Shi, surrounded by purple energy, a giant purple sword appeared in the air spinning violently. Slash! The attacks of the 3 were not weak, but the feathered eagle showed a human-like contempt in its eyes, cackling a few times. Another beam of light was emitted, momentarily blocking the attacks of the 3 before dissolving them, the residual force hitting them, causing them to fly back again, turning into bloodied figures, their spirits weakened. We 3 brothers will be brothers in the next life. Get lost, not being your brother anymore. Me too. You guys poo. In a fit of anger, Guanxi spat out a mouthful of blood, purely out of frustration. They had closed their eyes, waiting for death to come. But the imagined pain did not arrive. When they opened their eyes, they saw Muken standing in front of them, holding the feathered eagle's head in his hands and pushing it back several steps. Muken turned around, revealing a big smile. Are you guys okay? He could have easily defeated the feathered eagle with one punch, but since Guanxi and the others couldn't die, he couldn't miss this chance to show off in front of his brothers. However, the 3 of them were really bold. Not everyone could engage in a battle across realms. Facing a B-level opponent in their C-level state, they should have quietly left instead of provoking, showing their audacity. If he hadn't arrived, or even delayed a few seconds, they wouldn't have even left intact. Big brother, you finally came. We thought we couldn't have meals together in the future. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing unexpected will happen. Then, Muken's expression turned serious. Beast, how dare you bully my brothers? Roar! The feathered eagle roared at Muken, spitting out 3 eggs and placing them aside. A dark blue beam of light condensed in its mouth, rushing straight towards Muken. Big brother, be careful. Great sun heavy fist. Muken punched forward, a 20-meter golden fist appeared, dissolving the feathered eagle's attack and striking towards it. With a loud bang, most of the feathered eagle's body turned into a mist of blood, dispersing in the air. Ding! Host successfully killed, plus 23,000 life essence, plus 47,000 martial arts experience, plus 1 life essence. Ding! Host's life essence has reached 4 million cards. Ding! Host successfully broke through to a level. Blood flowed within Muken's body, emitting a dragon-like roar, dense life essence spreading out, bending even the branches of trees. The sound of his heartbeat was like thunder on a rainy day. The blood roared like a dragon, the heart thundered. Muken's aura spread rapidly, causing many fierce beasts to scatter, afraid to approach this aura. The nearest Guanxi trio once again spat out blood, more blood flowing from their bodies. In the last second before losing consciousness, the 3 of them fought. They were not killed by fierce beasts, but crushed to death by Muken's aura, a death that was unprecedented in the world. Muken didn't have time to feel the changes happening within him. A new kind of power was born, incredibly strange, a substance that made warriors stronger, likely a semi-immortal material. He quickly walked over to the 3 of them. System, inject life essence. The injuries on the 3 of them quickly healed, but they remained unconscious. Muken felt the most significant change within him was that his body felt lighter. He controlled his body, slowly rising into the air, 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. From stumbling to a smooth flight, it only took a little over 10 minutes. Is this what flying feels like? It's so exhilarating. Mu Chen flew around in the sky for a bit, his blood and energy depleting, but he could handle it. Maneuvering in the air with extreme speed, faster than on the ground, he dashed forward, knocking down several trees before coming to a stop. The golden glow on his body dissipated. It's fast, but not safe. I need more practice. Ah! Muchin let out a series of screams. The speed was too much. Constantly getting hit, he could only cry out to mask his excitement. After half an hour, he had flown for a good half hour, consuming a fair amount of energy, but he was getting the hang of it. Several hours later, Gu Huangshi, Lin Rudeo, and Gong Zishir woke up in the ancient wilderness. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Muchen's handsome face. You're finally awake. Damn, we're not dead. Gu Huangshi patted here and there, even checking his crotch. Thank goodness, still intact. Lin Rudeo and Gong Zishir were in better spirits. Boss, you're amazing. You took out that B-grade fierce beast with just one punch. I wonder when we'll be that powerful. Muchen changed the subject. Have you completed your mission? Not yet. We saw the feathered eagle and wanted to steal its eggs. You know the rest. Alright, rest for now. Once you've recovered, we'll finish the task. Boss, what's the deal with that bird on your shoulder? It's so beautiful. Wu Bao was still groggy, not fully awake. It was a coincidence. I found it attractive, so I kept it with me. After a few hours, the group ate and drank their fill, with the half of the feathered eagle's body serving as their dinner. Wu Bao regained his energy, bouncing around happily on Mu Chen, showing signs of recovery. This scene amused everyone, leading to hearty laughter. I also have a task to complete. Let's rest tonight and enhance our combat strength tomorrow. It's been almost a month, and Master Shine will want to check our progress in cultivation. Ah, it's tough. Oh, by the way, third and fourth. What was that about not wanting to be brothers with me in the next life? I'm upset. Apologize. No one paid him any attention. Damn, you guys have no loyalty. Still ignored, Gu Huangshi tore off a piece of meat, grumbling while eating, probably cursing quite profusely. The night passed without incident, relatively safe compared to the previous one. Mu Chen's mission was in the extreme Blood Mountain range, a different direction from where they were. This is my spare space backpack. I don't need it, so you can use it to carry supplies. Mu Chen quickly arrived at the extreme Blood Mountain range, where the rampaging black rhinos like to eat a particular grass unique to the area, the extreme blood grass. The task specified that the rampaging black rhinos were mostly feeding and were often in groups, with strengths ranging from C+ to B+. The more horns the rampaging black rhinos had, the better. Mu Chen headed straight for their location. After about half an hour, he spotted the rampaging black rhinos. Everything in the extreme Blood Mountain range was red, including the rampaging black rhinos, whose horns and eyes were black, making them look mismatched. They chewed on the grass, red juice dripping from their mouths. There are 5 of them, 4 C+ and 1 B grade. Dad, I feel like I can take them on. You? Mu Chen looked at Wu Bao with a strange expression. You don't even have big eyes like them. A puff of air could blow you away. Humph. Dad doesn't believe in me. Bad dad. Mu Chen? When did he become a bad dad again? Wu Bao's temper was truly unpredictable. Alright. If you can't handle it, run immediately, got it? Wu Bao fluttered over, flames of platinum color appearing above his head again. The rampaging black rhinos seemed terrified, growling softly, not daring to attack, only watching Wu Bao warily. Wu Bao spat out a small flame from his mouth, a flame the size of a fingernail, which landed on the leader of the B-level ferocious beast in Realm B. In an instant, like igniting a fluff, the body of the raging black rhino quickly burned, emitting a wail, and in just a few seconds, it turned into a pile of black charcoal. Mu Chen was stunned. The power of this attack was too strong. Wu Bao had just been born. Is this a divine beast? It makes no sense at all. The ferocious beasts growled softly, suppressing their fear as they charged towards Wu Bao. Unafraid, Wu Bao spat out 3 even smaller fireballs than before, burning the 3 sea-level ferocious beasts to ashes. The remaining one immediately turned and fled. Wu Bao was a bit anxious, wanting to spit out fireballs again, but couldn't, so it flew onto Mu Chen's shoulder in distress. Dad, I can only use 4 attacks. That's amazing already. You've just been born, you'll be very powerful in the future. By the way, Wu Bao, what's the name of that flame you just used? Dad, this is my innate flame, called Golden Crow Emperor Flame. Unfortunately, I can't take it out. I want to give it to Dad. Mu Chen was instantly moved. Silly child. Wu Bao, Big brother doesn't want your flame, you must hide it, okay? Okay, Dad. Wu Bao bounced happily in the air. Mu Chen gained a new understanding of Wu Bao's abilities, getting stronger by eating. With such great power, there were plenty of ferocious beasts in the Blue Star. Why fear it eating them? Wu Bao, you must be hungry. Let's feed you well. Mu Chen flew into the air, using his body techniques, and soon found a small group of raging black rhinos without a B-level member. With a few punches, they were instantly annihilated. Wu Bao wasn't picky, cleaning up the remains by itself before eating again. A day passed. After learning to fly, Mu Chen's efficiency in hunting and killing ferocious beasts improved significantly. He already had over 50 horns of raging black rhinos in his system space. The B-level ferocious beast provided 20,000 points of energy, while the rest of the raging black rhinos provided 150,000 points each. To break through to A-level, he needed 4 million x 3, a total of 2 million points of energy, which was just a drop in the bucket compared to what he had. However, Mu Chen was not in a hurry. His breakthrough speed was already fast, and future advancements might be more challenging. But his combat power was unmatched. The gap between him and others would only widen, which was enough to keep him going. 10 days flew by. Mu Chen hunted and killed sea-level and above ferocious beasts in the extreme Blood Mountain range every day, leaving the lower-level ones alone. The number of raging black rhinos decreased, from over 50 a day at the beginning to just 10 a day later. All the corpses of these ferocious beasts went into Wu Bao's belly, making it drowsy again, entering another transformation. 3 days later, Mu Chen, Gu Huangshi, Lin Rideo, and Gong Zixi traveled through the wilderness. Mu Chen was only using a third of his speed. Their flying boat was destroyed, so Mu Chen could only accompany them through the wilderness back to the Chaos Sanctuary, which was over 5,000 kilometers away and would take some time. Wu Bao became lively again, its flying speed not inferior to Mu Chen's, even learning to control its speed, its small expression seemingly seeking Mu Chen's praise. In the Chaos Academy, Mo Chiyun stood on the 4th level of the B-level ranking board, looking somewhat disheveled, sweating profusely. Her hand holding the sword trembled faintly. I've reached my limit. How can Mu Chen be so powerful? After experiencing it firsthand, she admired Mu Chen even more, feeling a different kind of emotion towards him. Jian Weixin had always wanted to challenge Mu Chen. Being at the B-level, he reached the 6th level with his sword, feeling somewhat powerless. If he can do it, why can't I? On the 7th level, facing B+ level ferocious beasts, his energy surged, wanting only to prove that he was not weaker than Mu Chen. Unfortunately, he had reached his limit, exhausted too much, and couldn't replenish his energy in such a short time. Hit by a dark energy sphere, his body blurred with blood and flesh, he struggled to stand up, but his current state was simply not suitable for continuing the fight. Golden energy enveloped him, and his figure disappeared from the B-realm ranking in an instant. Outside the ranking, Jian Weixin, covered in blood, looked at Mu Chen's name with a complex expression. Mu Chen, I will take you as the benchmark I pursue. I will definitely defeat you in the future. Zhuge Qinger was also present, and Jian Weixin's appearance made her feel a bit distressed. As longtime friends, she understood just how stubborn Jian Weixin could be. 5 days later, Mu Chen and the others finally saw the Chaos Sanctuary. Mu Chen was fine, having grown accustomed to the wilderness, but Lin Rideo, Gong Zixi, and the others had never experienced such a long journey before. Their skin had darkened considerably. We're finally back. Boss, let's go wash up, change clothes, and then report to the academy. It's too uncomfortable like this. They found a bathhouse, soaked for a while, changed into clean clothes, and indeed felt much better. Back at the Chaos Academy, after completing their tasks, they received a communication from Shang Bingli. They had been at the Chaos Sanctuary for a month now, and it was time for the monthly assessment. The next day, at a training ground in the Chaos Academy filled with various training equipment, the area was vast. Mu, you're back? Haven't seen you in half a month. Mu Chen stopped boasting with his trio and looked at Mo Chiyun. Yes, today is the assessment. Mu Chen had a good impression of Mo Chiyun, exuding a classical beauty and gentleness. In the eyes of his past life, she was definitely a woman of iconic beauty in that world. Of course, Mu Chen had no romantic feelings for Mo Chiyun, just a simple admiration. However, it seemed that Mo Chiyun had a slight interest in him. Having been in relationships before, Mu Chen could see the subtle signs. Therefore, he must not give her false hope, as that would be a moral issue. Guys, Mo, when this semester ends, I'll bring my girlfriend to dinner. You must come then. Mo Chiyun's expression visibly changed, looking somewhat disappointed. Mu, you're back, that's good. I'll go ahead. The others surrounded Mu Chen, each taking a direction, their fingers on their chins, appraising him. Oh, the boss has found someone. Which girl has captured his heart? Oh, come on. Suddenly, their gazes all turned in one direction, murmuring to themselves. Cute, perfect. I like it. Mu Chen also looked over and exclaimed, wow. Shang Bingli was wearing a tight combat armor today, revealing her face. With a perfect figure and face, she looked quite different from her usual icy demeanor, but it didn't diminish her allure. Innocent young boys like Mu Chen and the others were easily tempted by such appearances. However, this combat suit was designed for ergonomic purposes, a crystallization of human wisdom, the GZ combat suit, ensuring that warriors wouldn't be affected by external influences during battle, fully immersing themselves in combat. It was similar to a design from a popular anime in his past life but more refined. It was quite valuable, like the GZ alloy war spear, with different price ranges. The one Xiang Bingli wore was undoubtedly top tier. Xiang Bingli's beautiful eyes scanned everyone, finally stopping at Mu Chen. You've broken through to the air realm? What? Other students turned to look at Mu Chen. Mu Chen awkwardly smiled. It was a stroke of luck. Very well, everyone step back 500 meters, Mu Chen, stay. After the others stepped back, Xiang Bingli continued, take out your weapon. Today, I will test you first. Attack me with all your might. Remember, it must be full force. If you don't give it your all, the assessment will be deemed a failure, with consequences. Mu Chen was stunned. What kind of assessment was this? He also wanted to see the strength of the SSS Realm Saint, to see how big the gap really was. Cough students, please step back 500 meters. Wu Bao, follow those older brothers for now, I'll come find you later. Wu Bao went unnoticed, seen only as a rather special little bird. The classmates in the class were 1,000 meters away, not understanding Mu Chen's intentions. Were they afraid of getting hurt? Mu Chen's smile disappeared, replaced by a calm demeanor as a murderous aura quietly emanated, surging towards Xiang Bingli like a vast sea of blood. Xiang Bingli furrowed her brows slightly, the murderous aura almost materializing, requiring the deaths of many fierce beasts to condense. Even the classmates a kilometer away were subtly affected by the murderous aura, stepping back as they felt their breathing becoming difficult. Teacher, please instruct. Mu Chen leaped into the air, turning golden all over, emitting a dazzling golden light, mysterious patterns spreading and swirling around him, displaying the state of the extreme Tao body. At this moment, Mu Chen resembled a god of slaughter, both righteous and evil. Annihilation Gun Realm. A perfected cosmic level gun technique, combined with A-level strength. The entire sky was instantly covered by 3 extremely powerful forces, 3 spears of annihilation formed by different powers: thunder, blazing sun, annihilation. The students widened their eyes in fear of missing anything, realizing the vast difference between them and Mu Chen. Xiang Bingli was slightly taken aback. This little guy is too honest, but does he want to embarrass me with this level of attack? It's time to strike. Teacher Xiang, please excuse me. With a devastating blow, Xiang Bingli's white lotus-like hand rose. It grew cold. Even 2 kilometers away, they felt the chill of the ancient wilderness, their warrior's blood almost freezing. Mu Chen's attack was frozen in mid-air. He was stunned. What kind of method was this? Layers of ice pillars formed, creating a staircase as Xiang Bingli walked towards Mu Chen. With a single slap, Mu Chen felt an irresistible force pushing him to the ground, landing in a sorry state. Not painful, but losing face. He was dumbfounded. Was Xiang Bingli really this cunning? Mu Chen got up from the ground. Teacher, you're really amazing. Cough Mu, you're not bad. Everyone should learn from him. He passed this assessment. Xiang Bingli felt a bit embarrassed. Knowing Mu Chen's strength was A-level, he decided to use A+ level strength just to be safe. His attack was not something an A+ level warrior could easily resist, so he had to use even higher power. Alright, let's continue the assessment. All of you, come forward and attack me with your strongest attacks. Class monitor, keep track of those who fail, and report to me later. The second to be assessed was Mo Chiyun. Mo, good luck. Mo Chiyun turned her face away. Thank you. Mo Chiyun passed. The testing was swift, taking less than a minute on average, with the trio coming up next. Soon it was their turn to be tested. The talents of the ancient wilderness should be amplification type, seemingly carefree but possessing some strength, naturally passing the assessment. Lin Rodeo, originally at C+ level, had now touched upon B level. Aside from Mu Chen, Mo Chiyun, and the 2 special B level students, his talents seemed to be the best. When Gong Zishur appeared, his looks indeed caught the attention of the girls in the class, all cheering for him. The other boys did not receive such treatment. All 3 passed the assessment. On the first day of school, Xiang Bingli did not assess them, but in a month's time, he would be able to judge their progress through assessments, a formidable ability indeed. Class monitor announced the results. 41 students in Class 1, all present and all passed the assessment. Everyone did a great job. If you have any questions about your practice or anything you'd like to know, feel free to ask me. Think it over before asking. During the break, Wu Bo flew around Mushin, attracting the attention of many girls with his handsome appearance. They gathered around him. Mushin, is this your pet? So cute. Mushin, can I touch it? Mushin hesitated to let them touch Wu Bo, fearing any mishaps that could be disastrous. Wubo understood his thoughts. Wubao, you can't speak or breathe fire, okay? Got it, Dad. Flying at eye level with the girls, Wubao's bright eyes instantly captured their hearts. Girls couldn't resist cute things. In the next moment, Mushin was dumbfounded. Wubao pounced on a girl's chest, rubbing his head against her, looking quite content. By the sound of his voice, Wubao's gender was unknown until now, but it was clear Wubao was male, and quite flirtatious at that. Wubao, I see through you, you're just a flirtatious bird. A bunch of boys envied him, wondering why Wubao chose them. Mo Chiyun felt uneasy seeing Mushin surrounded by so many girls. No, I shouldn't think like this. Just because I like him, doesn't mean he has to like me. Mo Chiyun, don't be so confused in your thoughts. Once she clarified this, she felt much better. Wubao, tired from playing, flew to Mushin's shoulder and rubbed his face with his head. I'm glad you have a conscience and aren't obsessed with women. Dad, I like you the most, I don't like the other two-legged creatures. Mushin did have a question. He had researched some information but hadn't found the answer. Today, he decided to ask Shang Bingli. Walking up to Shang Bingli, he said, Teacher, I have a question. Go ahead. Teacher, is Blue Star exclusive to us, the Holy Summer Tribe? In other words, are there no other human races with different skin colors besides us, the Holy Summer Tribe? With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the absence of the extreme day, Blue Star's development seemed no different from the previous world. He was curious if there were other races, just asking casually. Not only Mushin, but many others had the same question. I believe Mushin's question is something you all have wondered about. Indeed, Blue Star is not limited to just the Holy Summer Tribe. I was planning to explain this in a few days, but since a student has asked, let me elaborate. 1,000 years ago, the extreme day covered the entire Blue Star, and no one knew why. With the revival of spiritual energy, the land expanded, humans embarked on the path of martial arts, established cultivation systems, improved their physique, became immune to diseases, greatly increased their lifespan, and powerful warriors emerged, essentially transcending human weaknesses. As mentioned earlier, you all are aware of this. The extreme day brought about the revival of spiritual energy, but it also made us lonely. Far away from the holy summer, almost at its end, the extreme day did not dissipate but seemed like a prison barrier, a faint light curtain surrounding the entire holy summer. We couldn't leave, and outsiders couldn't enter. After the stability of the holy summer, many predecessors tried to break through this thin barrier but to no avail. Until recent years, the land of the extreme day has rapidly dissipated, the light curtain has become thinner, and we can now have some interaction with the outside world. We don't know how the martial civilization outside has developed, how it compares to our holy summer, or its strength. The weak will never have dignity. All you can do is try to break through and strengthen yourselves. Everyone fell silent. Shang Bingli was right, humans are highly vigilant creatures. Faced with people they hadn't interacted with for 1,000 years, they wouldn't let their guard down. Perhaps, it could lead to conflict. Without strength, one cannot even protect oneself, let alone the entire Saint Xia behind. In the afternoon, Mukin rented a room for cultivating spiritual energy, the highest level of richness, at a rate of 100 points per hour. He directly rented it for 8 hours. Upon entering, the spiritual energy was indeed rich, almost as dense as mist. The Tao scripture operated at full capacity, and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room poured into Mukin's body like crazy, rapidly digesting his martial talent, the undying chaotic realm, transforming it into pure qi and blood. His qi and blood were rapidly increasing. Soon, Mukin noticed that the richness of the spiritual energy seemed to decrease. Checking the time, 5 hours had already passed, and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room couldn't support 8 hours at all, leaving him somewhat disappointed. His qi and blood had increased by about 50,000 points, which was not cost-effective at all. He lost interest in the cultivation room and thought it was better to kill a few B-grade fierce beasts. Golden Finger, open the attribute panel. Golden Finger, Attribute Acquisition System, Host, Mukin, Talent, Undying Chaotic Realm, Tao Level, Martial Arts, Tao Scripture, Initiate, Tao Level, Sacrificial Ritual Martial Arts, Special, Bone Shedding, Special, Martial Realm, A Level, Qi and Blood 6. 5 million points, Martial Skills, Annihilation Spear Scripture, Perfected, Cosmic Level, Punishment Spear Scripture, Initiate, Cosmic Level, Extreme Thunder Within Inches, Initiate, Great Sun Heavy Fist, Initiate, Supreme Tao Body, Initiate, Martial Skill Experience Points, 4. 5 million. Half a month later, Mukin spent 5 hours each day cultivating in the room with the highest concentration of spiritual energy. What left him speechless was that after 5 hours of cultivation, he absorbed all the spiritual energy meant for 8 hours, so he had to spend an extra 3 hours of points each time. The responsible teacher even approached him, blaming the school's negligence. However, after realizing that Muken faced this issue every time, the teacher understood it was Muken's problem. Muken remembered vividly the teacher's expression, finding it quite amusing. The rest of the time, he buried himself in the library, frantically making up for a lot of knowledge, trivia, and wild materials. The gains of half a month were quite good. Today was the day he challenged the A-rank junior ranking. Familiar with the process, the first stage had 5 A-level fierce beasts and the first stage of the B-rank junior ranking had 5 B-level fierce beasts. Dealing with the 5 A-level fierce beasts was easy, requiring no time at all. The second stage had 10 A-level fierce beasts. The third stage had 1 A-level fierce beast. The fourth stage had 3 A-level fierce beasts. The fifth stage had 5 A-level fierce beasts. The sixth stage had 10 A-level fierce beasts. After dealing with the 10 A-level fierce beasts, Muken felt fine, not exerting much effort. Outside the A-rank junior ranking, many students looked surprised. Muken's ranking had reached over 60 on the A-rank junior ranking, which was not high. Whether on the B-rank junior ranking or the A-rank junior ranking, or any other list, they were all dominated by B+ and A+ ranks. In this world of 100 people, almost all were at the peak of this realm. Saint Xia had no shortage of talents, ranging from 18 to 30 years old, all at the peak realm without any issues. People like Muken occupied only a small part of it. I remember he only took the first place on the B-rank junior ranking a month ago. Did he just break through to A-level and come to challenge the A-rank junior ranking? He's just a freshman, is he really that strong? Anyway, many freshmen have already taken over the B-rank list. This year's freshmen are indeed unusually strong. Xiangqi Shelter, Xiangqi Academy. In front of the B-rank junior ranking, Bu Jingyu nervously stared at Zhang Chen's name. Zhang Chen had been stuck on the 7th level for a long time. In the end, he still couldn't pass through and was ranked 90th. Being able to rank at this position was due to his relatively fast speed. When he came out, he smiled at Bu Jingyu. Jingyu, you're amazing. I only made it to the 7th level and couldn't go any further. If it weren't for the celestial level martial arts given to him by Jiesher, he might not have ranked in the top 90. That's right, I'm in the 70s. Jingyu, have you seen the A-realm ranking? Zhang Chen suddenly exclaimed. Jingyu followed his gaze and was also shocked. On the A-realm ranking, Muken had already passed the 7th level and was ranked 59th. Could Brother Dao take the A-realm ranking today? Muken reached the 8th level. The 7th level had 2 A+ great ferocious beasts, each over 150 meters in size, much stronger than a grade. Dealing with them put some pressure on him. Unable to replenish his energy and blood, he ate Tianxue Dan while supplementing it. The power of the Daojing was formidable, fast, and did not waste time. By the time he reached the 8th level, his energy and blood were still abundant. The 8th level had 5 A+ great ferocious beasts, with energy and blood comparable to his own. Fighting 5 at once was indeed a challenge. Wanghao, Xianwei, the top 5 in the A-realm ranking, also learned of Muken's challenge and rapid rise in rank. In just 20 minutes, Muken finally finished the battle on the 8th level. He refused to enter the 9th level as he wouldn't stand a chance. His final ranking settled at 15th. Seeing Muken's ranking stop at 15th, many senior brothers and sisters finally relaxed. If he were to directly take the first place on the A-realm ranking, the pressure on them would be immense. 15th place. Next time, he should be first. Jingyu, Brother Dao is amazing, right? Impressive, impressive, that's enough. You don't seem as happy for me. Ha, it's different, that's different. After the battle, Muken wanted to ask Shang Bingli some questions. Usually, she wasn't around much in the morning when there were no classes, either practicing or doing something else. Today was a rare occasion in the office. Student Mu, you did well, 15th on the A-realm ranking. The pressure is on those old folks above. Having their students surpassed by freshmen must be quite a blow. Do you have something to ask? Teacher, I want to know if there's a place where ferocious beasts are more concentrated, suitable for my strength. After some thought, Shang Bingli said, your strength is too dangerous for certain places, and ordinary places won't be of much help to you. How about this? I'll introduce you to a place, an alternate dimension. This alternate dimension is called the Slaughter Alternate Space, discovered by our Chaos Academy 10 years ago. This alternate space is quite special, a ferocious beast alternate space of about 20,000 square meters, not too large. The creatures inside are similar in strength to the Blue Star ferocious beasts, ranging from E-realm, D-realm, C-realm, B-realm, A-realm, with a few S-realm, but no SS realm discovered so far. The creatures in the Slaughter alternate space are unique, with strong reproductive abilities, making it a good training ground for students. It's very suitable for you. Getting there is simple. The Academy has built long-term spatial channels that can lead to any space belonging to the Academy, but it comes at a cost, about 200 points per trip. If you're capable, you can stay there for half a month or even a month. These channels were built by saints proficient in spatial power, who are rare. I hope you understand. Teacher, I understand. I'd like to request a 10-day leave from you first. You may. When Xiang Bingli agreed, her expression was somewhat strange. Nukin received some good news. Lin Ruda broke through to B- grade, Guanxi and Gongzi Shi also reached C+ grade. This breakthrough speed was already quite fast, not everyone could be as exceptional as him. Boss, I need a favor. Let's have dinner tonight and invite Mo Manhwa to join us. Second brother, are you really interested in her? Boss, second brother is actually interested in Mo Manhwa's friend. Mu Chen? What's going on? Wasn't he into Mo Chiyun? How did it become her friend now? Gu Huang seemed a bit shy. Boss, if Mo Manhwa doesn't come, her friend won't come either, please. Fine. I really don't understand you. The next day, Mu Chen went to the spatial transmission area, where there were many students, mostly seniors, and he was the only freshman. To enter the small world of slaughter, a teacher in charge would help him open the spatial passage to the small world of slaughter. Mu Chen saw a familiar face, Zhang Qiling, ranked second on the B-level list, now the first. After entering the A-level list, his name no longer appeared on the B-level list. Zhang Qiling regained his previous ranking, first on the B-level list. Junior Mu, long time no see, huh? Are you also going to the alternate dimension? Senior Zhang, I'm going to the small world of slaughter. What about you? Ha, what a coincidence, I'm also going to the small world of slaughter. I've heard many people say that they regret going to the small world of slaughter for the first time, but I don't believe it. I want to see for myself. The two approached the teacher, a middle-aged man with a red nose, the first red-nosed person Mu Chen had seen on Blue Star. Which alternate dimension are you going to? Small world of slaughter. Go stand over there. Mu Chen and Zhang Qiling arrived at the teleportation spatial passage, which was very special, with a pentagon pattern on the ground. The red-nosed teacher did something, and a faint blue light appeared on the pentagon pattern, giving a familiar sensation. Mu Chen and Zhang Qiling quickly disappeared from there. During the spatial transmission process, one's eyes would involuntarily close, unavoidable, like when a person feels dizzy and wants to close their eyes. Mu Chen opened his eyes and was instantly captivated by the scene before him. Zhang Qiling was even more shocked. This. Looking around, all they could see were insects, endless insects ranging from 30 centimeters to over a meter in size, all capable of flying, similar to locusts from a past life, but all in a pale red color, quite terrifying. The buzzing noise was so loud that it made Mu Chen's head feel like it was being hammered, buzzing incessantly. Wu Bao didn't like it either and went straight into Mu Chen's clothes. Junior Mu, there are so many of them here. Ha, senior, they are all E-level, they dare not approach our vitality, it's only interesting from D-level and above. The two continued forward, their speed still affected. Shortly after, they arrived in an area with a large number of insects, each one over 3 to 4 meters tall. The strength of these insects was mostly at the D level. Junior, these insects are called locust beasts, not native to our blue star. Today, we must kill them well. Ha, senior, let's see who kills more. Alright, let's go. Mu Chen released a killing intent, a substantial aura of slaughter, and upon contact with the D-level locust beasts, they died one after another, not on the same level at all. Ding, host successfully killed, gained +8 vitality points, +16 martial arts experience points. Ding, host successfully killed, gained +7 vitality points, +14 martial arts experience points. Although few, there were too many of them, and Mu Chen's goal was to increase his vitality. At first, the voice of the system in his mind made him happy, but half an hour later, he couldn't bear it anymore, it was too noisy, and the system was considerate enough to mute the sound. 2 hours later, Zhang Qiling couldn't hold on any longer. His skin was bitten by the locust beasts, his clothes were torn to shreds. Even though he was a B-level warrior, facing the swarm of locust beasts for a long time, he couldn't resist. Mu Chen was unscathed, with a mountain of locust beasts under his feet. What a freak! Muxuedi, I can't hold on any longer, I have to leave. Zhang Qiling left, and Wu Bao flew out of Mukin's arms. Dad, I want to roast them all. Wu Bao, don't use your innate emperor flame to kill them. You watch as Big Brother kills. Time passed by second, reaching around 6 or 7 in the evening, and around Machin, there were piles of locust beasts, forming consecutive small mountains. There were at least 15 small mountains of locust beasts, indicating how many he had killed. The crucial point was that the number of locust beasts seemed endless, too many to be completely eradicated. Machin didn't even know how many locust beasts he had killed, but the sky within a radius of 10,000 meters was almost devoid of locust beasts, just feeling like something was missing. Suddenly, he realized the bodies of these locust beasts. Wu Bao, aren't you going to eat? Dad, they have almost no energy, not tasty. Then tomorrow, Big Brother will take you to eat something delicious. In the middle of the night, Shang Bingli was waiting for Machin to message her. In the slaughter world, there was nowhere to hide, with a vast number of locust beasts, consuming energy and blood faster than you could replenish, yet he hadn't come out after such a long time, showing remarkable endurance. In her mind, Machin was already bruised and battered, fighting the locust beasts with brute force. The next morning, Machin finally stopped the slaughter. He sat down on the ground, not physically tired but mentally weary. System, how many locust beasts have I slain? Ding, host consecutively killed 120,000 E-rank and D-rank locust beasts, mixed with some C-rank locust beasts, with an average of 8 points of energy and blood per beast, totaling an increase of 960,000 energy points. If I had known about this place, I would have come to kill earlier. With nearly 1,000,000 energy points gained in a day, I can break through to A rank in just 10 days. Awesome. After resting for 2 hours, Machin had Wu Bao roast the locust beasts. After several failed attempts, Wu Bao finally succeeded, almost burning the locust beasts to ashes. Machin tried a bite, finding it as hard as wood and unpleasant. I seem unable to continue killing like this. If I go out and break through to A rank, and the bodies of these locust beasts are discovered, will it lead to something? To be safe, Machin piled the locust beast corpses together, forming 3 large mountains. Wu Bao, it's up to you now. Wu Bao spat out 3 small platinum-colored fireballs, which quickly burned the 3 locust beast mountains to ashes in less than 5 minutes, leaving behind 3 piles of ash. Machin punched the area, causing minimal damage. Then, he turned and walked in another direction. Shortly after, Machin arrived in an area where the number of locust beasts was still high, but compared to before, the quantity had decreased by almost half. Most were still low-level locust beasts, but there were slightly more C-rank locust beasts. Machin wasn't in a hurry to kill them. He had a question. What were these locust beasts eating? With so many insects and almost no plants or animals around, unless they were feeding on their own kind's corpses, their death rate couldn't keep up with their reproduction rate, ensuring they would never go extinct. Fortunately, the blue star didn't have such twisted creatures, otherwise, they would have been devoured long ago. C-rank locust beasts, numbering only 1/10 of E-rank and D-rank beasts, perhaps even fewer, but compared to the vast number of locust beasts, it was still a considerable amount. As the slaughter momentum began, with more killing, the killing momentum would also increase, posing a strong death threat to lives weaker than Machin's. The C-rank locust beasts couldn't withstand Machin's overwhelming energy and blood. He took out the intelligent alloy war spear, flew into the air, and began indiscriminate slaughter. The several thousand energy points now didn't feel particularly significant to him, just a slight sense of progress. Wu Bao also flew into the sky, its small body containing immense power. The locust beasts had struck almost all shattered into pieces. Similar to Machin, it was quite brutal. Machin was quite satisfied with Wu Bao's performance. It's truly my son, my little brother. Machin almost let it slip. In his heart he already considered Wu Bao as his old man. Strange. Outside, the heads of the 40 classes of Chaos Academy gathered together, and these teachers represented the top combat power of Saint Xia. Many of these teachers usually did not appear at school, as teaching duties were handled by mentors and teaching assistants, each with their own responsibilities. But today, they all gathered together. Seated at the top of the conference table was a middle-aged man, the current principal of Chaos Academy, Pan Ru. Although Pan Ru's appearance was only middle-aged, his age should be several hundred years old. In recent decades, many teachers had hardly seen Pan Ru's appearance. Only on important days would Pan Ru appear. Decades ago, it was said that Pan Ru was an SSS-level saint, and now, with his vitality returning to its origin, he was even more remarkable, but whether he had taken that step was unknown. Many teachers outside had received messages many days ago to return to the academy for a meeting. Shang Yatu, it's been 10 years since we last met, right? Now you have become an SSS-level saint, but it's a pity, you missed a bit of opportunity. Everyone, this gathering is mainly for one thing. The Imperial teacher has contacted me, saying that after some time, there may be a change in the Blue Star. Saint Xia needs to organize a competition for warriors aged 18 to 21. Except for the newly established Taowu shelter, the other 9 shelters need to select 10 individuals. Finally, after the competition, 10 young warriors aged 18 to 21 will be selected. These 10 individuals will be granted the title of throne, representing the top combat power of the younger generation of Saint Xia, and will have access to Saint Xia's abundant resources. The other teachers were surprised. What was about to happen? Selecting from the list of prodigies should be enough. Why go through a competition? Isn't this redundant? Principal, we can select from the list of prodigies. The list of prodigies already represents the top talents of Saint Xia. Pan Ru shook his head. As the imperial teacher said, the selection criteria for the list of prodigies include members of the saint family and many geniuses who do not have the opportunity to enter the list of prodigies. This time, it is a grand event for the entire Saint Xia, aimed at finding the top talents of Saint Xia. Starting today, pass on this information to the other 8 shelters. The official selection will take place in a month, and the selection process will be arranged by each shelter to ensure fairness and justice. The final selection will be arranged by the imperial teacher. All the teachers looked puzzled. The imperial teacher mentioned was not referring to a specific person, but an existence above the SSS level in Saint Xia, who would be collectively referred to as the imperial teacher by others. When the imperial teacher gave an order, no one dared to disobey, and no one dared to go against it. Above the SSS level was the imperial realm, which was considered a godly existence in the mortal world. Why is this so? Wait for an opportunity, and the imperial teacher will tell you. Compared to previous disciples, how are the current ones? Shang Bingli said, Principal, the talents of the current disciples are even better. Among the special recruits, there are 6 SSS level talents, and among the martial recruits, there are 4 SSS level talents. Ha, good, but it's a pity that they can only participate in this grand event. Indeed, among the geniuses aged 18 to 21, those who are 21 are definitely the most hopeful. Some of them even have the strength of the S realm. Shang Bingli suddenly thought of Mu Chen, and a thought came to her mind that Mu Chen should be able to secure one of the 10 spots in the Chaos Shelter. But the selection was to take place in a month, and the opportunity seemed not so great. In the small world of slaughter, Mu Chen immersed himself in the process of killing. He did not kill indiscriminately, nor did he deliberately kill innocent people for the sake of vitality. Those he killed were those who needed to be killed. Fierce beasts and humans could not coexist peacefully, and the mentality of a saint must not waver. Ding, host successfully killed, picked up plus 3,000 health points, martial skill experience plus 6,003. Ding, host successfully killed, picked up plus 1,150 health points, martial skill experience plus 2,300. Ding. C-level ferocious beasts, averaging over 1,000 health points, C-level averaging over 2,000, C+ level, basically around 3,000 health points. B-level doubles that, over 10,000 health points, B-level over 20,000 health points, and B+ level is 30,000 health points. As for A-level, it doubles even more. Another day passed, and before Mu Chen were 2 bug mountains. Wu Bao, I need your help again, burn these locust beasts. Daddy, I hate it when you speak so politely to me. Wu Bao turned his head, pretending to be angry. Wu Bao, brother apologizes like you. Then, Daddy, can you say it again? Ahem, Wu Bao, burn these bugs for me. Daddy, okay. Wu Bao spat out 2 small fireballs, quickly burning down the 2 bug mountains. Ding, host killed several E-level, D-level, C-level locust beasts, occasional B-level, totaling 32,000, average health points 40, totaling an increase of 1.2 million health points. Great, in just 2 days, I've gained 2 million health points. Now, I have over 8 million health points, which translates to over 80 million kilograms of strength. With this kind of power, if it were in my previous life, one punch would probably have shattered the world. Just 2 days, and the number of locusts is still not small. It will be difficult to find such a good place next time. 5 days flew by, and Mu Chen still hadn't appeared. Shang Bingli started to feel anxious. Many students received the message and began to allocate resources to enhance their strength, using points to exchange for resources. Some small families even invested all their resources in their talented disciples. The entire Xingxiao was shaken by this news, as they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen soon. Seizing this opportunity might lead to a significant advancement. 3 days passed in a flash, and Mu Chen's body was almost covered in the blood of ferocious beasts, looking like a monster clad in blood. In just a few days, his health points had seen a huge increase. Now, he had over 9,800,000 health points, about to break through 10 million health points. The closer he got to 10 million health points, the more he felt his body undergoing a miraculous change. Just over 100,000 health points to reach 10 million health points, then I'll see what changes occur. Wu Bao, let's continue. Influenced by Mu Chen, Wu Bao showed no mercy towards the locust beasts, despite his small stature, exuding a hint of dominance. Unfortunately, Wu Bao didn't like eating locust beasts, only consuming A-level ones, and ignoring B-level and lower ferocious beasts, being quite picky. In a certain place in the slaughter world, 2 students were running frantically, or more accurately, fleeing. Behind them was an A+ level locust beast, over 80 meters in size, with a crimson body, legs like long knives forged in blood, a mouth full of sharp teeth. Especially the sound of its wings flapping. Imagine the screeching of a cat lady amplified 50 times. It attacked the human brain with a special frequency, clearly affecting the two students, their lips turning pale, their speed noticeably slowing down. This A+-level locust beast, like a cat playing with a mouse, teasingly followed the two chaotic academy students. Not every place had a spatial teleportation array, it was only available in special areas. Yuan Shao, we're almost there, hold on a little longer. Their speed increased significantly. The humanized eyes of the locust beast carried a cold intent, accelerating suddenly, swiftly approaching the two students, its sharp leg blades slashing past. Yuan Shao, be careful! Another student grabbed Yuan Xiao's hand and forcefully threw him out, while he himself wielded a large knife to block the leg blade of the locust beast. Overwhelmed by the immense power of the locust beast, he spat out blood, seemingly mixed with visceral fragments, and fell into unconsciousness, his life hanging by a thread. Shui Kai, are you okay? Cough puff. Yuan Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. You beast, I'll fight you to the end. However, with only B-level strength, he was no match for the A+-level locust beast. Its immense power was beyond his resistance. The locust beast's leg blade struck his weapon, and with just one blow, the tremendous force shattered his grip on the weapon, causing him to stagger back several steps, blood oozing from his body, making it difficult to speak. The gap in strength was too vast. You beast, in the next life, I'll avenge my ancestors for 18 generations. The A+-level locust beast seemed to understand the meaning, as a blood-red sphere with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters condensed in its mouth. Yet, in the next moment, its attack was directly dispersed, and its massive body plummeted from the sky to the ground. Nukin looked down at the locust beast's head, nearly shattered into pieces, with its legs twitching. What a miserable death! Ding! Host successfully slays, gains plus 120,000 vitality, plus 423,000 martial arts experience, and plus 1 semi-immortal substance. Awesome, just a bit more vitality to reach 10 million. Nukin now felt like he could punch the whole world into oblivion with a single fist. Yuan Shao, seeing this, was too shocked to react and fainted. Wu Bao flew to the dead A+-level locust beast, cut open its abdomen, and ate a lump of red flesh. Nukin approached the two, system, inject life essence. Then, with one person on his shoulder, Wu Bao flew beside him. After flying a distance, they arrived at the area for spatial teleportation, activated their identity tokens, and teleported away. This is all I can do. At a place in the Kirin Sanctuary, a small family clan resided in the ancient family area of Guwu. Within the Guwu family, a young man, ordinary in appearance but with eyes shining like stars, exuded a lazy aura all over. A middle-aged man was reprimanding the young man. Guwu Changqing, you're 21 years old now, idling all day, only thinking about loafing around. 100 years later, when your old man passes away, even eating will be a problem for you. The young man muttered under his breath. You're not dead yet. What did you say, you little brat? I'll beat you to death. Dad, stop it. If you keep going, you won't have any grandchildren in the future. In the end, the middle-aged man was panting, while the young man remained unfazed. Dad, you're getting weaker. You little brat, you. Guwu Changqing hummed a tune and quickly left, afraid of provoking his father further. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Guwu Changqing, I am the imperial tutor, inviting you to participate in the Saint Xia Tianjiao selection. Saint Xia needs geniuses. With that, Guwu Changqing's expression changed slightly, no longer indifferent but rather nonchalant. Changqing, heed the imperial tutor's teachings. In that case, let's go have some fun. It should be quite interesting. In a certain mountain range, a 200-meter-tall red gorilla fell from the sky, its massive head turning into a lump of mud as if smashed by tremendous force. Following closely behind was a robust young man standing about 2 meters tall. His muscles could only be described as devilish. Combined with his towering height, he resembled a small mountain. He dragged the red gorilla to a pool of magma, tossed it in, and sneered. They said the blood gorilla emperor's power could move mountains, but it seems otherwise. Power, I am the most powerful in the world. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Xinwu, I am the imperial tutor. The Saint Xia Tianjiao Grand Competition is your chance to showcase yourself. To see if you underestimate the younger generation's strength, it's worth a try. The majestic sound of the divine war drum echoed. Good, I will participate. On a vast plain as far as the eye could see, the sky was covered in a hazy gray, with a drizzle falling gently. A cold and elegant woman, holding a blood-red greatsword measuring 2 meters in length, as wide as her slender figure. Standing at around 1.75 meters tall, her eyes exuded a chilling aura. I've been chasing you for so long, how could I let you escape? Taste my snake gall. With a swift strike, the world was illuminated by a dazzling sword light, splitting the ground open into a deep chasm spanning 5 to 6,000 meters. A colossal green serpent over 200 meters long emerged from the abyss. Human woman, do you insist on courting death? Ha, big earthworm, you overestimate yourself with such bravado. But being in S rank, speaking so clearly, your snake gall should be even more effective. With ghostly speed, the woman appeared above the serpent's head, crimson thunder crackling in the sky. With a swift slash, the sky seemed to split in two. The serpent's head separated from its body, eyes filled with terror. The woman then approached the serpent's body, her hand reaching out, soon holding a blood-red gall the size of an egg. I, Dance Red Fish, have finally achieved it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Dance Red Fish, I am the Imperial Teacher. In this Saint Seiya's top-level competition, the most outstanding geniuses will appear, as well as many warriors who love battle but do not seek fame, worthy of your challenge. Dance Red Fish's cold and elegant face showed a hint of excitement. Imperial Teacher, I will definitely participate. On this day, the voice of the Imperial Teacher resounded in many places of Saint Seiya. In the Chaos Sanctuary, 10 days had passed since the announcement of the selection of the top 10 young title seats in the Saint Seiya Grand Competition. Mu Chen had not returned yet, leaving Shang Bingli somewhat hesitant. In a place like the Killing Small World, one could not stay for long, but the situation was as such. Mu Chen had been there for 10 days without returning. Forget it, if he doesn't come back in 5 days, I will personally drag him out. There are still 20 days until the official selection day. We cannot just focus on honing our combat skills without cultivating our chi and blood. That would be missing the point. Chi and blood are the foundation of a warrior. At the end of Saint Seiya, where the edge was covered by the daylight curtain, a faint voice sounded. Since you're all here, come out. We've known each other for thousands of years, why act so coy? An old man appeared, wearing a straw hat and simple peasant clothes, his face weathered by the passage of time, his eyes having seen all the splendors of the world. He was the old man who caused the sky to look like blood on the day many Saint Seiya geniuses died. Ha, old Tang, as emperors, we should have our own style, right? A young man who looked almost as young as a youth appeared, a smile on his face. Oh, old Jing, 1,000 years old and still fond of youth? Of course, who doesn't like youth? Soon, 3 more people appeared, 2 women and a man. The man was sturdy and in his 40s, looking resolute. The 2 women were in their 30s, exuding charm with every move. I must say, you all are quite outrageous, not showing the typical appearance of elderly men and women in their hundreds. They all looked like ordinary people, but they were imperial teachers, gods among men, the pillars of Saint Seiya. Today, they had gathered here. The sturdy man did not join in the banter. Old Tang, did you call us here regarding the daylight curtain? Yes. Look, the daylight curtain is getting fainter, it's likely to dissipate soon, and we don't know what trouble it might bring. All we can do now is to help the younger generation grow as much as possible. The imperial teachers fell into a contemplative silence. Old Tang, don't worry. We've got the old folks here, and there are so many good kids among the young ones. What's there to worry about? Within the slaughter world, many students from chaotic academies entered to hone their combat skills, but they discovered something unusual. The usually densely packed locust beasts were now significantly fewer in number. It wasn't just one person who noticed this, almost every student who entered afterwards had the same feeling, visibly fewer locusts. However, there were no locust corpses on the ground, which was a bit strange, the first time such an abnormality had occurred. But for them, this was a good thing. With fewer locusts, they could hunt more to exchange for points and stay longer. Somewhere in the slaughter world, a deep pit appeared on the ground, about several hundred meters deep, surrounded by 3 or 4 dead A+ grade locust beasts, their deathly aura keeping most locusts at bay. At the bottom of the pit, Mu Chen sat cross-legged in the center, his body looking terrifying at this moment, with skin as rough as ceramic covered in countless cracks. Wu Bao fluttered nervously beside him, intimidated by Mu Chen's released aura. Mu Chen himself didn't understand why he suddenly emitted such a terrifying aura. At a certain moment, a powerful golden light emanated from Mu Chen, thunder, flames, and various other things seemed visible on him. The ceramic-like skin on his body rapidly melted away, revealing Mu Chen's figure completely. At this moment, Mu Chen's body displayed intricate divine patterns, exuding a rich aura of the Great Tao, emitting a mysterious vibe from inside out. His bones exuded the aura of the Great Tao, further tempered after cultivating the Tao scripture, incredibly powerful. Following that, a vast amount of blood and energy surged out like mountains, rapidly released, enveloping an area of 500 meters in all directions, carrying a strong killing intent in the blood and energy, akin to poison for the locust beasts. Soon, the blood and energy rapidly retracted and converged back into Mu Chen's body. A dragon's roar resounded within him, and a golden dragon of blood and energy flew out from the top of his head, coiling around his body. Mu Chen opened his eyes, a fleeting light flashing in them, seemingly containing myriad things. This is. Mu Chen remembered that after his blood and energy reached 10 million calories, an incredibly strong sensation surged within his body, as if a transformation was about to take place, so he randomly found a spot to undergo this change. The current feeling was very good, much better than breaking through the B realm for the first time, a transformation of life, physique, and blood and energy. Almost everything had transformed. Clenching his fist, a gentle punch was thrown out, turning his blood and energy into a pale golden color, increasing its power exponentially. Could it be the benefit of breaking through 10 million calories of blood and energy? But it seems that in the records, those S-Realm Emperors, SS Venerables, and SSS Saints didn't seem to have this kind of change. Golden Finger, open the attribute panel. Golden Finger, attribute acquisition system, host, Mu Chen, talent, Undying Chaos Realm, Dao level, martial arts, Dao scripture, introductory, Dao level, sacrificial ritual art, special, bone shedding, special, martial arts realm, A grade, blood and energy, 10 million, martial skills, annihilation spear scripture, perfected, cosmic level, punishment spear scripture, introductory, cosmic level, extreme thunder at 1 inch, introductory, great sun heavy fist, introductory, supreme Dao body, introductory, martial skill experience points, 150 million. Dad, you were so fierce before. After Wu Bao's explanation, Mu Chen realized that 3 days had passed, unexpectedly undergoing transformation in just 2 days. Ha, Wu Bao, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Mu Chen looked at the locust beasts in the sky. In 3 days, he had lost nearly 3 million calories of blood and energy and needed to quickly replenish it. Strangely, when he approached the locust group, locusts of D and E realms mostly kept their distance, not daring to come close. Mu Chen also lost interest in them and went directly to find locusts of C realm and above, continuing his frenzy of slaughter. Time passed quickly, and the scarcity of the locust beasts in the slaughter small world was rapidly expanding, which was highly unusual. Several days later, the situation here alarmed the teachers of the Chaotic Academy. Some S-level assistants and many students came to the slaughter small world and explored it. They discovered a student whose whole body had turned into a pulp, carrying a long spear that was unrecognizable, flying in the sky at a speed that made the S-level assistant feel ashamed. Killing B-level locust beasts was just a matter of a punch. Killing A+ level locusts was merely a matter of a shot. Mu Chen also noticed them, but he was close to breaking through to A level and didn't want to waste time. At a certain moment, a loud dragon roar sounded, blood whistled, hearts pounded, and muscles resonated. Even students several kilometers away could hear it. Finally reached A level, with 2 million kilocalories of energy. In the A level, no one can compare to me. Mu Chen slaughtered many, and his killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Even if he didn't actively release it, the faint killing aura would be released with every breath and movement. Weaker warriors than him would feel a kind of pressure. He probably wouldn't come back to the slaughter small world for a while. He waved to the stunned classmates and quickly left. Gradually, some students came back to their senses. Who is he? Which arrogant genius came to show off? He seems to be a freshman, the one who broke through the B-level rankings, called Mu Chen. How do you know? Many students looked at the one who spoke, their faces full of surprise because Mu Chen's clothes were almost pulp-like, his face was all red, and his features were unclear. I've seen that spear of his, and his eyes are very similar. Mu Chen returned to the Chaotic Academy, immediately ran back to the dormitory, took a good shower. The smell of blood permeated him, making it hard to bear, and it took a long time to gradually dissipate. It was around 10 in the morning, and those guys in the dormitory were still in class. Suddenly, Mu Chen's communicator rang several times in a row. He quickly opened it and found they were all from Shangbingli, from a few days ago and today. In the alternate dimension, communication was almost impossible, which was unavoidable. Mu Chen admired the communication system of this world, it was so smooth, but he wasn't interested in it, leaving it to those who were. Apart from Shangbingli, Gu Huangshi, Lin Rideo, and Gongzi Shirsan also sent some messages. Mo Chiyun even sent him one. What's going on? He quickly checked and only then understood what had happened. Saint Xia's Grand Competition, the 10 seats of honor, for young warriors above B-level, aged 18 to 21. There's only half a month left now, do I have to continue slaughtering? Forget it, I won't go. I've been killing for half a month, and I'm sick of it. Mu Chen decided to take a break for a few days and also aimed to top the A-level rankings. The reason for holding this Saint Xia's Grand Competition instead of selecting from the A-level rankings could be guessed. Many people didn't like to show off, but they were definitely not inferior to any geniuses. Whether in the world before crossing or in this world, such people were not few. However, how to make those people participate in the selection of the outstanding talents was not something he needed to consider. Now, the most important thing is reporting. Mu Chen took advantage of the fact that class hadn't ended yet and immediately went to the classroom. Everyone looked in his direction, and Xiang Bingli's cold eyes were also fixed on him. You broke through? Teacher, it was a lucky breakthrough. Well, come in and sit down. Upon hearing Mu Chen's breakthrough, many students were stunned. Wasn't it just half a month ago that he broke through? When did breakthroughs become so easy? Big bro, you're amazing, even the little cows are flying. Mu Chen's face darkened at the words and he glanced at Gu Huangshi. Get lost, you brat. Learn from others, why can't you just quietly be a handsome man like the third and fourth elders? Oh no, it seems like you can't be a handsome man either. In the ancient times, why was it always him who got hurt? In the office, Nukin stood in front of Xiang Bingli like a well-behaved baby. Wu Bao stood on Nukin's shoulder, its small eyes wandering around, seeming somewhat gleeful. It was the first time it had seen Dad like this, so cute. You stand properly too. Wu Bao's body straightened in an instant, eyes fixed ahead, looking very proper. Nukin and Wu Bao understood each other's thoughts. Wu Bao, are you afraid of this tigress too? Dad, I can't beat her. Brother, I can't either. Hee, that teacher, I didn't ignore your messages. You know what the situation is with the alternate dimension. Forget it, I'm not blaming you. You understand everything, right? I hope you can secure one of the final top 10 spots. Nukin also wanted to, but for now, he could only say he would try his best. In this situation, who knows how many hidden talents will emerge? Teacher, I will do my best. Just as Nukin was leaving, Xiang Bingli said, wait, this bird of yours is not bad. When it's fattened up, remember to call me for a feast. Nukin's smile froze, and Wu Bao's body stiffened again. Dad, she's going to eat me, let's run. Bad two-legged bear. After leaving the office, Nukin headed straight to the A rank list of young talents. There were fewer people around the A rank list now. On the 9th level were 10 A+ rank fierce beasts. Great Sun Heavy Fist. A golden fist, emitting flames like the sun, was over 30 meters in size. It struck two fierce beasts head-on, blasting their bodies into pieces. The shockwaves from the explosion were terrifying. On the 10th level, the impenetrable 10th level, there were 80 A+ rank fierce beasts. Why not 100? Perhaps because they thought no one could kill all 80 and there was no difference between 80 and 100. Roar 80 A+ rank fierce beasts charged together, a terrifying sight. Extreme thunder at hand. Extreme Dao body. Slaughter momentum. Nukin flew into the sky, wielding the Wisdom Alloy War Spear. Silent Annihilation Spear Technique. The perfected cosmic level martial skill now had several times more power, truly earth-shattering. Explosions rang out one after another. Nukin kept flying in the air, dodging the attacks of the A+ rank fierce beasts, which were slower than him. Great Sun Heavy Fist. Punishment Spear Technique. Round after round of attacks, Nukin didn't care about his own energy consumption. If he had to fight, he would fight with all his might. An hour later, with his clothes tattered, Nukin had slain all 80 A+ rank fierce beasts. Now, if it was one-on-one, it would only take one spear, but with so many, it still took some time. The former first on the A rank list, Wang Hao, was now second, and Nukin's name was at the top. After completing all this, Nukin left directly. Many students also noticed the change in the A rank list but were only slightly surprised because most people's focus was on the upcoming Saint Xiatianjiao competition. That was the most important thing, for now. Later, Nukin went to comprehend the resources provided by the Academy for the month and found that there had been a significant improvement compared to the previous month. Suhan looked at him, appearing very satisfied but sighed inwardly. It's a bit of a pity. Maybe he won't be able to achieve a high ranking in this selection of the top 10 geniuses, but next time, he will definitely have a great opportunity. He was born a year too late. Over the next 2 days, Nukin returned to his previous state of life, refining the resources obtained from the realm list and the special resources awarded by the Academy after ranking first, increasing his chi and blood by over 1 million. However, when compared to the chi and blood required to break through to a plus level, it was just a drop in the bucket. Another benefit was that many students from the Chaos Academy had returned. Besides cultivation, he could collect nearly 300,000 chi and blood in a day. Over half a month, this resulted in a huge gain of chi and blood. Brother, why haven't you come home for so long? Have you forgotten about your little sister and parents because you're in love? Mom and Dad said you have a girlfriend. When are you going to introduce her to me? Nukin handed Nukinling a small steamed bun. You little rascal, your sister-in-law will show up sooner or later. You've reached D level, not bad. Where are mom and dad? They're cooking. They've been busy since they knew you were coming. I feel like mom and dad like you more. Humph. Mom, you're so beautiful, standing next to Linger, you two look like sisters. Dad, you're getting more handsome. Ha, Dower, what are you saying? I'm not that young. Honey, Dower isn't lying. Standing next to Linger, others would definitely think you're sisters, right? Alright, don't tease the kids. Ha ha ha. The family burst into laughter, a relaxed atmosphere that Muken found hard to describe. Muken and Mukenling sat on the sofa, and Muken was about to say something when Wubao popped out of his arms, revealing its tiny head. Mukenling was immediately captivated. Wow, brother, is this a gift for me? I love it so much. She reached out to touch Wubao's head. Wubao, this is my sister. From now on, she's your sister, okay? And, don't flirt with my sister. Dad, I know. Wubao flew up and down on Mukenling's shoulder, making her burst into laughter. Dad! This startled Muken, and Mukenling was surprised too. Who was Dad calling? Wubao felt embarrassed, covering its mouth with its wings as if afraid of making Muken angry. Brother, can birds talk? Sister, it's not like that, let me explain. Ha, this must be one of those talking birds in the records. It's called a parrot beast, and it's said to be very expensive. I didn't expect it to be that kind of bird. Explanation. Muken explained softly, feeling embarrassed. Sister, you're so smart. It is that kind of bird, named Wubao, but it only speaks occasionally. After playing with it for a while and confirming this, Mukenling's interest waned. 10 days flew by, and the grand competition of Xingxia was drawing closer. Muken could feel a significant change, with his focus shifting towards this event. This matter was well known even among ordinary people, as various news about it were not hidden, sparking widespread interest. Warriors were highly respected in the eyes of ordinary people, and their interest in this selection competition was particularly high. Muken accompanied his family for a stroll, and they would discuss this matter. On the other side of Xingxia, Jishipan sat in a spring eye, which was actually a spiritual spring eye he had obtained early based on memories from his past life. Regardless of whether it was Xingxia or whose opportunity it was, as long as it suited him, it was fine. His strength was getting closer and closer to the peak of the blue star. Phew, a plus level, just a step away from S level. Once I obtain that thing, I can break through to S level. Xingxia should be conducting the competition soon. I wonder how Yutong is doing now. Muchen, that kid, I hope he gets a chance. In his previous life, he also participated in this competition, but at that time, the student's strength was not as strong, but there were a few sudden geniuses who were impressive. In this life, he does not intend to participate but wants to observe from a god's perspective to enhance his strength. However, at present, the curtain of the extreme day should be dissipating soon, and after the curtain of the extreme day dissipates, Blue Star should truly be revealed. One day later, Muchen, Muchang, Su Xue, Muling, and others walked on the main street. 1 second ago, there was no difference from usual, everything seemed normal, but in the next instant, a vision emerged. The sky was no longer the sky, it was like a thin layer of red and white mercury, constantly swaying up and down. Although it was daytime, the stars were getting brighter, illuminating the red and white light curtain. The spreading speed increased, connecting the entire sky into a piece, forming a red and white color that was extremely dazzling, not snow white or pale white. It was an extremely bright red and white color, 10 times whiter than the sun in that world at 50 degrees. The whole world suddenly brightened, and at that moment, Muchen felt a bit uncomfortable, yet also a sense of relief, as if the previous world was a prison, and now it was a world beyond the prison. Not only him, almost the entire Shengxia felt the same way, witnessing this change. Shortly after, the red and white color quickly dissipated, and the red and white water curtain deep in the sky collapsed rapidly as if a planet was collapsing rapidly around a point. This vision lasted for a minute, a short yet long time. Humans are always afraid of the unknown, and this scene indeed resembled the end of the world. A few minutes later, all public videos, family videos, and all communicative devices in the top 10 shelters of Xingxia received a message. A host spoke in a very standard Xingxia language. Xingxia citizens, this event is a normal phenomenon, there is no need to worry, we have warriors, we have powerful forces to resist all crises, behind you is the entire Xingxia. Jieshir raised his head, calmly watching this scene, his face revealing no joy or sorrow. In his previous life, except for a few, many people believed that the dissipation of the extreme day curtain might trigger a second mutation of ferocious beasts, another resurgence of spiritual energy, leading humans to face the slaughter by ferocious beasts as they did 1,000 years ago. However, it was not the case. The dissipation of the extreme day actually had its benefits, at least, the sky scene was no longer covered with a thin layer of mirrors. In the future, when he achieved a certain realm, he would realize that Blue Star had completed many civilizations' paths in just 1,000 years, which took other civilizations tens of thousands of years, or even several tens of thousands of years. It was difficult to have a second resurgence of spiritual energy. With the disappearance of the Extreme Day curtain and the official explanation, nothing else happened in the past few days, and their lives continued as usual, gradually calming down. Subsequently, they continued to focus on the upcoming Tianjiao Grand Competition in Xingxia. 5 days later, in the entire Chaos Shelter, all young people aged 18 to 21 with strength above the B realm could participate in the preliminary selection of the Tianjiao. The preliminary selection was held within the Chaos Academy, with a large enough competition venue to accommodate tens of thousands of people. That day was the busiest day in the history of the Chaos Academy, with all eligible geniuses arriving, each emitting an extraordinary aura. The students responsible for guiding them to the preliminary venue waited for others to arrive. The major forces in the Chaos Shelter, the Kill God Martial Hall, the Jin family, and the Xuan Yuan family, arrived even earlier, each with dozens of qualified geniuses behind them. These geniuses were stronger, obviously selected in advance through internal selection. Town Martial Officer is the actual guardian deity of the Chaos Sanctuary, and they also privately recruit some geniuses for training, who will serve in the Town Martial Officer in the future. Unlike the other three major forces, they are only accompanied by 5 young men and women, but no one dares to underestimate them. Their aura of killing is not frequent, but it is not to be underestimated. Apart from them, the Chaos Sanctuary has 2 other academies, the Sun Injury Academy and the Shocking Spirit Academy, each led by a teacher followed by 100 or 200 students. They only exchanged greetings with each other and said no more. Apart from them, there are no less than 2,000 talented warriors in the entire martial arts arena. They come from various small families in the Chaos Sanctuary, or are wandering warriors, some of whom are hidden talents who were not prominent in the past. Most of them have similar strengths, and unless they are strong, they cannot feel much difference. As the host, the students of the Chaos Academy entered the stage the latest, totaling more than 200 people. B-level list, A-level list, S-level list, and many students not on the list naturally meet the criteria. Not being on the list does not mean they are not strong, but there are stronger beings above them. Mu Chen stood in the middle of the team, looking inconspicuous. He looked around and realized that it would be quite challenging to secure one of the 10 spots. There are so many geniuses here, it seems a bit hopeless. There are definitely more than 10 S-level warriors, and he has not fought against them yet. How much difference is there between them, or perhaps not much? Everyone has just entered the arena, so the atmosphere is not too serious. Mu Chen's eyes lit up as he noticed the ground covered with dazzling bubbles. After the system update, he no longer needed to touch things with his hands or feet. Within a certain range, items would be automatically picked up. There are probably more than 5,000 people here. If I pick up everything, my energy and blood will definitely receive a boost. Mu Chen walked out of the team and wandered among the crowd, unnoticed by others. Ding, congratulations, host, successful pickup, energy and blood plus 3,000 points, martial skill experience plus 6,100. Ding, host, successful pickup, energy and blood plus 4,000 points, martial skill experience plus 8,100. Ding, host, successful pickup, energy and blood plus 11,000 points. What? Mu Chen was enjoying the continuous notifications of successful pickups when suddenly he saw the message of picking up 11,000 points of energy and blood. He immediately checked and was overjoyed. Ha, now I can even pick up the energy and blood of S-level warriors. After breaking through to A-level, he believed he could pick up the energy and blood of S-level warriors and above. However, it was only today that he finally heard the successful pickup notification. The system did not explain why this was the case. Forget it, as long as I can pick it up, that's enough. Outside the training ground, many students of the Chaos Academy observed the situation inside from a distance. In the ancient times, Lin Ruda, Gongzi Shi, Mo Qiyun, and her best friend, Su Xiaoxiao. What achievements do you think the boss can achieve this time? No need to ask, it must be first place. Why doubt that? The three looked at Mo Qiyun, who was overly confident in Mu Chen's abilities, but perhaps a bit too much. In ancient times, holding her chest, a look of pain appeared on her face. She secretly threw a flirtatious glance at Su Xiaoxiao, who blushed and glared at her. It's not that we don't believe in the boss, but the gap in strength is too big to even see hope of getting first place. However, there is still hope for one of the 10 spots. Yes, Mo, we don't doubt the boss, but in front of S-level warriors, A-level warriors really have no hope, Lin Ruda added. However, Mo Qiyun remained resolute, believing in Mu Chen, though she didn't know where her confidence came from. Shang Bingli, as an SSS-level saint, possessed exceptional perception abilities. She sighed softly. Looks like hope is slim this time. However, as she watched Mu Chen moving through the crowd, occasionally laughing, a few black lines appeared on her forehead. Whose kid is this, so asking for trouble? Don't get angry. Don't get angry. He's from my family. If he gets hurt. Humph. Mu Chen was so happy. With over 5,000 people present, more than 3,000 were at the B level, with 2,000 providing him with chi and blood. The other 1,000 offered martial skills, talents, and experience, which he currently didn't lack, except for chi and blood. Each person provided an average of 3,000 units of chi and blood, totaling 6 million units. In just 10 minutes, he had gained so much chi and blood. However, to break through to a plus level, he needed 81 million units of chi and blood, which was a massive amount. Despite this, he could completely suppress it. Just the occasional release of a trace of aura made his classmates feel like they were in an ice cave, a strange sensation that lasted only a moment. There were around 2,000 A-level students, with only half providing him with chi and blood, averaging 7,000 units each, totaling 7 million units. Each S-level student provided 10 million units, but their numbers were fewer, resulting in less chi and blood for him to collect. With over 13 million units of chi and blood absorbed, Mu Chen's whole body was boiling with energy. He couldn't stay in one place any longer and immediately rushed to the restroom. It took about 10 minutes for the boiling chi and blood to cool down. Refreshing. At this rate, if it continues, I might just take off. Dong dong dong, 9 bell tolls rang out, one after another, penetrating into everyone's minds. A powerful voice echoed, omnipresent, reaching every student's ears. Preliminaries, begin now. Mu Chen quickly returned to the group, unsure of how they would assess so many people. With over 5,000 participants, it was no small number. He felt that the higher-ups' intentions might not be as simple as just selecting geniuses. Otherwise, B and A-level warriors wouldn't last long against those S-level prodigies. It could be said that they had no chance of winning. In that case, it would be better to let those S-level geniuses compete directly. As the voice fell silent, several SS-level mentors from Chaotic Academy appeared, including Bu Yuanyan. Leaders of various factions, please leave this area first. The assessment is not over, and no one is allowed to enter. After these faction leaders left, a faint blood-colored light curtain quickly enveloped the area, covering them within. Don't be afraid, in the Tianzhou assessment, combat power is not the only criterion. The assessment will be conducted from multiple perspectives. The preliminaries are divided into 3 stages. The first stage tests willpower. The second stage requires your own judgment based on your comprehension. The third stage tests combat power. Everyone was a bit puzzled. The first 2 assessments didn't seem that difficult. Mu Chen pondered slightly, having some guesses about the first stage, but in terms of willpower, he had never feared anyone. The second stage was an open-ended assessment, which increased the difficulty. It seemed that many people had a good chance of passing the first 2 stages. After Bu Yuanyan finished speaking, his figure quickly dissipated, leaving everyone with a mysterious and unpredictable smile. As time passed by, everyone was initially on guard, but after half an hour, there was still no sign of the assessment. An hour passed, still nothing. 2 hours passed, and still nothing. More and more students looked displeased. Was the first stage of the assessment just making them wait here? Doing nothing at all? Mu Chen was also puzzled, but he always understood one thing: such a significant event was definitely not child's play. Just outside the blood-colored light curtain, Bu Yuanyan and many teachers were swiftly marking down some names. After another 2 hours, Mu Chen felt a bit drowsy. He yawned, and with a start, he realized that Wu Bo had pecked him. He suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking around, he could see all sorts of strange behaviors and expressions on the students' faces. However, there were also quite a few people as clear-headed as him. Next to him, a student had a lewd expression on his face, his hands clawing at the air as if he was enjoying it. The next moment, he started taking off his pants and began exercising in a shy manner. Mu Chen's face darkened as he knocked the student out and helped him put his pants back on. This guy is really thirsty, not even sparing the air. Another student had a flushed face, completely undressed, muttering about good wine and wanting to drink it. Some students were spinning in place, mumbling incomprehensibly. Others had pained expressions, as if going through something. Various actions could be seen on them, far from looking bright and beautiful. Not only were the male students behaving outrageously, but the female warriors were also doing the same. However, any actions of undressing were quickly stopped by the appearance of female teachers. Do the male students have no shame? Ugh! Mu Chen thought too much, as the male warriors with strange behaviors were also taken away by male teachers. Oh my, calm down, buddy, I'm a guy. Suddenly, a male student rushed towards Mu Chen, trying to hug him. Mu Chen's face turned black, feeling nauseous. He gave the student a knockout blow, the best way to deal with it. Half an hour later, the influence affecting them began to dissipate, and many people snapped out of that eerie state. Strangely, they all remembered what had happened. The guy who took off his pants also woke up, holding his neck. Wasn't I just communicating with a beauty? Why does my neck hurt so much? Suddenly, he realized that this seemed to be the scene of the Tenjiao preliminaries, and he wasn't dreaming, right? Quickly checking his pants and clothes, finding them intact, he patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness, I must have been dreaming, scared me. Mu Chen dared not tell him the truth, fearing he couldn't handle it. The figure of Bu Yuanyan appeared, his face cold and much angrier than before. Most people didn't understand why Bu Yuanyan was so angry, but some did, feeling that if they were in his shoes, they would be angry too. The assessment of the first stage has ended, with 400 people passing the test. Those whose names I call out, stay, the rest, leave. After returning, reflect on your own issues. Chu Tianshu, Yan Hao, Xian Yuan Jian, Xiao Wu Dao, Mu Chen, Wang Hao. The aforementioned 400 people stayed, while the rest quickly left. What? Why is this happening? Why are we being eliminated? Bu Yuanyan looked at a warrior, sneering, and suddenly an image appeared, showing his embarrassing behavior. His face flushed instantly, and others who wanted to ask questions immediately lowered their heads, afraid of public humiliation. The guy who had just acted like he had eaten a few pounds of laxatives looked terrible. Strange, if it's true, why am I wearing pants? He looked around in confusion, and Mu Chen dared not meet his gaze. Mu Chen had a premonition that after this selection, many forces and academies in Shangxia would develop something to train willpower. Mu Chen also understood the principle of the first stage, to bring out the most primitive desires in people's hearts, if one accidentally fell into it. Wu Bao, thank you so much. Crossing over was his biggest secret, one that absolutely could not be known by anyone, not even the closest person. Mu Chen pushed aside his thoughts and noticed that a genius at the S-level had been eliminated, which was a bit of a pity. The teachers outside and the leaders of various forces were all puzzled, having eliminated so many people in just a few hours. They asked for the reasons, but the students and disciples of the forces were hesitant to speak, feeling embarrassed. The remaining 400 people continue with the second stage assessment. Bu Yuanyan's figure dissipated once again, leaving the vast venue feeling somewhat empty, with each person standing far apart from the others. Mu Chen sat upright, a strange force surging into everyone's minds, irresistible. After about half an hour, everyone's eyes involuntarily closed. Wu Bao pecked at Mu Chen's clothes, but Mu Chen remained the same, his small eyes full of vigilance. In Wu Bao's eyes, Mu Chen seemed to have entered a certain state, very unsafe. Mu Chen opened his eyes to find himself in a pure white world. Aren't I in the assessment? Did I fall for it too? I absolutely cannot do anything out of line. Now, it was more terrifying than facing hundreds of A+-grade fierce beasts. Mu Chen noticed a door in front of him, pushed it open, and walked in, finding himself at home. Dower, you're home. Come eat. Mu Chang, Su Shuet, and Mu Ling smiled at Mu Chen, calling him to dinner. Mom, Dad, little sister. Mu Chen knew it was fake and wanted to see what trick they would play on him. It was all very ordinary, no different. Days passed, and Mu Chen seemed to have forgotten that this was a fake world. His parents were exceptionally kind to him, better than ever before, and he gradually enjoyed this world. A month later, Mu Chen had completely immersed himself here, only occasionally feeling a headache, which was uncomfortable, and hearing someone call him Dad. One day at the dinner table, Mu Chen said, Dower, we are not actually from the Xingxia clan. Our children, friends, everything, has been destroyed by Xingxia. Xingxia is our enemy. Su Shui added, yes, Dower, the people of Xingxia deserve to die. Mu Ling, with tears in her eyes, said, Brother, the people of Xingxia are beasts. You have to help us seek revenge. Mu Chen calmly looked at them, their accusations against Xingxia contorting their faces. His parents, his sister, they weren't this ugly. Why? Can't things just be good? If so, maybe I could stay longer. Mu Chen wasn't addicted, he just wanted to see what this assessment was all about. So, for a month, he lived with his fake parents. Now he understood it was to test his feelings towards Xingxia, gradually leading him in until the moment was right to release this idea. This assessment is simply a giveaway. With his blood boiling, he punched through the illusion. Why not have a different kind of test? Why such a simple one? If it were a test with beautiful women, maybe I would have been tempted. With this kind of test, they look down on me. Shattering the illusion, Mu Chen opened his eyes to find Wu Bao pecking at his head. They both looked a bit dazed. It turned out the slight pain he felt in the illusion was due to Wu Bao's care, afraid he wouldn't wake up. Wu Bao, you did well. Dad, you're finally awake. Mu Chen looked around. He wasn't the first to wake up. About an hour had passed, a month in the illusion. He didn't know if everyone's assessment was the same, but the content should be similar. Soon, one after another woke up, about 300 people. The others didn't fare well. The force influencing them had dissipated, allowing them to awaken. Bu Yuanyan appeared once more, his expression unchanged. Very good, only over 50 people were eliminated in this round. Those called out, over 50 of you, may leave on your own. You cannot proceed to the third level of the assessment. In the end, the vast training ground was left with just over 300 people, appearing quite empty. Fellow students, after 2 rounds of assessment, only you remain. There are many talents, so the selection criteria for the 2 rounds are quite strict. A slight misstep could lead to failure. Relatively speaking, the criteria for the first round are more stringent, while the second round is just a small test for most people. Next, I will announce the assessment for the third round. The third test is to assess your combat power, slay ferocious beasts, earn points, lasting for 10 days. After 10 days, the top 10 students with the highest points will represent our Chaos Sanctuary and compete for the top 10 titles of the Youth Throne. The assessment takes place in a different small world where your every move is monitored by the assessors. The wristbands you receive will automatically record the beasts you slay. Note that no snatching or attacking fellow students is allowed, or else disqualification will follow. With that said, Bu Yuanyan led the group to the spatial teleportation location, giving each of them a wristband, exquisitely crafted with a strong sense of technology. The teleportation space activated, and the figures of Mukin and his group disappeared one after another from the spot. The top 10 sanctuaries of chaos, including Chaos, Gluttony, Poverty, Tawu, Azure Dragon, Baizé, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Ninein, and Qilin, except for the Tawu Sanctuary, all began the preliminary selection for the Daijiao on this day. In the Poverty Sanctuary, Jiang Chen and Bu Yuanyan also participated in the selection, only to find out upon arrival that they were just there to make up the numbers. With only B-level strength, they were no match. To be precise, they were just too young. If they were 21, it would have been much easier for them. However, they were not worried. They saw it as a test, knowing well that they had no chance. Daoj may not make it this time, the gap is just too big. Jiang Chen, I know about your relationship with Mukin, but I still hope you have the confidence to surpass him. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Jingyu, don't worry. I do. Then he smiled again. But, I'm sure I won't surpass him. Bu Yuanyan rubbed her forehead. She didn't want to talk to Jiang Chen anymore. She always felt that Jiang Chen lived in Mukin's shadow, but what she didn't know was that the relationship between Jiang Chen and Mukin needed no words. In the Gluttony Sanctuary, Yu Tong naturally participated in the Daijiao selection. Her strength had already surpassed the B-level. The warriors beside her were discussing a person, and when she looked over, she saw a man standing out at 2 meters tall, muscles bulging as if about to explode, emitting an aura as heavy as a mountain, comparable to a small hill, yet with a youthful face. Standing out from the crowd, he seemed out of place, paying no attention to anyone. In the first 2 assessments, he almost instantly took the lead, even outshining the most famous genius in the Gluttony Sanctuary. He was like a sudden appearance, with most people having never heard his name before. Shun Wu. This included many teachers and leaders of various factions. Many sanctuaries suddenly produced many geniuses, unfamiliar geniuses whose strength was terrifyingly strong. Mukin surveyed this different space, no different from the Blue Star world. He was alone on his side, indicating that each person had a different teleportation location. I have 10 days to hunt and kill ferocious beasts, my strength will only grow stronger, and my chances of entering the top 10 are high. As an A-level student, he was confident he would be first. There were many S-level geniuses, and aside from one elimination, there were probably still 13 or 14 left, meaning he only needed to surpass a few. At least 6 or 7 of these geniuses were on the S-level list, while the rest were not. If not for this selection, these geniuses might not have appeared at all. Mukin soared into the sky and soon spotted a B-level ferocious beast. After resolving it with a punch, his wristband displayed 10 points. Ding, host successfully slayed, picking up plus 12,000 blood, plus 23,000 martial arts experience, plus 1 life essence. The points seem a bit low. For the next 20 minutes, he encountered several B-level ferocious beasts, with no beasts below that level, resulting in similar points, which were scarce. It's impossible for all the ferocious beasts in this different space to be above B-level. Most likely, these beasts were brought in by someone. Apart from the Emperor's teacher, it seems no one else has this ability. Joy appeared on Mu Chen's face. If they are all above the B realm, that's great. His strength can progress rapidly. Golden Finger, leave behind 1 million martial arts experience points, use the rest to enhance martial arts. Ding, host consumes 26 million martial arts experience points, perfecting the extinction gun scripture. Ding, host consumes 1.5 million martial arts experience points, thunder at 1 inch advances to minor completion. Ding, host consumes 3 million martial arts experience points, thunder at 1 inch advances to major completion. Ding, host consumes 9 million martial arts experience points, thunder at 1 inch advances to perfection. Ding, host consumes 20 million martial arts experience points, thunder at 1 inch advances to perfect. Ding, host consumes 2.6 million martial arts experience points, extreme Dao body advances to minor completion. Ding, insufficient martial arts experience points, unable to advance. With the perfect extinction gun scripture, Mu Chen exuded a sense of extinction all over his body, a strong aura of the gun's path piercing the sky. Refreshing. Then, he flew into the sky, his whole body enveloped in purple thunder, his speed previously reaching over 4,000 meters in an instant. But with the perfect thunder at 1 inch, this speed immediately soared to 20,000 meters per second. As his strength increased in the future, his speed would become even faster. However, his strength limited the speed of thunder at 1 inch, not the limit of the martial arts speed. The consumption was immense, cosmic level martial arts were bloodsuckers, and a speed of 20,000 meters per second was a huge burden on the body. With my current speed, I should be the fastest among these people, even the speed of S-realm geniuses won't match mine. Then, Mu Chen flew into the sky, continuously reaping, leaving a thick scent of blood wherever he went. Xian Yuan, the pride of the Xian Yuan family under the protection of chaos, with ear-length short hair, a handsome face, and a tall figure, he was a genius on the S-realm list, ranking around the top 10, not low at all. After entering the alternate space and killing several B and A-realm beasts, he found his points were too few. Since there weren't many S-realm beasts, he could only win by quantity. In this assessment, apart from the Chaos Academy, the people from the God of Killing Academy and the Town Martial Court should not fear anyone. Let's aim for the top 3. Chu Tianshu, the youngest genius of the Chaos Academy in the S-realm, at 21 years old, had been a godlike figure since entering the Chaos Academy. His appearance was rugged, not exactly handsome in the eyes of girls, but definitely attractive to boys. He used a very special weapon, a long stick. Facing B and A-realm beasts didn't interest him much, but since there weren't many S-realm beasts around, they weren't easy to encounter. With his blood boiling, one strike caused the earth to tremble. The Chaos Academy shall be first this time. As a student of the Chaos Academy, he naturally felt a strong sense of belonging. Kill without Dao, the top genius of the God of Killing Academy, unmatched, it was said that from birth, he only chose a knife during the coming-of-age ceremony. Since then, he displayed unparalleled talent in knife skills. After being admitted to the God of Killing Academy, he received systematic training and guidance from strong individuals, becoming an S-realm warrior at 21. His appearance was plain, serious, and cold, the knife on his back almost never drawn. When encountering beasts, just by releasing his knife intent, he could instantly kill them. The head of the academy values this selection, and I, from the God of Killing Academy, will take the first place, surpassing the Town Martial Court and the Chaos Academy, who have been at the top for too long. Yan Hao, a genius nurtured by the Chaos Town Martial Court, not belonging to any other faction, only to the Chaos Town Martial Court. His appearance was absolutely handsome, appealing to both men and women. His fighting style was unique, not using any weapons. In every battle, golden red patterns would appear between his eyebrows. With a single palm strike, the ferocious beast was instantly burned to ashes, as the martial talent was of the fire element capable of incinerating almost everything. It is said that those geniuses are very powerful. The old man just told me to do my best, but this time, let's give the old man a surprise. The Gene Corporation, although one of the major powers in the chaotic sanctuary, had the wealth to recruit enough warriors to protect themselves, and they had never been too concerned about cultivating warriors. No matter what kind of genius you are, as long as I have money, I can recruit as many as I want. In this selection of the elite, the Gene Corporation brought a considerable number of people, looking quite impressive, but the other major powers almost disregarded the Gene Corporation. Outside the alternate dimension, the person in charge of the Gene Corporation always had a smile on his face, giving off a deceptive appearance. Faced with compliments from other powers, he humbly responded, seemingly indifferent to this selection. This was the charm of wealth, or rather, he wanted others to see what he wished for. Gu Xuanji, a woman who did not belong to any power, academy, or family. She was just a child from an ordinary family, not stunning in appearance but definitely attractive. Her parents were working class, and when her martial talent awakened, she used the excuse that both her parents were ordinary people and did not participate in the martial talent awakening. Later, she helped out at her parents' small restaurant. However, things were not as they seemed. Her body occasionally emitted black mist, like a monster, and she feared others would discover and treat her as a monster. As time passed, she discovered her strength was growing, and she could control the black mist. Through a fortuitous encounter, she continued to hide herself, pretending to be an ordinary person. If it weren't for the invitation from the human emperor, she would not have chosen to participate in this elite selection. Having been ordinary all my life, it's time to live for myself for once. Mu Chen dared not rest for a moment, hunting down a B or A-level ferocious beast almost every few minutes. When encountering an S-level beast, he chose to avoid its edge. He was certain that his speed was not inferior to those S-level geniuses, perhaps even better. The ferocious beasts in the alternate small world seemed endless. On the first day alone, he had slain nearly 100 B-level beasts and over 70 A-level beasts. His blood energy increased by over 5.9 million calories on average. His points also reached over 4,000, with B-level beasts worth 10 points and A-level beasts worth 20 points. It was a pity that the ranking was not visible on the points bracelet. Inside the alternate dimension, the students participating in the selection were being closely watched by many teachers. Initially, Mu Chen's performance was just average, quite good, but still somewhat inferior to the S-level geniuses. Bu Yuanyan also felt a bit regretful. If Mu Chen had been born a year earlier, with his talent, it would have been very possible for him to rank first. However, he was too young now. But later on, Mu Chen displayed his terrifying and unparalleled speed, quickly accumulating points and shining brightly. This caught the attention of the teachers, who believed that if he continued like this, he would definitely have a chance to enter the top 10. 1 day, 2 days, and 5 days passed quickly. Mu Chen frowned as he noticed the density of ferocious beasts in the alternate dimension decreasing. Previously, he could encounter a B or A-level beast every 10 miles or so, but now, he might not even see one in 50 or 60 miles. Just as Mu Chen was complaining, he felt that something had changed. The roar of beasts suddenly increased, and the number of ferocious beasts multiplied. Up to now, Mu Chen had not slain an S-level beast. He aimed to win through quantity and would challenge an S-level beast when the time was right, believing that an S-level beast was not his match. Almost every day, his blood energy increased by 3 to 4 million, and in 5 days, it had grown by over 21 million calories, getting closer to the A+ level. Returning to the Chaos Academy to refine and grow over 1 million points of chi and blood, picking up nearly 300,000 points daily for over half a month, amounts to 4.5 million points. By picking up the Tianjiao, he gained over 13 million points of chi and blood, adding to the over 20 million points here, and the 16.2 million points reached by breaking through to a plus level. The system panel now displays over 50 million points of chi and blood. When the 10 days are up, I should be able to break through to a plus level. In the last few days, like flowing water, Mu Chen's strength successfully reached a plus level, reaching a high of 81 million points of chi and blood. He now had confidence and was not afraid of those S-level geniuses because he had personally slain 2 S-level ferocious beasts, proving they were not that difficult to deal with. Each S-level genius had their own pride and did not believe they would lose to others. They were teleported out of the alternate space and appeared in the Chaos Academy training ground. Unlike their appearance 10 days ago, many geniuses looked disheveled, none retaining their previous glamorous looks, proving they had not been lazy and had been hunting ferocious beasts to gain points. Bu Yuanyan appeared, looking the same as always, showing no joy. The selection of Tianjiao and the Chaos Academy has ended. The top 10 have emerged. Everyone, check your rankings. Their names were displayed on a large screen in front. Mu Chen saw his name in 5th place and smiled slightly. Not bad. Gu Xuanji, 1st place, 100,000 points. Chu Tianchu, 2nd place, 91,000 points. Kil Wudao, 3rd place, 87,000 points. Yan Hao, 4th place, 70,000 points. 5th, Mu Chen, 68,000 points. 6th, Xian Yuan Jiyuan, 67,000 points. 7th, Yuan Jia, 58,000 points. 8th, Zhou Mingwang, 55,000 points. 9th, Zhang Muyao, 51,000 points. 10th, Yuan Tian, 47,000 points. The big screen only displayed the top 10. Almost everyone was surprised by this ranking, especially Xian Yuan Jiyuan, who had aimed for 2nd or 3rd place but ended up in 6th. Chu Tianshu, Kil Wudao, Yan Hao all believed they could take 1st place, but it was unexpectedly claimed by an unknown girl. Yuan Jia, the trump card of the Genetic Corporation, found it hard to believe when he saw the ranking. The most unexpected was Mu Chen because among the top 10, he was the only one not an S-level genius, making it hard for the other S-level geniuses to accept. Glaring at Mu Chen, Wang Hao, Zheng Qiling, both on the B-level list, the first on the A-level list, and many other geniuses on the B-level and A-level lists knew Mu Chen, and to achieve 5th place was truly unbelievable. clearly only at the A level, yet surpassing many S-level geniuses. At this moment, they felt that the limits of realms did not apply to Mu Chen. After checking the rankings, Bu Yuanyan continued, "You are all the best in your own worlds, but there are always greater talents beyond. If you don't come out to see, how will you know the vastness of the world? The upcoming finals will be the time when true geniuses shine, more challenging than the current assessment. Other students, you may leave now. The top 10 students, please stay." "Wait, teacher, I have a question." Everyone looked at the student who spoke, an S-level genius. "What question do you have?" "Teacher, my name is Hao Shengyan, from the Genetic Corporation, with S-level strength." "That Mu Chen, clearly only at the A level, why does he hold the 5th position? Are you suspecting that the Chaos Academy is protecting its own students?" "I dare not, I just have a question. If he has the courage, let him have a match with me to prove his strength." Then, he looked at Mu Chen, "Do you dare?" After Hao Shengyan finished speaking, another unsuccessful genius from the S realm said, "Teacher, my name is Xue Qingyun. I am also very interested in challenging the younger brother named Muken." "Teacher, my name is Zhang Longyan. I am also very interested in the strength of your Muken and would like to test it." The unsuccessful geniuses from the S realm did not believe that Muken had obtained 5th place based on his own strength. They thought he had taken a backdoor or relied on connections. Bu Yuanyan knew that Muken had relied solely on his own strength, but now, it was up to Muken himself. He looked at Muken. "Muken, what do you think about their challenge?" "Teacher, I accept their challenge." The competition venue left enough space for Muken and Hao Shengyan. The two faced each other, bows and crossbows drawn. "Kid, I don't know what tricks you used to get 5th place, but I just want to tell you, don't occupy what doesn't belong to you, or you'll only end up embarrassing yourself, understand?" Muken's face was cold. If this person had challenged him before, he would have naturally accepted, but this time, it was clearly a provocative challenge, so he wouldn't be polite either. "Do you know what the frog in the well is called? To me, you're just trash." "You!" Hao Shengyan was furious. "How dare this realm scum? I will make you pay." He produced a large knife with gilded patterns and a handle shaped like a dragon's head, exuding a domineering aura. Leaping into the sky, the knife in his hand was raised high, covered in white-purple flames, a strong pressure spreading outwards, causing the A and B realm students like Wang Hao to involuntarily step back. The entire sky was affected, and under this one strike, everything was destined to cease to exist. Muken was only slightly surprised. At least Hao Shengyan had some strength, but that was all. Golden Finger, Enhance Extreme Dao Body. Ding, host consumes 8. 4 million martial arts experience points, Extreme Dao Body upgraded to completion. Ding, host consumes 16 million martial arts experience points, Extreme Dao Body upgraded to perfection. Ding, insufficient martial arts experience points, unable to upgrade. Muken looked at the remaining 30 million martial arts experience points on the system panel, black lines appearing on his forehead. Why did the Extreme Dao Body require so many martial arts experience points, much more than the Annihilation Gun? He flew into the sky, his body radiating a crimson gold color, crimson gold runes circulating on his body, his eyes filled with golden flames. To others, this should be Muken's martial talent. Hao Shengyan's knife slashed down, as if the heavens and earth were about to split, the air tainted with that eerie flame, seemingly igniting. Great Sun Heavy Fist. A blazing sun giant fist collided with Hao Shengyan's attack. Bang! Intense collisions occurred, shockwaves spreading one after another in the air. The golden giant fist dissipated, the power of the knife attack weakened, but it still struck towards Muken. Bang! With a loud noise, Muken fell from the sky, landing on the ground, creating a crater tens of meters in size, cracks spreading 100 meters away, the ground trembling. It should be noted that the Chaos Academy training ground was made of extremely hard materials. Everyone looked at the crater. With this attack, Muken should have lost. Hao Shengyan sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "Thought you were so powerful, but if I had known, I would have used a weaker attack." "Teacher Bu, isn't it obvious now? He only got 5th place by using tricks. You hit me so comfortably. If your strength were a bit greater, it would be perfect." Hao Shengyan's words were forced back by him. He looked at the crater, a dazzling lightning flashed, and the next moment, Muken appeared in the sky, looking down at him. "Humph, you think you can confront me just because you dodged my attack?" Hao Shengyan's body erupted with thick blood and energy, clearly also angry. "You cut me with a sword, so I'll return the favor with a gun. Fair deal, right?" The Annihilation Gun Sutra. The sky turned blood red, thunder crackling in a world of intertwined gray and annihilation. The Thunder Blood Gun, a weapon of slaughter, a weapon of annihilation. 3 guns stood behind Mu Chen, resembling the god of annihilation. Playing God. Hao Shengyan swung his sword again, even more powerful than before. Their attacks collided, causing a violent explosion that covered half of the training ground, accompanied by cries of pain. When the dust settled, all that could be seen was Hao Shengyan lying in a deep pit, his body a bloody mess, unable to speak, his eyes filled with unwillingness as he looked at Mu Chen. Mu Chen ignored him completely. "You are too weak, weaker than I imagined." Upon hearing this, Hao Shengyan spat out blood and then passed out. A teacher appeared and took Hao Shengyan away. Mu Chen turned to the other S-rank geniuses. "Do any of you want to have a go as well?" The geniuses furrowed their brows and remained silent. They were as strong as Hao Shengyan and knew they couldn't win either. Bu Yuanyan's eyes sparkled with determination. Mu Chen was truly a miracle worker, always creating miracles. "Since there are no objections, I declare that the preliminary selection of the Chaos Sanctuary is now over. All the prodigies who participated in this competition will be rewarded by our Chaos Academy. The rewards will be distributed personally." In the end, only Mu Chen and his group of 10, along with the teacher, remained in the arena. "Students, the finals will be held in half a month. During this time, the 10 of you will stay at our Chaos Academy, awaiting the arrival of the finals. Mu Chen, Shu Tianshu, both of you are geniuses of our Chaos Academy. I entrust you two to familiarize them with the environment and accommodation routes." Subsequently, Mu Chen and Shu Tianshu led the other 8 to the accommodation site, leaving the rest of the tasks to them. The aftermath was also a complex task, which Bu Yuanyan had to handle. The competition was over, and the final results would have to wait for the official announcement. Mu Chen and the others were not in a hurry to return to the accommodation site. As the hosts, they felt obligated to introduce the Chaos Academy to the others. Shu Tianshu was a bit reserved and not good at expressing himself, so there was silence on the way. "I have a suggestion. How about we go for barbecue? I know a place that serves amazing barbecue." The others looked at Mu Chen and didn't refuse, showing some interest. Gu Xuanji smiled at Mu Chen. "Sure, little brother." It dawned on the others that Mu Chen was the youngest among them. Yan Hao, the genius from the Junwu division, hesitated. "Mu Chen, you're only 19 this year?" "Yes, I'm already 19. With that statement, the others exchanged glances, realizing that Mu Chen was indeed a top genius at only 19 years old. They might all be left in the dust in a year's time. Mu Chen didn't want to dwell on the topic of age for too long, so he changed the subject and led them away from the Chaos Academy to the barbecue restaurant. Yan Hao, being a fire element talented warrior, was sensitive to flames. He sensed an extremely powerful flame energy emanating from Mu Chen's shoulder pet, making him tempted to keep it as a pet. Mu Chen passed on consciousness to Wu Bao, not allowing him to take advantage of other people's daughters, cultivating good consciousness from a young age. At the barbecue stall, smelling the aroma of barbecue, everyone seemed quite happy. Good food is the easiest way to touch people's hearts, even for warriors. "Who among you can barbecue?" "I can." Mu Chen was somewhat surprised that Gu Xuanji could barbecue. It's not that barbecuing is difficult, but with their status, they wouldn't normally do it themselves. "I can too." In the end, Mu Chen, Gu Xuanji, and Yan Hao barbecued together and ate together. Mu Chen found that Gu Xuanji's skills were even better than his. "Gu beauty, you're really skilled, huh?" "I'm not a beauty, I often help my parents. But little brother, you're quite famous. Many students who come to my family's restaurant talk about you." "Haha, really?" Gradually, the atmosphere became livelier, at least everyone's faces were no longer so unfamiliar. It took about 3 hours for them to eat and drink their fill. Mu Chen and Shu Tianshu led them back to the accommodation of the Chaos Academy. Today, it could be considered over. After walking for a while, Yan Hao ran over. "Mu Chen, I want to discuss something with you." "Go ahead. I really like your pet, can I buy it from you?" Mu Chen's face turned somewhat cold. Wu Bao couldn't be sold to anyone, and Wu Bao was resisting. "I'm sorry, I'm not selling." Sensing that Mu Chen's mood was off, Yan Hao quickly explained, "Mu Chen, don't overthink it, I have no ill intentions towards Wu Bao, just asking, really." "Alright, I believe you have no ill intentions. Mu Chen, I'll give you a good thing, only 19 years old and you don't know anything, right? He. Mu Chen's face showed black lines. Yan Hao's laughter and expression at the moment were too obscene, he needed to keep his distance. Yan Hao produced a book with a red cover and no words on it, handing it to Mu Chen with a smile. Mu Chen opened it curiously, not understanding Yan Hao's intentions. At first glance, Mu Chen's eyes widened, then he immediately closed the book. "Damn, Yan Hao, what do you take me for? How could I, Mu Chen, read this kind of book?" Mu Chen was furious. While scolding, he carefully looked through the book, his eyes widening. After a few minutes, he handed the book back to Yan Hao. "I'm leaving, bye." Yan Hao was puzzled, then smiled. This kid, thinking he's so serious. There's actually such a thing in this world, almost fell for it. But really ugly. Dad. You're lying, your heart was beating fast just now. Mu Chen? Don't ruin his image. Back in the dorm, opening the door, Gu Huangshi, Lin Rodeo, and Gongzi Shisan were sitting in the room, looking at Mu Chen, just staring without speaking. What are you looking at? I'm Mu Chen. Not a beauty. Boss, you're amazing, I've heard about it. You're fifth, and then the S-level genius didn't accept it. You defeated him in 3 moves, you're my idol. +1. +1. Who said that? He's lying, it was clearly 2 moves. Boss, you're really awesome, teach us, how did you do it? Cough, it might be talent. Can't teach it. Gu Huangshi? Lin Rodeo? Gongzi Shisan? With only half a month left until the Tianjiao selection finals, the Chaos Academy's resources were fully tilted towards Mu Chen and his group. The most concentrated cultivation room was provided free of charge, and other cultivation resources were all provided at once. Mu Chen's cultivation speed was fast, with both Dao-level techniques and Dao-level talent. In just 2 days, Mu Chen had refined all the resources, increasing his qi and blood by over 10 million cards. It was clear how rich the provided resources were. With 13 days remaining, Woyuan Emperor Jing had gained some insights. It would be best to comprehend the Woyuan Emperor Jing successfully before the finals arrived. This way, there should be a significant increase in my strength. As for increasing martial arts experience points, Muken did not consider it because there were not enough martial arts experience points. The martial arts experience points required for Dao-level techniques were many times higher than cosmic-level ones. With his own plan in mind, Muken immersed himself in his comprehension. As the finals drew closer, the geniuses representing the Chaos Sanctuary who participated in the competition began to emerge one after another. 11 to 12 days passed, and apart from Muken, all the geniuses emerged, each showing some progress. However, making significant progress in a short period was impossible. Guxuanji's aura became even more extraordinary, showing the most obvious improvement. Brother Muken has not emerged yet. With his strength, I estimate he has made great progress. Yanhao really missed Wu Bao. If Wu Bao could give him a bit of his own flame energy, maybe he could advance further. Everyone, gather in the meeting room tomorrow. The competition venue for the Tianjiao finals is not in any sanctuary, so it needs to be announced in advance to everyone. Muken was currently at a crucial stage of transformation. He had already touched the threshold of entry into the Woyuan Emperor Jing. He only needed a chance for transformation to successfully enter the Woyuan Emperor Jing. Wu Bao stayed quietly on the side, occasionally lifting its head to look at Muken. It felt very familiar with the aura Muken emitted and was growing fonder of it. The red and white Emperor Yan emanated from its forehead and the third leg, radiating a red and white golden flame. A small red and white light cluster the size of a soybean surged from its head and gradually flew towards Muken. The moment it entered Muken's body, dense Emperor Yan patterns spread all over him. Muken transformed into a monarch who controlled the myriad fires of heaven and earth, capable of incinerating all life with a word and revitalizing all things with a sentence. Muken found himself in a mysterious world where he had become the golden crow emperor bird in the sky. His every move could influence the life and death of the entire world. Countless sentient flames in the world would kneel towards him, as he was the Lord of Flames. In the training room, Muken's body was covered with Emperor Yin patterns, and red and white runes circulated all over him. His martial arts experience points were rapidly depleting to conceal the anomaly. To be safe, Muken had informed the system earlier that if he successfully entered the Woyuan Emperor Jing and caused an anomaly, he could consume martial arts experience points to cover it up. Muken's foundation was unparalleled, and he believed he had reached the pinnacle of the blue star, unable to progress further. However, with the help of Wu Bao's innate Emperor Fire and the Golden Crow Emperor Flame, he successfully entered the Woyuan Emperor Jing. His bones, blood, muscles, and qi were all refined, surpassing his previous quality. The day quickly ended, and Guxuanji, Shudianshu, Yanhao, and Xianyuanji Yuan, these geniuses, went to the designated location. Everyone gathered there, except for Muken. In the meeting room, besides Bai Yuanyan, there were 2 teachers with even stronger auras, undoubtedly SSS Realm Saints. Bai Yuanyan noticed that everyone was present except for Muken. He knew that Muken might be practicing and at a critical moment, so it was not appropriate to disturb him. However, what was announced today was also important, so he would find him later for a private chat. Just as he was contemplating, Muken's voice came. "Teacher, I'm late." Muken appeared, and everyone looked over, their eyes filled with surprise. Muken now resembled a scorching sun, with an extraordinary and profound aura. Between his eyebrows, there was a small red and white rune, adding a touch of mystery to him. Yanhao and Xianyuan Yuan, who were confident in dealing with Muken before, now felt uncertain about the outcome if they were to fight him. What had happened in these past 10 days to bring about such noticeable progress? Ha, Muken, you're not late. You've arrived just in time. Please, have a seat. Since everyone is here, I will announce some matters regarding the Tenjiao selection finals. Firstly, let me introduce these two teachers to you all. The one on the left is the bloodthirsty saint, Su Wuya, and the one on the right is the profound fate saint, Gao Jiqiu, who are also the team leaders for the Tenjiao selection finals. The two teachers nodded and smiled at Muken and the others. The bloodthirsty saint appeared to be in his 50s, with a refined and uncle-like appearance, making it hard to imagine him being associated with bloodshed. The profound fate saint, on the other hand, looked very young and intellectual, exuding a strange aura that didn't evoke disgust but rather a desire to approach her, not out of lust but a sense of unexplained calmness. In other words, one could feel the revival of life from her. Students, for the Tenjiao selection finals, the location is not in any sanctuary. Do any of you know about the 3 major forbidden zones in Saint Xia? Forbidden zones? Muken furrowed his brows, realizing this touched upon his lack of knowledge. The other students nodded, being S-realm warriors, exposed to things beyond the reach of A and B realms. The so-called forbidden zones are the most dangerous places that emerge during the extreme daylight and spiritual revival, surpassing any other place, hence we call them forbidden zones. SSS-Realm warriors, even in Saint Xia and across the entire Blue Star, can go to most places, but when it comes to the forbidden zones, even saints have a high chance of death. Each forbidden zone requires Saint Xia to invest energy in guarding and observing it. Currently, Saint Xia has 3 major forbidden zones, the Ancient Abyss of Blood, the Starry Forbidden Land, and the Yin-Yang Tomb. The location for our assessment this time is the Ancient Abyss of Blood. Teacher, since even saints are at risk in forbidden zones, won't we be in grave danger if we go there for the assessment? It was Yuan Tian, ranked 10th, who spoke. The Ancient Abyss of Blood is somewhat special. Although it's a forbidden zone, it's the least dangerous among the 3 major forbidden zones. This is arranged by the Emperor. They have their considerations. Tomorrow, the bloodthirsty saint and the profound fate saint will take you to the Ancient Abyss of Blood. Follow their arrangements in everything. Lastly, I hope you can achieve good results and bring glory to our Chaos Sanctuary. Brother Muken, where's Wubo? Muken watched Yenhao warily. This kid had ill intentions, only coveting his Wubo. Wubo belonged to him, and no one else should covet it. Get lost, brat. Wubo belongs to me. Ha, Brother Muken, I sense a surging flame power within you, somewhat similar to Wubo. Ah, I'm not so lucky. TCH, go find one for yourself and stop coveting my Wubo. Yenhao, stay away from Muken. Yenhao's face darkened. Xian Yuan Jieyuan, I warn you not to call me Yenhao. Also, be careful, or I might destroy your flowers. Ha, Yenhao, if you dare, come and fight me. Yu Xuanji, Muya, Muken, let's go. We won't play with Yenhao. Muken immediately followed them out, casting a glance at Yenhao. His blackened face was quite pleasing to look at. Yes, he liked Yenhao's expression, considering he was coveting Wubo. Daddy, we won't play with the big baddie. Alright, Wubo. The next morning, Muken and the others arrived early at the training ground. Shortly after, a Chaos Academy's exclusive warship appeared in the sky above the training ground and descended slowly. The bloodthirsty saint and the profound fate saint emerged from the ship's hold, inviting them aboard. Once everyone was on board, the warship transformed into a streak of light and flew off into the distance. Nine Sanctuary, Royal Palace. Deep within the Royal Palace, an extremely powerful aura fluctuation emanated. Emperor Ao, Ancient Phoenix Snow, and several royal elders all showed joy on their faces as they headed towards the source of the aura fluctuation. It led them to a massive moss-covered stone gate, from which the aura fluctuation originated. I have to say, any large family has its own heritage, and the royal family is no exception. Father, have you broken through to the SSS realm? Emperor Ao respectfully asked Stone Gate. After a while, an old but vigorous voice came from inside. I had a feeling and finally broke through. The stone gate slowly opened, and a ragged old man walked out, his eyes sharp, yet no one dared to mock the beggar-like old man. As an SSS realm saint, he represented the Blue Star, the peak of Saint Xia, reaching the end of the cultivation for most warriors, holding a noble status with a say wherever he goes. As the place with the most powerful individuals in Saint Xia, the Chaos Academy only had a few dozen saints, showing the difficulty of producing SSS realm saints. The old man was named Emperor Tianwu, and much of the royal family's foundation relied on him. Aocean, what about my son? His talent is the highest in our royal family. With my help, he will surely become a saint in the future. You and Huangshui have no hope of becoming saints, but having a pair of dual saints already surpasses most factions. Emperor Aocean and Gu Huangshui's faces turned ugly, especially Gu Huangshui, who started to shed tears. What's wrong? What happened to my son? Father, our son. Our son is dead. What? A shocking killing intent spread out, making everyone present feel like their lives were being choked, extremely uncomfortable. Father, he was killed by a young man, but that young man is the top genius of the Chaos Academy. Now, he represents the Chaos Academy in the selection of the top 10 geniuses of Saint Xia. We have no way to deal with it. Emperor Tianwu snorted, my son's revenge must be avenged, but we need to plan carefully. In a certain alternate space, this was the headquarters of the Abyss Prison. The palace was once again filled with many people. At the top, there were still those three figures with indiscernible faces, appearing godly and sinister. The one in the middle had almost all features replaced by a single eye. If one looked closely, they could see that this eye seemed to be a living mask, intertwined with flesh and blood, faintly showing some blood-colored tentacles wriggling at the edge of the eye. The other two individuals had a similar appearance. Below, a black-robed figure with a dragon-headed mask said, the preliminary round of the Saint Xia Genius selection has ended, and the final will open in a few days. They will go to one of the three major forbidden areas, the ancient abyss of blood. Ming Lon, as the strongest in the SSS realm, you will lead the team, and the other 11 will follow your command. The Emperor of Saint Xia has destroyed many spaces of our abyss prison, so we will cut off his chaos lineage and quickly leave. It is not suitable to confront the Emperor of Saint Xia directly now. If you complete this mission successfully, you will be the next warden. Ming Long obeys, I will definitely complete the mission. Looking through the window of the warship at the scenery of Saint Xia, Mu Chen couldn't help but think of his past in another world, where he sacrificed himself for love and arrived in this world full of endless possibilities. In the myriad realms, countless life planets, is that world also just one of them? He didn't long for that world, feeling that his thoughts should be feasible. Even if he crossed over, it was impossible to cross from a real world to a virtual one. Only two real worlds could possibly have such a connection. Mu Chen also understood why Xian Ming, the saint of profound destiny, was so likable. It was because of her talent, similar to having the life force of martial arts talent, which was quite rare. Those who reached the peak of this martial talent were even rarer. She always had a smile on her face, seemingly nothing could make her angry. Xian Yuan was a carefree girl who was not afraid of the saint of profound destiny. She would call her sister as soon as she met her, causing the saint of profound destiny to tremble with laughter, adding a touch of charm. Little one, ask whatever you want. I could even be your great-grandmother, how can I be so young? No way, you are just a sister, how can there be such an old sister? Ha, you little rascal, I love hearing you talk. Sister, I want to ask, how can one easily break through to become an SS level venerable? Little rascal, you're only at S level, still a bit far from SS level, but I can share my insights on breaking through to SS level with you. SS level is the embryonic form of comprehending various powers, but indeed, one of the most important factors is a certain mindset, a supreme mindset. Let me ask you a question. What do you think strength looks like? Don't give grandiose answers like destroying the universe. Teacher, I believe strength is when no one dares to bully me. Little one, you're almost there. Sha Wu Dao, besides Mu Chen, he had the heaviest intent to kill. Teacher, I believe strength is in killing, to the point where no one dares to claim strength except me. Ha, little one, you are quite similar to Blood Kill. You can learn from him, my methods are not suitable for you. Ancient girl, what about you? Teacher, I don't have many thoughts. I believe strength is in being able to protect one's family, loved ones, and the land one cherishes. Xian Ming Saint nodded. You said it well. And you, Mu Chen? Mu Chen had just been carefully pondering this question of what strength is. In his mind, he instantly thought of things he had seen in another world, those should be true strength. Unfortunately, they were not suitable for him, they were too elusive. Teacher, I believe strength is. Where the gaze falls, all is within reach, where the footsteps, all is close at hand. Mu Chen's words were nodded at by Xian Ming Saint, while the others fell into contemplation. Where the gaze falls, where the footsteps. Though not filled with extreme dominance, upon careful consideration, it contained a sense of supreme authority. Blood Ancient Abyss, located billions of miles away from the Chaos Sanctuary, on the edge of the region where the curtain of the extreme daylight had not yet dissipated, was the least dangerous among the three forbidden zones. However, the term forbidden zone indicated its extraordinary nature. You few youngsters are the most talented geniuses in my Chaos Sanctuary. The assessment usually won't pose a threat to your lives, but if you do encounter real danger, prioritize your own lives. A dead genius holds no value, only by being alive can you have infinite possibilities. In my era, which seemed to last 100 years in the blink of an eye, many naturally gifted geniuses vanished into the river of time. Until now, only I, Bloodkill, and a few others have grown to this point. As Mu Chen and the others heard this from Xian Ming Saint, it was the first time they saw a sense of desolation in her. Surely, there were many things she once cherished and missed. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Chen and his group had already traveled far from the Chaos Sanctuary, with the land diminishing and giving way to an endless ocean. This was the first time Mu Chen had seen the ocean since arriving in this world. Beneath the calm sea surface, who knew what dangers lurked? Mu Chen asked, Senior Xian Ming, compared to land, is the ocean more or less dangerous? Xian Ming Saint pondered and said, in theory, the ocean is more dangerous than land, but in recent decades, there haven't been any major disasters in the ocean, whereas the land often faces calamities. However, the dangers of the ocean should not be underestimated. Perhaps, it's just not yet time for a catastrophe to occur. Mu Chen didn't doubt Xian Ming Saint's thoughts. The ocean was always a mysterious world. Suddenly, he had a thought. With the advent of extreme daylight and the resurgence of spiritual energy, humans and land beasts frequently engaged in battles, resulting in casualties on both sides. But the sea beasts in the ocean had also undergone transformations and remained unharmed for so many years. Did their number of strong individuals exceed that of the entire Holy Summer or even the entire Blue Star? It was a terrifying thought. Mu Chen didn't want to think further. The more he thought, the more frightened he became. The Sage of Profound Destiny was like a caring elder sister, showing no sign of displeasure towards their questions, not putting on any airs of superiority, patiently answering them. The bloodthirsty sage, since boarding the warship, had been resting with closed eyes, only opening them to express his views on strength. Suddenly, the warship jolted. The bloodthirsty sage opened his eyes, exchanged a glance with the Sage of Profound Destiny, and then unleashed a burst of immense power, causing the warship to accelerate abruptly, surpassing Mu Chen's current top speed by a considerable margin. What's happening? Mu Chen and the others looked puzzled. Classmates, some short-sighted trash is attacking us, but don't be afraid. The warship of the Chaotic Academy, a pinnacle of human wisdom, was made of top-notch materials with exceptional defense, impervious to ordinary warriors, unless they were attacked by warriors above the SS realm. But who would dare to openly attack a warship of the Chaotic Academy? Mu Chen thought of the Abyss Prison. Besides them, who else would attack them without reason? The warship had reached its maximum speed, and both the bloodthirsty sage and the Sage of Profound Destiny looked grim. The warship's built-in cannons were swiftly firing, and even from inside, the sound of explosions outside could be heard. Damn it! The warship suddenly shook violently, forcing the bloodthirsty sage to land it. Fellow students, stay inside and don't go out. Profound Destiny, protect them. If something happens to them, we will be sinners of the Holy Summer. Bloodthirsty, you must be careful. Mu Chen looked out through the warship's window and saw 12 figures standing in the sky, each wearing a mask: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig masks. The masks they wore were distinctly different from those worn by the people of the Abyss Prison. While the former wore masks, the masks of these 12 individuals seemed to be part of their faces, lifelike and eerie. The Sage of Profound Destiny's face turned pale. The Abyss Prison, the 12 Fates, why are they all mobilized to intercept us? Bloodthirsty, you must hold on a little longer. Mu Chen and the others were puzzled about the 12 Fates, but the current situation didn't allow for questions. They only hoped that the bloodthirsty sage could hold on for a while longer, or they would all perish. In the sky outside the warship, facing the bloodthirsty sage, stood 12 orderly figures from the Abyss Prison. The bloodthirsty sage's expression was extremely grim. The 12 Fates of the Abyss Prison, each of them possessed SSS-level strength. Actually joining forces, were they aiming to completely destroy the foundation of the Chaotic Sanctuary's future? Were they trying to sever the future of the Holy Summer? What audacity! Beasts of the Abyss, I advise you to leave now, lest you won't be able to later. The Emperor of the Holy Summer can watch from the shadows. Bloodthirsty was also helpless, only able to mention the Imperial Teacher of the Mortal Realm, hoping to intimidate them. Ha! If the Emperor of the Holy Summer were here, would he allow us to attack the warship? Today, the Holy Summer sages, let this place be your burial ground. Charge! Bloodthirsty roared in anger. Beasts, if you want a pass, you have to step over me first. Commanding Dragon, the one wearing the dragon mask, said, you go kill those students, leave him to me. Swift and decisive, to prevent reinforcements from the Holy Summer. The bloodthirsty sage wanted to rush over to stop them, but a spear emitting a strong bloody light attacked him, forcing him to evade. Beasts, you seek death. Humph! Feeble rage. The bloodthirsty sage released a torrent of killing intent, his large blade turning crimson, his eyes bloodshot. Heavens and slash! Dozens of zhangs of blade intent were unleashed, cutting through the air. The commanding dragon's spear manifested blood-red lightning, a thunderous bolt the size of a water bucket, colliding with the blade intent. Boom! In the explosion zone, a fierce collision occurred. The mysterious saint released a surge of energy from his entire body, transforming life force into deathly power that enveloped the entire warship, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Combat was not the specialty of the mysterious saint. The warship was definitely safer than the outside, hoping only to withstand the onslaught. Mu Chen and the others only saw 11 figures, each unleashing extraordinary attacks that all converged on the warship. Mu Chen felt the looming threat of death, but there was no way out. Just as the attacks were about to hit the warship, the world seemed to freeze. A calm voice echoed, "The Abyss Prison should be uprooted as well." Mu Chen found himself unable to move, only his eyes could, a terrifying power immobilizing him completely. The mysterious saint was also trapped, no different from them. The devastating attacks outside rapidly dissipated, and a plain-dressed old man stood before the 11, his eyes devoid of joy but filled with a hint of ferocity, indicating his displeasure. With a flat tone, he said, "You have crossed my bottom line." In an instant, the bodies of the 11 exploded rapidly like bloody flowers in full bloom, turning into a mist of blood that left nothing behind. The Blood Slaughter Saint, fighting alongside the Dragon of Fate, rejoiced, "Ha, beasts, aren't you so arrogant? I, the Saint Emperor Shashya, have arrived, and you all shall perish." The Dragon of Fate's eyes beneath the eerie mask widened in fear. What power was this? They were all SSS-level saints. Having reached the pinnacle of martial arts, why were they unable to resist at all? Escape, I must escape. At this moment, any damn mission or position in the prison was insignificant. Staying alive was paramount. He decisively abandoned the fight with the blood slaughter and turned to leave. But in the next instant, he found himself unable to move, only able to watch helplessly as the ordinary old man approached step by step. The old man moved slowly, but in his eyes, he seemed as terrifying as a devil demanding his life. "Blood slaughter, go protect those kids. Leave this to me. I obey, Emperor's command." Mu Chen and the others stepped out of the warship, looking up at the sky where the godlike figure stood. This was the true powerhouse. "Emperor of Shashya, release me quickly, or I, Abyss Prison, will slaughter Shashya." "Humph, do you think you've survived until now for a reason? It's because you still hold some value." The old man walked beside him at a leisurely pace, placing his hand above his head, channeling a special energy into his mind. "Stop, stop." The Dragon of Fate was horrified. This sensation was more terrifying than death itself. The Emperor of Shashya sought to extract his memories, and he could feel his memories rapidly fading away. In the old man's mind, scenes flashed by, all of the Dragon of Fate's experiences. The Dragon of Fate had a rough upbringing, fighting wild dogs for food since childhood, but his talent was exceptional. Somehow, the Abyss Prison could detect martial talent in advance, and he was brought there, cutting a bloody path among the children to earn the title of Dragon of Fate. As the crucial memories were about to be read, revealing the precise location of the Abyss Prison's base, the old man's true purpose became clear. Several Emperor teachers had laid a trap in advance to lure in Abyss Prison members, uncover the location of the Abyss Prison headquarters, and capture them all at once. The Abyss Prison had repeatedly crossed their bottom line. However, just as the critical memories were being read, a strange power erupted in the Dragon of Fate's mind, causing his head to explode suddenly. This unexpected turn of events caught the old man off guard, and he erupted in anger. "How dare you!" With a wave of his hand, the sky tore open, and an attack cleaved through, followed by a wail of agony. "Emperor of Shashya, I'll remember this blow." A hint of anger crossed the old man's calm face. Escaping from his grasp required some skill. "Humph, if you dare show up again, your head is already reserved." The old man flew slowly in front of Mukin and the others, with a kind smile on his face. "Greetings, Imperial Teacher." "Greetings, Imperial Teacher." The Blood Kill Saint and the Mysterious Life Saint respectfully bowed to the old man. Seeing this, Mukin and the others followed suit. "Greetings, Imperial Teacher / greetings, Grandpa." Amidst the orderly voices, there was a discordant one, which turned out to be Xian Yuan Jiyuan. Well, the relationship seemed quite close. "Ha, no need to be polite, all of you. Dear little ones, I am Tang Wujing, you can call me Grandpa Tang. You are all the future pillars of my holy Xia." The old man's tone was gentle, devoid of any arrogance, which Mukin appreciated. This was the imperial teacher of the mortal world, a god among men. Not only Mukin, but everyone else felt the same way. Today's events were enough to sow the seeds of future strong individuals. Gu Xuanji, Zhou Mingwan, and Yuan Tian, the three hidden geniuses, disliked showing off their talents in public and preferred quiet cultivation. However, today's events were enough to stimulate them, making them aspire to become stronger than ever before. Tang Wujing glanced at them, nodding continuously. Well done, well done. When he looked at Mukin, he lingered a bit longer. Little one, you have a solid foundation, and your energy and blood are extremely rich. In terms of talent, you are the best I have ever seen. You don't have to worry about us coveting your opportunities. We are not interested in the fortunes of the younger generation. At this moment, Wu Bao crawled out of Mukin's arms and stood on his shoulder. Tang Wujing glanced at Wu Bao with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Take good care of this little one. I feel it is quite extraordinary. If it grows up, it will be a great help to you. Little ones, I will first send you to the ancient abyss of blood for assessment. The 10 outstanding geniuses selected this time will have special significance. They felt a mysterious force enveloping them, obscuring their surroundings and creating a blurry scene. After about 10 minutes, the voice of the old man came through. You have arrived at the ancient abyss of blood. Other sanctuaries will also arrive soon. Good luck to you. Bloodkill, mysterious life, their safety is in your hands. After speaking, the old man disappeared without a trace, unnoticed by Mukin. Mukin then surveyed the surroundings of the ancient abyss of blood, or more accurately, its outskirts. Everywhere he looked, there were human warriors whose strength was not lower than grade B. Numerous human buildings stood, bustling with trade and commerce, resembling a marketplace. This was different from what they had imagined. Sensing their confusion, the mysterious life saint said, although the ancient abyss of blood is dangerous, it is also a place to gain opportunities. This model can solve potential crises without us having to station people here permanently, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The real ancient abyss of blood is not here. Other sanctuaries will arrive soon to announce the selection rules before making arrangements. After about 10 minutes, a sanctuary battleship arrived, bearing the emblem of the Qilin Sanctuary. The leading teacher appeared with 10 geniuses, nodding to the Bloodkill Saint and the mysterious Life Saint as a form of greeting before standing aside to wait for the arrival of other sanctuaries. Mukin looked over and saw that the 10 outstanding talents from the Qilin Sanctuary were quite impressive, not inferior to them. Well, they all represented a sanctuary, even the top talents of Holy Xia, so they wouldn't be lacking in any aspect. Mukin became more interested in the upcoming competition. Seems like it's going to be interesting. Other sanctuaries arrived one after another. Following the Qilin Sanctuary were the Taodai Sanctuary, the Cheonqi Sanctuary, the Azure Dragon Sanctuary, the Baizhe Sanctuary, the Vermilion Bird Sanctuary, the Xuanwu Sanctuary, and the Zhouyin Sanctuary. Mukin looked towards the Cheonqi Sanctuary, but Jiang Chen was not there. As for the Zhouyin Sanctuary, the person he wanted to see was also absent. They walked in, and the warriors on the side of the road looked at them curiously, but only assessed them and did not dare to provoke trouble. They were also knowledgeable. There were 18 SSS Realm Saints, and most of those young people were at the S Realm, who would dare to provoke them. Some people thought of the recent selection by Saint Xia Tian arrogantly and felt that it was undoubtedly them. Mukin found that he could only pick up S Realm warriors at most now. He couldn't pick up SS Realm and SSS Realm ones. He speculated that maybe he couldn't digest what SS Realm and SSS Realm picked up now, indirectly protecting him. When he breaks through the S Realm, he should be able to pick up SS Realm warriors. Passing through human buildings, they finally saw the entrance to the ancient abyss of blood, which was a swirling vortex of purple and blood, extremely mysterious, with the surrounding sky all blood red. Let's go in. Bloodthirsty saints led the way and jumped in, followed by Gukshuanji, Mukin, and the others, with Shenming saints going last, and the rest of the shelters following suit, jumping in one after another. The process of entering was a bit dizzying. After landing, looking around, the sky of the ancient abyss of blood was all blood red, or more precisely, crimson, with abyssal cracks hanging horizontally in the sky, like big eyes staring at them. The scent of blood in the air was very pungent. After inhaling it, one would feel a vague sense of becoming manic. The 6 teachers from the Chaos Academy, the Poor Strange Academy, and the Gluttony Academy stood in front of everyone, with a saint from the Poor Strange Academy saying, "Fellow students, the assessment method for this time has been announced. In certain places in the ancient abyss of blood, the Emperor Master left behind 10 weapons. What you need to do is hunt down the ferocious beasts. Only by hunting down S-Realm ferocious beasts will you be able to pinpoint the location of the weapons, and only 4 students will know the location of each weapon. It will last only 7 days. Good luck to everyone. If you encounter danger, be sure to activate the defense lock sent to you in advance, which can withstand a blow from an SSS Realm ferocious beast, with only one chance to use it." After the saint from the Poor Strange Academy finished speaking, some students immediately flew into the sky and left the place, one after another. "Brother Mu, I'll set off first, be careful." Yen Hao gave Mukin a nod before leaving. In the end, only a few people remained in place, including an ordinary-looking young man with a lazy demeanor, eyes like stars, showing no signs of impatience. There was a man over 2 meters tall, with devilish muscles that visibly trembled, exuding immense power. Another girl with red hair, looking cold and carrying a knife on her back whiter than herself, looked very mismatched. Gukshuanji also did not leave, along with a few others Muken did not recognize. "Mu, I'll leave first." Muken nodded to her. "Gu, you don't have to wait for me." In the end, only Muken remained in place, and everyone, only he was at the realm strength. Many saints curiously assessed him. At their level, their eyesight was naturally sharp, and Muken was indeed outstanding, but it should be impossible for him to achieve good results. Muken was unaware of their thoughts, looked around, fixed a direction, flew into the sky at a speed of 20,000 meters per second, and disappeared instantly from the spot. This speed had already surpassed most people. Bloodthirsty, is he really at the realm strength? Jindao, can't you see that he is not at the realm? This little guy's combat power cannot be judged by his realm. Maybe this time, he will bring us a miracle. He's only 19. What? Hearing 19 years old, many saints were filled with surprise. 19 years old, his martial talent had awakened for less than a year. The world was indeed dominated by young people. Above the geniuses, there were still more geniuses, and Muken belonged to the type of genius. Half an hour later, Muken had already ventured deep into the ancient abyss of blood, but for a forbidden zone like the ancient abyss of blood, going deep was just scratching the surface. Muken stopped in his tracks, the sky ahead displaying even more eerie, sinister, and crimson abyssal cracks, unsettling to the eye. Looking around, all he could see were densely packed blood-red crystal stones, towering blood-red stone mountains exuding a unique beauty. Roar! A beastly roar caught Muken's attention. Glancing over, he saw a fierce beast about 90 meters long, its head covered in blood-red crystal stones, with crimson stones adorning other parts of its body. With the strength of the A realm, let's test our skills on it first. Flames of crimson and white emerged around Muken's body. After mastering the Wu Yuan Emperor's scripture, a flame similar to the Wu Bao's life flame was born within him, albeit less powerful than Wu Bao's. Great Sun Heavy Fist. A golden fist 30 meters in size, with a blood dragon of gold coiling around it, covered in the Emperor's flame capable of incinerating all things. Attacking the realm beast, the beast's head's blood crystal quickly grew, forming a thick armor. With a loud bang, the realm beast let out a wail as the crystal on its head cracked open, oozing crimson blood. The eerie flames did not dissipate but continued to burn, consuming the blood crystal beast. Muken was somewhat surprised. The defensive power of the blood crystal beast was the strongest he had seen among all the beasts so far. In terms of attack power, it should be similar. Ding! Host successfully killed, gaining 100,000 blood energy, 150,000 martial arts experience points, half immortal material +1, blood crystal +1. Friendly reminder, blood crystals contain rich blood energy and can be used as food for pets. Another useless item for him. Then, Muken looked at Wu Bao. Wu Bao was clearly not interested in the blood crystal beast's corpse. It was all stones, and the meat probably wasn't tasty either. Wu Bao, how about this? Muken took out a blood crystal stone, the size of an egg, blood-colored and very hard. Wu Bao's eyes lit up with desire. Daddy, Daddy, give me, I want to eat. Wu Bao took the blood crystal stone in its mouth and began to chew on it, blood-colored energy overflowing from its mouth, a satisfied expression on its face. Wu Bao, I'll take you for a feast. Muken continued forward, feeling that the further he went, the more intense the violent factors in the air became, and the strength of the beasts also increased. He now felt an urgent need. His opponents were too strong, and this competition would be more intense than ever. If he could break through to the S realm, it would be easy. But breaking through to the S realm in a short time was impossible. Winning by quantity was also not feasible. He had to test his true strength. Roar! A loud roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Muken's figure disappeared in an instant, and soon he found the source of the sound, an S realm crystal beast. Today, I'll use it as a sacrifice for my spear. The crystal beast ahead of Muken was a snake-like crystal beast nearly 130 meters long, leisurely swimming, coiled around a thick crimson crystal pillar, its snake core in its mouth appearing extremely crimson, covered in thorns. Its entire body armor was made of blood crystals, surpassing most beasts in terms of appearance, but its blood crystal eyes sent shivers down one's spine. Muken activated the extreme Dao body, his blood and energy surging, unleashing a killing momentum that spread out overwhelmingly. The snake-like crystal beast sensed the threat, its blood crystal pupils fixed on Muken, roaring in anger as its blood crystal all over its body rapidly increased in size, growing even larger. Great Sun Heavy Fist. Muken threw a punch, a 40-meter golden fist condensing in the air and striking out. The snake-like S-realm crystal beast spat out a blood-colored energy, forming a blood crystal spear in the air, instantly piercing through Muken's great sun-heavy fist. Muken was pushed back a few steps by the shockwave. Beast, indeed you have some skills, but today marks the end of your life. Listen to your final lullaby. Extreme thunder, close at hand. Mu Chen's speed reached its peak, swift as a lingering shadow, faster than the snake-type S-class crystal beast by an unknown margin. Fist after fist pounded on the body of the snake-type crystal beast, producing the sound of shattering stones. The beast howled in agony, writhing and struggling incessantly, its massive body emanating blood-red energy with a potent corrosive force. Mu Chen paid no heed, as this corrosive force could not break through the defense of the extreme Dao body. Punch after punch, Mu Chen lost count of how many blows he delivered, perhaps hundreds. The massive body of the snake-type S-class crystal beast became tattered and torn, releasing blood-red energy to mend its wounds. However, it underestimated the Emperor Yan's power cultivated by Wu Yuan, continuously corroding its body. Warm-up complete. Besides defense, its vitality is not too strong. Punishment gun scripture. Mu Chen rarely used this cosmic-level gun technique, but it did not mean its power was weak. A shot, akin to rewarding or punishing the world's evils. Since it was punishment, then let it be utterly destroyed. The snake-type S-class crystal beast met its demise, its colossal body still burning until it turned into a pile of ashes. Ding, host successfully killed, gaining 400,000 vitality, 510,000 martial arts experience, 1 semi-immortal material, and 1 blood crystal. A voice echoed in his mind. Successfully killed an S-level ferocious beast. The direction you have unlocked with the 10 artifacts is the direction of the gun. To obtain the gun position, you need to kill 50 S-level ferocious beasts, 30 S-level beasts, and 10 S+ level beasts. 50 beasts, 1/5 completed. Wu Bao, here's your treat. Somewhere, before Gu Wu Changqing was an S-class crystal beast. His strength had reached the S-level, making him one of the top few among the 90 people. He stood in the air, surrounded by a faint spatial fluctuation. The crystal beast charged towards him, but his calm eyes showed no change. Beast, perish. With a hand gesture like a knife, he slashed out a spatial wave blade, cutting into the beast's neck, halting any further movement. The beast's head hung by a thread, blood spraying out, meeting its end. Gu Wu Changqing revealed a hint of surprise. Impressive defense power. Gu Xianji also faced an S-level crystal beast. Her entire body exuded a dense black energy, an extreme black that even obscured the crimson color in the sky when released. The S-level crystal beast showed fear in its eyes, whimpering as it lowered its head. However, with its S-level strength, it was not allowed to escape. It tried to crush the human in front of it with its sturdy limbs, but as it touched the black area, its body began to crack inch by inch. By the time it tried to retreat, it was too late. The entire body was devoured by the blackness. Divine Martial. Dance of the Red Fish. Azure Dragon Sanctuary, Dragon Emperor. Vermilion Bird Sanctuary, Heavenly Mandate. White Marsh Sanctuary, Emperor Xian. Black Tortoise Sanctuary, Enchanting Demon. Nining Sanctuary, Shuizhi Shao. Many geniuses faced S-class crystal beasts without showing much difficulty. However, some geniuses did not find it easy to deal with S-class crystal beasts, requiring effort to slay them due to their similar strength. Mu Chen discovered that Wu Bao had a unique function. It could sense S-level ferocious beasts from a great distance. This talent greatly helped Mu Chen. If he sensed S-level, S+ level, or higher crystal beasts, Mu Chen would immediately change direction to avoid encountering them and wasting his time. Moreover, he could not continue deeper now. He had a feeling that if he persisted, he might be easily eliminated. He could also slay S-rank ferocious beasts, but it would definitely take some effort. The most cost-effective ferocious beasts were still the S-rank ones, which he could easily kill without feeling strained. Wu Bao, search for S-rank crystal beasts with all your might. For each one you kill, you'll have a blood crystal to feast on. With the reward, Wu Bao was even more motivated. Mu Chen couldn't quite figure out Wu Bao's exact strength at the moment, but with its Golden Crow Emperor Flame, it could annihilate A-rank ferocious beasts, although it couldn't handle S-rank ones yet, considering it had only been born not long ago. Fighting with all his might, time passed swiftly when his mind was highly focused. It had been 5 days since Mu Chen entered the ancient abyss of blood. He had already slain as many as 40 S-rank crystal beasts, and Wu Bao needed some time to continue finding S-rank ferocious beasts. Almost all the nearby S-rank crystal beasts had been killed by him. I've done my best. If I still get eliminated, there's nothing more I can do. Wu Bao, search for S-rank crystal beasts. Mu Chen's blood and energy had made tremendous progress. Each S-rank crystal beast was worth at least 300,000 cards, and with 40 kills, that totaled 12 million cards. His blood and energy had now reached over 100 million cards. When Mu Chen's blood and energy reached 100 million cards, his body underwent another transformation, taking a day to complete. His strength had doubled compared to before. Now, facing S-rank crystal beasts, it was almost a matter of a single punch. Only 10 more S-rank ferocious beasts to go. I only need 3 S-rank ones. I can take down 3 S-rank crystal beasts within 2 hours to complete the mission. With Wu Bao's help, 2 hours later, Mu Chen successfully slew 3 S-rank crystal beasts. After the kills, a voice sounded in his mind once again. Congratulations on meeting the conditions. You have qualified to participate in the gunfight arena. The location of the gunfight arena is. It's a 7-day event, and only 5 days have passed. I'll head to the gunfight arena on the last day. Mu Chen had secured a spot, feeling much more at ease. With 2 days left, he would focus on hunting ferocious beasts and collecting blood and energy values. Golden Finger, enhanced the Great Sun Heavy Fist. Ding, the host consumes 4 million martial arts experience points, upgrading the Great Sun Heavy Fist to minor completion. Ding, the host consumes 11 million martial arts experience points, upgrading the Great Sun Heavy Fist to major completion. Ding, the host consumes 34 million martial arts experience points, upgrading the Great Sun Heavy Fist to perfection. Ding, insufficient martial arts experience points, unable to upgrade. Another deep and intricate memory emerged in Mu Chen's mind. The power of the Great Sun Heavy Fist was no weaker than the Annihilation Spear technique, both being extraordinary universal martial arts. Golden Finger, open the attribute panel. Golden Finger, Attribute Acquisition System, Host, Mu Chen, Talent, Undying Chaos Realm, Dao Level, Martial Arts, Dao Scripture, Introductory, Dao Level, Wu Yuan Emperor Scripture, Introductory, Sacrificial Ritual Method, Special, Bone Shedding, Special, Martial Arts Realm, a plus level, Blood and Energy, 110 million cards, Martial Arts, Annihilation Spear Technique, Perfect, Universal Level, Punishment Spear Technique, Minor Completion, Universal Level, Extreme Thunder at 1 inch, Perfect, Great Sun Heavy Fist, Perfection, Extreme Dao Body Technique, Minor Completion, Martial Arts Experience Points, 10. 69 million. As time reached its limit, a total of 40 spots for the 10 instruments arena had been filled. Following the memories in his mind, Mu Chen quickly made his way to the gunfight arena. The direction of the gunfight arena required going deeper into the ancient abyss of blood, about a few hundred kilometers away from his current location. With full effort, he could reach it in a few hours. Upon arriving at the destination, Mu Chen saw an arena standing in mid-air, roughly over 500 meters in size. A spear-shaped crystal pillar stood in the center of the arena, emitting a sparkling purple light that covered the entire arena, giving it a mysterious appearance. Mu Chen walked under the arena, enveloped by the purple light as he ascended to the arena. Apart from him, there were 3 others whom he didn't know. He felt much more relaxed now. Without any reservations, he could go all out. All 4 of them fell, and a voice echoed in the minds of a few. For students, each choose an opponent. The 2 winners will compete in the final, and the ultimate victor will be one of the 10 young kings of the Saint Xia's titles. The hearts of a few were greatly moved. After all, they had come this far just to obtain that title. Mu Chen was the weakest in strength, only at the A realm, so he was the first to be targeted. I am Qin Yan from the White Zhe Sanctuary, please enlighten me. Mu Chen from the Chaos Sanctuary. The other 2, upon seeing this, had a slight change in expression, as if blaming themselves for not acting in time. Fighting in a realm with an S realm was like a difference between a baby and an adult. A thin film was released from the spear-shaped crystal pillar, separating Mu Chen, Qin Yan, and the other 2. Mu Chen and Qin Yan stood facing each other. Qin Yan's face was full of smiles, as if victory was already in his grasp. Brother Mu, you go first, so you can't say I bullied you. Alright, Mu Chen smiled slightly. Faced with an unknown enemy, he was so arrogant, it was time to let him taste danger. Great Sun Heavy Fist. Mu Chen's body was covered in golden runes, his eyes turned golden, and a blazing sun appeared behind him. A giant fist of reddish gold, accompanied by 10 blood golden dragons, cracks faintly appearing in the air. Damn, you are definitely not just at the A realm, disguising yourself as such is truly despicable. Qin Yan's body was covered in goosebumps. He had to go all out to block this fist. As long as he could withstand this blow, Mu Chen should not have the strength to strike again. Ancient God's Demise. A large green ghost-headed blade appeared in his hand, with eerie inscriptions on the blade and a demon-like hilt. With a slash, a black and green blade like dozens of zhangs long came straight at Mu Chen, as if a hellish demon had arrived, evil, world-destroying, and irresistible. Boom! A loud noise covered Mu Chen and Qin Yan with a huge impact. The residual force touching the purple light shield was absorbed almost entirely. Mu Chen stood steadily in the air, while Qin Yin tumbled in the air before stabilizing, his blood and energy somewhat chaotic, his eyes filled with disbelief. Mu Chen's lips curled up in a slight smile. You are just SOSO. If this is all you've got, you should surrender early, otherwise, you will suffer greatly next. Humph. Arrogant. I am at the S realm, a true genius. What qualifications do you, a Mira realm, have to say such things in front of me? If you don't stay humble, you will be the one to die. Mu Chen laughed. What kind of logic was this? Clearly, he was the arrogant one, but somehow it ended up being his fault. Xing Yan's body was covered in blood blue patterns, his aura suddenly changing. While a warrior's blood and energy should be extremely strong and positive, Xing Yan's released aura was cold and eerie, likely due to his innate talent. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he pointed the blade directly at the sky, his expression contorted. Die! With one slash, the arena floor cracked rapidly, carrying a dominating will to destroy everything towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen was slightly surprised. You do have some skills after all. Extreme thunder at hand. In Qin Yan's eyes, Mu Chen's body was directly obliterated. Ha, I thought you were so powerful. You're just a pretender. But in the next instant, he felt his whole body's hair stand on end, a cold voice coming from behind him. The battle is not over yet. You rejoiced too soon. Punishment gun scripture. This shot is to atone for your arrogance. The entire space was shrouded in a sharp and destructive gun intent. Xing Yan's body endured immense pressure, his clothes torn by the gun intent, his skin rupturing and bleeding. A gray penitent blood spear descended from the sky. Xing Yan's face turned ugly. Gripping the large blade in his hand, he slashed once more. Boom! After a loud noise, Xing Yan fell to the ground, spitting blood, his eyes staring fixedly at Mu Chen, wanting to speak but unable to. He won't be killed, will he? However, Mukin was overthinking. Xing Yan was defeated, his figure disappearing from the arena of guns. What Mukin and the others didn't know was that their battle scenes were actually being watched. Apart from the few figures in the void, the leading SSS realm saints were also observing. They looked towards the Bloodthirst Saint and the Profound Destiny Saint. Bloodthirst, your chaotic academy has produced a monster. After waiting for a while, the purple light barrier in the middle dissipated, and the battle on the opposite side had ended. The opponent held a long spear, full of killing intent, eyes brimming with battle spirit, obviously not satisfied. Gluttony Academy, Tianhun. Chaotic Academy, Mukin. Kid, you managed to defeat that waste S realm with an A realm, proving you have some skills. But you will never know the gap between yourself and a genius. Mukin was furious. It seemed these people were used to looking down on others, accustomed to being like frogs at the bottom of a well, unaware of how vast the world truly was. Humph, who dares to call themselves a genius in front of me? Fight! 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 Mukin's words also angered Tianhun. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The two of them swiftly approached each other, their long spear and long spear clashing. Each attack produced a huge wave of energy. In just a minute, they had exchanged blows dozens of times. A hint of anxiety appeared on Tianhuan's face. He had thought defeating in a realm would be easy, but the opponent did not fall short in any way. Did this mean he was incompetent, and what Mukin said was true? Mukin had roughly probed Tianhuan's strength. He was stronger than Xing Yan, but only to a limited extent. Tianhun, show me your true strength. Let me see how strong your self-proclaimed genius power really is. Humph, kid, you've really provoked me. Blood God 3 forms, War God form. Tianhun flew into the sky, a blood spear exuding a rich blood-colored thunder constantly flickering. The sky faintly turned blood red, a 100-meter-long spear condensed in the air. Kill! The spear fell, and Mukin did not retreat. Extreme Dao body. Half of Mukin's body turned into thunder, the other half into flames, his eyes emitting thunder and flame light. Great Sun Heavy Fist. He quickly flew into the air, aiming at the spear, and punched out. Boom! Strong waves of energy one after another, lingering in the dazzling light, only the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. The light was dazzling, a voice descended from the sky, landing on the ground, creating a huge deep pit. Mukin climbed out of the pit, without a scratch. Ha, satisfying. It's been a while since I felt this exhilarated. He wasn't in a rush to finish off Tianhun. Fighting these people, he had to admit, was indeed satisfying. It had been a long time since he had felt so invigorated. He enjoyed this feeling very much. Tianhun in the sky above, his breath fluctuating violently, his clothes torn, revealing a strong body, his chest slightly sunken, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Damn, how can this kid's defense be so strong? It seems like his energy and blood will never run out. If this continues, I will definitely be the one defeated. I can't drag this on any longer. Blood God 3 forms, Defeat God form. 100-meter-long spear continued to condense in the air, blood-colored thunder flickering, even more powerful than before. Muken was overjoyed. The stronger the enemy, the more determined he became. He wanted to defeat Tianhun in every aspect, to show these people that genius was only within their own circle. Without going out to sea, how would they know how vast the world truly was? Punishment gun scripture. A spear and a gun collided in the air. The strong impact force sent Tianhun flying backward, while Muken only took a few steps back. Tianhuan's face was full of disbelief. It's impossible, I can't lose. If I can master the final form of the Blood God 3 forms, victory is destined to be mine. I can't lose, I have never been defeated. In today's battle, I absolutely cannot lose. Annihilation form, come out quickly. Muken looked at the opponent's appearance and thought to himself, could he have beaten him silly? So that's how it is, I see. Kid, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to comprehend the final move of the Blood God's 3 techniques. The annihilation technique requires an unbeatable belief, an invincible confidence. Tianhuan's body erupted with a powerful force, a huge blood-colored figure appearing behind him. As he made a spear-wielding motion, the blood-colored figure mirrored his actions. Eventually, all the blood-colored figures converged at the tip of the long spear. Even the blood energy from the blood abyss was drawn into the arena of the spear, gathering at the top. Blood Kill and the Saint of Profound Destiny's faces changed slightly. In their eyes, Tianhuan's strike seemed impossible for Muken to withstand. Should they end the match prematurely and declare Muken's defeat? Although he wouldn't die, severe injuries were inevitable. The teacher from the Gluttony Sanctuary wore a pleased expression. With this move mastered by Tianhun, even the Divine Marshal might not be his match. Originally, Tianhun was the most talented genius of the Gluttony Academy, but with the appearance of the Divine Marshal, he became second best, fueling his anger. This strike is quite something. The Silent Annihilation Spear Technique. Muken pointed the long spear at Tianhun. The Thunderous Blood Spear, the Emperor's Flame Spear, and the Silent Annihilation Spear stood behind him, each energy spear extending 100 meters, emitting an aura even more powerful than Tianhuan's. The Thunderous Blood Spear clashed with the Annihilation Long Spear, resisting for a moment before being disintegrated. The Thunderous Blood Spear was also almost disintegrated, but its residual force was enough to strike Tianhun. Tianhun felt like the world was collapsing around him. Why was his strongest strike so casually dismissed by others? The final blow also depleted his energy and blood, causing him to fall from the sky, awaiting death's arrival. For him, losing was more terrifying than death. Blood Kill, Tianhun must not die. The Saint of the Gluttony Academy appeared extremely anxious. Although he wouldn't die, who knew what the final outcome would be? If this strike landed, Tianhun would likely be reduced to nothing. Would the arena set up by the Emperor's teacher allow Tianhun to be revived again? Trust Muken, he knows what he's doing. Tianhun closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Death seems like a good choice. But in the next moment, all the pressure dissipated. Tianhun, do you still have the strength to get up? I won't kill you, nor will I let you die. Tianhun opened his eyes, looking at Muken. Is this your mercy towards me? It's not mercy, it's sparing your life. I might need someone to bully in the future, and you seem quite weak. Tianhuan's eyes widened, filled with anger. Angry? Frustrated? Then live well. Just accept your defeat to me without feeling like the sky is falling. If you don't want to be bullied by me, then train harder. At least try to withstand a few more of my moves. In the void, several emperors breathed a sigh of relief. Old Tang, is this the kid you were talking about? If he hadn't stopped, our old faces might not have been saved. Yes, this kid is a true monster. With him and Saint Xia, it's destined to be prosperous. Old Tang, what do you think? We must fight. In this battle, Saint Xia must win, and it must be a perfect victory. It all depends on these kids. After Muken won first place, he and Tianhun were enveloped in a force and sent to the ground, the entire arena of the spear dissolving. He saw the Saint of Profound Destiny and another unfamiliar saint, whom he vaguely remembered as the teacher from the Gluttony Sanctuary. Xin Yan and another defeated classmate were also present. Young friend, thank you for going easy on us just now. Tianhun, do you understand where you lost? Strength, vision, you are inferior to young Master Muken. There will always be someone better, and there will always be higher realms. Tianhun lowered his head, not daring to say much. The Saint of Profound Destiny and the Saint from the Gluttony Sanctuary led Muken and the others out of the Blood Abyss. Outside the Blood Abyss, 50 classmates who hadn't entered the top 10 were waiting for them. Mu Chen saw familiar faces, Yuan Tian, Zhang Muyao, Yuan Jie, and Zhou Mingwang. The others had entered the finals, increasing the chances for Chaos Academy students to make it to the top 10. Soon, saints started emerging with their students. Yan Hao, Chu Tianshu, Xian Yuan Jiyuan, and others appeared one after another, but their expressions were grim. Xian Yuan Jiyuan was carefree, with a hint of decadence on his pretty face. Chu Tianshu and Sha Wudao clearly had been through tough battles, with tattered clothes and blood seeping through. When everyone was out, the saint from the Poor Chi Academy, who had announced the rules earlier, spoke slowly. Students, the results are in. Next, we will announce the 10 winners. Your titles as young champions will be revealed later, proclaiming to all of Saint Xia. Your titles will not be disclosed for now. Gu Xuanji from Chaos Academy. Mu Chen from Chaos Academy. Xin Wu from Gluttony Academy. Wu Hongyu from Poor Chi Academy. Karen Sanctuary, Gu Wu Chongqing. Azure Dragon Sanctuary, Dragon Emperor. Vermilion Bird Sanctuary, Master of Fate. White Marsh Sanctuary, Ying Xian. Xian Wu Sanctuary, Yu Yao Rao. Nining Sanctuary, Shuizhi Xiao. The 10 of you, no particular order. Next, we need to go to Chaos Academy. The Imperial teacher has other arrangements. Mu Chen and the other 9, along with Chaos Academy students, boarded a warship to Chaos Academy, while the rest were sent back to their respective sanctuaries. On the warship, Yan Hao looked at Mu Chen with a complex gaze. Mu, I didn't expect you to be the real deal. Achieving great things quietly. I officially declare. After saying this, Yan Hao's expression turned serious. Mu Chen almost thought Yan Hao was going to say something like breaking off their relationship. How should he react to that? It was the first time encountering such a situation. From now on, I'll be the pendant on your leg, no refusal allowed. I have a dream, to cling to a big shot's thigh, and today I finally met one. Mu Chen? Just kidding? Mu Chen glanced at the other 9 slightly, feeling that they were all formidable. Each one was powerful, whether it was Gu Wu Changqing with an ordinary appearance emitting a lazy aura, Xin Wu with devilish muscles, or Wu Hongyu carrying a large sword wider than his waist. If I were to face any of them now, I might only defeat 4 or 5. The other 4 or 5, a fight to the death might have some hope, but beating them would be difficult. However, once I break through to S rank, everything will be no problem. I'll crush them on the ground. Mu Chen looked at the black treasure in his arms, which had fallen into a deeper sleep than ever before. There would be significant progress when it woke up. In the Nining Sanctuary, in the depths of the Shao family's alternate space, violent spatial fluctuations erupted, hinting at a possible collapse. Xiao Tianche, Sun Balan, and Xiao Lin hurried to the scene, looking worried. Tianche, nothing will happen to Jing, right? Balan, we trust Jing. Her talent is incredibly strong. We must believe in her. Have you forgotten? When Jing was born, she faced death several times. After exploring this alternate space, we initially thought it was abandoned, but it suddenly revealed its extraordinary qualities. Jing was also rescued by the owner of that voice, giving us and her a choice. Above the extreme talent, it is cosmic level, as the voice told us. Jing actively chose to enter. I think she must have been stimulated by something. Shaolin, what happened when you went to the Taowu Sanctuary? Shaolin sighed softly, pondered for a moment, and recounted the events involving Mu Chen and Xiao Yunjing. So, are you saying that Jing chose to accept that unknown inheritance most likely because she didn't want to fall behind that boy Mu Chen and sought revenge? Most likely. Sun Bailing's face was full of heartache. They have suffered, these 2 children. Why do they possess such extremely bizarre talents? Bailing, I have heard a theory that the higher the level of talent, the greater the restrictions imposed. The world is not benevolent. The price to pay for such talents is much higher than usual. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted their conversation. The alternate space in the sky began to collapse rapidly, and even a saint of the SSS realm dared not confront it head-on. Xiao Tianze, Sen Bailing, and Xiao Lin's faces turned pale. Damn, how could this happen? Xiao Tianze's saint energy fluctuated. He wanted to rush into the alternate space, knowing that even if he survived, he would be severely injured. In the next moment, a figure clad in ice blue swiftly appeared, standing high in the air. The collapse of space was completed rapidly at this moment. Jinger, you finally came out. Sun Bailing ran towards Xiao Yunjing, and Xiao Yunjing, who had a cold demeanor, now showed excitement and embraced Sun Bailing. This scene relieved Xiao Tianze and Xiao Ling, fearing that Xiao Yunjing, who was receiving the inheritance, might undergo a drastic change in personality. Now it seemed that everything was fine. Dad, has anything significant happened recently? Jinger, Saint Xia is currently selecting the top 10 most talented individuals. The results should be out in a few days. Dad, I want to go to the Chaos Academy. Jinger, this. For days had passed since Mu Chen and the others returned to the Chaos Academy. The results of their titles had not been announced yet, which should have been done by now. He was a bit worried about what his title would be called. It had to sound good and imposing. Unlike others who had S-level strength and royal titles, Mu Chen had nothing. I hope they give me a nice title. Mu Chen received a message, instructing them to quickly proceed to the arena without specifying the reason. Why the rush? What's happening? Arriving at the arena, Mu Chen suspected he was mistaken when he saw Xiao Yunjing. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to ensure he wasn't seeing things. Xiao Yunjing also looked in Mu Chen's direction, his eyes filled with coldness, devoid of any affection. Mu Chen suppressed his desire to approach, controlling his excitement. He liked Xiao Yunjing, and no matter how well he hid it on ordinary days, seeing that person always stirred his heart. He also noticed the change in Xiao Yunjing. S-level strength, this is even more unbelievable than cheating. What happened? Could it be her talent's influence? But it's only a cosmic level talent, it shouldn't be this extreme. The Bloodthirst Saint and the Profound Life Saint appeared, with the Bloodthirst Saint speaking. Miss Xiao, Saint Xiao's talent selection is meant to choose the most exceptional talents. The Imperial Teacher is aware of your intentions and agrees that you can challenge any of the 10 individuals. If you win, you can replace them. If you lose, you can leave on your own. Mu Chen understood Xiao Yunjing's intentions and felt somewhat worried. She's not here to challenge me, is she? Upon hearing that it was a challenge, except for Mu Chen, the other 9 were full of mockery. They were not afraid of any challenge. However, their thoughts were similar to Mu Chen's. Here, Mu Chen had the lowest realm, only at the A level, so he was most likely the target of the challenge. Please don't choose me. Mu Chen shouted in his heart, unsure of what to do if he were chosen. He saw Xiao Lin standing nearby, but even Xiao Lin's expression was helpless. Xiao Yunjing pointed at Mu Chen, then moved his finger away, pointing at Shui Zhixiao from the Nining Sanctuary. I choose him. Shui Zhixiao looked furious. Instead of choosing Mu Chen, it seemed to imply that he was inferior to Mu Chen or that he was an easy target. Very well, Shui Zhixiao, you shall battle her. Xiao Yunjing and Shui Zhixiao faced each other. I don't know why you chose to challenge me, but by not choosing that kid and picking me instead, you will regret it. In my eyes, you are not as good as him. Humph. Arrogant. Even with a good temper, hearing this sentence made Shui Zhixiao unable to hold back, his blood boiling, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Jinger, be careful. Xiao Yunjing turned around and gave Mu Chen a cold look. Humph. I don't need your fake concern. The grudge between us is not settled yet. Mu Chen looked helpless, he really didn't want it to be like this. Shui Zhixiao wielded a crescent moon curved blade, blood surging, slashing out a blade, the Tenjiang crescent moon blade energy swept across. Xiao Yunjing's whole body was covered in a faint blue energy, and with a wave of her slender jade hand, a pale blue light sword quickly condensed in the air, textured and covered with shimmering patterns. With a thrust of the sword, she easily countered Shui Zhixiao's attack. Give it your all. Otherwise, you will be defeated by the next strike. Hearing this, Shui Zhixiao no longer held back, his blood surging, transforming into blood dragons attaching to his body. Gripping the crescent moon curved blade with both hands, he slashed horizontally. The dazzling blood-colored blade light seemed to split heaven and earth, creating a huge rift in the ground that kept expanding. This strike was extremely powerful. Mu Chen was somewhat worried. Shui Zhixiao was not weak and had some skills. Xiao Yunjing moved at an extremely fast speed, facing this strike head-on. The energy gathered at the tip of her sword, directly aiming at the strike. With a loud bang, the impact energy scattered, the ground destroyed by the aftermath of their battle. The ground was made of very hard alloy, enough to show the damage they caused. As the residual energy dissipated, the two stood calmly in the air, Shui Zhixiao's face showing a mix of coldness and shock. Shui Zhixiao, considering we both come from the Nining Sanctuary, I'll give you one more chance. Unleash your strongest strike. You are indeed weaker now. Golden Finger, can you see any changes happening within Jinger's body? Ding, the host can consume a certain amount of martial arts experience points, and the system can perform a scan. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly scan. Ding, consuming 30 million martial arts experience points, the scan for the host has been successful. Xiao Yunjing, human, female, talent, cosmic level, Tai Ching martial bone, cultivation technique, cosmic level, Tai Ching classic. Note, this technique is from the lineage of the Supreme Forget-Me-Not scripture. The host can use this technique as a carrier to deduce the Supreme Forget-Me-Not scripture. Strength, S-level, 3 measurements, 98. Stop, damn system. I didn't ask you to scan things you shouldn't. Mu Chen was overjoyed. This meant that by picking up the Tai Ching classic, with the foundation of the technique he acquired, it would be easy for the system to deduce a Dao-level method. The two continued their battle, with a golden-purple bubble under Xiao Yunjing. Mu Chen sneaked up and silently thought of picking it up. Ding! Host successfully picks up Tai Ching martial bone +1. Damn, I wanted the Taiching Classic, not the Taiching Martial Bone. It seems like I need to pick up a few more times, at least there is hope. Jinger, wait for me. The battle had reached a white-hot stage, with Shui Zhixiao using all his means, but facing Xiao Yunjing, nothing worked. He felt like he was hitting cotton, with strength going nowhere. Xiao Yunjing moved at an extremely fast speed, quickly approaching him. A few swords slashed out, and he was hit by a huge force and fell to the ground, his lips turning slightly pale. I lost. At least you have some backbone to admit defeat. I announced that Xiao Yunjing has become one of the top 10 geniuses. Tomorrow, the titles of each of you will be announced to the entire Saint Xia. This is an honor. I hope you all represent the young generation of warriors in Saint Xia and inspire them. After the battle, Xiao Yunjing and Xiao Lin left for the dormitory, with Mu Chen shamelessly leading the way for them. Along the way, no one said a word. Mu Chen occasionally looked back at Xiao Yunjing, but Xiao Yunjing's face remained cold, not giving Mu Chen a second glance. Jinger, are you okay these days? Humph. Fake concern. I will settle the score with you. Can't we just let it go? Humph. What do you think? Then it's definitely not going to be let go. Get lost. The next day, a significant day arrived in the entire Holy Summer. 2 days earlier, it had been announced to the whole Holy Summer that the top 10 geniuses of the Holy Summer had been selected. These 10 individuals represented the most talented in the entire Holy Summer. On this day, all public screens and online platforms broadcasted the same content. 10 minutes before noon, whether ordinary people or warriors, all were paying attention. As the clock struck 12, a massive bronze steel stretching hundreds of feet appeared on the screen, surrounded by swirling mist. Mu Chen was also on the screen, feeling quite good at first, almost thinking he had made it onto the immortal list. It was so domineering. Under the protection of chaos, the ancient Xuanji, mastering the ultimate darkness, annihilating evil beasts at their core, hereby bestows upon the young Suprema title, the Dark King's throne. As the voice fell, the words ancient Xuanji landed on the bronze steel, with a dragon and phoenix in harmony. The special effects were truly impressive. Even through the screen, one could feel its extraordinary nature. A couple watched the screen, seeing the name ancient Xuanji, and were visibly stunned. Honey, why does this name sound so similar to our daughter's? It must be our daughter. Didn't she say she was going away for a few days? Indeed, it's our daughter. My genes are truly remarkable. Under the protection of chaos, Mu Chen, unparalleled in vitality and blood, with extraordinary talent and monstrous combat power, leading the younger generation of the Holy Summer, hereby bestowed with the title of the Young Supreme, the King of Tao. King of Tao, haha, I like this title, but the introduction is a bit too much. Leading the younger generation, won't that attract envy towards me? Mu Chang, Su Shuet, and Mu Ling had been waiting in front of the screen early on. They believed in Mu Chen, but hearing it for real felt completely different. It was a pride, an unparalleled pride. Darling, don't cry, we should be happy for Tao. Yes, I'm just so happy I'm crying. Tao is truly outstanding, unlike this girl who can't do anything. Mu Ling felt wronged. Was this not love anymore? If it's not love, please don't hurt. At the Taoda shelter, the Jinwu division, Quinhan and Blood Emperor, upon hearing Mu Chen's name, were first stunned, then excited. This kid has really opened the eyes of our shelter. No, I need to take it slow. Among the Taoda 3 middle schools, Jiyu, upon hearing Mu Chen's name, was excited, followed by hearty laughter. Someone, where are the teachers from the Academic Affairs Office? We need to raise the admission score for Taoda 3 middle school this year. At the Qiangqi shelter, Jiang Chen excitedly kissed Bu Jingyu hard. Jingyu, did you see that? The young generation's leader, as stated by the emperor himself, it's amazing. Bu Jingyu blushed, teasingly saying, silly. At the Taodai shelter, Yi Yutom also watched the video, a smile playing on her lips. Always creating miracles, but abandoning Yunjing, that's unforgivable. Brother Shiyu, are you okay? When are you coming back? I miss you. At the Chaos Academy, Shang Bingli, as Mu Chen's homeroom teacher, naturally paid close attention to him. She believed that becoming one of the top 10 at the Chaos shelter was already Mu Chen's limit, never expecting such a big surprise. Good lad, the introduction as the leader of the younger generation is extraordinary. In the dormitory, Gu Huangshe exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the building. Third brother, fourth brother, come see this. Lin Rodeo and Gongzi Shi ran over. Big brother, why are you shouting so loudly? Oh my god. Oh my god. Big brother has finally seen the light. I declare, Big brother is now our god. In the B-Realm's list of various prodigies, Mo Chiyun successfully challenged the 7th level, jumping to over 60th place. After going out, she also saw Mu Chen becoming one of the top 10 young supreme titles. From the initial surprise to the subsequent desolation, the gap between him and me seems to be growing. It seems this love can only be buried deep in my heart forever. The gluttonous academy excels in martial arts, with bodies close to gods, mastering extreme physical strength, granting the title of young supreme to the martial king throne. The poor monster academy dances with the red fish, excelling in the Tao of the blade, with martial skills like a suspended river, granting the title of young supreme to the monster king throne. The Qilin sanctuary, ancient and unyielding, possesses innate spatial talents and peak combat prowess, granting the title of young supreme to the throne of eternal love. The patriarch of the Qilin sanctuary, an ancient and unyielding family, was overjoyed to see his son become one of the 10 young supremes, exclaiming, "My good son! Truly worthy of being my child. A tiger father does not beget a dog son." Suddenly, he thought, the ancient and unyielding family should now become famous. No, I must be strict and vigilant. It would be best to find a daughter-in-law soon. I've been wanting grandchildren for years. I was worried before that the boy would delay a girl, but now, there's more than enough time. Ha ha ha. The Azure Dragon Sanctuary's Dragon Emperor, mighty and unparalleled, harnessing the power of the dragon's source, granting the title of young supreme to the Dragon King throne. The Vermilion Bird Sanctuary's heavenly mandate holder, wielding the Dragon Phoenix Blade, comprehending the extreme flames of the blade, granting the title of young supreme to the Crimson Phoenix throne. The White Marsh Sanctuary's Xianwenner, mastering water to form marshes, balancing softness and firmness, granting the title of young supreme to the Xian King throne. The Black Tortoise Sanctuary's enchanting master, punishing evil and promoting good, mastering extreme control and speed, granting the title of young supreme to the enchanting king throne. The Nining Sanctuary's Xiao Yunjing, mastering the way of the sword, possessing extraordinary martial bones, granting the title of young supreme to the scenic king throne. At the Nining Sanctuary, Xiao Tianxi and Sun Balan were also delighted. Scenic has truly succeeded, but will that Muchen bully him? Humph. If he dares to bully Scenic, I'll skin him alive. Tianxi, why are you so worked up? That boy doesn't seem to be at fault, does he? Humph. After raising that cabbage for so many years, only to have it stolen, who wouldn't be worked up? If I'm not angry, who will be? Some teachers at the Nining Academy were puzzled. Wasn't there pride of the Nining Sanctuary called Shui Zhixiao? How did it become Xiao Yunjing? Some teachers knew who Xiao Yunjing was. Soon, they received a letter from the Chaos Academy, stating that Xiao Yunjing challenged Shui Zhixiao, defeated him, and took his place. They were not angry but rather pleased. After all, they were all from the Nining Sanctuary, and Shui Zhixiao's talent was not inferior to the 10 young supremes. This meant that extraordinary talents were emerging from the Nining Sanctuary, a reason to rejoice. The royal family could not ignore such matters. Upon seeing Mu Chen's name, Gu Huangxue gritted her teeth, wishing to flay him, extract his bones, and drink his blood. Aoshan, what is father's plan? Does he intend to let this boy roam freely? Womanly compassion. Father's plan is not for us to question. I also want to kill that boy, but for now, we must wait. I fear that he will grow too quickly, and in the end, we will be powerless against him. Hearing this, Emperor Aoshan furrowed his brow slightly. Gu Huangshue's words made sense. I will discuss with father as soon as possible. We cannot act against him now, nor do we dare. The imperial tutor should be closely monitoring them during this time. Changgu, is Yunjing the girl from Dao? I remember her. Yes, she's beautiful and talented. We're lucky at Dao. Mu Ling was a bit unhappy. Brother is not bad either. I reluctantly accept this sister-in-law. Su Shui teased Mu Ling with a small bun. Stop talking nonsense. Dad, look at mom. She hit me again. Mu Chang looked around, scratching his head, not hearing anything. After the names of the 10 individuals were announced, the video ended with a spectacular finale, depicting dragons soaring and tigers roaring, igniting the viewer's passion. Mu Chen stepped out of his room, intending to find Xiao Yunjing, only to see Mo Chiyun standing not far from his room. Good afternoon, Mo, the school flower. Mu Chen, I have something to tell you. What is it? Go ahead. Ma Chiyun seemed a bit excited, her face blushing as she walked towards Mu Chen. The pleasant fragrance of the young girl lifted Mu Chen's mood, wondering what Ma Chiyun wanted to say to him. But the next moment, Ma Chiyun hugged him directly and kissed him. Classmate Mu, I like you. I've liked you for a long time. Mu Chen was stunned. What was happening? Ma Chiyun liked him? When did this happen? He knew nothing about it. Seeing Mu Chen's silence, tears welled up in Ma Chiyun's eyes. Mu Chen, am I so repulsive to you? Mu Chen immediately regained his composure, his expression turning serious. Miss Ma, I don't dislike you, but I only have friendly feelings towards you, not romantic ones. You will meet someone better, and besides, I have someone I like. Mu Chen, I know you don't like me, but you don't need to make excuses. Saying you have a girlfriend is just an excuse, right? I was impulsive today, I'm sorry, I apologize. can I hug you one more time? This. Mu-chin wanted to agree, but then he saw who? Xiao Yunjing was coldly watching him not far away, and his heart sank. This is bad. How do I explain this now? What was already a difficult situation was now made worse. Xiao Yunjing gave him a cold glance, then turned and left. Miss Ma, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Ma Qian looked in the direction Mu-chin left. Is that girl the one he likes? Mu-chin stood in front of Xiao Yunjing. Jinger, it's not what you think, she just likes me. Oh, she likes you, do you like her too? I don't like her. Humph. Mu-chin, I don't care about your affairs, but our enmity is not resolved yet. Before that, I don't want you to harm any girl, otherwise, I won't mind taking you out early. Alright, I will definitely keep myself pure for you. Then, Mu-chin smirked. Jinger, can I interpret this as you being jealous? Get lost. 3 days passed in a flash. Mu-chin was very frustrated. He thought he could learn Xiao Yunjing's cultivation techniques and deduce them, but he had been unsuccessful so far. Xiao Yunjing's attitude towards him was also very cold, showing no signs of affection, although there were no significant changes in other aspects. The topic of them being crowned as the youth supreme throne remained hot, and Shang Bingli approached him the next day, saying that many forces wanted to connect with them, offering resources as investment in their development, but all were rejected. Shaolin found Mu-chin, and upon meeting, his expression was somewhat regretful. In just a short time, your strength has surpassed mine, who has cultivated for decades. It's a pity how fate plays out. You and Yunjing are destined to be apart. She hasn't changed much in other aspects, but in terms of emotions, it seems frozen. After more than 10 minutes, Shaolin kept telling Mu-chin about Xiao Yunjing's return from the Taoda shelter to the Jiuing shelter and receiving a mysterious inheritance, attributing her immense power to this mysterious legacy. Mu-chin thought about his own acquisition of the Wu Yuan scripture and the Wu treasure, speculating that this inheritance might be similar to that of the Wu Yuan emperor, although its level was certainly not as high. After parting ways with Shaolin, Mu-chin found a cultivation room to review his recent gains. As he cultivated, rich spiritual energy entered his body, benefiting the dormant Wu treasure, emitting a milky white light, which was extraordinary. After a few hours, Mu-chin stopped cultivating because the Wu treasure had undergone a transformation. The Wu treasure now had red and white fur on its head and its third leg was covered in golden Wu Emperor flames, exuding a sense of intense heat even from a distance. Only to see Wu Bao's body size increasing at a visible speed until it reached about 1 meter in size, covered with golden feathers all over, the red and white hair on top of its head hardened, the golden crow emperor's flame burning, exuding unparalleled dominance. The third unique foot belonging to the golden crow divine beast revealed mysterious sun patterns, ancient and vast. Wu Bao's eyes turned golden, filled with a different emotion as he looked at Mu-chin. Dad! The voice was still tender, making it hard to distinguish gender. Wu Bao, are you okay? Dad, I'm fine, feeling great. I can help you in fights from now on. Wu Bao, can you change back to your original form? You're too conspicuous now. Dad! Sure. Wu Bao's body quickly returned to its previous appearance, but with a more divine aura. Mu-chin had an idea. Wu Bao, brother needs a favor from you. Mu-chin went to Xiao Yunjing's residence and found her standing alone by the window, calmly gazing into the distance. Jinger, I need to talk to you. Xiao Yunjing looked at him coldly, unmoved. Jinger, I'm not lying, I really need to talk to you. Humph, you better have a good reason for bothering me. Xiao Yunjing descended the stairs slowly. What is it? Mu-chin took out Wu Bao from his arms. Jinger, I coincidentally obtained this spiritually intelligent spirit beast. It can talk, highly intelligent, and most importantly, very cute. It can keep you company and make you feel better. Wu Bao's sister, I'm Wu Bao. Don't be mad at Dad, okay? Ha, Dad? Mu-chin and Wu Bao shivered, seeing Xiao Yunjing angry. Jinger, don't listen to its nonsense, it's talking nonsense. Fine, leave it with me for now, you go away. I feel like killing you whenever I see you. Alright, I'll leave right away. Wu Bao, take care of Mom, okay? Ha? What did you say? 2 days later, Mu-chin and the other 9 people were called to the meeting room. Mu-chin felt relieved seeing Wu Bao on Xiao Yunjing's shoulder, indicating they got along well. When Wu Bao saw him, it flew over immediately but was rejected, told to spend more time with Xiao Yunjing. In the meeting room were the Blood Kill Saint and the Profound Destiny Saint, whom Mu-chin and the others were familiar with. Students, do you know why you 10 were selected for the Saint Xia Tianjiao selection? Everyone shook their heads. The Profound Destiny Saint continued, actually, we only found out recently. Firstly, it is to set a benchmark for the young warriors of Saint Xia Tian, your presence can inspire them. But that is not the main reason. Beyond Saint Xia Tian, there is the world, and the main reason is because of the world outside Saint Xiatian. Before the dispersal of the Extreme Day Curtain, when it began to fade, we already knew through some means that there are other kingdoms outside Saint Xiatian, similar to Saint Xiatian, but like us, they are also restricted by the Extreme Day Curtain, with only minimal communication between the two sides. They are called the Papal Court and the Ancient A Empire. Papal Court, Ancient A Empire? Everyone fell into contemplation, not of Saint Xia, their hearts must be different. After the dispersal of the Extreme Day Curtain, we will establish communication with the Papal Court and the Ancient A Empire outside Saint Xiatian, but the debate now is about who will lead the three parties. Since each side is not very familiar with the other's strength, we organized this event. The strength of the younger generation represents the strength of this kingdom, this force. So, you will compete with the Tianjiu of the Papal Court and the Ancient A Empire in about 2 months. During these 2 months, Saint Xia will provide you with abundant resources. Focus on improving your strength. This battle is not just for yourselves but for Saint Xia as well, so I implore you all to give it your all. The voice of Xin Wuweng faded away. Teacher, rest assured, if I encounter those geniuses from the Loji Pope Court of the Ancient Empire, I will make them regret it. Xin Wu's words sounded arrogant, but no one dared to laugh at him because they all shared the same sentiment. When facing the Loji Pope Court and the geniuses of the Ancient Empire, it was straightforward, no need for idle talk. The meeting concluded, the bloodthirsty saint and the mysterious fate saint departed. Mukin was about to leave when Gu Wu Changqing called out to him, Brother Mu, how about we go for a drink sometime? Sure. Mukin accepted gladly. Count me in, but Mukin, you need to break through to the S realm quickly because I want to defeat you. I don't agree with the evaluation of the previous helmsman. Wait until I break through, and I'll be the first to challenge you. Xin Wu appreciated Mukin's temperament. Since you're going for a drink, why not include a young lady? Upon hearing the voice, Mukin knew who it was. Xuanwu Sanctuary, the enchanting sovereign, truly enchanting with an excellent figure. She approached with long strides, emitting a pleasant fragrance, getting closer to Mukin, her breath fragrant. When she was about a meter away from Mukin, an ice-blue energy sword blocked her. Take one more step, and you'll have to battle me. It seems Brother Mu has quite the luck with women. Show some mercy. Mukin was both happy and sad. He didn't believe in his own charm. They approached him because of his title as the Young Supreme. They were all exceptional individuals. Why would they admit inferiority to Mukin, and all wanted to challenge him? He was pleased that Xiao Yunjing didn't want other women near him, indicating she still valued him a bit. Don't overthink it. Until our grievances are resolved, if you dare harm any girl, I will kill you in advance. Mukin? It seemed like he had heard this before. 3 days had passed, and he still hadn't picked it up. System, do you not want me to pick it up? Ding, host, picking up attributes is probabilistic, and the system cannot control it. Mukin suppressed his annoyance. Forget it, when the time comes, I will pick it up for sure. I can't force it. Besides, Jinger's attitude towards me has improved a bit. There's a month left before the duel with the Loji Pope Court and the geniuses of the Ancient Empire. Intense cultivation is not suitable for me. The Blood Ancient Abyss is a good choice and also beneficial for Wu Bao's growth. Let's set it for 3 days later for now. Far from Saint Xia, a blood-red, eerie worship was heading towards Saint Xia. The structure of the worship was vastly different from Saint Xia. This worship, entirely made of blood bones stretching 800 to 900 meters, exuded a power equivalent to at least an SSS-level sacred beast's bones. Inside the worship were 5 individuals with features starkly different from those of Saint Xia, with eyes resembling those wearing colored contact lenses and high-nose bridges. 3 men and 2 women, 2 middle-aged men in robes emitted an aura belonging to the SSS-level sacred tier. The other 2 men and 1 woman were not too old, the man handsome, the woman beautiful. Your Majesty, why are we going to Saint Xia this time? As far as I know, our Loji Pope Court was dominant before the Blue Star catastrophe and naturally remained so after the catastrophe. Why should we visit Saint Xia instead of having them visit us? Algia, the strength of our Loji Pope Court is unquestionable. This visit is arranged by His Holiness the Pope. Yuna, Hebrew, Algia, the 3 of you are considered the second batch of geniuses in our Loji Pope Court. Your goal is to provocatively challenge the top talents of Saint Xia. In our eyes, the top talents of Saint Xia may not even compare to you. You must completely destroy their confidence, understood? The Loji Pope Court will send an envoy. Mu Chen and the others were somewhat surprised, but soon they were also delighted. This meant that a genius was coming, and they would be able to witness talents from other countries and see their depth. The Blood Saint informed them of this matter in a relatively normal tone. After all, Saint Xia was a land of etiquette. Once Mu Chen and the others quieted down, the expression of the Blood Saint turned serious. The papal court, if it's a normal visit, Saint Xia can accommodate anyone and show them respect. But if they have other intentions, there's no need to be polite, just fight it out. Saint Xia is not afraid of any power. Ding, host successfully picked up plus 50,000 blood and plus 100,000 martial arts experience points. Ding, host successfully picked up plus 40,000 blood and plus 81,000 martial arts experience points. Ding, host successfully picked up plus 41,000 blood and plus 81,000 martial arts experience points. Mu Chen took the opportunity to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by Gu Wu Changqing, Xin Wu, and Xiao Yunjing. Apart from blood, he hardly picked up anything else. He was starting to miss Jiesher, as every pickup from him was a pleasant surprise. However, it's been so long since I've seen Jiesher, I wonder how he's doing. I strangely miss him. As the son of destiny, if I don't work hard, perhaps by the next time I see him, he will have surpassed me. Mu Chen felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Characters like Gu Wu Changqing, Xin Wu, and Wu Hongyu were talented, and although he wasn't their match now, he only saw them as challenges along his journey. But Jiesher was full of infinite possibilities, not just a small challenge. The papal court had a significant difference in its system compared to Saint Xia. Their system was similar to a monarchy, where everything was controlled by the power of the papal temple, and their word was law. At this moment, in a wilderness somewhere in the papal court, a 300-meter blood-red python had a man in a black robe lying on its head. Only his starry eyes were visible, as he lay with his hands supporting his forehead and his right foot crossed over his left, gazing at the sky with a slightly absent-minded look. Although his face was not clear, his eyes were distinctive. If Mu Chen were there, he would surely recognize him. This man in black was Jiesher. Yutong, after the Saint Xia, papal court, and ancient AI Empire's talent competition ends, I will come to see you. After that, I will go and resolve some hidden crises. In the past life, abyssal prison set up pieces in Saint Xia, the papal court, and the ancient AI Empire. This life, such a thing must not happen again. Suddenly, Jiesher sensed something. Finally, the wait is over. A typical Western face, an incredibly handsome young man with light golden eyes, stood in the sky, with a sun pattern appearing on his forehead. He looked calmly at Jiesher and then spoke. The blood python is useful to me, name your price. In the next moment, Jiesher stood facing the young man. I won't name a price. Fight me, win, and the blood python will naturally be yours. How about it? You deliberately waited for my arrival, didn't you? Jiesher nodded. You guessed right. You truly are the #1 genius of the papal court, Los. Los's expression turned cold. He knew everything about this person, while Jiesher didn't even know who he was. Humph. You can't possibly win against me in a fight. I've already decided your fate. With that, a fierce golden energy burst out, rapidly spreading around and burning everything it touched. Los's fist gleamed with golden light, covered in crimson gold patterns. With a punch, flames engulfed the sky, creating a crack in the air, a truly terrifying power. Jiesher's eyes remained as calm as water, showing no sign of fear. His whole body was enveloped in blue and white energy, with star maps condensing above his head, as if containing countless stars. He also threw a punch, with star maps appearing on his fist. Boom! With a loud noise, a powerful shockwave instantly extinguished life within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, turning the area into ruins. The air was incredibly hot, yet carried a chill reminiscent of the stars. Los, it seems that your strength is not as impressive as you boast. I am quite disappointed. Humph, we've only just begun. Los was clearly affected by the words of Jiesher, becoming somewhat irritable. Soon, his body was covered in golden patterns, emitting a scorching aura. A huge giant phantom appeared behind him, holding what seemed to be a sun in its hand. Perish! Los roared in anger, striking down with a fist, unleashing a flaming fist of 80 meters in diameter. This blow finally stirs some fighting spirit in me. Jiesher showed no fear, enveloping himself in blue and white energy, with star maps shimmering in the air. He turned into a streak of light, rushing towards the golden fist. As the golden fist touched the star map, it was dissolved by a strange force. To Los's surprise, he seemed trapped by countless stars collapsing and pressing down on him. After a loud bang, Los was knocked down, falling from the sky and creating a deep crater upon impact. Slowly climbing out of the pit, his eyes were filled with complexity. Who are you really? You are not that old, and the Holy Court does not have someone like you. Ha, Los, I come from Saint Xia, but in Saint Xia, I can only rank second at best. I won't kill you because you still have some use in the future, and you are a good whetstone. With that, Jiesher's figure quickly disappeared, leaving Los frowning. Such a strange person, Saint Xia indeed harbors such characters. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a blood-red warship made of bones stood outside the Chaos Sanctuary. The people inside the worship looked at the sanctuary with some surprise, finding it slightly different from what they had imagined. Soon, a worship bearing the emblem of the Chaos Academy approached, its imposing appearance surpassing the blood and bone worship in terms of aesthetics and other aspects. The bloodthirsty saint stepped out of the worship, showing no airs of a strong individual or any formalities. Two middle-aged individuals from the Holy Court, comparable to the SSS-Realm in strength, stepped out of the blood and bone worship, offering a slight bow. Unlike the martial divisions in Saint Xia, the Holy Court's division started from the First Order, comparable to Saint Xia's Realm Warriors, and ended at the Eighth Order, comparable to Saint Xia's SSS Realm Warriors, with each stage further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Esteemed members of the Holy Court, you have come from afar. Follow me inside. Language was not that difficult to learn in this world. Entering the sanctuary, the worship did not stop but headed straight for the Chaos Academy. The envoy from the Holy Court stepped out of the blood and bone worship. While the two middle-aged individuals seemed pleased, the three young people wore expressions of mockery. The bloodthirsty saint conversed with the two Eighth Order members of the Holy Court, while the three young ones made some gestures, to which the bloodthirsty saint paid no heed. This is the talent of the Holy Court, lacking in respect for elders and unable to show basic courtesy. I seriously doubt the true purpose of the Holy Court's visit. Subsequently, an overwhelming sense of slaughter emanated, causing the expressions of the three young people to change visibly. Oja, Yuna, Hebrew, why don't you apologize to the senior experts? Reluctantly, the three approached and offered insincere apologies. Members of the Holy Court, what is your purpose in coming to our Saint Xia? It's not just for a simple visit, is it? Esteemed Saint of Saint Xia, these three are talents of our Holy Court, eager to engage in friendly exchanges with the talents of Saint Xia. I wonder if the saint has any objections? Ha ha, very well, but since you have come from afar, we have prepared food for you. How about we eat first and then compete? No, let's compete directly. I can't wait to experience the greatness of Saint Xia Tiankai. It was Ojia who spoke, emphasizing the word genius. Even the eight crowned under the Pope's court did not stop him, indicating their agreement. They arrived at the playground and immediately saw those few people, disappointment evident in their eyes. This kind of trash, Shui Zhixiao, who was eliminated, could be easily dealt with without their intervention. Xinwu, with a hot temper, said bluntly, Bloodkill seniors, are these three misfits trying to challenge us? Isn't this a waste of our time? The words misfits made everyone in the Pope's court change their expressions. Saint Xia saints, are you geniuses too arrogant? Bloodkill saint smiled slightly. Young people, there are always some insincere words, a bit of arrogance is normal. If you're not young and arrogant, can you still be called young? Ojia stepped forward. Big guy, fight me. Xinwu looked at the Bloodkill winner, and the Bloodkill saint nodded in agreement. You three trash, come at us together. Trash from Saint Xia, arrogant. Mu Chen's face changed drastically on the side. What does it mean by trash from Saint Xia? Is this an insult to him? If Xinwu hadn't stepped in, he would have made this person understand why the flowers were so red. Ojia, a genius from the Pope's court, revealed a cross sword in his hand, depicting mysterious patterns on it. Come on, fight me. Umijia also exuded chi and blood, different in cultivation terms but essentially the same. He drew a cross in the air, and the red chi and blood energy quickly spread out, forming a cross-shaped blood sword several tens of meters in size attacking Xinwu. Xinwu's face was full of disdain. His right hand muscles quickly bulged, clearly showing a series of chi and blood surges following each punch. With a punch, the blood-colored fist emitted a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar, directly shattering the blood sword. Umijia smirked, not bad. He flew into the sky, his whole body surging with chi and blood, which turned into misty lines wrapping around him, resembling a blood-colored mummy, quite disgusting. Big guy, you will be defeated with this strike. Ojia slashed out another sword, more powerful than before. Except for the two eighth crown under the Pope's court, the other two students were smiling. In their eyes, Xinwu couldn't resist Ojia's attack at all. What happened next astonished them. Xinwu was like a cannonball, charging directly at the attack. With a loud bang, Ojia's attack did not cause much harm to Xinwu. Xinwu was not good at speed, but after getting close to Ojia, he grabbed his left hand, his eyes full of disdain. I'll make you arrogant. He dragged Ojia to the ground, grabbing Ojia's left hand with his right hand and repeatedly smashing it towards the ground, causing the ground to crack rapidly. After 3 strikes, Xinwu threw Ojia aside. So weak, is there anyone else? The faces of the 8th crown under the Pope's court turned pale. Your Excellency Saint, to be honest, Ojia and the others are not the top geniuses of our Pope's court. You should have sent the most powerful geniuses of Saint Xia, right? Your Excellency of the Pope's court, I'm afraid your original idea was to send them, thinking they could easily crush our Saint Xiatianjiao. Since you have such thoughts, there's no need to be so aggrieved. How about this? I'll send one person, whose realm is the lowest among them, and the other 2 students from the Pope's court can challenge him together. How about that? Good, Yuna, Hebrew, you 2 should learn from Saint Xiatianjiao. Mu Chen, don't hold back, defeat them in one move if possible. Got it. Facing the 2, Mu Chen said, you go first. I'm afraid if I go first, you won't have a chance. Ah, kid, you haven't even grown your hair yet. It's fine for you to go first. But you said so first. Mu Chen flew into the air, golden chi and blood surging, covering the entire area, extremely terrifying. Great Sun Heavy Fist. A golden fist 30 meters in size, with over a dozen golden dragons of blood and energy coiling around it, burning with a crimson and white emperor yen flame, incinerating everything in the void. What? Yuna and Hebrew's faces changed drastically, hastily unleashing their most powerful attacks. However, under such a strike, they couldn't even withstand a single move. Ding! Host successfully picks up, blood and energy plus 12,000, martial skill experience plus 21,000. Ding! Host successfully picks up, blood and energy plus 11,000, martial skill experience plus 22,000. Weak, they are really a bit too weak. The 2 8th Order crown under the Pope's court wore bitter smiles. Were they too weak? No, it's just that Shang Xia is ridiculously strong. 3 days later, the envoy group of the Pope's court left dejectedly. If they stayed any longer, they would probably lose face. After becoming one of the top 10 titled Supreme Tianjiao, Mu Chen could skip classes if he wanted to, as what he learned in class didn't have much use for him. After settling things today, it's time to go to the ancient abyss of blood. Let's go get Wu Bao back first. With a thought, Wu Bao would return, but letting Wu Bao come back like this would be a waste. Arriving at the dormitory where Xiao Yunjing was, Xiao Yunjing stood by the window with Wu Bao perched on her shoulder. The 2 stared at each other like this. Mu Chen smiled faintly. Jinger, I'm going out to train. I probably won't be able to see you for the next month and a half. Take care of yourself. Wu Bao, let's go. Reluctantly, Wu Bao flew from Xiao Yunjing's shoulder to Mu Chen's. Sister, goodbye. Xiao Yunjing watched Mu Chen leave, a complex expression in her eyes, as if she had some inexplicable feelings for this person. The next moment, a strange energy surged within Xiao Yunjing, memories of Mu Chen hurting her surfaced in her mind, her eyes gradually turning cold. Apart from my father, there is no good man in this world. Mu Chen personally went to see Shang Bingli and told her his plans, asking for a month and a half off so that no one would have trouble finding him. Shang Bingli readily agreed. Mu Chen, with your strength, if you break through to S rank, you should fear no one. I think you should have that plan. However, the outside world is always different from home. Be cautious in everything. Cultivation is important, but living is even more important, understand? Teacher, I understand. I haven't married yet, so I won't die so soon. Later, Mu Chen exchanged many cultivation resources with points, returned home, distributed the resources to Mu Chang, Su Shui, Mu Ling. Mu Cheng's injuries would probably take another month or 2 to fully recover, and Mu Ling's progress had slowed down. It was time for a period of consolidation. Finally, Mu Chen found Gu Huangshi, Lin Rideo, and Gong Zishir, and went to have a meal with them. Boss, you've been quite busy lately, huh? I'm treating you guys to dinner when I have some free time. I'll treat you tonight, eat whatever you want. As time passed, the group chatted and talked about whatever came to mind. Boss, do you know? I confessed to Su Xiaoxiao, and she agreed. I was supposed to have dinner with her tonight, but I chose to have dinner with you instead. Isn't that thoughtful? That's considerate, but apologize to Xiaoxiao when you see her tomorrow. To be honest, Mu Chen enjoyed this kind of life, with family, friends, and a lover, but this world didn't allow him to stop. This time, Mu Chen controlled his blood and energy, completely accepting the intoxication of alcohol, and the 4 of them fell asleep on the table. With Wu Bao watching nearby, there would be no danger. The next morning, Mu Chen woke up early. Gu Huang and the other 2 were still asleep at the table, so he didn't disturb them. He sent a message to Gu Huang's girlfriend, Su Xiaoxiao, who was also Mo Qian's best friend, and asked the boss to take care of them. Then he left the shelter. Mu Chen didn't take the flying boat but chose to fly to the ancient abyss of blood. His speed was much faster than that of the flying boat. Daddy, do you know? Last night, after you got drunk, sister stood next to you and watched you for a long time. Ha, Wu Bao, from now on, call sister mommy in front of me, got it? Why should I call you mommy? Because of love? Daddy, what is love? You're still young, you'll know when you grow up. Outside a dark place in the papal court, a black-masked man had his neck twisted by someone. Under the starry dawn, the black-clothed man's body quickly disintegrated. Jesher put on the black-clothed man's mask, wore his clothes, made a simple imitation, and went deeper inside. Finally, he arrived at a blood-red altar, covered with countless eye patterns. Dozens of black-robed masked people stood around, and on the topmost golden throne sat a person with a golden mask. "How are your arrangements going?" Reporting to the prisoner, "Our people have started to infiltrate, but it's a bit difficult to penetrate the upper echelons of the papal court. Leave the higher-ups to me, our time is running out." Jesher glanced at the young man above, who immediately sensed it and had to lower his head. "Yuan prisoner, you still look powerful. In the previous life, wanting to be a traitor, I was used and then killed. I'll let you live a little longer for now." 6 days passed, and Mu Chen finally arrived at the ancient abyss of blood with all his might. It felt a bit different from the second time he came. "Wu Bao, let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." The man and the bird ventured deep into the ancient abyss of blood, even deeper than the first time they entered. As they walked further in, the scent of blood in the air made them more irritable. Mu Chen's control over his emotions was very high. What exactly is in the depths of the ancient abyss of blood is really strange. But this was not something Mu Chen could explore now. Ahead of him were crystal pillar mountains, at least a dozen of them, each 30 to 40 meters high, surrounded by blood crystal mountains hundreds to thousands of meters high. Mu Chen took out the proton alloy war spear. "Wu Bao, from now on, it's up to the two of us." Punishment gun. Mu Chen's shot hit one of the crystal pillar mountains. A mournful cry was heard, and the hit blood crystal mountain quickly wriggled, revealing a blood crystal beast nearly 100 meters long and almost 10 meters high. All the crystal pillar mountains wriggled together, all coming to life. Mu Chen was overjoyed. These crystal pillar mountains were all at the A-level strength, like a gift to him. Wu Bao transformed into a golden crow over a meter tall, spitting out a fist-sized Emperor Yin fireball that landed on the crystal beast's body. The crystal beast's body ignited like gasoline, rapidly spreading and burning. The 100-meter-long crystal beast was burned to ashes in just a minute. Ding! Host pickup successful, blood plus 82,000, martial skill experience plus 150,000, semi-immortal material plus 1. Wu Bao, use the golden crow Emperor Yin at a critical moment. Then, the man and the bird rushed into the dozen or so 100-meter-long crystal beasts. Mu Chen basically took down one with each shot. Despite Wu Bao's small size, his strength was not to be underestimated. When his claws touched the crystal beasts, large chunks of their bodies were torn off. Mu Chen destroyed the last crystal beast with a shot, increasing his blood by nearly 1,000,000 cards. Now, 1,000,000 cards of blood was not much, considering his large blood base. After consuming more than 10 blood crystals, Wu Bao's strength increased slightly. Afterwards, Nukin delved deeper, starving the timid and challenging the bold. After walking about 1,000 kilometers and spending most of the day, this area showed almost no trace of human martial activity. In previous areas, one could still see traces of martial battles in some places. Here, the bloody scent in the sky almost turned into mist, appearing hazy, and the roars of crystal beasts were unmistakable. Nukin stopped advancing. The crystal beasts here were enough for him to grow stronger. The A-level crystal beasts he encountered were no match for him with just one punch. Only the S-level crystal beasts could withstand a few moves, and he had not fought an S-level crystal beast yet. The blood ancient abyss had no night, it was always the same. Nukin slaughtered dozens of crystal beasts, whose blood was also red, with a lingering bloody smell much stronger than that of ordinary fierce beasts. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, the ground trembled violently, and Nukin's expression changed slightly. A big guy had arrived. As the crystal beast fully appeared, it was a giant crystal beast towering 100 meters tall, with a strange appearance, a beast head for a head, curved bone knives for hands, muscular and robust legs, a slender waist, and a pair of huge blood crystal wings, resembling a standing mantis. In terms of appearance, it was definitely a terrifying existence. S-level crystal beast, I just mentioned you, and here you are. Nukin flew into the air, activating the extreme Dao avatar, turning his whole body golden and emitting dazzling golden light. Great Sun Heavy Fist. With this punch, Nukin unleashed nearly half of his power, causing the air to burst layer by layer. Now his strength could temporarily affect the stability of space. The mantis crystal beast's blood-red eyes showed no emotion as it blocked the massive fist attacks with its huge bone knives. Boom! A huge impact resounded, accompanied by the sound of shattering. A small gap appeared in the crystal beast's bone knife. Although small, it was about 20 centimeters long in Nukin's eyes. Roar! The crystal beast roared. It must have felt pain. The bone knives quickly absorbed the blood crystal, looking more majestic and textured. The two bone knives slashed down together, emitting bloody light towards Nukin. Nukin activated the extreme thunder at close range, dodging this attack at high speed. Two long trenches, each a kilometer long and several tens of meters deep, were slashed into the ground. The wings behind the crystal beast flapped, emitting a piercing vibrating sound. This frequency of vibration was a significant stimulus to the human brain, but compared to the space bug that granted him the Wuyuan Emperor's scripture, the crystal beast's ability had much less impact on him. Punishment Gun Scripture. A blood-red, bloodthirsty energy giant gun, 100 meters long, attacked the crystal beast with a strong killing intent. Muken did not stop. He swiftly arrived at the crystal beast's back and thrust the gun again. Attacking from both front and back, the giant size of the crystal beast was at a disadvantage at this moment. It blocked the front attack but could only use its wings for passive defense against the rear attack. A painful wail sounded as the crystal beast's wings were destroyed, penetrating deep into its body. Roar! Seizing the opportunity while it was weak, aiming for its life. Annihilation Gun Scripture. Under this shot, the crystal beast could not resist, pierced through the head, severed at the waist, and died. Ding! Host successfully picked up. Chi and blood plus 140,000, martial skill experience plus 230,000, semi-immortal material plus 1, blood crystal plus 1. The following hunting, Muken continued to hunt in this area where S-level crystal beasts appeared. Further in, who knows what kind of monsters and demons might appear. Half a month passed in a flash, and Muken had explored very far regions. Starting with 20 crystal beasts a day on average, in half a month, he had hunted 300, each providing an average of 90,000 chi and blood. That amounted to 27 million chi and blood, approaching the 162 million chi and blood needed for an S-level, which was twice the required 81 million. But he found a problem. Every time he hunted, the crystal beasts in the area would sense something amiss and quickly flee, forcing him to head in another direction. These past 2 days, somewhere, the crimson mist in the sky was converging towards a specific location, indicating an anomaly. Countless weak crystal beasts, mostly of C and D ranks, converged from all directions, numbering in the tens of thousands. The scene was spectacular, but the absence of powerful crystal beasts was peculiar. He stayed put, curious about what was unfolding. At a certain moment, the area enveloped in crimson burst open, releasing a surge of crimson energy that spread out. The weak crystal beasts watching wore satisfied expressions, their eyes filled with longing. As the crimson light dimmed slightly, revealing its contents, a purple crystal tree over 500 meters tall stood before them, adorned with 300 blood crystals. Each blood crystal was of superior quality compared to those obtained from the S-rank crystal beasts he had hunted, each the size of a duck egg. Despite the grandeur, the tree bore only 300 crystals, a somewhat meager amount. Wu Bao's eyes gleamed with desire. The weak crystal beasts, as if drawn to a treasure, abandoned their orderliness and descended into chaos, fighting amongst themselves to claim the blood crystals. "Dad, I want one," Muchen said unexpectedly. He didn't understand why the blood crystal tree and the multitude of weak crystal beasts were present, but if it benefited Wu Bao, he had to compete for it. The extreme thunder was pushed to its limit, reaching speeds of 30,000 meters per second. In an instant, he arrived before the crystal tree, and the system's voice chimed in. "Ding, discover pickable items. Will you pick them up?" "Pick up," he replied. Instantly, the 300 blood crystals faded in color, all collected by the system. Muchen rejoiced, and the fighting crystal beasts halted, glaring fiercely at him and roaring in anger. Suddenly, Muchen felt a gaze upon him, accompanied by feelings of anger, coldness, death, and an inescapable sense of doom. Wu Bao's feathers bristled, and he growled, a sound reserved for moments of threat, a sight Muchen had never witnessed before. "Damn, what is this thing? I must escape immediately. If I don't, I'll die for sure." Pushing his speed to the limit, he ran with all his might, the gaze following him closely, seemingly drawing nearer. His body tensed, every hair standing on end. Muchen dared not stop for a moment, covering a day's journey in 20 minutes. At the moment before exiting the blood abyss, Muchen saw an immensely furious phantom and heard a voice. "Human, you have harmed the foundation of my race. When I get out, I will exterminate your kind." Once outside, the unknown gaze dissipated entirely. Muchen collapsed, blood trickling from his mouth, coughing up large amounts of blood, his life force nearly depleted, his skin cracking. After circulating his Tao energy, he managed to gather some strength after a few hours. Damn, that aura was no weaker than that of an emperor. I'm just a small Karami. How did I offend a powerful emperor-level being? Just one glance, and I was nearly half dead. I almost died. I need to leave immediately. At that moment, strength or lack thereof was irrelevant. Fleeing was the priority. Muchen had initially planned to leave the blood abyss directly, but before departing, he had one more task to complete. He wanted to find the gathering place of human warriors outside the blood abyss, particularly those with influence, initially resisted by some warriors who didn't want to introduce him to the higher-ups. He was too young. However, upon revealing his identity as Mu Chen, the supreme youth with the title of Tao King, the warriors respectfully escorted him to meet the authorities. It was his first experience of the benefits of status, the uniqueness of it. No wonder in another world, everyone sought fame, having a reputation truly mattered. Seeing those two high-level figures, who were at the peak of the SS realm, their strength was not weak. One of the middle-aged men said, "I wonder why the throne is looking for us. My surname is Wang, with the single character Chen. Senior Wang, there's no need to be so polite." I ventured into the ancient blood abyss and discovered tens of thousands of crystal beasts gathered under a purple crystal tree with fruits on it. I intended to take some, but was ambushed by powerful crystal beasts and barely escaped with my life. I don't know what happened, but I hope Senior Wang can use his connections to inform the warriors inside the ancient blood abyss to leave as soon as possible. They should not enter at least for the time being. Wang Chen and another SS realm warrior exchanged a glance, both showing surprise in their eyes. "Thank you, throne." Incidents like this happen in the ancient blood abyss every 5 years, but without a precise location. When human warriors find out, the losses are severe. On behalf of the countless human warriors, I thank the throne for your great kindness. Retrieving the flying boat from the system space, he left the ancient blood abyss directly, although he didn't know why that entity within the abyss couldn't leave. He had done what he could, hoping that the human warriors inside the abyss would come out early to minimize losses. That entity would likely vent its anger on the human warriors. As the flying boat soared through the air, he sat inside, refining resources to restore his energy and blood. If I didn't have the extreme Tao body, I would have been in even greater danger this time. 2 days passed in a blink, and Mu Chen's injuries had not fully healed yet, although they had improved significantly. "Wu Bao, I'm fine, don't worry, it's not your fault." Wu Bao felt guilty, thinking Mu Chen was injured because of him. Later, Mu Chen examined the blood crystals he had collected. Ding, host collected 300 purple blood crystals, not edible for humans, but can enhance the foundation of beasts, purify bloodlines, and take 5 years to mature. So what that voice said about destroying the foundation of a race was true. But those not of our kind will have different intentions. I'll remember this grudge. Wu Bao, eat as many as you want. He tossed 3 purple blood crystals to Wu Bao, who couldn't eat anymore after finishing them. Several days later, Mu Chen arrived at a mountain range called the Purple Extreme Mountains. This place often issued S-level missions for S-realm students to complete and hone their skills. The Purple Extreme Mountains had their own characteristics, with the ground displaying a faint purple color, similar to the previous Blood Extreme Mountains that were mostly red. First, kill ferocious beasts to increase strength and heal injuries. With his physique, his injuries should have healed long ago, but after so many days, there was still a lingering pain in his chest. Over the next 2 days, almost no ferocious beasts escaped his hands except those at the E level. His injuries completely healed without leaving any hidden wounds. Next, I should strive towards the S level. Mu Chen delved deeper into the Thunder Mountain range, where the strength of the ferocious beasts was mostly at the sea level and above. Progressing rapidly like in the ancient blood abyss would be challenging. It was estimated that advancing to the S level would take much more time. A major event occurred in the ancient blood abyss, where the crystal beasts went berserk and harbored a deep hatred towards human warriors. It seemed organized and premeditated, launching attacks against humans with greater intensity than ever before. However, due to the advance warning provided, many warriors left the abyss, and for some reason, only a portion of the crystal beasts could leave, making it manageable for the human warriors. If not for this restriction, the ancient blood abyss would not be the weakest forbidden area. Mu Chen had spent half a month in the Purple Extreme Mountain range. During this time, he was more frenzied than ever before. However, the quality of the savage beasts was not as good as that of the ancient abyss of blood. In this half-month, he had slain 15 S-level savage beasts, with an average blood energy of 150,000 calories each. He had also killed 2 S-level savage beasts, 150 A-level savage beasts with an average blood energy of 90,000 calories, and over 400 B-level savage beasts with an average blood energy of 20,000 calories. There were many C-level and D-level savage beasts as well, with an average blood energy of 1,500 calories. Altogether, it added up to over 30 million calories of blood energy. The entire Purple Extreme Mountain range was almost covered in savage beast corpses. However, with so many corpses, they would be enough to feed the weaker savage beasts for some time. Just another half-month to go, and I can break through to S-level, then I can return to the academy. As time passed, many of the 10 individuals had already returned to the Chaos Academy to make their final blood energy breakthrough. The resources provided by the Chaos Academy were unlimited, enough for their cultivation needs. 5 days later, Muchen had almost decimated another mountain range of higher-level savage beasts. His blood energy had reached 160 million calories. At this moment, he sat atop a 100-meter-high peak, eyes closed, emitting heat all over his body. A faint golden blood energy spread across the entire peak. The sound of blood energy flowing was like waves crashing, and the sound of his heartbeat was even louder than thunder. The runes on his bones seemed to come alive, and his bone marrow had completely transformed into gold. Dozens of golden blood energy dragons soared into the sky, emitting a resounding dragon chant. Muchen could feel the semi-immortal substance that had formed in his body when he broke through to A level, rapidly transforming into true immortal substance. This substance was almost life-saving, greatly enhancing one's recovery and defense capabilities. Of course, it didn't mean immortality, but it made one much stronger than ordinary warriors. He had a premonition that if he reached a certain level, he might even be able to regenerate limbs in the future, something that even SSS-level warriors couldn't achieve. Finally broke through to S-level. Golden Finger, open the attribute panel. Golden Finger, attribute acquisition system, host, Muchen, talent, Undying Chaos Realm, Dao level, martial arts, Dao Scripture, Introductory, Dao Level, Sacrificial Ritual Martial Arts, Special, Bone Metamorphosis, Special, Martial Arts Realm, S-Level, Blood Energy 160 million calories, Martial Skills, Annihilation Spear Scripture, Perfect, Cosmic Level, Punishment Spear Scripture, Consummate, Cosmic Level, Extreme Thunder at 1 inch, Perfect, Great Sun Heavy Fist, Perfect, Supreme Dao Body, Consummate, Martial Skill Experience Points, 79. 6 million. Muchen flew into the sky, having broken through to S-level. His speed could be maintained at around 40,000 meters per second. With this speed, he could arrive at the Chaos Academy 2 days ahead of schedule. Inside the Chaos Academy, Xiao Yunjing, Gu Xuanji, Gu Wuchangqing, Xinwu, Wu Hongyu, Long Huang, Yu Yaro, Si Tianming, and Ning Xuan, the 9 individuals, had also finished their cultivation. Compared to before, their strength had significantly increased after a month and a half. Muchen returned to the Chaos Sanctuary and immediately headed to the Chaos Academy. Upon his return, he found that there were still 2 days left before the stipulated month and a half had passed, and he had not received any message from the leadership yet. Muchen rented a cultivation room first and carefully pondered the changes in his body. After breaking through to S-level, he had also gained some enhancement in cultivating the Emperor Fireborn from the Wu Yuan Imperial Scripture. Its power was not as strong as the innate Emperor Fire of Wu Bao, but it should provide a strong flame for prolonged battles. In the future, it was destined to be a great help to him. A day later, Muchen received a message instructing all of them to gather at the meeting room they had previously visited. Muchen was not the last to arrive. Xiao Yunjing, Gu Wuchangqing, Gu Xuanji, Ning Xuan, and Yu Yaro had already arrived, and he sat behind Xiao Yunjing. "Jinger, I'm back." Xiao Yunjing glanced at him lightly, and Muchen was used to it. Others looked at Muchen with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Xinwu, Dragon Emperor, Dance Red Fish, and Sishending arrived successively. A few minutes later, the Blood Saint and the Profound Destiny Saint appeared. "Let me tell you about the venue for the Saint Xia, the Pope's Court, and the Ancient AI Empire's Tianjiao competition, which will be held in the Ancient AI Empire. The day after tomorrow, you will go to the Ancient AI Empire." "You?" Muchen was puzzled. Did this mean that the Blood Saint would not go with them? Just as Muchen and the others were entangled, the space in the meeting room suddenly fluctuated, as if everything in the world had come to a standstill. A kind old man appeared, with a gentle smile on his face. Imperial Teacher, Tang Wujing. Except for Muchen, the Blood Saint, and the Profound Destiny Saint, no one else knew the old man who appeared. They showed astonishment on their faces, feeling no power from the old man but sensing a world-shattering power. "Let me introduce myself, I am Tang Wujing. You can call me Grandpa Tang. I have another identity, the first master of the Chaos Academy." Guxuanji realized that the voice was the imperial teacher who had communicated with her that day, and she couldn't help but speak out. "Are you Grandpa Imperial Teacher? Ha, little one, you still remember me. You can treat me as an ordinary person. I just have a higher cultivation level and live longer, nothing special." But Muchen and the others were full of admiration. This old man had witnessed the revival of spiritual energy, the transformation of the Blue Star from an ordinary world to a martial arts world, the decline and rise of Saint Xia, the creation of the Chaos Academy, and the continuous supply of martial arts talents for Saint Xia. He was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, the guardian deity of Saint Xia, and the pillar of the country. The title of Imperial Teacher was far from enough to describe his achievements. "Hello, Grandpa Imperial Teacher." Muchen took the lead, and the 10 of them stood up, respectfully bowing to the old man, expressing their sincere feelings from the bottom of their hearts. "Ah, polite little ones, please sit down." The final match between Saint Xia, the Pope's court, and the Tenjiu of the ancient AI Empire is important for Saint Xia. Just do your best. Furthermore, this old man still has a role to play. This time, I will escort you to the ancient AI Empire. I have been observing your changes during this period. You are all doing well. The day after tomorrow, at this time, gather at the training ground. Little ones, go back and rest well. Recharge your spirits. However, no one stood up, sitting upright, respectfully looking at Grandpa Tangwujing. The old man could only smile helplessly, his figure dissipated, and they reluctantly left. Xiao Yunjing glanced at Mu Chen before leaving the classroom, but Mu Chen did not leave because the old man had just communicated with him. The old man's figure appeared again. Little one, do you know why I kept you here? Mu Chen shook his head like a rattle. The ancient abyss of blood, you actually angered that guy. If not necessary, even I don't want to face him head-on. Mu Chen was shocked that the old man paid attention to this matter. Grandpa Jing, I didn't mean to. Little one, it's not your fault. Do you know why the 3 forbidden zones are called the 3 forbidden zones? Isn't it because the beasts inside are too fierce? Yes and no. The main reason is that the 3 forbidden zones all have Emperor Realm beasts. In other places, the strongest is only at the SSS level. If an Emperor Realm beast is born somewhere, that place will also become a forbidden zone. Emperor Realm beasts are almost impossible to kill, but don't worry, the Emperor Realm beasts in the 3 forbidden zones dare not leave the restricted area without authorization. You will understand why in the future. Mu Chen had some doubts before, and the old man's explanation enlightened him. Little one, your martial arts talent should be more than just SSS level. Mu Chen was a little nervous. This was the first time someone had seen that he was not just SSS level talent. Don't be nervous, there's more than just you with an SSS level talent. We old folks all have our chances, otherwise where do you think the list of scholars comes from? Mu Chen relaxed, scratching his head awkwardly. Old man, is there anything else to say about the list of scholars? I'm not very sure either. All I can say is, beyond Saint Xia, there are many other cultivation civilizations in the universe, but our potential as old folks has reached its limit. The future depends on you all. Talents above SSS level are called cosmic level, and some of you little ones should be at the cosmic level, including you, and maybe your talent is even higher. In fact, we always have a premonition that Blue Star may soon face a disaster, so you must strive to cultivate. Mu Chen fell into contemplation, many secrets of Blue Star slowly emerging before his eyes. By the way, young one, do you have someone you like? If not, how about Shangbingli, that girl? I have no children in my life, and this little girl is my only blood relative, but she is a battle maniac. She was injured before and her strength can only reach the SSS realm. Otherwise, with her talent, she would eventually reach the Emperor realm. She doesn't seem interested in other males, but she treats you well. If you don't have a girl you like, I'll take charge and arrange for you to marry her. What do you think? This. Mu Chen was stunned. What kind of situation was this? Young one, don't you like Bingya? Old man, of course not. I already have someone I like, a girl named Xia Yunjing. Teacher Shang is great. I only see her as a respected mentor. Ah, it seems like fate without destiny. Young ones, the ancient AI Empire is an unknown distance from Saint Xia. It may take half a month to arrive. Get ready, we'll set off. 2 days passed quickly, and today was the day Mu Chen and the others set off for the ancient AI Empire. Surprisingly, the sage of Xianning and the bloodthirsty saint decided to come along, contrary to previous expectations. Wu Bao averages 3 purple blood crystals a day, now he's back in deep sleep. Mu Chen could feel a huge amount of energy contained within Wu Bao, and if fully absorbed, it would bring great benefits. Breaking through to S level, Mu Chen could finally absorb the blood energy of an SS level warrior, but the power cultivated by an SS realm warrior was still beyond his reach. Inside the Chaos Academy warship, Mu Chen sat behind Xiao Yunjing. As soon as they boarded the warship, Xiao Yunjing closed her eyes to rest, and Mu Chen secretly stole glances at her profile. It had to be said, her beauty had improved even more. Still haven't found the cultivation technique Jinger practices, these days are quite difficult. Mu Chen didn't want to deliberately disturb Xiao Yunjing, it might backfire, and since there was still plenty of time, there was no need to rush. 2 days later, they reached the end of Saint Xia, actually the end of the extreme day of Saint Xia. Beyond the end was an endless ocean. To see land, they would probably have to travel a long distance. With nothing to do, everyone rested with closed eyes, while Mu Chen wandered around, and when tired of sitting, he walked on the warship. The warship was kilometers long, but with only a few of them on board, the space was vast. Gu Xuanji was quite familiar with the sage of Xianming and they got along well, while Yu Yaora was quite talkative and easy to chat with. On the boys' side, there was less talk, they didn't like chatting, At most they exchanged a few words occasionally, then fell silent again. The imperial tutor disappeared after entering the warship. Sometimes he would appear on the warship on his own, a scene that made Mu-chan curious, but he tactfully didn't disturb him. In their eyes, the imperial tutor possessing any kind of magical ability was not surprising. Who would question the gods? Far away from the holy summer, there is an endless ocean here, surrounded by 6 islands standing on the sea. Each island should be about 5 million square kilometers, very large, but compared to the vast ocean, the area doesn't look that big when viewed from high above. The 6 islands are spaced out, forming a circle. At the top of the 6 islands in the sky, there is a suspended artificial city, probably only about 400,000 square kilometers, shining brightly with colorful lights that give it a mysterious hue. This is the ancient empire. In the central area of the artificial city, there is a grand palace surrounded by humanoid statues towering up to a kilometer high, with figures like elephant-headed humans, 3-headed 6-armed beings, and various other strange sculptures. Inside the palace, many humans exuding a terrifying aura are seated, their strength not inferior to SSS realm saints. One barefooted man with a beard said, "Holy Summer and the genius of the papal court are arriving soon. This is the stage of my ancient empire, and the first place can only be ours. Notify the 10 divine agents to come out and welcome Holy Summer and the papal court's genius challenge. In this battle, our ancient empire aims to dominate the top 5. If possible, Holy Summer and the papal court's genius should be eliminated." Mentioning the divine agents here brings up the unique feature of the ancient empire. With the arrival of the polar day, several former kingdoms merged to form the ancient empire, each with their revered deities. When the people of these kingdoms became the actual rulers, they wanted their revered deities to become the new kingdom's faith. After numerous factions fought, they eventually settled on 10 deities to worship. The top 10 geniuses of the ancient empire are then bestowed with the title of divine agents, signifying that they are the incarnations of the 10 deities on earth, enjoying the adoration of the entire populace of the ancient empire, with a status beyond reproach. Men become the dream lovers of countless women, while women become goddesses to countless men, not to be desecrated. The 10 revered deities include the elephant god, the Brahma god, the eloquence god, the Hanuman god. 10 days later, the imperial tutor Tang Wujing appeared. "Young ones, in 5 days at most, we will arrive at the ancient empire. There may be customs there that we may not be accustomed to. If any customs make you uncomfortable, you do not have to follow them. Also, the main stage of this battle is the ancient empire, where their prodigies will have the upper hand. With your strength, just perform steadily. Focus on the competition, you don't need to worry about anything else. But before that, I need to arrange for everyone to do something. If there are any disagreements later on, we need someone to make the final decision. Mu-chan, I entrust the role of decision-maker to you." Mu-chan did not refuse, nor could he refuse, since the imperial tutor held him in such high regard. He accepted. "Master Jing, I promise to fulfill the task." The others did not refuse either. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the greater the responsibility. "Shinwu, you are more impulsive, and that's what worries me the most. You must consider things carefully." Shinwu replied in a muffled voice, "Imperial tutor, I will remember." "Sitamai, you are quite aloof, but when unity is needed, you must unite." Mu-chan looked at Sitamai, who among the 10 had the least presence, but his strength was not to be underestimated, wielding a dragon sparrow blade. Although he had a somewhat aloof personality, he had both good and bad traits. 5 days later, Mu-chan and his group finally arrived at the territory of the ancient empire, a structure with some mysteries. They stopped outside, and soon some cultivators of the ancient empire, who could also be called warriors, all practicing qi and blood cultivation, came out to verify their identities before leading them to the artificial city in the sky. The warship slowly descended, landing in a vast square. Mu-chan and the others disembarked from the warship, where they were greeted by a well-dressed ancient 80 empire cultivator named Puba. He was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a somewhat greasy appearance, but his aura was undeniably strong, at least at the SSS level. "Welcome to the 80 Empire, esteemed guests from the Holy Summer. I am your guide, Puba." The middle-aged man approached and shook hands with Tang Wujing, the old man. As he walked towards Shen Ming, the Saint of Bloodshed stood in front, looking displeased. Puba chuckled, "This is our way of hospitality in the 80 Empire." Mu-chan and the others were speechless, shaking hands with men and kissing women. What kind of hospitality was this? When it was Yuyureo and Gukshuanji's turn, they both evaded. Puba reached out to shake hands with Mu-chan and then attempted to kiss Xiao Yunjing without a word. Mu-chan was furious. "You beastly creature." He grabbed Xiao Yunjing's hand and pulled her aside, realizing that this guy was just trying to take advantage. Despite numerous rejections, he seemed oblivious to their unwillingness. Puba's face showed a hint of displeasure, to which Muchen coldly remarked, "I don't appreciate your way of hospitality." Puba said nothing more, just awkwardly smiled. Tang Wujing glanced at Puba, sensing something, and lowered his head slightly. At that moment, the blood-bone worship of the papal court arrived, and 12 people emerged, 10 young individuals and 2 older ones, a man and a woman. One of the men emitted no aura at all, likely belonging to the same level as Tang Wujing. Puba approached, offering a handshake to the man and a kiss to the woman, but both gestures were declined. Mu Qin began to suspect that this was some kind of indulgence in the 80 Empire. Among the 10 geniuses of the papal court, there was a young man with handsome features, golden hair, and slightly golden eyes. He gazed at Mu Chen and his group with a complex expression, searching for the one who defeated him and the arrogant person mentioned, realizing that even such a genius could only rank second, making him wonder about the first. After scanning for a while, his gaze settled on Gu Wuchang. That genius is not among the arrogant ones. It seems that the Holy Summer is envious and resentful of talents. In his eyes, Jesher must be among the top 10, and not selecting such a talent was a loss for the Holy Summer. Initially anxious, he suddenly felt better. Mu Chen and the others also noticed Los, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. However, their current priority was to pick up treasures. These were all geniuses, and it would be a waste not to pick them up. Suddenly, lightning flickered in the sky, forming a small sea of thunder, exuding a particularly imposing aura. Puba appeared excited. "This is our 80 Empire's representative of the elephant god in the mortal world, Shiva. He has finally emerged." A young man with a muscular upper body, wearing only a transparent golden cloth on his left side, his long hair flowing, descended from the sky, surrounded by thunder, his eyes emitting lightning, exuding a domineering presence. Shiva landed on the ground, surveyed Mu Chen and the others, slightly smiling, arms crossed, standing behind Puba. Subsequently, a crack appeared in the sky, with nebulae and colorful lights swirling above, revealing a handsome young man with a rebellious charm descending from the crack. "This is the representative of the god of heaven in the mortal world, Shiva." One after another, spectacular visions appeared, each accompanied by a young person, each arrival accompanied by a vision, resembling true gods. However, their true strength was mostly just that. Mu Chen fell silent, intending to mentally suppress them first, thinking that they would all be affected by these false images, undermining their will to fight, attempting to win without fighting. This tactic was played by the ancestors of Saint Xia, of no use to the few from Saint Xia, just a joke to them. Mu Chen looked at Qin Wu, truly afraid he couldn't hold back and would burst out in anger on the spot, but judging by his expression, he had endured for a long time, probably on the verge of snapping a few words. Golden Finger, consume martial arts experience points, scan these few people. After this new function appeared, it seemed to have only scanned Xiao Yunjing before, but now, he didn't lack martial arts experience points, so he scanned for fun. Ding, consume 10 million martial arts experience points, scan successful. Luo Si, 21 years old, 195 centimeters tall, talent, cosmic level, sun-splitting god, realm, 6th intermediate level, comparable to S-level warriors, practicing martial arts. Shircha Luo, 21 years old, 185 centimeters tall, talent, cosmic level, realm, 6th intermediate level, comparable to S-level warriors, practicing martial arts. A total of 10 people, each with 1 million martial arts experience points, several times less than scanning Xiao Yunjing. Pu Jia smiled with folds on his face. "Saint Xia, members of the Holy See, they are the geniuses of my ancient AI empire. Today, after a long journey, food and accommodation have been prepared for you. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I will come to find you." Returning to the dormitory arranged for them, the imperial teacher and Xian Ming Saint left, leaving Bloodkill Saint here. Gu Wu Changchang walked up to Mu Chen. "Mu Chen, the geniuses of the Holy See, and the ancient AI empire, how do you see them? Chang Cheng, with your strength, be especially careful of a few people, the Holy See who scrutinized our geniuses today, and a strange woman. As for the ancient AI empire, pay special attention to the 2 who just appeared, the others, no need to worry. I also have the same idea. The few people you mentioned do give me the feeling that they are indeed very powerful." Shortly after, the imperial teacher and Xian Ming appeared. "Little ones, just now, my Saint Xia, the Holy See, and the ancient AI empire have already discussed the competition matters. This Tianjia battle is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, you need to obtain the Heart of the Sea Emperor, which is the heart of an S-level fierce beast in the sea, with a wide hunting range. The entire ocean can be a hunting area. The first round lasts for 7 days. The more Sea Emperor hearts you obtain in 7 days, the better. If you hunt an SS-level beast sovereign, 1 Sea Sovereign heart is equivalent to 100 Sea Emperor hearts. In the end, the top 10 with the most Sea Emperor hearts can enter the second round of the finals. In the second round, the top 10 will compete for rankings. As for the 11th and 30th places, they will be ranked based on how many Sea Emperor hearts they obtained in the first round. The competition is fierce, more dangerous than ever before. Prioritize your safety above all else. If you encounter danger, come back early. Little ones, your lives are the most important. Do your best in everything else. Mu Chen and the others did feel the pressure. The advantage of the geniuses of the ancient AI empire was indeed significant. They had lived here for a long time. They must know where the Sea Emperors were abundant. Unlike them who had to explore on their own, in this regard, the ancient AI empire was not very fair. In the central hall of the ancient AI empire's artificial city, 10 faith god agents gathered here, each sitting on both sides, with the high-level members of the ancient AI empire at the forefront. Today, seeing the geniuses of Saint Xia and the Holy See, Shi Chaluo and Cha Di, how do you feel? Shi Chaluo said, the geniuses of Saint Xia and the Holy See, there are a few who make me feel different, but I fear no one, none of them can be my opponent. My feelings are similar. The ocean is our home field, the advantage is ours. Compared to the geniuses of Saint Xia and the Holy See, they are a bit weaker compared to my ancient AI empire. Then I wish you victory in advance, Blue Star. My ancient AI empire is the strongest. The next day, under Pu Jia's guidance, Mu Chen and the others arrived at the spacious square from yesterday. The geniuses of the Pope's court followed closely behind, and the geniuses of the ancient empire arrived last. Besides them, there were 3 middle-aged men who should be in charge of this competition from the high ranks of the ancient empire. Welcome, friends from Saint Xia and the Pope's court. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Wang, and it is our honor to have you in the ancient empire. Friendship first, competition second. We are all human and should stick together. Esteemed geniuses, I assume you are already familiar with the rules of the competition. I won't waste words. In the first round lasting 7 days, only the top 10 with the highest Sea Emperor's heart will advance to the second round. The ancient empire is surrounded by the sea on all sides, and within thousands of miles, there are no overly powerful beasts. Any discovered will be forcefully eliminated by us. Beyond thousands of miles, the number of powerful beasts will gradually increase. Furthermore, the first round will test individual strength, and teaming up is not allowed to prevent leaving the Sea Emperor's heart to a few individuals. You are all geniuses and should demonstrate your strength to live up to the name. Good luck to everyone. 7 days from now, at this location, I hope to see everyone. After Yu Wang finished speaking, the geniuses departed one after another. Mu Chen went to stand beside Xia Yunjing and said softly, Jinger, keep Wu Bao with you. It's useless for me to carry it. You should keep it yourself. Xiao Yunjing gave Mu Chen a cold glance, flew into the sky, and headed towards the ocean, leaving behind a beautiful figure. Seeing this, Mu Chen followed Xiao Yunjing's direction. Although they were heading in the same direction, they were on different paths. Wu Bao's sense of smell was extremely sensitive, and it remembered Xiao Yunjing's scent. In case of any accidents, Mu Chen could rush over at the fastest speed. I wonder how long it will take for Wu Bao to wake up. I hope it's soon. Mu Chen flew towards the ocean, and all he could see was the azure sea. The ancient empire was not too far away, and the sea surface appeared relatively calm. The most crucial thing now was to find a place to settle on a small island. They couldn't keep flying in the sky all the time, it wasn't practical. In a short time, Mu Chen arrived at the ocean area where Yu Wang had mentioned, where there were no fierce beasts within thousands of miles. Without stopping, he continued deeper, aiming for the S-level beasts. He spotted a small island, only a few thousand square meters in size, a tiny speck in the vast ocean. However, he saw many cultivators from the ancient empire on it. This sea area was relatively safe and served as the hunting ground for the ancient empire cultivators to kill fierce beasts. Half a day later, Mu Chen stopped, having ventured deep into the sea. The sea surface was no longer calm, with occasional huge waves rolling. He took out the essence blood and flesh of the S-level beasts from the system space and scattered them over a large area of the sea. The sea instantly turned red. After a while, numerous marine beasts swarmed from all directions, frantically fighting over the blood and flesh. In the sky, a massive wave surged out, caused by a 150-meter-long marine beast, albeit only at the A level, swallowing the smaller beasts. Great Sun Heavy Fist. Mu Chen's fist struck down, causing the sea to ripple with 1,000 layers of waves. The impacted sea boiled, creating a massive vortex where the seawater poured in. Ding! Host successfully killed, gaining 80,000 vitality, 130,000 martial arts experience, and 1 semi-immortal material. Ding! Host killed several sea-level beasts after killing a D-level beast, gaining 60,000 vitality and 100,000 martial arts experience. As the scent of blood grew stronger, it gradually attracted some powerful beasts, including a 200-meter-long emperor beast and a black-scaled fish king with 2 heads. Seizing the moment when it was feeding, Mu Chen took out the Silent Annihilation Spear. Silent Annihilation Spear Technique. With a shot fired, a vacuum area formed instantly in the sea below. Subsequently, thousands of tons of seawater filled the vacuum area, tearing the Beast Emperor's body apart under immense pressure. Ding! Host slays S-level ferocious beast, blood and energy plus 120,000, martial skill experience plus 210,000, immortal substance plus 1. It had been a day since Mu Chen emerged from the ancient empire of Ida, having only slain an S-level ocean beast emperor. This speed could only be described as very slow. He furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat anxious. It wasn't just in Saint Xia, but also among the geniuses of the papal court. What Mu Chen didn't know was that the situation in the ancient empire of Ida was not much better. S-level beast emperors hardly confined themselves to a specific area. They might linger in one sea region for a few days before moving to another. Even though they dwelled in the ocean, the sea was too mysterious, and S-level sea beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence. One had to venture deeper into the ocean to have more opportunities. Mu Chen gave up hunting, activated the Extreme Thunder Ji-Chi technique, delving deeper. Under the cover of night, the sky was pitch black, and the ferocious beasts in the ocean seemed more active. Mu Chen rejoiced, tossing more flesh and blood of ferocious beasts into the sea. As expected, after a short wait, he discovered 2 S-level ocean beast emperors. Seizing them by surprise, he took their lives, extracted their hearts, and stored them in the system space. As dawn broke, Mu Chen slew 3 S-level ferocious beasts, a speed he was still not entirely satisfied with. However, the good news was that by releasing his warrior's blood and energy, he could attract higher-level sea beasts more easily. Just then, Wu Bao also woke up, revealing his divine form. His size doubled, reaching over 2 meters in height, with wings spanning over 4 meters. Platinum flames appeared around him, and mysterious runes emerged on his third golden crow foot, exuding an ancient and profound Emperor Yen aura. His eyes surveyed all creation. With a slight tremor, the golden-white flames fell into the sea, enduring and unextinguished, causing the sea to boil as numerous sea beast carcasses surfaced. "Daddy, aren't I handsome?" "Ha, Wu Bao is truly handsome." Mu Chen genuinely praised him. Indeed, he was a divine beast, deserving of the title. "Wu Bao, can you sense the specific locations of the S-level sea emperor beasts?" "Daddy, I can, but my bloodline naturally suppresses them. I might not be able to help you. If they sense it and flee, it will be challenging to catch up." In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. With Wu Bao's assistance, Mu Chen had slain 11 sea emperor beasts, a decent efficiency. Besides, Mu Chen also discovered that Xiao Yunjing was approximately 2,000 miles away from him and currently safe, so he continued hunting ferocious beasts with peace of mind. Suddenly, Wu Bao's voice sounded anxious. "Daddy, it seems like Mom is in danger." "What?" Mu Chen's blood surged, moving at a speed far beyond what he could normally achieve steadily. After slaying a beast emperor, Xiao Yunjing suddenly encountered a massive whirlpool in the ocean ahead. Within the whirlpool, an extremely cold chill emanated, causing a thin layer of ice to form on the sea surface. In such circumstances, freezing rapidly rotating seawater was extremely difficult. A vague structure appeared on the sea surface, but within moments, it vanished. "Mirage, the things here are useful to me. Could this be another opportunity?" Xiao Yunjing's eyes lit up. She couldn't afford to miss the opportunity presented before her. Just as she entered the whirlpool's range, an irresistible force enveloped her entire body. Despite her efforts to resist, she found herself unable to escape the force. Even an S-level emperor couldn't break free. "I underestimated it." She exerted all her strength to strike out with her sword, but the force was so immense that even though she managed to separate the seawater, the suction grew stronger, and she couldn't hold on any longer, being sucked in. "I must not die, I haven't avenged that scoundrel yet." After a few moments, Mukin finally arrived at his destination, his face contorted with veins. "Wu Bao, where is Jing?" "Dad, Mom seems to have been sucked in, but their vital signs are stable, no immediate danger." Mukin's heart eased a bit. Without saying a word, he flew directly into the vortex. "Jing, you must be safe." As he entered the vortex, Mukin could feel the pressure of the seawater on his internal organs, but fortunately, it wasn't a problem for him. However, a chilling ice force invaded his body, making him shiver. The pressure dissipated, revealing a vast space within the vortex, almost like a frozen world with ice pillars reaching hundreds of meters high. Ignoring the bone-chilling cold, Mukin realized it was a hidden paradise. To his surprise, Xiao Yunjing was standing not far ahead. "Jing, are you okay?" Xiao Yunjing was astonished to see Mukin there. "Look ahead." Following her gaze, Mukin saw 2 ice sculptures emitting a powerful icy force. Sensing strong non-life forces within the sculptures, Xiao Yunjing struck with her sword, causing them to tremble and reveal weapons inside. Mukin was stunned to see two weapons inside the ice sculptures, a black and gold spear with dragon engravings exuding a sinister aura, and an ice sword with phoenix patterns emitting a powerful icy energy. Mukin and Xiao Yunjing exchanged a glance, both filled with desire. The spear and sword were extraordinary, not of this world, with the ice sword seemingly meant to suppress the spear. Mukin gazed at the spear, feeling a disdainful gaze upon him. Jing, let's not act rashly. Golden Finger, scan these two weapons using martial arts experience. Ding, consuming 60 million martial arts experience points, scan successful. Dark Evil, a product of a slightly higher civilization, its materials tainted by darkness, surpassing the limits of the original world. Warm reminder, using this weapon requires strong willpower, currently ownerless, can be claimed by blood essence. Frozen Phoenix Sword, related to Dark Evil Spear, requires extreme ice energy, currently ownerless, can be claimed by blood essence. Wow, what a windfall. Mukin couldn't believe his luck. System, what level are these two weapons? Ding, they are cosmic level weapons, precious even in the vast universe. Further exploration is up to the host. Before Mukin could react, he sensed danger, grabbed Xiao Yunjing's hand, and instantly left the spot as giant ice spikes emerged. Behind the two weapons, an ice sculpture began to move, revealing a 200-meter-long ice beast with blood-red eyes, emitting a chilling aura that made Mukin and Xiao Yunjing's faces turn pale. At least they are all at the S+ level limit, should be at the level of not reaching SS level yet. If these kinds of beasts were placed on the ground, the two might still have a fighting chance, but here, it somewhat limits the two's performance. If the icy world shatters, seawater pours in, neither of them would survive. Just giving up on such a great opportunity, no matter what, Muchen didn't want to give up. It's not like they have no fighting chance. Muchen glanced at Xiao Yunjing, she nodded at him, the two of them didn't know why they were so in sync. Wu Bao, use your Emperor Yen. A golden-white fireball the size of a duck egg flew towards the beast. The icy beast roared and spat out an ice pillar. The fireball hit the ice pillar, melting it rapidly, releasing boiling steam. Ginger, go all out, give me a drop of your blood. Xiao Yunjing didn't understand why, but she did it anyway. Annihilation Spear Technique. Reverse Break Sword. The immense attack power shattered the entire icy space. Muchen activated the extreme Dao body, holding Xiao Yunjing, swiftly leaving the icy space. In the final moment of collapse, the two arrived in the high sky above the sea. The whirlpool below intensified, the sea surface violently shaking, hundreds of feet high waves gushing out. Xiao Yunjing's face looked a bit regretful, but there was no way, in this situation, even if they killed the icy beast, they wouldn't survive. Jinger, do you feel it? Xiao Yunjing's eyes widened. Muchen, you. She felt a slight connection between herself and the ice sword under the sea, and this feeling was getting stronger, not knowing how Muchen did it. Could it be the blood from before? Roar came from the seafloor. With a bang, a 300 meters long icy beast appeared. The current icy beast, its ice blue appearance tainted with blood, not the same as before. However, the current icy beast exceeded the S+ level, reaching a true SS level beast, its aura extremely unstable, blood-red eyes staring fiercely at the two. It was originally a weak beast in the ocean, later by a coincidence entered that space, because it had a trace of ice attribute in its body. That space was extremely suitable for its cultivation. But it was ruined by Muchen and Xiao Yunjing. How could it not be angry, almost leading to its death? Muchen's face darkened. He could feel a slight connection between himself and the Dark Evil Spear, but this connection made him extremely uncomfortable. He could feel the evil will of the Dark Evil Spear, somewhat affecting him. With dangers ahead and behind, it's a bit difficult. Both of them were at a critical moment of establishing a connection with the Dark Evil Spear and the Jinfeng Sword. If they left now, they would truly miss out. Jinger, you go first. I think as long as the Dark Evil is here, the Jinfeng won't build the icy space again. Leave. Humph. What do you take me for, leaving you behind to escape? Don't forget, the enmity between us is not settled yet. Alright, then today, let's have a good fight. Wu Bao, spit out the Emperor Yen limit you can release today. Wu Bao returned to a height of over 2 meters, spitting out 9 white golden fireballs the size of duck eggs, like 9 small suns, burning everything, falling towards the Ice Beast Sovereign. Sensing Wu Bao's aura, the Ice Beast Sovereign's eyes showed fear, but it didn't retreat. With a roar, an icy barrier appeared in the air, as the Emperor Yen fireballs fell, making a sizzling sound. The power of the Golden Crow Emperor Yen was not to be underestimated. The Ice Beast Sovereign spat out one icy barrier after another, barely resisting the power of the Golden Crow Emperor Yen. But continuing like this, the power of the Golden Crow Emperor Yen would also diminish. Jinger, watch us. Muchen's body emanated a faint golden blood, golden dragons coiled in the air, his whole body turned into a golden color, Tao patterns covering his body, blood roaring, the flow of the great Tao circulating. The transformation was not over yet. His body turned platinum while various elements emerged, thunder, slaughter, intertwined with crimson gold, creating a transcendent and mysterious aura, vast and enigmatic. The area around him seemed to have become a forbidden zone. Slaughter momentum. Muchen didn't know how many fierce beasts he had slain, but now his killing momentum had taken a tangible form, a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This time, he went all out. Silent annihilation gun technique. 300-meter-long world-destroying energy spears stood behind him, roaring. The space shattered layer by layer as the endless power slashed towards the Ice Sovereign beast. Roar. A hint of surprise flashed in the Ice Sovereign's eyes. As an SS-level beast, its intelligence was no weaker than that of an average human. The icy blue body surged with ice attribute power, and the surging seawater turned into its weapon, converging to form several immensely huge ice spikes, instantly freezing the thousands of meters of sea below the Ice Sovereign. Bang! Powerful impact forces scattered, waves after waves, centered around them, causing the sea to churn into dozens of meters high tidal waves, dispersing in all directions. A stalemate between man and beast. Xiao Yunjing appeared behind the Ice Sovereign, her eyes turning into icy pupils, pale blue with starry patterns, swiftly raising her sword high and striking down with all her might. This strike seemed to split the sky in two, an unmatched force slashing towards the Ice Sovereign. The Ice Sovereign's icy blue scales rapidly expanded, gradually revealing a blood-red hue, a strange sight. It opened its huge mouth, forming a small vortex, freezing almost everything in its vicinity. This freezing power was incredibly strong, still in its nascent stage. Despite penetrating the Ice Sovereign's defense and hitting its body, the attacks of the two, while causing several meters of wounds, were almost non-lethal, only further enraging it. The sea turned red in an instant. Countless small sea creatures dared not approach, fleeing towards the distance. Jinger, this beast is powerful, we must be careful next. You too. A faint smile hung on Xiao Yunjing's lips, a smile Muchen had long awaited, fleeting but worth it. The extreme thunder was in operation, moving at a speed even the Ice Sovereign couldn't match, continuously closing in on it and delivering strong blows to its body. The damage inflicted was limited, and it continued to roar in anger, venting its displeasure. As time passed, the Ice Sovereign, having just broken through to SS Extreme, seemed to be stabilizing its strength, comprehending a more powerful force. The fact that Mu Chen and the others could inflict such damage on it was a result of their formidable strength, otherwise, an encounter between an S-level and an SS-level would have resulted in instant death. In the realm of martial cultivation, each level was like a different heaven. Mu Chen's combat power was extraordinary, a statement that might not be entirely accurate for him, but definitely applicable to most people. Wu Bao had reached his limit, his current strength being of little help. Silent annihilation gun technique. Mu Chen wanted to attack again, but the dark evil gun under the sea suddenly released an immensely dark will, completely engulfing him in battle. As a result, his mind was struck by this will, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Ice spikes spat out by the Ice Sovereign pierced his body, his chest exploding, the icy power spreading through his body, causing him to fall straight onto the sea, creating large splashes of waves. Mu Chen. Xiao Yunjing's face changed drastically, her heart throbbing violently, feeling like she had lost something. Unexplained memories resurfaced, memories that were beautiful. The memories that had caused her pain now seemed so flawed when recalled, tears streaming from her eyes, wanting to dive into the sea, the icy power released by the Ice Sovereign instantly freezing the entire sea, a mocking look in its eyes. In its eyes, Mu Chen was the most powerful, and Xiao Yunjing was no surprise. Beast, I will kill you. Mu Chen sank to the bottom of the sea, the power of the cold ice almost freezing his heart. But the Emperor Yenborn successfully through the cultivation of Wu Yuan played its role, rapidly dissolving the power of the cold ice, leaving a bull-sized blood hole in his chest. If it weren't for his powerful extreme Dao body, coupled with the essence of life and semi-immortal materials, he would have been in big trouble. If it weren't for the dark evil gun, I could have exhausted the Ice Sovereign beast. But now, his consciousness is caught in a struggle with the dark evil gun, a power that is nauseatingly vile. Damn it! Jinger is still in battle. I need to suppress the dark evil gun quickly. Mu Chen felt his consciousness entering a world emitting a strange aura, a 10,000-meter dragon coiled in the deep starry sky, its eerie eyes that disregarded life fixed on Mu Chen. You, why do you think you can be my master? Mu Chen snorted coldly. Why? I want to suppress you, it's just that you have some use now, in the future, you will be nothing but scrap metal I put in a corner, thinking you're something special. Thinking that building such a big thing can make me afraid. Mu Chen accepted the Tao scripture, and the vision produced by the Emperor Yen Jing instantly succeeded in construction. This kind of vision transcended everything. Every word and action could destroy stars and annihilate all things. The 10,000-meter dragon was just a small fry. Under this huge gap, the dragon shattered into pieces. The illusion shattered, the dark evil gun rushed towards Muchin, who held it in his hand, unaffected by its dark aura. Good gun. Xia Yinjing was in a very sorry state at this moment, her clothes soaked in blood, her eyes full of anger, but she had reached her limit. A few hundred meters tall ice pillar thundered towards her. At the critical moment, a sort of cold ice blocked in front of her, resisting the ice pillar, but after this strike, the light it emitted had dimmed considerably. Although it was a powerful weapon, much of its energy was used to suppress the dark evil. Even though it was connected to Xia Yinjing, the strength of the master also limited its power. Countless seawaters condensed into numerous small ice spikes, falling one after another. Xia Yinjing's resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. She really wanted to ask Muchin what had happened back then. To die like this, she couldn't accept it. Everything was beyond her control. Muchin was dead, and she was about to die too. What use was there in being unwilling? She closed her eyes in difficulty and fell from the sky. However, her body was suddenly held. It was a solid chest, a very familiar scent. She opened her eyes and saw Muchin looking at her with a pained expression. Jinger, I'm late. Xia Yinjing's eyes were full of light. Muchin was not dead. Muchin, you should leave quickly. Jinger, don't be afraid, I'm here for everything. Wu Bo, watch over your sister. Muchin placed Xia Yinjing on Wu Bao's back. Then, Muchin turned to the Ice Sovereign Beast, his eyes filled with ferocity. Beast, how dare you bully her?